Based on the classic worldview of Dragon Ball, this narrative focuses on the fierce competition of interdimensional combat prowess. The protagonist inadvertently steps into the ultimate battlefield, gathering various races such as the Saiyans, Namekians, and the Frisia Force, where old foes like the androids re-emerge alongside unknown interstellar forces lurking with malevolent intent. To protect his friends and maintain cosmic peace, the protagonist joins forces with Goku, Vegeta, and other companions, unlocking new variants of the Super Saiyan transformation techniques. Through numerous life and death encounters, he transcends the limits of his combat power. Chapter 1. The Diary of My Cousin. Han Jing sat on the sofa, surveying the disorderly living room. He reached out to touch the dust on the coffee table and could not help but sigh. Alas, another trip wasted. Surveying the two-bedroom apartment, it appeared unchanged since his visit a month ago, save for a layer of dust. Clearly no one had visited during that time. This 77-square-meter house, located in Z City, was originally his cousin Han Lei's marital home. His cousin's parents, Han Jing's uncle and aunt, had nearly exhausted their savings to pay for the down payment for their son. Ordinarily, his cousin's early marriage would be a cause for celebration. But unexpectedly, shortly after the house was renovated, Han Lei abruptly insisted on breaking off his engagement with his fiancée, exhibiting a resolute attitude that caught everyone off guard. This incident transpired less than 2 years ago, when Han Jing had just graduated. Han Lei's actions caused a significant upheaval within the family, prompting his elders to rush from their home in northeast China to Z City to intervene. Strangely, the usually mild-mannered Han Lei this time showed no stubbornness, ignoring all counsel and providing no explanation, simply persisting in his decision to end the engagement. This situation led to Han Jing's uncle falling gravely ill upon returning to northeast China, requiring an extended hospital stay. Since then, Han Lei had begun to behave increasingly erratically. He resigned from his job, his whereabouts became unpredictable, and he often could not be reached. When he occasionally appeared, he could only mumble incoherently when asked about his situation. This state of affairs continued for a long time until 3 months ago, when he completely vanished, and no one had seen him since or managed to contact him. As the sole child of his uncle's family, the occurrence of such events severely deteriorated the elder's health. They had no choice but to report his disappearance to the authorities and enlist the help of friends and relatives in the search. Han Jing had resigned from his previous job 6 months ago and had been unable to find suitable work during that time. At the family's urging, he frequently traveled to Z City to inquire about his cousin's whereabouts. Han Lei's colleagues and friends from Z City were also known to Han Jing. Yet over the past 2 months, he had reached out to everyone he could think of, visited every place his cousin might have gone, but had uncovered no leads, as if Han Lei had severed ties with all his old acquaintances long before. Now, he truly felt at a loss. How can a person just disappear? As he pondered what to do next, he strolled into the secondary bedroom and collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted from the recent turmoil. After lazily rolling around on the bed for a while, he accidentally noticed something unusual. A hard object beneath the mattress seemed to jab into him. Upon lifting the mattress, he discovered a hardcover diary, a thick red one bound with a small combination lock. Han Lei had a habit of keeping a diary, something Han Jing had known since childhood, but he never expected to find it hidden beneath the mattress in the secondary bedroom, having overlooked it earlier. The small combination lock posed no challenge for him. Relying on his knowledge of Han Lei, he guessed a few times and successfully opened the diary. Perhaps within its pages lay the reason for his cousin's disappearance. As he flipped through the pages, the content left Han Jing in shock. "Today, I broke up with Xiao Hui." I could see the shock and anger in her eyes, but I cannot explain to her. When my parents called to question me, I could not provide a reason either. Yet, I have no choice. I do not know when I will die in this copy. I cannot burden her. I am terrified and do not know whom to confide in. Today, I nearly did not return alive. This is merely my second round in the copy. I do not know how much longer I can endure, but if I am to continue, I must enhance my combat power. For now, I am merely a human on Earth. When will I activate my Saiyan bloodline? Looking back now, my initial training was not very efficient. Perhaps this way would be better. Being on a team with Zhao Dage is truly wonderful. Without him, I might have perished in this round. Zhao Dage has activated his Namekian bloodline. I envy him. Xiao Huang and the others still do not know that all newcomers have the chance to receive a hidden newbie package during the first round of the copy. As long as they successfully activate their bloodline on the first day of the copy, they will receive a novice reward. Alas, now I can be considered a veteran. Zhao Dage formed the blue team and invited me to join, and of course, I accepted. Without him, I would not have been able to activate my Saiyan bloodline, obtain so much equipment, or last until today. What on earth is this? The more Han Jing read, the more bewildered he became. Much of the content in the diary was incomprehensible to him. It seemed as if his cousin had entered some mysterious world, or rather, was bound by this mysterious world, where even his life was not guaranteed. Moreover, many terms and concepts referenced were drawn from a Japanese manga that both brothers cherished, Dragon Ball, yet their meanings remained elusive. Could it be that he has crossed over? Han Jing instinctively reached this conclusion, startling himself. He decided to stop scrutinizing each page and flip directly to the last entry, which coincided with the period when his cousin had gone missing. The content read, "Tomorrow, Zhao Dage and I, along with 6 other members of the team, will enter the gladiatorial copy. If we can win and successfully obtain Frisia's complete bloodline as planned, our team's power will significantly increase." Han Jing closed the diary, his face a mask of confusion. The contents truly required careful reflection. Just then, he suddenly noticed that in his earlier haste to read the diary, he had overlooked a black card concealed within the inner layer of the diary's cover. This card was completely black, appearing quite thin, yet its craftsmanship seemed extraordinary, adorned with intricate and exquisite patterns. Driven by curiosity, Han Jing pulled out the black card, eager to examine it closely. However, as soon as he grasped the card, an unexpected change occurred. The temperature of the black card suddenly skyrocketed, becoming intensely hot. Han Jing hurriedly attempted to discard it, but it felt as if it had adhered to his fingers, refusing to budge. The card grew increasingly scorching, a piercing pain radiating from his fingers throughout his body, causing Han Jing to collapse to the ground. A red point emerged from the center of the card, rapidly spreading across its entire surface until the card glowed a bright red. Subsequently, from the top of the card, it began to disintegrate like burning ash, scattering into the air. Simultaneously, as the ashes floated away, Han Jing's consciousness grew increasingly hazy. When the final corner of the card turned to ash, he completely lost awareness, collapsing to the ground. In an instant, he disappeared from the room. Uncertain how much time passed, scan of entry in 2199 completed, restoring body to optimal state. Amidst a cold and piercing electronic voice, Han Jing regained consciousness to find himself in a bizarre space, surrounded by pitch blackness, yet he could clearly see his own hands, feet, and body. Combatant in 2199, please prepare. Dragon Ball Battlefield, single combat copy is about to commence. As the electronic voice fluctuated, a faint blue subtitle emerged against the darkness. Dragon Ball Battlefield? Combatant? Copy? What on earth? Han Jing stood up in bewilderment, suddenly recalling the content of the diary. A foreboding sense surged within him. That card. The diary's content is all true. I too am like Han Lei. Have crossed over? No one answered him, as the electronic voice and the faint blue subtitles continued their cold, synchronized operation. Fighter status. In 2199. Combat power. 5. Fighter heritage. None. Combat power limit. 5. Cultivation speed. None. Equipment. None. Skills. None. Special abilities. None. Executed dungeon rounds. 0. Dungeon nature. Solo free-for-all. Starting timeline May 6th, 750 AY. The day before the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Task duration 10 days. Location Shidu, with limited activity range. Number of fighters participating in this dungeon, 157. Average combat power, 9.8. Survival task. Find and eliminate at least one fighter. Failure will result in erasure. The solo free-for-all dungeon is about to commence. Counting down 30 seconds. 29, 28, 27. In the blink of an eye, the 30 seconds slipped away, and as the timer transitioned from 1 to the final 0, the surrounding darkness abruptly vanished, as if a black cloth had been lifted from a transparent box, allowing colors and scenery to flood in. What is this? The sudden illumination compelled Han Jing to squint. He realized he was situated in a bustling, cacophonous urban street, the architectural designs around him strikingly different from reality. What truly astonished him were the passers-by and vehicles. Among the pedestrians, while most possessed the appearance of ordinary humans, a peculiar portion bore animal heads atop human bodies. These elegantly dressed bipeds, such as rabbit people, leopard men, and lizard people, traversed the crowd with unabashed confidence, while the regular humans exhibited a nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unfazed, as if this were the norm of society. The vehicles were equally bizarre. Notably, there existed numerous hover cars devoid of wheels, gliding effortlessly several centimeters above the ground, and occasionally, flying cars soared through the air, embodying an essence of black technology unknown to reality. One individual even pulled a small pellet from his pocket and casually tossed it, instantaneously conjuring a motorcycle. Han Jing swallowed hard. As a comic book enthusiast, the scene before him bore a striking resemblance to a beloved manga from his childhood, one that had influenced an entire generation. Anthropomorphic animals, cars, architecture, and universal capsules. This is truly the world of Dragon Ball. As Han Zheng expressed his astonishment, a male voice shouted from not far behind him. What is happening? Where exactly is this? A reality show? He turned to the source of the voice and saw a man standing at the street corner across from him, crying out in fear. Who brought me here? Do you understand this is kidnapping? Can someone please answer me? Passers-by glanced over, while Han Zheng felt his heart race, a multitude of thoughts flooding his mind. Is this person like me? Is he from the real world? Or rather, like me, a so-called fighter? His mind raced, intertwining the content of his diary with the previous pale blue subtitles, the cold, electronic voice echoing in his ears. Survival task. Find and eliminate at least one fighter. Failure will result in erasure. Survival task. Find and eliminate at least one fighter. Failure will result in erasure. Almost instinctively, Han Zheng took a small step toward the cornered man, his emotions in turmoil, as a fleeting thought screamed in his mind. Approach him, eliminate him, and you can complete the survival task. Chapter 2. A fractured warrior approaching him and eliminating him would fulfill the survival mission. Han Zheng was convinced that all of this must be some inexplicable supernatural phenomenon. Certainly not a ludicrous reality show. The man at the street corner evidently remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, while he was compelled to make an immediate decision. Through the words of his cousin's diary, one could palpably sense the terror he felt. The penalties of this scenario were undeniably real. Should he fail to accomplish the survival task, in 10 days, he would be erased, and in the real world, he too would vanish completely, just like his cousin. Han Zheng steadied his breath, striving to calm himself, feigning the demeanor of an ordinary passerby as he blended into the throng, inching closer to the street corner. The man at the corner continued to bellow, even tugging at nearby pedestrians, inciting a minor dispute. Not far off, 2 patrolling officers seemed to have sensed the disturbance and were preparing to ride over. The man's uproar had drawn the attention of many nearby, prompting numerous onlookers to halt and witness the commotion, which inadvertently provided Han Zheng with the cover he needed. He too pretended to be an interested spectator. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the officers were about to arrive, and he began contemplating the most effective course of action. However, at that moment, he suddenly realized a significant oversight. Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out. The man at the corner finally ceased his shouting, a gaping wound appearing in his face, blood splattering as he collapsed to the ground. A collective gasp surged through the crowd, and the onlookers hastily scattered, screams echoing through the air. How could he have been so careless? Han Zheng hunched down, concealed amidst the chaos, cursing himself internally. This mission involved 157 combatants, with an average combat power of 98. That's right, with 157 participants, dispersing into different regions meant that multiple combatants could indeed be lurking in the vicinity. The shooter must be another combatant, lying in wait not far away. He was still new to this place, far too anxious to think clearly, and had failed to consider this crucial detail at the first sign of trouble. As he fled with the crowd, he reflected on his behavior. He should not have exhibited any unusual conduct, nor revealed his identity as a combatant like that man at the corner. Otherwise, he would likely have met the same fate by now. On the other side, the sudden turn of events clearly astonished the 2 arriving officers, who quickly took cover behind their patrol car and began firing at the location where the combatant was concealed. Bang! Bang! The shooter's marksmanship was astonishing. Even with the officers taking cover, he managed to shoot both of them in the head with 2 successive shots. One officer fell with such force that his firearm was flung far from him. Seizing the opportunity, Han Zheng squeezed through the crowd, swiftly snatching the fallen handgun and tucking it into his coat. Amidst the tumultuous throng, a rotund woman adorned in luxurious attire and high-heeled shoes was toppled by the crowd, her handbag flung far from her grasp. At this juncture, Han Zheng displayed remarkable composure. He bent slightly, concealing himself within the bustling masses, observing keenly as he ran. Seizing the moment of chaos, he deftly stepped over the fallen woman and, in one fluid motion, appropriated her handbag. After having dispatched 3 individuals, the hidden assailants seemed to halt their assault, yet Han Zheng remained vigilant. He eluded pursuit for several blocks before finally pausing. What had transpired? The sudden eruption of gunfire prompted urgent calls for law enforcement. Even the police had come under attack. What was the cause of this mayhem? The panicked crowd buzzed with speculation, while bewildered passers-by gasped at the unfolding drama. Leaning against a wall to catch his breath, Han Zheng concealed a handgun at his waist. As he rifled through the woman's handbag while running, he discovered a reasonably thick wallet, but the remainder contained trivial feminine items, which he discarded along with the handbag at the previous corner. He clutched his chest, gasping for air, while furtively scanning his surroundings for any suspicious activity. With 157 combatants deployed, any one of them could be lurking in any corner of the city, possibly hidden among the crowd. How could he identify them without being detected himself? Anxiety and confusion engulfed him. He felt an urgent need to find a secluded spot to contemplate the predicament he faced. An hour later, Han Jing exhaled deeply, collapsing onto a sofa. He found himself in a double suite of a hotel, the decor reasonably pleasant and quite comfortable. The wallet he had pilfered contained a substantial amount of cash, adorned with an illustration of Akira Toriyama, the creator of the manga Dragon Ball. Reflecting on the harrowing gunfight and then gazing at the comically styled currency from the Dragon Ball universe, he found the stark contrast both amusing and bewildering. In truth, he felt that residing in a hotel was not particularly secure under such circumstances. Yet, the necessity for a private space to gather his thoughts and allow his weary body to recuperate was paramount. It was evident to him that he had been forcibly drawn into a narrative set within the world of Dragon Ball, and he was tasked with surviving for 10 days. The time was limited to 10 days, and his movements were restricted to the largest city in the Dragon Ball universe's western region, the hometown of the female protagonist, Bulma. This meant that even if he completed his survival task early, he was compelled to remain in this city for the full duration. Escaping to some remote corner was simply not an option. The Dragon Ball realm belonged to a high-powered universe, where, even in the first installment of the manga, individuals with considerable combat prowess could completely disregard conventional firearms. Han Jing glanced at his combat status. 5. Alas, while he often mocked those with a combat power of 5. Today he had become 1 himself. From the content, in parentheses, it could be inferred that newcomers like him were typically assigned a combat power of 5 upon entering the battlefield. In the world of Dragon Ball, this is akin to the combat strength of an adult male engaged in physical labor. Han Jing clenched his fist, feeling that he had indeed grown somewhat stronger since entering the instance, despite his previously slight frame. With 157 participants, the average combat power stood at 98. Han Jing furrowed his brow. It seemed that aside from the newcomers, there were likely some relatively seasoned fighters among them. The total combat power was 579, 815. And if we assume that 156 participants were newcomers, the highest combat power could reach 700. However, such a scenario was unlikely, as there must be more than one seasoned fighter present. Nonetheless, there certainly existed individuals with combat power in the dozens, posing a significant threat to him. The timeline he found himself in was relatively clear. As a lifelong fan of Dragon Ball, Han Jing had read the manga countless times. Although he could not recall specific dates, the battlefield provided some clues. Today marked the eve of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. This was the very tournament in which the main characters first participated, and, according to the timeline, protagonists such as Son Goku and Krillin should be en route to the tournament's venue. Meanwhile, Bulma and Yamcha, who were originally in West City, should also be making their way there. It appeared that, apart from Bulma's parents, the main characters from the original story were not present in West City at this time. Han Jing recalled having previously examined a map of the Dragon Ball world and retained some memory of the key locations. The martial arts temple was situated in the southern part of West City, quite a distance away. According to the plot, the protagonist would not return to West City until after the tournament concluded, allowing him to consider engaging with them later. Since his range of activity was limited, it seemed prudent to acquire a city map of West City as soon as possible. Unfortunately, there were no navigation apps or tourism guides available here. As he pondered this, Han Jing switched on the television. A mysterious shooting incident had just occurred, resulting in the deaths of a civilian and 2 police officers. He found himself at the very scene of the crime, where the police were currently conducting a manhunt. On the screen, a guerrilla-like reporter dressed in a suit held a microphone, providing coverage from the shooting site. Han Jing recollected the earlier events. The ambush combatant had concealed himself and used firearms to shoot, and after eliminating the 2 attacking officers, he had taken no further action. His combat power likely wasn't very high, as he still required firearms to kill. At the bottom of the television screen, 2 breaking news headlines caught his attention. One reported a robbery at a local firearms store, while the other detailed an explosion at an underground mall in the southwestern part of the city. On the same day, an astonishing number of events unfolded, largely attributed to the actions of other combatants. Han Jing quietly noted the locations where these incidents occurred. Switching channels, he discovered that the city news was being broadcasted. In the heart of the city, On the rooftop of a building, strange sounds suddenly erupted, followed by an abrupt source of blinding light emanating from above. The intensity of the light was excruciatingly piercing, temporarily blinding many citizens in the vicinity, who gradually regained their sight after a brief period. Was it a flashbang? No. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be the solar flare technique from the Crane School in Dragon Ball. As the name suggests, this technique can emit a blinding light akin to that of the sun in an instant, rendering opponents temporarily sightless and proving highly effective in combat. A chill ran down Han Zheng's spine. Indeed, there were formidable fighters among them, and one was proficient in solar flare. He wondered if there were others capable of using the Kamehameha wave. Having absorbed all the content from the television news, Han Zheng finally felt his stomach protest. Since the beginning of the quest, he had not consumed anything and realized it was time to seek nourishment. He descended to the restaurant downstairs and ordered a simple meal to satiate his hunger, disregarding the flavors. Afterward, he ventured out to find an inconspicuous clothing store, purchasing 2 sets of unremarkable attire along with a baseball cap. In a grocery store across the street from the clothing shop, he acquired a map of West Capital. In the world of Dragon Ball, how could one resist exploring the wonders of the Capsule Corporation? After a prolonged search, Han Zheng finally found a second-hand capsule shop and purchased an empty capsule, into which he stored all his belongings, fitting them into a capsule no larger than a fingertip. In his youth, he had always found the concept of a capsule, reminiscent of a mystical storage bag from fantasy novels, to be incredibly cool. Now, he felt a small sense of fulfillment of his childhood dreams. Having gathered a considerable amount of money, Han Zheng initially contemplated purchasing some weapons, but regrettably, there were no weapon shops in the nearby districts. There was, however, a capsule shop specializing in vehicles, but the prices were steep. Throughout this journey, Han Zheng remained vigilant, keeping a close watch on his surroundings, with his handgun always at the ready to address any unforeseen circumstances. Fortunately, he encountered no unexpected incidents and did not notice any suspicious individuals until he returned to the hotel. Upon entering the lobby, Han Zheng was momentarily startled. The front desk attendant, who was originally a young woman, had been replaced by a robust and stern Minotaur, resembling the chief from Zootopia. The Minotaur was holding the front desk phone, occasionally murmuring responses before swiftly hanging up and calling out to a nearby server. The guest in room 202 requires a world map and a map of West Capital, along with 2 pens. Deliver them promptly. Han Zheng, who had been prepared to ascend the stairs, suddenly became alert. Chapter 3. Awakening the Bloodline of Earthlings. The guest in room 202 has requested a world map, a city map of Shidu, and 2 pens. As Han Zheng pressed the elevator button, he became acutely aware, questioning whether he was being overly cautious. Watching the floor indicator descend incrementally, he pondered swiftly. The second floor consists entirely of single rooms, a detail he had confirmed earlier. Upon his arrival at the hotel, Han Zheng had claimed to be part of a duo, intending to book 2 single rooms. However, after inspecting the accommodations, he feigned dissatisfaction and hesitated, ultimately requesting a double suite on the 4th floor, a little ruse he had learned from some foreign film. His intention was to ascertain the occupancy of the single rooms and to examine the layout of that particular floor. With over 100 combatants residing in Shidu, it was plausible that others might seek refuge in the same hotel. After all, upon entering the instance, he had encountered 2 combatants nearby, nearly falling victim to an ambush. Such possibilities warranted consideration. Therefore, it was advantageous to familiarize himself with his surroundings as much as possible. Most importantly, Han Zheng distinctly recalled that room 202 had been vacant when he first surveyed the rooms. Yet now, it was occupied. The guest had checked in today, albeit slightly later than him. Was this mere coincidence? As the elevator doors opened slowly, Han Zheng stepped inside, hearing the conversation between a server and the front desk clerk behind him. We are out of world maps, and we have very few city maps left. I'll call the neighboring supermarket to send someone over. Yes, I'll make the call. The elevator doors began to close, and Han Zheng bit his lip, pressing the button for the 2nd floor. Was he overthinking? The occupant of room 202 had checked in after him, alone, and had requested 2 maps. While the request for a city map seemed reasonable, asking for a world map simultaneously felt somewhat peculiar. Could this individual merely be a citizen visiting Shidu on business or leisure? After all, this is the largest city in the West. Or might they be, like him, a novice combatant entering the instance, in dire need of gathering information and strategizing? Indeed, the timing and behavior exhibited some coincidences and sensitivities. Those brief seconds in the elevator stretched infinitely as Han Zheng's thoughts collided with one another. Upon exiting the elevator and gazing down the long corridor. He realized he must make a decisive choice immediately. If room 202 indeed housed a combatant, this presented a rare opportunity. Due to the shortage of maps, the server downstairs would require some time to deliver them, and this interval could be seized advantageously. Disguising himself as a server delivering a map, Han Jing approached the door, knowing the occupant's guard would likely be lowered. If he were to choose a moment to invade later or attempt to surveil and track the individual upon their departure, the challenge would undoubtedly escalate. Most importantly, if the person inside were indeed a combatant, the signs he displayed suggested he was likely a novice, much like Han Jing, rather than an experienced fighter. Thus, Han Jing resolved to take a risk. With only 10 days to complete the mission, as a newcomer, he understood that failing to accomplish it swiftly in the initial days would result in dwindling survival rates, making the task exponentially more difficult as time progressed. He gripped the pistol in his pocket tightly, arrived at room 202, steadied his breath, and knocked on the door. Soft footsteps resonated from behind the door, which soon swung open. Without waiting for the occupant's reaction, Han Jing swiftly darted inside, simultaneously kicking the door shut behind him. "Just place what I need over there, and everything will be fine," he demanded. Inside, the guest was a young man of similar height to Han Jing, but appeared somewhat frail. As he lowered his gaze to clean his glasses, he opened the door. However, upon raising his head, he was met with the ominous sight of a gun barrel aimed at his forehead. "What do you want? Are you after money?" The bespectacled youth stammered in terror, retreating several steps, only to stumble over a table leg and fall to the ground. A fruit bowl on the table toppled, sending a knife clattering to the floor. Had he misjudged the situation? Was he overly anxious? The man's demeanor left Han Jing disheartened. His expressions and speech suggested he was merely an ordinary citizen, oblivious to the circumstances at hand. Nevertheless, Han Jing dared not relax his vigilance, uncertain if the man was merely feigning ignorance. "Don't scream. Stand up slowly and refrain from any sudden movements, or I will shoot you," Han Jing instructed in a low voice, gun raised. The bespectacled youth trembled as he slowly got to his feet, his legs quaking with fear. His head bowed as if he could not bear to meet Han Jing's gaze or the gun's muzzle. He pointed towards the bedside, his voice shaking. "If you want money, I have plenty of cash in my bag. I swear I won't call the police." "Very well. Now walk over slowly and take out the money. If you cooperate, I assure you, no harm will come to you." The young man complied, turning cautiously towards the bed. As he reached for his bag, Han Jing quickly seized the fruit knife from the table, lunging forward to restrain the bespectacled youth, exerting all his strength to plunge the blade into the side of his neck. Thanks to the combat power adjustments for newcomers in the Dragon Ball battlefield, Han Jing found his strength somewhat augmented, rendering the already frail youth unable to resist. In order to achieve a decisive blow, Han Jing spared no strength. Once the blade pierced the youth's neck, he swiftly made a horizontal cut. Blood gushed forth, staining the pristine white sheets before him a deep crimson. With his left arm pressing firmly against the mouth of the bespectacled young man, he ensured that no sound escaped his lips. This was a fabricated world, a mere virtual character within the realm of a Dragon Ball battlefield. He was not a real person. Throughout the ordeal, Han Jing continuously reassured himself, grasping the bed sheets and folding them tightly to staunch the wound, preventing blood from spilling everywhere. He understood that regardless of whether the bespectacled youth was a combatant or an ordinary character, he could not be allowed to live. Should he report the incident afterward, revealing his appearance and physique, Han Jing would find himself in a perilous situation, akin to other combatants who would subsequently grace the city's news. Now, he merely needed to clean the blood from the room and dispose of the body within a universal capsule, ensuring the individual would vanish completely, allowing him to escape unscathed. As Han Jing removed his blood-stained outer garment and prepared to cleanse the blood from the room, a series of blue subtitles suddenly materialized before his eyes, accompanied by a familiar electronic voice echoing in his ears. Combatant number 2199 has killed a male character from the ordinary dungeon, dropping 1 drop of earthling blood. Will you collect it? An ordinary dungeon character. Indeed, he had been overly anxious. However, earthling blood? The significance dawned upon him, prompting him to hastily select to collect it. Combatant number 2199 has met the conditions to unlock the earthling bloodline. Would you like to unlock it now? Conditions required for the earthling bloodline. Earthling blood, quantity needed, 11. Unlock. Han Jing felt a slight chill enveloping him, followed by a peculiar sensation akin to a mild electric shock coursing from his head to his toes. Combatant no. 2199 has unlocked Earthling bloodline. He quickly checked his current status. Combatant number 2199 status. Combat power, 5. Bloodline, Earthling. Combat power limit, 1000. Training speed, equipment items, 0.5. Skills, none. Special abilities, none. Executed dungeon rounds, 0. There were noticeable changes in the 4 categories concerning bloodline limits and equipment items. A limit of 1000. Han Feng Skufet. In the original tale, the combat power of Krillin, an Earthling, far exceeded this figure in the later stages. The parameters set by the Dragon Ball battlefield for combatants were exceedingly stringent. Moreover, what constituted a special case? The equipment items section indicated 0.5, which signified 5 available slots for storing equipment and items. After receiving the prompt, Han Jing realized that the handgun, wallet, and clothing capsules he had collected throughout the day were merely items from the dungeon, granting him only the right to use them within this particular instance, without any ownership that would allow him to carry them beyond its confines. Only items imbued with equipment attributes, which could be placed in the equipment slots, were permitted to be taken out of the dungeon for repeated use. At that moment, after a brief silence, an electronic voice echoed once more. Combatant number 2199. On the first day of the initial dungeon, you have awakened your lineage and are eligible to claim the novice gift package. Will you accept it now? The novice gift package? Han Jing suddenly recalled encountering this term in his cousin's diary. Chapter 4. The novice gift package. This novice gift package? Han Jing reminisced about a passage in his cousin's diary, which mentioned that on the first day of the initial dungeon, awakening one's lineage would allow one to complete a hidden novice task and receive rewards. He had not anticipated that the so-called lineage could only be activated in such a manner. Defeating characters within the Dragon Ball battlefield dungeon would yield blood, and collecting a designated quantity of blood from a specific lineage would enable its activation. The lineage would, in turn, determine one's combat power limits and cultivation speed. Han Jing began to gradually comprehend some of the core concepts of the Dragon Ball battlefield. However, the pressing matter at hand was to claim the gift immediately. A flash of blue light illuminated the area, and Han Jing felt a wave of subtle, refreshing sensations coursing through him. Combatant number 2199 has claimed the novice gift package. Reward points, 200. Reward equipment item, 1 submachine gun capsule. Reward lottery opportunity, 1. Will you draw immediately? 200 points. Han Jing was still uncertain about the current significance of these points, as there were no prompts within the dungeon to clarify their purpose. He had received a weapon capsule as a reward, although firearms held little utility in the Dragon Ball world. They were indeed quite suitable for someone of his lackluster combat prowess, and this was a genuine equipment item that could be taken out of the dungeon for repeated use. As for the lottery opportunity, he decided to draw immediately. Just as Han Jing was about to proceed with the draw, a sudden knock echoed at the door, accompanied by a voice from the other side. Hello, the 2 maps you requested have been delivered. Thank you for your patience. Oh no. The awakening of his lineage followed by the novice rewards had left Han Jing in a flurry, nearly causing him to forget about this pressing matter. He hastily shoved his blood-stained jacket aside, kicked the knife into a corner, and assessed the positioning of the corpse in the bed, ensuring that from the doorway it would remain concealed. Only then did he seize the deceased's handbag and approach the door. Extracting several seemingly innocuous papers from the handbag, Han Jing lowered his head, feigning intense concentration on the documents, and gently opened the door crack. Hello, here are the 2 maps you requested, the attendant said with a smile, extending the maps towards him. Han Jing held the item, his head bowed in deep concentration. After receiving the map from the attendant, he murmured a word of thanks without lifting his gaze and closed the door behind him. He needed to act swiftly and depart from this place as soon as possible. Grabbing the corpse from bed, he stripped the bloodied sheets and covers off and carelessly tossed them into an empty capsule. Fortunately, after taking action, he had promptly pressed down on the wound. Aside from the bedding, no other part of the room had been stained with blood. The deceased's personal belongings included a handbag and a suitcase, the latter containing merely a few articles of clothing, which Han Jing also stuffed into the capsule. Within the handbag, as rumored, there was a considerable amount of cash, which Han Jing thoroughly scavenged, along with a motorcycle capsule. Now it was time to draw lots. With a thought, Han Jing found himself once again confronted by a blue screen. Suspended in the center was a spinning wheel divided into 6 sections, labeled points, skill techniques, equipment items, blood, training coupons, and 1 in 6 for the unfortunate in life. The center of the wheel bore a golden pointer. A lottery on the wheel? How curious. What could 1 in 6 for the unfortunate in life possibly mean? After some internal musings, Han Jing began to spin the wheel. The wheel whirled rapidly, the 6 segments circling the pointer again and again before gradually slowing down. Ultimately, the skill techniques section came to rest beneath the pointer. Han Jing was quite satisfied with this outcome. First, he had avoided the 1 in 6 chance of misfortune, and second, the skill techniques were precisely what he lacked at present, though he was uncertain what would be bestowed upon him. As the wheel faded, the other 5 sections gradually disappeared, and these skill techniques segment slowly flipped over to reveal its contents. Incomplete transmutation technique. Subsequently, the wheel and blue screen vanished. Han Jing discovered that his equipment inventory had indeed changed. His current status was now equipment items, 25. In addition to the previously awarded submachine gun capsule, the other item was the incomplete transmutation technique. The incomplete transmutation technique did not appear in the skill technique section, indicating that it had yet to be learned, but it could still be carried in the inventory for future use. Han Jing chose to inspect the properties of both items, which were displayed as follows. Equipment item, submachine gun capsule. Attributes, conventional firearm. Lethality, ordinary. Ammo count, 99999999999999999. Description, a submachine gun concealed within a minuscule capsule. Easily portable and unexpectedly lethal in use, catching adversaries off guard. What he had presumed to be an ordinary firearm turned out to possess infinite ammunition. Han Jing mused with a sense of intrigue. He continued his examination. Skill technique not yet cultivated. Incomplete transmutation technique. Attributes, auxiliary skill. Effect, the ability to transform into any biological or object form, unbound by species or size restrictions. However, the transformation duration is limited to 5 minutes, after which a 1-minute rest is required before another transformation can occur. Regardless of the form assumed, the combat prowess and lethality of the user remain unchanged. Description, this is Oolong's signature skill, learned from the Southern Transformation Kindergarten. Due to being expelled for stealing the female teacher's underwear, Oolong's mastery is lacking, rendering the ability somewhat flawed. Immediate learning, yes. Undoubtedly, this skill is immensely practical, allowing transformation into any person, animal, or object, although constrained to 5 minutes in combat. Particularly during ambushes, its utility is undeniable. The flawed transformation technique in the equipment slot vanished in an instant, and Han Jing received a prompt. Flawed transformation technique has commenced training. Training duration, 3 hours. Remaining time, 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds, 2 hours 59 minutes 58 seconds, 57 seconds. To his surprise, a 3-hour training limitation was imposed. Han Jing could not help but smile wryly. He had initially intended to learn it for immediate use, but now it seemed he would have to postpone. Setting aside the training, his immediate priority was to vacate the premises. This hotel was no longer suitable for lingering. Han Jing tidied the room briefly, then changed into a new outfit. The slain, bespectacled youth and his belongings were placed into a capsule, and the only bloodstained knife and bedding in the room were also stored away. Before departing, Han Jing conducted a final inspection to ensure nothing was overlooked. In the coming days, over 100 combatants would undoubtedly wreak havoc in the city of Shidu, with an array of criminal incidents sure to arise. Therefore, a hotel guest departing abruptly, along with a set of bedding, would likely attract little attention. With this thought, Han Jing stepped out of the room, casually donning a baseball cap, and completely exited the hotel where he had only checked in less than half a day ago. 3 hours later, at a small restaurant in the heart of Shidu, in the restroom, he had indeed transformed into Fan Bingbing. Han Jing stood alone before the mirror, gazing at his reflection, now resembling Fan Bingbing. Although he was prepared for this, his emotions were still tumultuous. He even found himself unable to resist the urge to touch his chest. As the training duration for the flawed transformation technique concluded, Han Jing eagerly locked himself in the restroom to conduct an experiment. The results were exceedingly gratifying. Let us see how I look as Jackie Chan. With a thought, he conjured an image of Jackie Chan in his mind, activated the transformation skill, and the slender figure of Fan Bingbing in the mirror instantaneously morphed into the plump Jackie Chan. Though the efficacy of this transformation technique lasts merely 5 minutes, it can be activated at will within that time frame, allowing for multiple transformations. Subsequently, Han Jing attempted to morph into various forms, from Scarlett Johansson to a tiger-headed cat and even a baseball bat. It was as if he had mastered the legendary 72 transformations. Reflecting on this newfound ability, Han Jing ceased his transformations and resumed his original appearance. Having acquired this skill significantly enhanced his chances of survival within this perilous scenario. Upon exiting the restroom and returning to his original seat in the restaurant, he found that the dishes he had ordered prior to his brief interlude had already been served. After such an exhausting day, He was ravenous and relished the prospect of a hearty meal. The television in the restaurant was broadcasting current affairs, and, as Han Jing had anticipated, the number of incidents in the city of Shidu had surged within the past few hours, with robberies, gunfights, and explosions erupting across various districts. This was merely the first day, and it seemed likely that the situation would escalate day by day. He pondered the grim reality. To survive, one of the 157 combatants must be killed within 10 days. In the most optimistic scenario, only 78 individuals would remain by the end of that period. However, he believed that the actual number of survivors would be far lower. With over 100 individuals, none were aware of one another's appearances, genders, or abilities. They were ignorant of each other's combat prowess, skills, or weaponry. Moreover, they had no way of knowing how many had completed their survival tasks, or how many had yet to do so. These combatants could be lurking in any corner of Shidu, perhaps strolling outside on the streets or dining in the same restaurant. Their identities served as their only shield. Should they reveal themselves as combatants, they would likely attract immediate attacks. Like the man who had foolishly shouted out his identity upon entering the scenario, only to be swiftly silenced by a hidden gunman. Contemplating this, Han Jing could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. As a famous line from the classic science fiction novel The Three-Body Problem echoed in his mind, "It is dark, truly dark." Chapter 5. The Theory of Bloodlines. In the deep of night, in a certain area of downtown Shidu, the aftermath of gunfire and explosions during the day had left what was once a bustling locale eerily desolate. The hemispherical standalone houses, common in the Dragon Ball universe, lined the streets, with several clearly having suffered from explosions, reduced to mere remnants of their former selves. Beneath one structure, whose wall had been blasted away, a few ragged homeless individuals huddled inside, awkwardly sprawled in slumber. These dilapidated buildings had inadvertently become temporary shelters for those without homes. In the dead of night, a police-marked hover motorcycle glided silently to a halt a few meters from a dilapidated house. The rider, a young man clad in a police uniform with a small mustache, surveyed the slumbering homeless within the crumbling abode, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. He retrieved a grenade from his pocket, pulled the pin, and hurled it towards the decrepit structure, then, without a glance at the outcome, sped away swiftly on his motorcycle. Mere seconds later, a deafening explosion resonated through the air. Not far off, in an undamaged, intact single-family home, Han Jing was abruptly awakened by the explosion, sending shivers down his spine. He swiftly extracted a handgun from beneath his pillow, simultaneously activating a capsule containing a submachine gun. Armed with dual weapons, he crept to the window, pressing himself against the wall. Outside, the once severely dilapidated house now lay nearly leveled, billowing smoke, with none of the homeless who had sought refuge within managing to escape. Another indiscriminate attack had occurred. Han Jing, gun raised, continued to observe for a while, confirming that this was merely a random strike with no further repercussions, allowing him to exhale with some relief. Having slept for less than 3 hours, he glanced at the time and couldn't help but mutter curses under his breath. Shaking his head, he made his way to the bathroom. Inside, the lifeless body of a slightly overweight man lay sprawled against the wall, wrapped in a shroud. Han Jing gazed at the corpse, letting out a soft sigh. Since entering this battlefield, it had been less than 24 hours, and already he had claimed another life by mistake after the incident at the hotel. Earlier that evening, Han Jing had inadvertently discovered this stout man lurking in a deserted corner, having just taken the life of another. The man's subsequent behavior had aroused Han Jing's suspicion, prompting him to follow and eventually confront the man in this very house. Seizing an opportune moment, he had struck him down. Unfortunately, following the kill, Han Jing received no notification of mission completion. The man was merely a run-of-the-mill NPC, a thrill-seeking killer lacking in funds, leaving behind only a pool of blood without any significant gain for Han Jing. The singular advantage was that Han Jing could use this house as a temporary refuge. A quick inspection revealed that the property indeed belonged solely to the deranged killer, making it an ideal hideaway. As time passed, hotels and inns had grown increasingly perilous, likely to soon attract the attention of combatants with unfinished missions seeking to launch a large-scale assault. Soon, the responding police arrived, and residents from the area began to emerge from their homes, either reporting the incident to the authorities or engaging in animated discussions, creating a cacophony of noise. Unable to find a moment of restful slumber, Han Jing was filled with frustration. The events of the day had stripped him of any desire for sleep. Pouring himself a drink, he turned on the television and tuned into a late-night channel, continuing to peruse the latest news. Scanning the headlines and remaining vigilant about the city's developments had become a ritual he performed every few hours throughout the day. Indeed, just 2 hours prior, there had been a large-scale assault on hotel guests in the southern part of the city. As he absorbed the news, Han Jing retrieved a map of the city, meticulously marking the locations mentioned in the reports. The incidents appeared to be quite dispersed, not concentrated in any specific area, suggesting that the fighters were still evenly distributed across the city, without clustering in one particular location. Gradually, the outside world grew silent, and gazing out at the profound darkness of the night, Han Jing fell into deep contemplation. With a 10-day limit looming, the first day was drawing to a close, leaving him with only 9 days remaining. During this day, he had mistakenly killed 2 individuals, unlocking the human bloodline and receiving a new player package. Yet, his survival mission showed little progress. By now, it was likely that many fighters had already perished. Out of the 157, he wondered how many remained. With each passing day, the likelihood of completing his tasks would diminish significantly. Should he engage in indiscriminate attacks, perhaps to test his luck? Han Jing quickly dismissed that notion. He was still weak, possessing only a combat power of 5, armed with merely 2 firearms of limited lethality. To recklessly venture into the streets and open fire would likely lead to his own assassination by another hidden fighter before he could accomplish his tasks. He lamented his own frailty and low combat capabilities. Shaking his head, his thoughts unexpectedly drifted towards the notion of bloodlines. Earlier that day, he had slain 2 ordinary replica characters, each yielding a drop of human blood, thus unlocking the human bloodline. However, the combat power and training speed associated with the human bloodline were not particularly impressive. If he wished to alter his bloodline in the future, what could he do? Recalling his cousin's diary, he realized he had skimmed through it too hastily, absorbing only fragments of the content. Yet, piecing together what he could remember alongside his current experiences, he began to comprehend. Those 2 ordinary replica characters were indeed humans. Slaying humans could yield human blood, which could be used to unlock the human bloodline. He pondered further. What about characters from the Dragon Ball universe, such as the more powerful Namekians, Saiyans, and Frost Demons? Their bloodlines should also be accessible through similar means. Thus, by slaying a Saiyan, one could collect Saiyan blood, and gathering enough of it would allow the unlocking of the Saiyan bloodline. Who were the Saiyans? The protagonists, Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta, among others. The more he contemplated, the more clarity dawned upon him regarding the intricacies of the Dragon Ball battlefield and the underlying mechanics of bloodlines. Bloodlines inherently possess varying degrees of strength, and those of weaker lineage are constrained by significantly lower combat capabilities and cultivation speeds. To grow stronger step by step, one must continually enhance their bloodline. Moreover, to acquire a more formidable bloodline, one must resort to the method of attacking and slaying individuals who possess such bloodlines. Han Jing could not suppress a bitter laugh. This was indeed a task that made survival seem all the more daunting. As the night deepened, Han Jing, lost in thought, finally succumbed to fatigue and collapsed onto the sofa. The following day, Han Jing found himself seated in a spacious dining establishment, enjoying breakfast. He had chosen a corner table adjacent to a window, allowing him to observe the comings and goings both inside and outside the restaurant. To his surprise, the television was not broadcasting the news. Instead, it was live-streaming the World Martial Arts Championship. Indeed, this day marked the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Taking place on May 7th, 750 A.C., Han Jing felt a twinge of bitterness as he watched the television. Once, while reading the Dragon Ball manga, he would become uncontrollably excited at the sight of the martial arts tournaments, longing to leap into the pages and join the characters in their fervor. Yet now, seated in this environment, watching the live coverage of the preliminary rounds, any remnants of that excitement had faded. The screen shifted to a martial arts arena, where a diminutive competitor effortlessly defeated a towering, menacing bear-like opponent. The small fighter, bald and lacking a nose, resembled a miniature, adorable version of Voldemort. This was Krillin. Han Jing could not help but murmur. Although transitioning from the 2-dimensional realm to the 3-dimensional, he recognized this contestant as the significant character from the original manga, Krillin. He scratched his head, surprised to encounter a principal character from Dragon Ball in this manner for the first time. As the camera cut to another arena, Han Jing's interest peaked, and he sought to catch a glimpse of the participating Goku. Just then, the restaurant's door swung open abruptly. A young woman, disheveled and somewhat ragged, burst in. Without hesitation, she lunged at a patroness table, seizing their food and devouring it with her hands, disregarding the utensils. The other diners were taken aback, and the restaurant staff hurried to confront her. The young woman retreated to a corner, shoving food in her mouth while intermittently exclaiming, "I'm starving. Don't come over. I've been brought here for a day without food. Where's this place? I want to go home. Don't come near me." A fellow combatant, much like himself? Han Jing felt a chill run down his spine. The woman's frantic demeanor unmistakably resembled that of a combatant still grappling with her circumstances. Could this be a fortuitous opportunity? However, a day has already passed. Could there still be such naive souls surviving? This woman seems extraordinarily fortunate, completely oblivious to her surroundings. She has managed to remain unharmed until now. Han Jing furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was far from simple. At that moment, the restaurant door was suddenly flung open, and another woman rushed in. Remarkably, her condition was not dissimilar to the previous one, disheveled and filthy. She fell to her knees upon entering, crying out, "I haven't eaten for a day. Could you spare some kindness?" Yet before she could finish her plea, she caught sight of another woman resembling her within the restaurant, and the remainder of her words was hastily swallowed. The two grimy women exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions mirroring one another's confusion. The patrons in the restaurant wore looks of astonishment, and an eerie silence enveloped the space. Han Jing felt a sudden urge to laugh. Observing this tableau, he gained a clearer understanding of the unfolding drama. Chapter 6. The First Kill. Locked in their gaze, both women appeared utterly perplexed. They scrutinized one another for a good 3 to 4 seconds. The woman who had previously snatched food was the first to act, abandoning the morsels she had clutched. She approached the kneeling woman. The latter, realizing the unexpected turn of events, quickly scrambled to her feet, pushed open the door, and shouted across the street, "The situation is different now. There is someone over there. Could you come take a look?" Han Jing followed her gaze toward the buildings across the street, deducing that the person she was addressing must be within one of them. Indeed, this was a classic fishing tactic. Han Jing gripped the submachine gun capsule in his palm, keeping his eyes fixed on the opposite street, poised for action. The kneeling woman was likely serving as bait, a mere decoy, while the true angler, an operative, was undoubtedly lurking across the street. If one lacked the skill to sift through needle in a haystack or the audacity and fortune for indiscriminate attacks, then the fishing strategy was certainly a viable approach. The fighter concealed across the street must have hired this woman, sending her into various chaotic public venues to perform such antics, masquerading as a seemingly destitute warrior, hoping to lure other operatives to take the bait. However, this bait was remarkably unprofessional. Not only was her performance exaggerated, but she also failed to manage unexpected events, quickly revealing the angler's position. The operative must surely be contemplating her demise at this very moment. Furthermore, the simultaneous presence of two operatives, each deploying a separate bait, engaging in this fishing strategy was indeed a rare occurrence. Han Jing silently criticized the absurdity of the situation and, alongside the other curious patrons, rose to his feet and made his way toward the entrance. The woman, kneeling, shouted a few times across the street. Apart from a handful of passers-by who glanced over, nothing transpired. The fighters concealed across the street remained hidden. Meanwhile, the woman scavenging for food observed the scene before her, and after a moment of astonishment, she finally reacted. She quickly retrieved a walkie-talkie from her tattered clothing. "There's a problem here. There's a woman just like me. I'm going over." With that, she dashed out the door, sprinting toward the end of the street. This group appeared to possess a much higher level of professionalism, not only showcasing remarkable acting skills, but also equipped with communication devices. However, it seemed that their positions were about to be compromised, as Han Jing continued to critique silently. At that moment, as the scavenger dashed out, there was finally movement across the street. A bearded man burst out of a nearby building, clutching a sniper rifle as he pursued the woman. Judging by his weapon, his combat prowess appeared limited. Perhaps an opportunity was at hand. Seizing the moment, Han Jing, noticing that everyone in the restaurant was crowded at the entrance, gazing in shock at the armed bearded man, stealthily transformed himself into a black cat, slipping through the legs of the crowd and trailing the bearded fighter from a distance. Recently, the city had been plagued by a series of violent incidents, and witnessing someone brandishing a firearm in public sent the street into an uproar, prompting pedestrians to scatter in alarm. The scavenger reached the end of the street with her walkie-talkie in hand, then turned directly into an empty alley. The bearded fighter relentlessly pursued her, also veering into the alley, while Han Jing quietly followed behind. In the alley, a young man with a buzz cut, also holding a walkie-talkie, crouched by the roadside. Upon seeing the scavenger approaching, he raised his hand to greet her, but then suddenly noticed the bearded fighter hot on her heels, gun in hand. The young man's expression turned to one of shock, his hand freezing midair. "Ah, this is—" Before he could finish, the bearded fighter lunged forward, shoving the scavenger aside and aiming his rifle at the young man. A gunshot rang out, and the young man's head exploded, blood and flesh scattering. His body propelled backward by the force. "Ha! I've finally completed the survival task." The bearded fighter seemed to release a tremendous weight, unable to suppress a low growl of triumph. However, his expression quickly shifted to one of horror. "Wait, why didn't I receive the task completion notification?" He looked up at the young man's lifeless body, as if realizing something too late. Just then, another gunshot echoed through the alley. The bearded man fell heavily to the ground, his weapon flying from his grasp. Fortunately, he had managed to instinctively evade the fatal shot at the last moment. Though his back was grievously wounded, he struggled to rise. Behind him, the woman he had previously pushed aside, now armed with a small handgun, approached him with determination. Meanwhile, Han Zheng, transformed into a sleek black cat, was concealed in a corner of the alley, unnoticed by the two combatants engaged in a fierce struggle. At that moment, Han Zheng was utterly astounded. He had not anticipated that this woman was, in fact, a combatant herself. Although she employed a fishing strategy, she had subverted the method. The man with the crew cut was merely a hired decoy, while she was the true mastermind orchestrating the ambush. I had long suspected that the woman you hired was casting her lines in this vicinity, which compelled me to devise a risky plan to draw out the real you. She taunted, raising her weapon to fire 2 shots, offering the bearded man no opportunity for retaliation. He fell lifelessly to the ground, and the woman paused beside the corpse, seemingly receiving some sort of mission prompt. In that instant, Han Zheng recognized the moment he had been waiting for, emerging swiftly from his hiding place. The black cat's form expanded, returning to his original appearance. He retrieved a capsule and opened it, a submachine gun manifesting instantaneously in his hands. The woman, sensing a disturbance behind her, reacted with remarkable acuity. Before she could fully turn, she attempted to draw her handgun from beneath her arm, intent on firing. However, Han Zheng would not grant her that opportunity. As soon as the submachine gun was in his grasp, he squeezed the trigger without hesitation, accompanied by the staccato of gunfire. The woman was struck by multiple rounds before she could retaliate, her body disintegrating into a mangled mess, collapsing like a tattered cloth in the wind. Combatant No. 2199 has eliminated combatant number 7487, and 1 drop of human blood has been dropped. Will you collect it? Combatant number 2199 has completed the survival task for this mission, earning 500 reward points. There are still 8 days, 22 hours, and 50 minutes remaining until the mission concludes. Upon its completion, combatant number 2199 may safely exit the mission. Please await patiently. A series of blue subtitles and electronic notifications appeared once more, but Han Zheng had no time to dwell on them. After confirming the successful completion of his survival task, he needed to find a place to hide. The gunfight had been loud, and if there were any other combatants nearby, they would surely be drawn to the commotion. He could not afford to meet the same fate as the woman. He had to evacuate immediately. With approximately 3 minutes remaining on his transformation, Han Zheng stowed the submachine gun and resumed his guise as a black cat, darting out of the alley. A few minutes later, in a CAF located a block away, Han Zheng sat at a table, ordering a cup of coffee. He panted, wiping the sweat from his brow, and surveyed his surroundings, ensuring that he was safe. Only then did he allow himself to relax and reflect on the series of prompts he had received earlier. After vanquishing 487 combatants, a drop of human blood was obtained, suggesting that this particular combatant had also awakened the human lineage. The act of slaying those with such lineage could indeed yield their blood. Completing the survival task awarded him 500 points, and combined with the previous novice reward, he now possessed a total of 700 points. However, Han Zheng remained uncertain about how to utilize these points effectively. What truly stirred Han Zheng's emotions was the final notification. Despite having accomplished the survival task, he was required to remain within the dungeon until its duration concluded in order to exit safely. Initially, he harbored a glimmer of hope that completing the task ahead of schedule would grant him the option to leave early, yet fate proved unkind. The mere thought of enduring a prolonged stay in this perilous and treacherous dungeon filled him with an uncontrollable sense of agitation and anger. He cursed the Dragon Ball battlefield in his mind countless times, but ultimately found himself powerless, resigned to his fate. In the ensuing days, he resolved to be exceedingly cautious and vigilant, determined to navigate through this period safely and emerge alive from the dungeon. He was resolute in his commitment to survive. Chapter 7. Such operations exist. On May 7th, 750 AC, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. On that day, contestant Chung Long triumphed over all challengers, securing the championship title and becoming the world's foremost martial artist. Sun Wukong, having narrowly lost, claimed the runner-up position. On May 8th, Bulma, Yamcha, and their companions returned to West City. On the same day, Sun Wukong encountered conflict with the Red Ribbon Army while searching for Dragon Balls, successfully eliminating the headquarters of Colonel Silver and General White of the Maruster Division. On the afternoon of May 9th, after his Dragon Radar sustained damage, Sun Wukong resolved to seek assistance from Bulma, thus arriving in West City. Meanwhile, Han Jing had already spent 3 days in the Dragon Ball Battlefield dungeon, entering his 4th day. Since completing the survival task on May 7th, Han Jing had been exceedingly cautious, spending most of his time hiding in a house while keeping a close eye on the news from West City. That evening, a sudden surge of violent incidents erupted. Numerous hotels in West City fell victim to bomb attacks, and incidents of robbery and murder increased significantly compared to the previous day. The crime scenes remained relatively evenly distributed across the city. Faced with such a frequency of malevolent events, the police forces in West City seemed overwhelmed and unable to cope. Han Jing found himself hiding in the house, forced to sleep sitting up, too fearful to fall into a deep slumber. The submachine gun capsule was always clutched in his palm, ready to respond to any sudden attacks that could arise at any moment. Fortunately, this area remained relatively calm and stable during this period, with no unexpected occurrences to disrupt his tense existence. A day later, on May 8th, upon returning to West City, Bulma and Yamcha observed a conspicuous reduction in the malevolent incidents that had plagued the area, particularly around the vicinity of Bulma's residence in the heart of the city. An entire day passed without a single occurrence of mischief. Han Jing surmised that in the preceding 2 days, a significant number of inexperienced fighters must have perished, leaving behind only seasoned warriors or astute and cautious newcomers. Yamcha, a principal character in the comic, possessed exceptional skills with his Wolf Fang fist, boasting a combat prowess that surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and he ranked among the top 8 contenders in the current martial arts tournament. It was unlikely that inexperienced fighters would dare to engage with such a character. Thus, what about the more formidable seasoned fighters? Reflecting on the lineage established in the Dragon Ball battlefield, Han Jing immersed himself in the perspective of the experienced fighters. By intertwining the narrative timeline of the Dragon Ball comic, he began to comprehend what seasoned warriors truly desired beyond merely surviving the task at hand. On the afternoon of the 9th, a small cluster of golden clouds, trailed by an elongated tail, swiftly glided through the skies toward West City. Within this cloud, a young boy, donned in a training outfit and carrying a small bundle, gazed in astonishment at the vastness of West City. With a tail protruding from his back and a uniquely styled hairdo, he exuded both cuteness and an endearing navet. This boy was none other than Son Goku, the illustrious hero of Dragon Ball, captivating the world with his charm. As Goku entered West City, the city's enormity appeared to exceed his expectations. Perched on his flying nimbus, hovering midway above the streets, he marveled in awe. Goku had come to West City to seek Bulma's assistance in repairing the Dragon Radar, but unfamiliar with the area. He wandered aimlessly, seeking directions from passersby. In the original comic narrative, Goku had caused a series of amusing mishaps in West City, such as refusing to pay for a ride and engaging in street fights, even chastising a few thuggish robbers. However, the West City of the present was far removed from the original depiction. After several days of turmoil, it now lay in disarray, with sparse foot traffic and an air of desolation. Goku approached several individuals on the street to inquire for directions, yet received no answers. The pedestrians hurried past, tense and indifferent. How strange it was that one could not even ask for directions in this city. Young Goku, with a bewildered expression, could not fathom the situation. At that moment, a police hover motorcycle glided around the corner and came to a halt before him. The vehicle was operated by a young officer with a small mustache, who adjusted his cap and smiled warmly at Goku. "Hello there, young one. Is this your first time in West City? Where are you headed?" he inquired. "To Bulma's house. Do you know where that is?" "Oh, Bulma. Yes, I know the way. Hop on, kid. I'll take you there." "That's wonderful. You're such a nice person," Goku exclaimed, radiating innocence and trust as he prepared a ride on the police motorcycle. On one side of the street stood a white house where a small bird, its feathers mirroring the house's hue, perched upon the rooftop, observing the unfolding scene below. This little bird was, in fact, Han Jing, who distinctly recalled that according to the comic's narrative, Sun Wukong was due to arrive in the western capital today at noon. After consulting the world map, Han Zheng noted that Marusta lay in the northeast of the world, indicating that Sun Wukong would inevitably enter the city from that direction. He remembered that in the comic, a police officer indeed escorted Sun Wukong to Bulma's residence. However, it was Sun Wukong who, guided by a passerby, proactively sought directions from that officer, rather than the scenario currently unfolding. Moreover, the officer in the comic wore glasses, while this one did not. Han Zheng swiftly deduced that this individual was an imposter. At present, the officer still wore a cheerful smile as he observed Sun Wukong riding his motorcycle. He raised his hand and gently patted Sun Wukong's back, appearing exceptionally amiable and kind. "Young man, do be sure to hold on tight," he said. Yet his right hand, after patting Sun Wukong's back, did not retract, but rather seemed to slide downwards, reaching towards Sun Wukong's vulnerable tail. From his vantage point on the rooftop, Han Zheng perceived the intent clearly. This individual aimed to exploit Sun Wukong's weakness. Unaware of the deception and defenseless, Sun Wukong fell prey to the officer's calculated move as he seized the tail. In an instant, Sun Wukong's lively demeanor was replaced by a sudden limpness, crashing to the ground as if struck by an unseen force. At that moment, he had not yet begun to train his weakness, and once his tail was captured, he lost all combat capability. The officer's smile morphed from warmth to malevolence as he firmly grasped Sun Wukong's tail with one hand while swiftly drawing a handgun with the other. Han Zheng watched this scene intently, contemplating whether and how he should intervene. In this scenario, young Sun Wukong was the only Saiyan on Earth. To obtain even a drop of Saiyan blood, action had to be taken against him. This undoubtedly was also the objective of the combatant posing as a police officer, likely a shared goal among many seasoned fighters. At that very moment, as the officer seized Sun Wukong's tail and brandished his gun, the entire street erupted into chaos. Han Zheng, who had been observing from the rooftop, was taken aback as a scene reminiscent of a classic Gulong novel unfolded before his eyes. Two burly men emerged from the adjacent houses, each wielding weapons. A nearby manhole cover was abruptly heaved aside, and a diminutive figure brandishing a double-barreled shotgun sprang forth. Simultaneously, the door of a taxi parked at the roadside swung open, and a long-haired woman leapt out, tossing a capsule into the air. The capsule burst open mid-flight, revealing a combat robot that materialized on the street. At the same moment, the mother pushing a stroller, the young man on a bicycle, the middle-aged man waiting for the bus, and the school-uniformed students, who initially appeared to be innocent passers-by, suddenly erupted with fervor, each displaying their unique skills as they converged upon Sun Wukong. Witnessing this scene, Han Zheng's heart surged with tumult. He had not anticipated the presence of so many combatants in the vicinity. Although they fought independently and lacked coordination, their singular objective was unified: to subdue Sun Wukong, or perhaps to claim the blood of Saiyan. They had concealed their ambush with remarkable stealth until a police officer among them broke the equilibrium by striking first and swiftly incapacitating Sun Wukong. As victory seemed within grasp, the remaining hidden fighters could no longer contain their impatience, leaping forth to seize the opportunity. Amidst this tense and chaotic tableau, even in his transformed state as a bird, Han Zheng could distinctly sense his entire being trembling. Such audacity was unprecedented. Chapter 8. The First Encirclement of Sun Wukong. Bang! A diminutive combatant emerged from the sewers, raising his weapon and firing a shot. The false police officer let out a wail as his left arm was shattered at the elbow. Yet, despite his grievous injury, he clung tenaciously to Sun Wukong's tail, who lay motionless upon the ground. A combatant masquerading as a mother hoisted the stroller high above her head, bringing it down forcefully upon a nearby school-uniformed student. The young cyclist delivered a swift kick to a bewildered bystander before launching himself towards Sun Wukong. However, just a few strides into his charge, his expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly leapt backward. As he did, a hail of bullets rained down upon the ground where he had just stood. A robot, equipped with treads for legs and machine guns affixed to its mechanical arms, advanced while unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the other combatants, compelling them to retreat. Meanwhile, its master, a long-haired woman, concealed herself behind it, advancing in tandem. Amid the gunfire, a middle-aged man leapt into action, moving with ghostly swiftness, evading every bullet that dared to come near him. In mere moments, he reached the robot, delivering a single punch that obliterated its torso, then seized a piece of the wreckage and hurled it aside. Without pausing, he then grasped the long-haired woman's neck with a vice-like grip. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the terrified woman met her demise. Following this, The middle-aged man rushed toward the false police officer, seizing Sun Wukong's tail from him, and, without allowing a moment for reaction, kicked the false officer away. The officer spat blood as he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The strength of this middle-aged man was astonishing. Han Jing marveled in disbelief. Within mere seconds, he had dispatched 2 combatants with his bare hands, clearly exhibiting prowess that surpassed the others by a considerable margin. The crowd was utterly astonished. However, the incapacitated Sun Wukong before them was too pitiful to abandon. Consequently, they all raised their weapons, aiming at Uncle Nien, and unleashed a relentless barrage of gunfire. In an instant, bullets rained down like a tempest. Yet, Uncle Nien remained unfazed, with one hand firmly grasping Sun Wukong's tail and the other seizing his collar. He hoisted him aloft. Astonishingly, Sun Wukong's body became a shield, positioned to absorb the onslaught of bullets. His formidable defensive capabilities meant that ordinary bullets merely inflicted pain, failing to cause any significant harm. The barrage only resulted in a multitude of red spots adorning his skin, with Sun Wukong serving as a human shield. Uncle Nien charged forward, leaping into the air to deliver 2 powerful kicks, instantly snapping the necks of 2 burly men, who collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The remaining combatants gasped in shock, realizing that their opportunity for glory had vanished. Prioritizing self-preservation, they decisively abandoned their assault and fled. Only one diminutive combatant, who had emerged from the sewers, gritted his teeth, seemingly resolved, casting aside his weapon and charging toward Uncle Nien. With remarkable speed, the small fighter unleashed a flurry of punches, his hands seemingly multiplying into 8 as they struck toward Uncle Nien. This was the 8-handed fist, a technique unmistakably recognized by Han Jing, derived from the character Chai Ba Wang in Dragon Ball. Uncle Nien, initially taken aback, soon wore a disdainful smirk. He steadfastly held onto Sun Wukong's tail while engaging the small fighter with one hand. After several exchanges, he surprisingly gained the upper hand. Perched atop a building, Han Jing calculated that his transformation would only last about another minute. At that moment, the battlefield witnessed casualties and fleeing combatants, leaving only these 2 engaged in combat, both of whom possessed powers far exceeding his own. The prospect of seizing Sun Wukong's head seemed increasingly improbable. As he pondered, a sudden shift occurred. A tall young man sprang from a nearby building, charging toward the 2 combatants. This young man had been lying in wait for the opportune moment, extending 4 fingers from each hand to his temples, clearly preparing to unleash a formidable attack. Solar Fist. Han Jing recognized the move all too well and hastily attempted to shield his eyes. Unfortunately, the young man's strike was executed with such swiftness that he had no time to react. Similarly, Uncle Nien and the diminutive fighter both ceased their actions. Yet their responses came too late. A blinding flash erupted, as if a sun had suddenly emerged upon the street, momentarily blinding everyone present. Han Jing found himself enveloped in a white haze, unable to see anything. In the ensuing chaos, he heard the cacophony of fierce combat, followed by a series of anguished screams. As his vision gradually returned, the scene before him was nothing short of astonishing. The diminutive figure, the middle-aged man, and the tall youth lay sprawled on the ground, each clutching their chests with expressions of agony, while Sun Wukong had already freed himself from his bindings, standing resolutely with clenched fists nearby. Perhaps due to the chaos, the middle-aged man inadvertently released Sun Wukong's tail, allowing the latter's combat prowess to surge back, reinstating him as the mightiest among the crowd. "It seems you are all villains, and I shall spare none of you," Sun Wukong declared, his voice seething with fury. The 3 on the ground were stricken with fear. Mere moments ago, Sun Wukong was their plaything, tossed back and forth among them. Yet now, with his restored strength, they stood no chance even when bound together. Realizing the perilous situation, the diminutive figure was the first to leap up and flee. Observing this, Sun Wukong swiftly unsheathed his staff from his back and bellowed, "Expand." The staff elongated abruptly, hurtling towards the fleeing figure. Despite the diminutive one's speed, he could not outpace the staff, which struck him squarely in the back, continuing to extend and propelling him violently against a wall, creating a gaping hole shaped like a human form, leaving him seemingly embedded within the wall, his fate uncertain. The middle-aged man and the youth, drenched in cold sweat, hastily scrambled to their feet and dashed in opposite directions, fleeing for their lives. Sun Wukong retracted his staff with a scoff, then assumed a slight crouch, hands clasped at his waist, and intoned deliberately, "Turtle School Energy Wave." A substantial energy wave erupted from his hands, aimed at the retreating figure of the middle-aged man. With a thunderous boom, the man was obliterated before he could utter a single cry. Meanwhile, the tall youth had managed to escape in a brief interval. Sun Wukong shouted towards the heavens, "Cloud somersault." The cloud responded immediately, and Sun Wukong leapt onto it, pursuing the fleeing youth. At that moment, Han Zheng's transformation had reached its limit, reverting him to his original form as he descended from the building, gazing at the long tail of the cloud trailing in the sky, filled with wistfulness. He had not anticipated that his first close encounter with Sun Wukong would occur in such a manner. As he contemplated his next move, a sound nearby caught his attention. Han Zheng turned to see the previously incapacitated fake police officer who had suffered a grievous arm injury, stirring back to life. To his astonishment, the man was still alive, prompting Han Zheng to marvel at his resilience. The fake officer groaned several times, then extended his remaining hand. A small, bean-like object materialized in his grasp. Struggling, he attempted to bring it to his mouth. Spirit bean. Han Zheng dashed forward, seizing the fake officer's hand and forcefully snatching the bean from him. The false police officer never anticipated that there would be combatants lying in wait. Now, gravely injured, he found himself utterly powerless to resist. His eyes filled with urgency and hatred. Han Zheng swiftly grasped the magical bean, eager to assess its attributes. Equipment item, Mystic Bean. Attributes, consumable supply. Effects, 1. Consuming one bean replenishes a substantial amount of stamina, allowing for 10 days without the need for food. 2. Regardless of the severity of injuries. As long as there is breath left, consuming the Mystic Bean will restore one to full health, unscathed. Description: cultivated by Master Karen, these mystical beans are small yet satiating, effective for healing and particularly synergistic with Saiyan physiology. Indeed, it was a Mystic Bean. Han Zheng was elated. In the world of Dragon Ball, such items were of paramount significance. Countless heroes, on the brink of death, had relied on a single bean to revive and mount a counterattack. Han Zheng hurriedly placed the bean into his equipment inventory, simultaneously drawing his gun and threatening the false officer. Hand over everything in your inventory. If you cooperate, not only will I spare your life, but I will also ensure you receive medical attention. You wouldn't want to perish here in this mission, would you? Please. I have nothing left. Don't kill me. Nothing left? Then do not blame me. Wait. The false officer's eyes widened with terror as he trembled, pointing shakily to the side. That handgun over there is General White's. It can inflict severe damage on Sun Wukong. Take it to spare my life. The gun still lay in the grip of a severed hand, and Han Zheng had to pry the fingers apart to retrieve it. Equipment item, General White's handgun. Attributes, enhanced handgun. Damage, powerful. Bullet count, 5. Description: this enhanced handgun, wielded by General White, possesses immense power. Even someone as formidable as Sun Wukong would be gravely injured if struck by its bullets. This handgun was also a valuable asset, and Han Zheng decisively added it to his inventory. Given this, you seem to have little use to me now, Han Zheng stated, aiming the gun at the false officer's forehead. Please, you don't want to do this, bang. Before he could finish his plea, Han Zheng pulled the trigger. Combatant 2199 has eliminated Combatant 0069. No items dropped. Han Zheng scoffed, disregarding the mission prompt, and turned to scour the battlefield, but regrettably found nothing of value. The fallen combatant could no longer threaten him or provide any equipment, and after a futile search, Han Zheng gave up. The sound of police sirens finally echoed in the distance. Han Zheng transformed into a bird, soaring into the sky, flying away in the direction Sun Wukong had vanished. Chapter 9. Bulma's Home. Han Zheng soared above the city, surveying the labyrinthine streets below. Both Sun Wukong and the tall young man skilled in the solar fist had vanished from sight. Growing impatient after a fruitless search, Han Zheng turned back towards Bulma's residence. Due to the constraints of transformation, Han Zheng was compelled to land in a secluded area to rest for a brief moment before soaring into the sky once more. His initial encounter with Sun Wukong on the battlefield of Dragon Ball left an indelible impression on him, as the formidable power of his opponent was overwhelming. In the past, while immersed in the comics, Han Zheng had reveled in witnessing the protagonist, Sun Wukong, displaying his might and vanquishing various foes, which had brought him immense satisfaction. However, now, confronted with Sun Wukong in this alternate reality, the sheer strength he exhibited sent shivers down Han Zheng's spine. Indeed, the perspective shifted dramatically with the change in position. Recalling the lineage rules established in the Dragon Ball universe, and reflecting on some content from his cousin's diary, who had once expressed frustration at his inability to awaken a powerful lineage, only to later rejoice upon unlocking his Saiyan heritage. Han Jing understood why the previous group of fighters had dared to attack Sun Wukong, despite the risks. The allure of Sun Wukong's Saiyan blood was undeniably compelling. The fighters that had just attacked, such as the stout Uncle Nien and the tall youth, were seasoned warriors of considerable strength, and Han Jing knew that, as a mere novice, he stood little chance of competing with these veterans. However, Sun Wukong was singular, and those who coveted him were not limited to just those few. Further assaults on him were likely to follow, creating a chaotic environment where Han Jing might find his opportunity. After all, while Sun Wukong was indeed powerful, he possessed two critical vulnerabilities: his tail and his naivety. The brief family residence was an extraordinarily grand hemispherical structure, its size dwarfing the neighboring houses by nearly tenfold. Han Jing descended from the sky, landing gracefully on the fence outside the house. To ensure he had ample time for transformation, he had previously extended his cooldown period by an additional minute. According to the lore of Dragon Ball, the Brief family was renowned as the wealthiest in the world, with two of the planet's three greatest scientists hailing from their lineage. The trio of esteemed scientists included: first, Dr. Brief, who invented the universal capsule that transformed the world; second, Dr. Gero, who created the androids that devastated it; and third, Bulma, who developed the time machine that saved it. At that moment, the illustrious scientist and father of Bulma, Dr. Brief, happened to open the door and step outside. Seizing the opportunity, Han Jing flew inside. The courtyard of the Brief residence resembled a verdant jungle zoo, complete with lush grass, trees, fountains, benches, and a plethora of birds and beasts. Han Jing couldn't help but marvel at the scene, and just as he was expressing his astonishment, the air and ground around him began to tremble. A triceratops was indeed charging forward, thundering past him with heavy strides. In the distance, several other dinosaurs frolicked and played. The Brief family home was truly indistinguishable from the pages of the comics, magnificent and surreal. Though the zoo was remarkably beautiful, it was home to various wild animals, and Han Jing navigated cautiously, striving to avoid contact. Suddenly, a door swung open, revealing a muscular man, standing at 180 centimeters, with short hair, accompanied by two small creatures, a pig adorning a pair of underpants on its head, and a flying chinchilla. Han Jing immediately recognized them as significant characters from Dragon Ball: Yamcha, Oolong, and Puar. Yamcha, one of the Dragon Ball warriors and a close friend of Goku, was currently in a romantic relationship with Bulma. Oolong and Puar, classmates from the Southern Transforming Kindergarten, possessed the ability to shapeshift. At that moment, Yamcha appeared displeased, speaking as he walked. "I wonder what has been happening in West City these past few days. Ever since we attended the martial arts tournament, the crime rate has soared, and now even schools have closed down, making it impossible to study." While lamenting, he placed a hand on his chest, feigning heartache. "I haven't even had the chance to meet those lovely female students." Indeed, Oolong chimed in. However, Puar, seemingly unable to tolerate the conversation, interjected: "Yamcha, you should focus less on those female students. With the chaos in West City, have you forgotten what happened earlier today? Someone committed murder in broad daylight, and when you attempted to intervene, you were defeated. Had the assailant not fled for reasons unknown, the consequences would have been dire." Hearing this, Yamcha's face flushed, and he awkwardly cleared his throat, defending himself. "That person was actually quite mediocre in martial arts, not even a match for my Wolfang fist. It was just that his eyes emitted a strange glow, and upon seeing it, I froze in place, unable to move." Eyes that emit a glow? A mere glance leaves one paralyzed and immobile. Han Jing pondered quickly, realizing this resembled the abilities of General Blue from the Red Ribbon Army. General Blue possessed a power that could incapacitate individuals, and in the manga, he nearly killed Goku with this ability. It appeared that another fighter in this scenario possessed such a skill. Could this be considered a form of technique? Or had that fighter awakened General Blue's lineage? Han Jing began to feel anxious. If that were the case, this fighter would indeed be formidable. He could potentially eliminate Goku without relying on any other means, leveraging Goku's naivete and his own superpower to achieve a solo victory. Consequently, Han Jing's chances of discreetly reaping rewards amid the chaos were significantly diminished. With a whoosh, the door swung open once more, and the voice of Dr. Brief followed. "There is someone here claiming to be Bulma's friend." Before Dr. Brief could finish his sentence, Oolong and Puar had already rushed forward. Stepping through the door was none other than Son Goku, accompanied by the bespectacled young man. Goku, Oolong, and Puar instantly embraced, filled with laughter and camaraderie. "Wow, it seems you truly embody the legendary Sun Wukong," The Monkey King, as they often say. Indeed, you are a remarkable figure, Dr. Brief. Wukong, weren't you off gathering the Dragon Balls? How did you suddenly arrive here? Yamcha approached with a smile. My dragon radar is malfunctioning, so I came to seek Bulma's assistance in repairing it. Yeah, how did you find this place? Wukong gestured towards the bespectacled young man beside him. The young man, slightly bashful, scratched his head and asked in a hushed tone, I happen to be passing by. May I inquire if Bulma is home? Ah, you must be Mr. Yamcha, Bulma's boyfriend, right? You may join us. There are matters we should discuss outside. As he spoke, the bespectacled youth winked at Yamcha, seemingly suggesting that their gathering was rather crowded. Oh, very well. Please wait here for a moment, Yamcha replied, a hint of confusion in his expression. Yet he followed the young man outside. Han Jingxin was thoroughly perplexed. This scene was astonishingly surreal. With the arrival of these fighters, the timeline had been irrevocably altered, and the narrative was slipping out of control. Who was this bespectacled young man? In the original tale, Sun Wukong was escorted to Bulma's home by the police. Yet now he had transformed into this individual. Was he a fighter or merely a minor character in this chaotic narrative? What business did he have with Bulma in Yamcha? What had become of the young man who utilized the solar flare that Wukong had pursued? A multitude of questions swirled in Han Jingxin's mind as he yearned for answers, eager to follow them and uncover the truth. However, he suddenly realized that his transformation was nearing the 5-minute mark, and he needed to find a place to revert to his original form immediately. Chapter 10. Injured Yamcha. Time was of the essence. Initially, Han Jing intended to fly in merely to gather intelligence, ascertain whether Sun Wukong had arrived, and learn the whereabouts of Bulma and Yamcha, planning to depart after a brief reconnaissance. To his astonishment, events unfolded one after another. 5 minutes swiftly elapsed, and he now had to find a location to await the cool-down of his ability. Fortunately, Bulma's residence was spacious, and Han Jing hurriedly sought a corner hidden from view, managing to revert to his original form just as he touched down. That was close. Had he delayed even a few seconds longer, he might have been discovered. Han Jing crouched in the shadows, striving to remain silent. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Oolong were engaged in conversation about their recent battles with the Red Ribbon Army, recounting the ambush Wukong faced upon entering the city. The Red Ribbon Army was notorious for its malevolence, and Oolong was drenched in cold sweat upon hearing the tale. As Han Jing counted the seconds while eavesdropping on their discussion, he failed to notice a small dinosaur, no taller than his knee, clawing its way toward him. Startled, he quickly subdued it, fearing that its presence might expose his hiding spot. Although Sun Wukong is innocent in nature, he has recently been assaulted and is no longer easily deceived. When he entered alongside the bespectacled youth, Han Jing noticed that Sun Wukong was deliberately avoiding exposing his backside. Clearly on guard, Han Jing forcefully pinned the small dinosaur down, which struggled incessantly, its mouth covered, unable to vocalize its cries for help. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from outside the door. Sun Wukong and the others, including Han Jing in the corner, heard it distinctly. It was unmistakably Yamcha's voice. In a rush, Sun Wukong and the others dashed outside, and Han Jing counted that a minute had passed since the cooldown began. He pushed the small dinosaur aside and prepared to transform and pursue. However, a large dinosaur suddenly appeared, blocking his path. The small dinosaur, which Han Jing had just subdued, was evidently its offspring, and seeing its child in danger ignited the mother-s fury as she lunged at Han Jing with her gaping maw. With time pressing and tasks urgent, Han Jing had no leisure to engage in this confrontation. He swiftly dodged backward, activating his transformation, and a towering mech materialized before the dinosaur. Fortunately, Bulma's house was spacious enough, had it been a smaller residence. The sudden appearance of such a colossal suit would surely have been problematic. The dinosaur, having never encountered such a spectacle, turned and fled in terror. Han Jing quickly transformed into a bird and soared out of the house. Outside in the courtyard, a pool of blood slowly seeped into the ground. Yet neither Yamcha nor the bespectacled youth was in sight. Sun Wukong called out for Yamcha several times without receiving a response. He dashed out of the courtyard and leaped onto the Nimbus cloud, speeding away as if to search every street for his friend. There was undoubtedly something amiss. Although he did not grasp the full extent of the events, Han Jing could infer a bit from the scene. The bespectacled youth was undoubtedly a combatant. But what was the motive behind his attack on Yamcha? Logically, as a Saiyan, Sun Wukong should be the most significant target in this scenario, while Yamcha, being merely a human, would yield little value upon death, only the blood of an earthling. Was it for the Wolfang Fist? Aside from combatants, Han Jing had only ever defeated ordinary characters in side quests. He was uncertain whether eliminating significant quest characters would also yield gear or skills, aside from their blood. Regardless, he decided to follow Sun Wukong. Without hesitation, he took to the skies. Fortunately, Sun Wukong, in his fervent search for Yamcha, was not flying particularly quickly, allowing Han Jing to maintain a distance behind him. Watching the tail of Sun Wukong sway in the wind, he could not suppress a tempting thought. What if he seized the moment while Sun Wukong was preoccupied with his search, suddenly launched an attack, and grabbed his tail, followed by firing at him with General White's pistol? Or perhaps he could catch him off guard with a shot. This audacious idea lingered in his mind for several seconds before he ultimately decided to abandon it. His combat prowess ultimately proved inadequate, and, in his current state, he resembled a bird in flight, suspended in the air. Should he falter at this close range, escape would be futile, and he would merely add another name to the list of souls claimed by Sun Wukong today. As Sun Wukong soared farther away, his speed began to increase, leaving Han Jing powerless to pursue any longer. Constrained by a 5-minute time limit, he sought a secluded spot to land and await the cooldown of his abilities. At that moment, he noticed Pu'er swiftly dart across the sky, pursuing Sun Wukong. It appeared that Wukong had heard Pu'er's call. After their brief encounter, they exchanged words unknown to Han Jing. Soon, Wukong altered his course on the flying Nimbus, carrying Pu'er back towards Bulma's residence with remarkable speed. What was happening? Han Feng, finally catching his breath, could only manage a bitter smile and follow suit. At Bulma's home, Yamcha lay in bed, a lengthy gash torn open from his chest to his navel. Oolong and Dr. Brief were tending to his wounds, while Yamcha's face was pale, gritting his teeth and drenched in sweat. "Yamcha, what transpired?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, a mixture of shock and anger in his voice, as Pu'er nearby shed tears. Yamcha, his voice barely above a whisper and punctuated by coughs, replied, "I was ambushed by those lurking outside. They took me south. I managed to escape at last." His fragility was evident. Han Jing, concealed within the room, benefited from his shape-shifting disguise, unnoticed by the others. Yamcha's words sparked a flicker of curiosity in Han Jing. Who could have orchestrated such an abduction? Moreover, Bulma had yet to make an appearance, deepening the mystery. The conversation turned to the recent turmoil in West City, where crime rates had surged, rendering the entire area perilously unsafe. "I heard from Oolong that you clashed with the Red Ribbon Army while searching for the Dragon Balls. Could they be involved?" Yamcha suddenly inquired. "The Red Ribbon Army?" Sun Wukong pondered, acknowledging their notorious reputation for villainy, yet he remained uncertain. Could it really be them? Han Feng Kurifuned, feeling skeptical. They had every motive to invade West City, driven by their desire to seize Sun Wukong's Dragon Balls. However, the plot should not have been influenced by external fighters. And according to the storyline, their presence seemed ill-timed. Furthermore, what was the significance of abducting Yamcha? The entire situation was riddled with inconsistencies, hinting at a deeper issue that Han Jing could not yet discern. Yamcha lay wrapped in layers of bandages, sighing heavily. Oolong, half-heartedly comforting yet teasing him, remarked, "Fortunately, school is closed, so you needn't take any leave. Focus on your recovery." Yamcha chuckled softly, patting Oolong's bald head, self-deprecatingly adding, "Perhaps it is for the best that I do not pursue my studies. In truth, I have little fondness for learning." Han Jing suddenly comprehended the crux of the issue. Chapter 11. The Second Encirclement of Sun Wukong. This Yamcha is an imposter, a combatant skilled in transformation techniques. Han Jing, who himself mastered the art of shape-shifting, instantly grasped the key to the dilemma. By luring the genuine Yamcha away, a surprise attack could be executed, after which this doppelganger would employ transformation to assume Yamcha's appearance and return, feigning injury. The authentic Yamcha was likely already slain. Previously, after Yamcha's anguished cries echoed from outside, Sun Wukong and the others rushed out immediately, yet they could not capture even a glimpse of him. It is highly probable that once Yamcha was deceived out of the house, he was ambushed and killed, with the assailant swiftly concealing the body within a capsule. Subsequently, the murderer could have transformed into a creature, such as a bug or a rat, to conceal themselves, and after some time, reverted to Yamcha's form to feign a return. It appears that this false Yamcha is likely that bespectacled youth from earlier. Observing the imposter's earnest performance, Han Jing could not help but find it somewhat ludicrous. Just prior, Yamcha had lamented the closure of the school, lamenting his inability to meet female students. Yet now he had shifted to expressing disdain for academia. It seems that while he possesses talent for performance, A lack of well-crafted dialogue can easily lead to exposure. But what could be the motive behind this charade? Was it to ambush Sun Wukong? It is conceivable, for at this moment, Sun Wukong had developed a heightened sense of vigilance toward strangers, yet would likely harbor little suspicion toward a friend. Thus, impersonating Sun Wukong's companion to seize an opportunity for an attack is indeed a viable strategy. Wulong and the others offered some words of comfort to the false Yamcha, while Han Jing calculated the passage of time. The limit of his transformation was nearing expiration, and he would need to retreat momentarily. Just then, the door was pushed open once more. A striking girl with vibrant blue hair burst in, rushing to Yamcha's side, inquiring with concern. This is Bulma, the female protagonist of Dragon Ball, finally making her entrance. However, Han Jing was too preoccupied to appreciate the moment. His transformation was on the verge of collapse. Seizing the opportunity, he slipped through the door and made his exit. When Han Jing returned to the room, having transformed back, Bulma's demeanor had calmed significantly. She was seated beside the bed, discussing the next course of action with everyone. Unbeknownst to them, the past few days had been tumultuous in West Capital. That morning, the mayor had urged citizens on television to minimize outings and prioritize safety. And now, even Yamcha was caught in this turmoil. In light of this, why not escort you all to Master Roshi's island? It would provide a secure haven, Sun Wukong suggested. To Master Roshi's? Indeed, his place is undoubtedly safe. Oh, in that case, Bulma pondered briefly before smiling. I'll think it over after all my parents are here. Right? Wukong, didn't you say you needed me to repair your dragon radar? Come with me, and I'll fix it for you first. Well, that makes sense. It was damaged during the scuffle with the Red Ribbon Army. Bulma and Sun Wukong stepped outside, the latter following closely behind the former. Suddenly, Sun Wukong inquired, Hey Bulma, why does your scent seem different from before? At that moment, Bulma had her back to him, but Han Jing could clearly observe that her expression stiffened momentarily upon hearing his question. However, she quickly regained her composure and casually replied, Oh, I recently started using a new perfume. Yet another shape-shifting combatant, Han Jing thought to himself, feeling a surge of astonishment far greater than when he discovered Yamcha's true identity. Sun Wukong had only been in West City for half a day and had just engaged in battle on the streets. Now, including himself, 3 shape-shifting fighters had infiltrated the house, lying in ambush on either side of Sun Wukong. Han Jing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the meticulousness of it all. As Sun Wukong and Bulma approached the door, Han Jing hesitated, pondering whether to continue following them, when he suddenly caught sight of Yamcha, who had been feigning weakness, stealthily reaching into his pants pocket. At that moment, Bulma and Sun Wukong had already exited the house, while Oolong and Pu'er were engrossed in a petty quarrel. Completely oblivious to Yamcha's subtle movement, he slowly retrieved what appeared to be a small remote control device from his pocket and swiftly pressed a button. Boom! In a blaze of fire and a thunderous explosion, half of Bulma's grand house was obliterated in an instant. Han Jing felt a powerful gust of air hurl his diminutive form a considerable distance away, followed by heavy debris and dust crashing down upon him, burying him before he could react. All he perceived was darkness, his mind spinning as if he had sustained minor injuries. This false Yamcha had actually planted explosives nearby. Regaining his senses, he quickly transformed into a small insect, scuttling through the crevices of the rubble. As he crawled, he heard various shouts and cries, creating a cacophony of chaos. After navigating through layers of debris, Han Jing finally emerged into the light, only to find a gigantic shoe descending towards him. He hurriedly scurried away, glancing back to see that the shoe belonged to the tall young man who had previously ambushed Sun Wukong with a solar fist. It was unexpected that this individual had managed to escape Sun Wukong's pursuit and was now here, clearly still intent on the Scion's blood. Unbeknownst to the towering young man, a small bug was silently observing him from short distance away. He had initially been lying in wait nearby, and the explosion had taken him by surprise. With a look of urgency, he seemed to be searching for something amidst the chaos. The explosion had blown apart half the house, flames still raging around, creating a thick cloud of smoke and layers of dust. The young man covered his nose, repeatedly waving his hands to clear the air before cautiously advancing into the interior. Amidst the swirling haze of dust, a diminutive figure suddenly emerged. It was none other than Sun Wukong. He leapt high into the air, landing upon the swiftly approaching nimbus cloud, and called out fervently below, Bulma, Yamcha, Oolong. A voice resounded from beneath, belonging to Yamcha, who assured, I am here to rescue you. With a mighty shout, Wukong urged the nimbus to dive downwards. However, at that moment, A rocket propelled through the air, striking Wukong and sending him plummeting from the cloud. Not far off, atop a nearby roof, a woman clad in a helmet knelt, shouldering a cannon with a tense and serious expression as she observed the descending Wukong. Her lips moved subtly, as if counting down the seconds. Suddenly, she reached into the air, seemingly attempting to retrieve something from her equipment, but just then, a fist erupted from her chest, showering blood and flesh. The helmeted woman widened her eyes in shock, struggling to turn for one last glimpse of her assailant, only to be violently flung off the roof by the owner of that fist. A burly man with a thick beard rose from the rooftop, wiping the remnants of flesh from his knuckles as he gazed skyward. In the air, Wukong was suspended in free fall, seemingly devoid of options. At that moment, a rotund man with golden hair appeared, reaching toward Wukong's tail. The Rui Bang extended in response. Wukong brandished his staff, shouting fiercely as it elongated and struck towards the rotund man. To Wukong's astonishment, the seemingly cumbersome figure displayed remarkable agility, twisting in midair to evade the blow. And with a swift kick, he redirected the Rui Bang, performing several acrobatic flips before landing gracefully. Wukong, in turn, thrust the Rui Bang downward, embedding it into the ground, and slid down its length to the earth. As the dust began to settle, Wukong, wielding his staff, glared fiercely at his surroundings, the towering golden-haired youth amidst the ruins, the bearded man on the rooftop, and the helmeted woman now lifeless. Clearly, these individuals had been lying in wait, poised to strike, and the abrupt explosion had drawn them all out into the open. Yamcha emerged at that moment, positioning himself behind Wukong. Wukong, though I am injured, I am still capable of fighting. Let us join forces and vanquish these foes. It's all right, Yamcha, I can handle this alone, Wukong replied, his voice laced with intense fury. Observing the enraged countenance of Wukong, Yamcha could not help but reveal a subtly enigmatic smile. Witnessing the unfolding scene and the ambushed combatants revealed by the explosion, Han understood the ulterior motive behind Yamcha's orchestrated chaos. Chapter 12. The Blood Battle for the Saiyans. Yamcha, Bulma has fainted and is safely behind. Please check on her and locate Oolong and Puar. I can manage these few adversaries on my own, Wukong declared, his voice resonating with escalating wrath, as the relentless attacks of the day stoked his fury to its zenith. A burly young man with golden hair and a bushy beard stood alongside two others, forming a triangular formation around son Wukong, each maintaining a cautious distance from one another. Their expressions were complex as they exchanged glances. At that moment, a throng of ordinary citizens rushed from their homes, gasping at the aftermath of the explosion. Seizing the opportunity, Han Zheng melded into the chaotic crowd to revert to his original form, biding time for his transformation skills to cool down while discreetly observing the unfolding situation. The trio of combatants, initially lying in wait in the shadows, now found themselves thrust into the open due to unforeseen developments. It appeared that the explosive tactics employed by the elusive Yamcha had yielded results. Had he chosen to strike at son Wukong earlier, the commotion would likely have alerted the ambushers, making it difficult for him to withstand their subsequent assault, let alone escape from the residential area. Now, having drawn these hidden warriors into the light, he intended to leverage son Wukong to eliminate them before seeking an opportunity to ambush the Monkey King himself. The three fighters, now somewhat enlightened about their predicament, were still unaware of who had orchestrated this ruse, yet they grasped that they had been outmaneuvered. As they deliberated their next steps, son Wukong took the initiative. The first casualty was the tall young man skilled in the Sun Fist technique. To the onlookers, son Wukong stood immobile amidst the ruins. Yet the tall man suddenly felt a gust of wind at his back. Before he could react, a powerful elbow strike landed on his nape. As the others turned to witness the attack, they realized it was indeed son Wukong who had appeared behind the tall man. While the figure amidst the debris began to fade into a mere afterimage, it became clear that he had executed the Phantom Fist technique. Han Zheng, hidden among the crowd, recognized this maneuver. Following the successful strike, son Wukong did not pause. He followed up with a devastating punch to the young man's abdomen, who promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, son Wukong's onslaught continued as he launched a powerful kick, sending the young man soaring into the sky. Han Zheng glanced upward, fearing that this blow would prove fatal. Observing this, the golden-haired man promptly turned to flee. However, son Wukong offered no quarter, seizing his Rui Bang and hurling it forward with tremendous force. The staff sliced through the air, forcing the golden-haired man to dodge. Seizing the opening, son Wukong charged in, raising his fist to strike. Realizing escape was futile, the golden-haired man raised his hands in defense. Surprisingly, he displayed some combat prowess, managing to exchange blows with Sun Wukong for several exchanges. The previous explosion had already frightened away many residents, and those remaining, witnessing the spectacle, could no longer contain their fear and fled in a panic. Han Feng, weaving through the crowd, seized the moment amidst the confusion to once again activate his transformation, slipping back into the fray. The golden-haired brute and Sun Wukong clashed in a frenzied exchange, but ultimately, the former could no longer withstand the onslaught. With a forceful kick, Sun Wukong shattered his defenses, delivering 2 powerful punches directly to his face. Teeth, blood, and other indistinguishable substances erupted from his mouth as the golden-haired brute collapsed heavily, unable to rise again. In a short span, Sun Wukong had vanquished 2 fighters. Han Jing could not help but glance at the other side, where a burly fighter with a thick beard had remained a silent observer throughout the encounter, neither attempting to flee nor showing any inclination to attack Sun Wukong. Only when he found himself the last man standing against Sun Wukong did he finally leap down from the rooftop. Sun Wukong snorted dismissively, preparing to charge, when suddenly, the bearded fighter knelt down with a thud, raising his hands high and exclaiming loudly, "Do not kill me. I surrender." Taken aback by this unexpected display, the previously fierce Sun Wukong stood frozen. At that moment, the corner of the bearded fighter's mouth curled into a smirk, and his eyes suddenly gleamed with blue light. It became clear he was the one endowed with General Blue's superpower. Han Jing, concealed as a gecko nearby, grasped the situation. In the instant their eyes met, the bearded fighter unleashed his power, and with a flash of blue light, Sun Wukong's body became rigid, immobilized. "Ha! Sun Wukong, you have indeed fallen for my trap," the bearded fighter proclaimed triumphantly as he rose to his feet, laughing heartily. At that moment, Yamcha and Bulma arrived in quick succession. Seeing Sun Wukong ensnared by another fighter, the imposter Yamcha felt a surge of urgency and rushed forward to claim the kill. Suddenly, a long katana pierced through his back, emerging from his chest. Blood streamed down the blade as the imposter Yamcha reverted to his true form, revealing the bespectacled youth from earlier. In disbelief, he glanced back, eyes filled with regret, before collapsing. Behind him, the false Bulma also revealed her true identity, a stunning woman with flowing golden hair. Clutching the katana, she wore a look of mild astonishment. "To think you, Yamcha, were also an imposter. It seems this explosion was your doing, but alas, it ultimately served our purposes," she scoffed at the fallen body, then turned to the bearded fighter, remarking, "Our cooperation has proven quite effective. Sun Wukong now lies at our mercy." As she approached Sun Wukong and seized his tail while brandishing the katana, she declared, "Now I shall slay him, and as we agreed, any Saiyan blood that spills will belong to me, while any fragments of equipment or skills will be yours." The revelation that these two were in cahoots struck Han Jing with astonishment, yet he quickly recalled his cousin's diary, which indeed mentioned the formation of teams among fighters. As his cousin Han, Lei himself had joined the blue team. As the blonde woman prepared to take action, the bearded man suddenly interjected, "I apologize, but I have changed my mind. It is I who must slay Sun Wukong, and any blood of the Saiyan must also be mine. If there are any other fragments of equipment or skills that I cannot utilize, I might consider relinquishing those to you." "What?" The blonde woman, both astonished and enraged, contorted her face into a menacing grimace. "We had an agreement. How can you suddenly go back on your word? We are teammates in the same squad. Are you truly intending to betray me?" Indeed, as Han Jing suspected, these two were indeed comrades from the same team, although they had previously established an understanding. The bearded man continued, "Think about your actions from the moment you infiltrated. You have provided me with no substantial intelligence. You failed to identify the imposter Yamcha in a timely manner, and I was solely responsible for subduing Sun Wukong. Aside from eliminating a false Yamcha at the end, what have you contributed that justifies giving you the best spoils?" His voice grew increasingly louder as he approached the blonde woman, seemingly poised to strike and prevent her from claiming Sun Wukong's life. The blonde woman felt the pressure intensifying and could only respond with a disdainful scoff. "What do you mean by that? Are you attempting to force me into submission? You dare to betray a teammate, and do you not fear that I might report you to the captain?" The bearded man let out a hearty laugh, his voice escalating even further. "You constantly mention the captain, but do you think your charm has garnered his favor? Let me enlighten you. The captain has shown favoritism towards you, and this has been a topic of discussion within the team, leaving many discontented. You have only completed a single round of the dungeon, yet the captain bestowed upon you so many valuable items, including the perfect transformation technique and this blade in your hand, the Mijiro Benji. Yet you remain unsatisfied. I assure you, I am determined to claim the Saiyan blood today. If you wish to report me to the captain, feel free. But if you attempt to seize it from me, do not blame me for being ruthless. The blonde woman's bravado began to wane. Though she still clutched Sun Wukong's tail, she lowered her head, seemingly unwilling to pursue the argument further. However, just as the bearded man was about to act, she suddenly remarked, "Have you forgotten something?" "Forgotten what?" With a sly smile, the blonde woman continued, "Do you recall what I slipped into your drink last night?" The bearded man furrowed his brow, unable to recall, when suddenly the blonde woman exclaimed, "Beep, beep, beep." The bearded man suddenly weakened, clutching his abdomen before collapsing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the blonde woman thrust her blade downward. As he attempted to rise, the long knife pierced his throat. "Did you not anticipate this? I was already prepared for you. I slipped a little beep beep drug into your drink last night. How does it taste?" The beep beep drug? Han Jing recalled that such a substance did exist in the Dragon Ball universe, originally belonging to Bulma, who had once used it to punish Oolong. The bearded man suddenly lost all resistance, collapsing to the ground. Yet the blonde woman continued her relentless assault, stabbing her knife into his body again and again. "What could the captain possibly offer me that would allow you worthless fools to speak out of turn? You still wish to bully me? Klipava to die." Han Jing estimated that his transformation would soon be complete. After observing for a considerable time, he was confident that there would be no more fighters lurking in the shadows nearby, and before him lay the opportunity he had long awaited. At that moment, the blonde woman had her back turned to Han Jing. Seizing the moment, he reverted to his original form and swiftly retrieved General White's pistol from his equipment. Bang! Bang! Han Jing fired twice. The power of General White's pistol was astonishing, producing two brilliant flashes of fire from the muzzle. At such a close range, Han Jing's aim was impeccable, both bullets striking their intended targets. The first shot hit Sun Wukong, who, previously incapacitated, was severely wounded by the impact, regaining strength. The second bullet pierced the blonde woman's left side, the tremendous force obliterating her back and shoulder, sending her entire left arm flying. Combatant number 2199 has eliminated combatant No. 8847. Han Jing paid no heed to the blue notification, charging forward to seize the blade of Mijiro Benny, tossing it into his equipment, while simultaneously pressing General White's pistol firmly against Sun Wukong's eye socket. Seizing the moment without hesitation, Han Jing pulled the trigger. Combatant No. 2199 has eliminated the significant quest character Sun Wukong Kakarot. Dropped. 1 drop of Saiyan blood. 1 fragment of the flying nimbus. Would you like to collect? Collect. Chapter 13. The conclusion of the first round of the quest. Within the room, a loose floorboard beneath the bed was gently pried up, revealing a pre-dug black hole. A black snake slowly emerged from the hole, lying in wait beneath the bed, quietly observing the room's activity for some time before finally slithering out. The snake stood upright, instantly expanding back into Han Jing's original form. He let out a deep sigh of relief and heavily collapsed onto the bed. At last, he had safely returned to the temporary base. During the chaotic skirmish at Bulma's home, Han Jing had opportunistically emerged as the greatest victor. After securing his gains, he dared not linger and promptly withdrew. All the while, he placed great emphasis on remaining concealed, employing his shape-shifting abilities for cover, successfully avoiding any unforeseen encounters. However, throughout his journey, Han Jing felt an odd sensation, as if someone were constantly observing him from the shadows, yet he could not discern anything. This feeling pricked at his heart like a thorn, proving quite discomforting. Perhaps it was merely his overactive imagination. After all, such tension was inevitable in circumstances like these. Han Jing reassured himself, clearing his mind of the chaotic thoughts, and began to inspect his acquisitions. Combatant number 2199 status. Combat power, 5. Fighter's heritage, Earthling. Bloodline, 1 drop of Saiyan blood. Combat power limit, 1000. Training speed. Equipment, 55. Skills, incomplete transformation technique. Special abilities, none. Executed dungeon rounds, 0. Equipment slots, all 5 slots have been filled. Apart from the previously obtained assault rifle capsule, Senza Bean, and General White's pistol, there are also the spoils from the chaotic battle, Yajirobe's blade, and flying nimbus fragment. Equipment, Yajirobe's blade. Attributes, extraordinary cold weapon. Lethality, extraordinary. Description, Yajirobe's blade. This sword has followed Yajirobe for many years, claiming countless souls. It once cleaved the demon warrior Shinberu in half and severed the tail of the transformed Vegeta, even injuring Vegeta himself through his battle armor. Its sharpness is unparalleled, making it the finest sword of the era. Hanjing remarked that although Yajirobe plays only a minor role in Dragon Ball, he occasionally achieves remarkable feats, such as slaying Shinberu upon his appearance, which even alarmed King Piccolo. During the Saiyan invasion of Earth, Yajirobe's moments of glory peaked, as the eventual defeat of Vegeta by Goku and others could not have been accomplished without his contributions. In the manga, this blade is depicted as immensely powerful. In the dungeon, it was the instrument of demise for both Tien and Yamcha during the previous chaos. Equipment: Flying Nimbus Fragment. Attributes: Equipment Fragment. Collection status: 13. Description: 1 Flying Nimbus Fragment. Collect 3 fragments to synthesize a complete Flying Nimbus. Please continue your efforts. It's frustrating. Hanjing couldn't help but grumble. After all the effort and risk taken to claim the head of a prominent opponent in the dungeon, he had expected to acquire some valuable equipment, but instead, he received merely a fragment worth 13. He needed to gather 23 more to truly possess a Flying Nimbus. Nevertheless, despite the grumbling, obtaining such spoils amidst the chaos was indeed a delightful surprise, and he could not afford to be greedy, especially considering he had ultimately acquired the most crucial item, the Saiyan blood. The bloodline section now reflected a change, with an additional slot indicating possession of 1 drop of the highly coveted Saiyan blood, which had been fiercely contested by many fighters. Viewing: Blood Attribute, Saiyan Blood. Quantity held: 14. Description: Saiyan blood can be dropped by defeating Saiyans or Super Saiyans. Holding 4 drops of Saiyan blood allows access to the Saiyan bloodline. Indeed, the difficulty of unlocking the Saiyan bloodline far surpasses that of the Earthling bloodline, requiring a full 4 drops of blood to activate the heritage. Acquiring a single drop of Saiyan blood has proven to be an arduous task, and the endeavor to gather 4 drops to unlock one's lineage is infinitely more challenging. Hanjing began to grasp the profound excitement and gratitude expressed by his cousin in the diary, which mentioned that his team captain had assisted him in awakening his Saiyan heritage. Contemplating this, Hanjing closed his personal status bar and retrieved a staff from his capsule, gazing at it for an extended period. This staff, the Rui Jingu Bang, belonged to Sun Wukong, and Hanjing had conveniently taken it after vanquishing the legendary warrior. However, this staff could not be placed in his equipment slot. It was not due to a filled inventory, but rather because Hanjing discovered that the Rui Jingu Bang lacked any equipable skills or attributes, thus rendering it impossible to occupy an equipment slot or be taken out of the current dungeon. It appeared that this staff, akin to the handgun he initially picked up, was a weapon seized directly from the dungeon's character and could not possess any equipment item attributes. The only way to acquire such attributes would be through plundering from other combatants. Hanjing glanced at the Nimbus Cloud fragments in his equipment slot, and an understanding dawned upon him. The survival mission had been completed, and he had secured the Saiyan blood. With the remaining time, there was nothing else in this dungeon that warranted further risk. Hanjing resolved to remain completely hidden, avoiding unnecessary exposure. On the 5th and 6th days, the once chaotic West City underwent a significant upheaval, as a large contingent of Red Ribbon Army soldiers arrived in search of the Dragon Balls. The army resorted to various violent methods, subjecting the residents of West City to immense suffering. Hanjing speculated that although the Red Ribbon Army lacked precise radar technology, they possessed a rudimentary means of detecting the general vicinity of the Dragon Balls. After Sun Wukong had acquired the Dragon Balls and made his way to West City, he had never left, and the signal from the Dragon Balls had been detected by this nefarious group, prompting their arrival. By the 7th day, it seemed the Red Ribbon Army had obtained what they sought and finally withdrew. However, tranquility did not return to West City. Those combatants who had yet to complete their survival missions, seeing time running out and feeling cornered, cast aside all restraint and began rampaging through the streets, engaging in indiscriminate slaughter. This state of chaos persisted for 3 days. On the 8th day, the area where Hanjing was hiding was rocked by explosions, resulting in the destruction of numerous buildings, forcing him to relocate to a temporary refuge in the northern part of West City. The 9th day brought no respite from the turmoil. Yet, on the 10th day, the 3-day chaos abruptly ceased, and West City suddenly returned to a semblance of stability. Hanjing concealed himself in an underground basement in the northern part of West City, meticulously calculating the passage of time while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. As the final day arrived, he knew he must act with utmost caution to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Fortunately, the tranquility of this day persisted. and the unexpected occurrences he had feared failed to materialize. The 10-day dungeon limit finally reached its conclusion. The dungeon quest has come to an end. The mission of combatant number 2199 has been successfully completed, allowing for a safe exit from the instance. Throughout this endeavor, combatant number 2199 accumulated a total of 700 points, which includes a 200-point newcomer bonus and a 500-point survival task reward, now duly distributed. Combatant number 2199 successfully executed one round of the instance, with one available slot in the equipment inventory. Accompanied by a mechanical electronic tone, blue light enveloped Han Zhang once more, filling his heart with elation as the long 10 days finally came to an end. As the blue light dissipated, Han Zhang found himself standing in a spacious room, where the walls, floor, and ceiling were all pristine white. Meanwhile, the mechanical voice continued to resonate in his ears. Combatant number 2199 is about to enter the living area. Upon entering, you may leave the Dragon Ball battlefield or remain in the living area. Please choose. Enter the public living area or enter the private living area. The system will automatically select the private living area in 10 seconds. Han Zhang paid little heed to the mechanical voice's instructions, as his attention was entirely captivated by his surroundings. Flashes of blue light illuminated the room, revealing a diverse array of individuals, each with varying physiques and appearances. Most appeared drained and weary, while a few looked around in astonished confusion, uncertain of what had transpired. These must be the survivors who completed the mission within this instance. Han Zhang estimated that there were about 20 individuals in the room, meaning that out of 157 combatants, only this group of more than 20, including himself, had made it to the end. As Han Zhang continued to survey the area, he failed to notice a rather inconspicuous man in the corner of the room, quietly observing him with scrutiny. 321, automatically selecting the private living area. As the 10-second countdown expired, Han Zhang had not yet processed the situation when he was once again enveloped by blue light. In an instant, he was transported to the Dragon Ball battlefield's private living area. Chapter 14, the battlefield living area. Combatant number 2199, you have entered the private living area. Please remember the following guidelines. The announcement from the Dragon Ball battlefield began to recite what Han Zhang perceived as trivial information regarding the living area. To his surprise, he discovered that upon entering the private living area, the battlefield's voice had transformed from its previous cold, mechanical tone to a warm, emotive female voice, reminiscent of a certain Singaporean singer he greatly admired. Could it be that the private living area customizes its announcement tones based on personal preferences? Han Zhang found this hard to believe. However, that detail soon lost significance as he was astonished by the sight within the private living area. He realized he was situated in an elevator, which held only a single floor button marked with the number corresponding to his combatant ID, 2199. Han Zhang reached out and pressed the button, and the elevator doors opened in response. Outside the elevator lies a simply adorned foyer, which surprisingly resembles a residence with direct elevator access. The interior comprises 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, showcasing a pastoral decorative style, complete with all necessary furniture and appliances. Although Han Zhang does not calculate the area, it certainly appears more spacious compared to his cousin's modest 70-square-meter dwelling. Feeling somewhat bewildered, Han Zhang plopped down onto the sofa in the living room. Above him, a piece of calligraphy adorns the wall, quoting a line from a poem by Du Fu. How can one obtain a vast mansion with countless rooms? Han Zhang recalled the previously repetitive hints that had mentioned he could pose any queries within the private living area, with the system ready to respond according to the battlefield regulations. Sitting upright on the sofa, he summoned his thoughts and articulated his myriad questions. Moments later, the answering prompt indeed resonated. After more than half an hour, Han Zhang leaned back on the sofa, fatigue settling in as the mysteries clouding his mind were finally unraveled. This residence is designated as the private living area within the Dragon Ball battlefield, exclusively owned by the combatants. Since Han Zhang has only completed one round of the instance, his current living area is still at level 1. He must successfully complete 5 rounds before qualifying for an upgrade to a level 2 living area. In a level 1 living area, combatants like Han Zhang each possess a house of this nature, serving as their private living quarters where they can reside and rest while awaiting the next instance. Such exclusive living areas remain inaccessible to other combatants unless invited by the owner. Upon advancing to a level 2 living area, a combatant's private space transforms into a standalone villa, complete with a garden and swimming pool. However, before that, Han Zhang must endure 4 more rounds to achieve level 2. After each instance concludes, combatants may choose to return to the real world or remain in the battlefield's living area. The passage of time is synchronized between the real world and the battlefield, allowing combatants to traverse freely between the two realms without the need to engage in instance rounds. Upon the successful conclusion of each instance, combatants are awarded points, such as the 700 points Han Jing accrued in this round. These points can be utilized to purchase access to training instances, as combatants must continually engage in these sessions to enhance their combat prowess. Additionally, points can be spent in the public living area to acquire equipment or skills, facilitating trade among combatants. The public living area, like the private one, is stratified by levels and serves as a communal hub for combatants to gather, trade, acquire intelligence, and form teams, with individuals of this tier free to access the public living area at will. After each round of the dungeon concludes, there exists an interval before the commencement of the subsequent round, the exact duration of which remains uncertain. The battlefield will issue a notification 48 hours prior to the initiation of the next round for the combatants. The Dragon Ball battlefield will analyze extensive data from all combatants to ensure that the average combat strength of each participant in the new dungeon round perpetually exceeds that of the previous one. Consequently, before the arrival of the new dungeon round, combatants must strive to enhance their combat strength to secure their chances of survival. Among the multitude of battlefield information, the most astonishing detail for Han Jing is the following. To enable combatants to focus more intently on the affairs of the Dragon Ball battlefield and the dungeons, without being excessively burdened by mundane realities, the battlefield will provide economic assistance. This support will be assessed based on Han Jing's nationality and his living and working conditions in the real world, resulting in a daily allowance of 200 Chinese yuan, dispersed every 10 days. Furthermore, this economic assistance will increase with the number of dungeon rounds the combatant has completed. Following the prompt, Han Jing opened the drawer beneath the coffee table, revealing a stack of pristine RMB notes. He decisively retrieved 20 notes. Recalling that he had indeed been engaged in the Dragon Ball battlefield for exactly 10 days, thus qualifying for a total allowance of 2,000 yuan. Han Jing held the money aloft under the light, inspecting the watermark and the paper quality, confirming that all 20 notes were genuine. He sighed, both amused and bewildered, contemplating the unexpected humane aspect of the brutal Dragon Ball battlefield, which not only provided housing for combatants, but also issued a salary, 6,000 yuan a month, surpassing his previous job's remuneration. Han Jing pocketed the entirety of the money, and since he was permitted to traverse freely between reality and the battlefield, it was time for him to return to the real world. With a thought, the blue light flickered, and Han Jing found himself back in his cousin's house. Observing the familiar room and the diary lying on the floor, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Suddenly, he recalled something and hastily checked his phone, only to discover that it had run out of battery and shut down. Plugging in the charger, Han Jing decided to sit by the power outlet and wait. After a short while, the phone powered on, and upon checking, he realized that indeed, 10 days had elapsed. The passage of time between reality and the battlefield was evidently interconnected. Lowering the notification bar, he noticed several missed calls, all from his parents. Given his prolonged silence, it was natural for them to worry about an unforeseen incident. With this thought, Han Jing promptly dialed home. "Hello, Han Feng. You finally returned my call." The moment the call connected, his mother's voice resonated on the other end. "In recent days, I have been unable to reach you by phone, and both your father and I are quite anxious, fearing that something may have happened to you, much like what befell Han Lei. Where on earth have you been?" "Oh, I'm perfectly fine," Han Jing replied, his voice trembling slightly as he cleared his throat, striving to sound more at ease. "I simply went out with a few friends to search for Legu a few days ago and inadvertently left my phone behind." "Mother, you truly have a vivid imagination. What could possibly happen to me?" "Well, it's a relief to hear that you're safe. You cannot fathom how worried the family has been these past few days. By the way, have you heard anything about Legu?" Han Jing's expression darkened slightly. Not yet. My friends and I have been searching for days, but there is still no news." The fantastical nature of the battlefield instance left him at a loss for words when it came to explaining it to his family. So he chose to remain silent, opting to bear the burden alone like his cousin. On the other end of the line, his mother continued to ramble on, insisting that Han Jing return home to reassure the family. Unable to resist her pleas, he reluctantly promised to visit after some time. Once he hung up, Han Jing picked up his cousin's diary and lay down on his bed to study it meticulously. During his initial glance at the diary, he had merely skimmed through its contents without much thought. However, after experiencing a round of the instance, he now recognized the diary's invaluable insights. Each page was filled with his cousin's experiences and advice. Han Jing examined it thoroughly, even delving into each word and sentence, becoming utterly engrossed in the text. Remarkably, he spent the entire afternoon absorbed in its pages. As dusk approached, he set the diary aside and let out a long sigh. The afternoon study had granted him a deeper understanding of the Dragon Ball battlefield. He rubbed his temples and then returned to the personal living area of the battlefield. To survive through the repeated instances, one must strive to enhance their combat prowess. Time must not be squandered. It is uncertain when the next instance will arrive, so he must always be prepared. It was time to enter the training instance for some practice. However, before that, Han Zheng decided to take a stroll around the public living area. Chapter 15. Entering the training instance. In the Level 1 public living area of the Dragon Ball battlefield, he was greeted by a vast expanse of plaza, dotted with a few pavilions and corridors. A handful of fighters gathered in small groups, engaging in conversations, while the majority moved about alone, hurrying past one another without any interaction. Han Zheng stood at the edge of a corridor. Upon his arrival in the public living area, a barrage of prompts and maps flashed before his eyes, presenting various functions in graphical form. The Level 1 public living area was still rather rudimentary. Aside from the free activity plaza, it comprised only a trading area and a service station. Han Zheng followed the route guidance to arrive at the trading hall, where he found a few groups of people gathered at the edges of the spacious hall, animatedly discussing matters. These are the so-called information peddlers. Han Zheng recalled that his cousin's diary had mentioned such phenomena. The first level living area was inhabited by combatants who had not yet completed 5 rounds of the instance, most of whom were not well versed in the intricate details of the Dragon Ball battlefield and were unable to access higher living areas. However, combatants from the second level and even higher tiers could descend to the first level area, leading many seasoned fighters to exploit the ignorance and eagerness of newcomers by hawking various so-called information in the trading hall, with 90 of it being false, an insidious tactic employed by veterans to swindle points from novices. As another newcomer appeared at the trading hall, a sharp-eyed information dealer immediately began to shout out loudly. Han Zheng chose to ignore them, maintaining an impassive expression as he walked directly to the trading platform. The platform was situated at the center of the hall, elevated by over 30 centimeters and boasting a substantial surface area. As combatants stepped onto the platform, a blue light panel automatically materialized before them, displaying various prompts and classifications. Combatants could categorize their searches for the equipment or skills they needed according to the prompts, and they could also designate any unwanted equipment, skills, or blood to be listed for sale. Upon the completion of a transaction, the trading hall would deduct a tax of 10. Han Zheng scrutinized the panel, flipping through several pages, and discovered that the market prices were exceedingly chaotic. For instance, on the earlier pages, there was a Sky Cross Fist being sold for 180 points, while a few pages later, another identical Sky Cross Fist was listed at 320 points, nearly double the price. This discrepancy was primarily due to the abundance of newcomers, resulting in a plethora of erratic price listings. After rapidly flipping through a few more pages, Han Zheng found that the truly inexpensive items were not needed at the moment, while the good ones were excessively overpriced. He chuckled at himself, closed the panel, and exited the trading hall. Based on the experiences documented in his cousin's diary, it was advisable for combatants in the novice stage not to hastily expend points on purchasing equipment or skills. Firstly, the trading market within the first-level living area was chaotic, with prices being utterly disorganized. Since novice combatants possessed limited points, purchasing without discernment could easily lead to acquiring overpriced and underperforming items. Furthermore, for those still in the first-level living area, equipment and skills were secondary. The paramount concern was to diligently enhance their combat prowess and accumulate points to purchase cultivation instances, which was the true path forward. Upon exiting the trading hall, Han Zheng glanced towards the nearby stall area, where numerous combatants, taking advantage of their ample time and unwilling to part with the 10 tax, were selling their own items. In the living area, mutual attacks among combatants were prohibited, alleviating any concerns of forceful theft. The primary distinction between the stall area and the trading hall lies in the fact that within the stall area, combatants are permitted solely to engage in the exchange of equipment and skills, whereas the trading hall also allows for the sale of blood. Han Zheng let out a soft sigh, ultimately deciding against visiting the stall area, as he currently possessed a considerable amount of equipment. He resolved to adhere to the prudent advice recorded in his cousin's diary, which suggested refraining from expending points in the early stages and instead focusing on cultivation to enhance himself. In the next moment, Han Zheng transported himself back to his private living quarters. Upon entering the cultivation instance, he stood in the room and followed the previous instructions, issuing a command. A blue ray materialized out of thin air, scanning Han Zhang from head to toe. Following this, pale blue subtitles flickered in the air. Combatant ID, 2199. Combat Power, 5. Bloodline, Earthling. Combat Power Limit, 1000. Cultivation Speed, Executed Instance Rounds, 1. Scanning complete, now filtering. Based on the scanning results and the combatant's current combat power and bloodline, the following cultivation instance has been specifically selected for consideration. Turtle Island Training. Purchase price, 10 points per day. The time flow rate within the cultivation instance compared to reality is 61. Please select to purchase. Without hesitation, Han Zhang expended all 700 points to acquire 70 days of Turtle Island Training. A common mistake that novice combatants make when first purchasing cultivation instances is the tendency to hoard points for potential emergencies. However, this choice proves detrimental for newcomers. For combatants in the level 1 living area, conserving points holds no significance. At this juncture, maximizing one's capabilities through any available means is the sole strategy to enhance survival odds in upcoming instances. Retaining points without utilizing them is a considerable waste, as the next round of instances is uncertain, and upon entering, one may find themselves lacking just enough strength to survive, ultimately missing an invaluable opportunity due to prior point retention, a scenario frequently encountered by newcomers. His cousin, Han Lei, once fell victim to such an error, narrowly escaping disaster. This experience left a profound impact on him, which he duly noted in his diary. Han Zhang felt a flash of light before him, and in an instant, the room and its furnishings vanished. The warm morning breeze brushed against his face, and he realized he had been transported to an island. I shall now officially teach you the martial arts of the Turtle School, but first, I must enlighten you on what martial arts truly entails. A voice, aged yet imbued with strength and authority, resonated. Han Zhang focused his gaze and beheld an elderly man, bald with a bushy beard, wielding a staff and adorned with sunglasses. Standing before him, delivering his instruction with a commanding tone, the turtle hermit, Master Rashi, suddenly exclaimed, revealing that the elderly figure before them was none other than the revered martial arts master, known as the god of martial arts, who had taught Sun Wukong and Krillin. Silence, the turtle hermit commanded, striking the ground with his staff. You shall address me as Master Rashi, and no interruptions while I speak. Han Zhang quickly closed his mouth, rubbing his sore head while surveying his surroundings. Beside him stood two figures, the youthful Sun Wukong and Krillin, both standing upright. Though Krillin managed to shoot Han Zhang a glance laced with a hint of mockery, the pursuit of martial arts was not for the sake of brawling or boasting. It was not to be met with another lecture from Master Rashi. Han Zhang soon realized this was the training dungeon, as he observed the scene unfolding before him. He comprehended that this moment was reminiscent of the manga, depicting the first training session on the island with Master Rashi alongside Sun Wukong and Krillin. The battlefield had been crafted from this narrative, resulting in the Kame House training dungeon. In the original tale, only Sun Wukong and Krillin accompanied Master Rashi in their training. However, the dungeon had now positioned Han Zhang as the third disciple, joining in their rigorous exercises. Once Master Rashi concluded his speech, he raised his hands and addressed his three disciples. Now, let us commence. Chapter 16. The Grievous Trials of Kame-Style Training. First, we'll begin with a light jog. Follow my lead. With a commanding voice, Master Rashi set off ahead, and Sun Wukong and Krillin responded promptly, trailing closely behind. Han Zhang hurriedly picked up his pace, bringing up the rear as he jogged leisurely. Though Han Zhang was accustomed to regular exercise, this level of jogging felt rather easy for him. Yet, he was acutely aware that the truly daunting training was about to commence. Observing Krillin's carefree expression as he smiled ahead, Han Zhang couldn't help but think, you won't be laughing for long. After several moments of running, they passed through stretches of farmland and arrived in front of a building emblazoned with words. Master Rashi halted the group and called into the structure, prompting a minotaur-like man to emerge, carrying several boxes. I am Master Rashi. We spoke on the phone yesterday. Greetings, and thank you for your efforts. Here is the map for the deliveries. A wave of tension washed over Han Zhang as he turned to glance at Sun Wukong and Krillin, who appeared utterly bewildered, standing there in confusion. Each of you will take a box, Master Rashi commanded, pointing to the boxes held by the Minotaur. Deliver the milk. Thus began the first task of their training on Turtle Island. Originally, this mission involved using a helicopter to deliver milk to the island's many residents. But now it had fallen into the hands of Han Zhang and his companions. Left hop, right hop, Master Rashi shouted as he set the pace. While Han Zhang and the other two carried the milk boxes, bouncing forward in accordance with Master Roshi's directive. The milk crate was already quite heavy, yet he had to leap forward, and before long, Han Jing was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Observing the winding path ahead, he realized it required a serpentine approach. After delivering to a few houses, Master Roshi altered his training strategy, leading the trio into a more complex route. Han Jing felt his endurance waning. Beads of sweat cascaded down like rain, saturating him as if he had just emerged from the water. However, this was merely the beginning. After navigating the intricate route, Master Roshi guided them to the base of a towering mountain, its peak piercing the clouds, the steps steep and treacherous. Indeed, they were to ascend a mountain. Han Jing inwardly lamented his plight. Although he had seen countless training scenes in the comics, every detail was etched in his mind. The reality of standing at the mountain's foot sent tremors through his legs. With each step on the stairs, he felt his stamina depleting to its limits, as if a heavy iron bar had been driven into his legs, both stiff and painful. Sweat poured forth, often trickling into his eyes, stinging fiercely. He lost track of how long he had been climbing, but when he lifted his gaze, the rugged steps continued to wind endlessly before him. Sun Wukong and Krillin had already distanced themselves, leaving him far behind. He tilted his head back, gasping for air, as though his lungs might burst. For a fleeting moment, Han Jing entertained the thought of giving up. What did it matter about the Dragon Ball battlefield or the training dungeon? All he desired was to lie down and rest in comfort. Yet this notion was swiftly quashed. He gritted his teeth and pressed on, step by step, fueled by a burning conviction. This was a primal will to survive, and he constantly reminded himself. If he could not endure, he would perish. If he failed to complete the training in the dungeon, he would not survive long in the Dragon Ball battlefield. In such a case, he might enter the dungeon one day and never return, becoming like his cousin, lost to reality. Han Jing clenched his teeth and continued onward. Gradually, he discovered that as long as he remained steadfast, whenever his strength threatened to collapse, an indescribable force surged within him, supporting his weary body. Perhaps this was the power of the training dungeon. At long last, Han Jing reached the summit, placing the milk bottle into the collection box. Standing atop the mountain, he gazed at the sprawling landscape below and suddenly felt that this arduous training was not as burdensome as he had once thought. The milk delivery training continued as Han Jing followed Master Roshi across a narrow wooden bridge, traversing soft sandy terrain and wading through the flowing river. Moreover, they had to traverse the territory of the island's dinosaurs, desperately fleeing from the pursuit of these colossal creatures, while safeguarding their precious milk. Ultimately, after the last bottle of milk was delivered to the milk box, Han Jing and Sun Wukong collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, while Master Roshi nonchalantly remarked, "The morning training has concluded. It is now time for the early training." As Han Jing recalled, this early training involved assisting the farmers by tilling the land with their bare hands. Without tools or oxen, they were to turn over a vast expanse of farmland using only their empty hands. Han Jing bent over, digging his hands into the earth, repeatedly turning it over. Time and again, alongside Sun Wukong and Krillin, who were engaged in the same labor. The training dungeon seemed to imbue Han Jing, as a combatant, with a divine strength. His hands tirelessly plunged into the soil, and although it was reasonable to expect injury from such exertion, aside from the unbearable pain and fatigue, the functionality of his arms remained largely unaffected. After an arduous struggle that felt like an insurmountable challenge, the vast farmland was finally tilled, marking the end of the morning's training. After breakfast, they commenced the afternoon training. Han Jing immediately sat up straight, for this afternoon training was designated as study time. According to the original narrative, Master Roshi would instruct Sun Wukong and Krillin in their studies. This seemed like a trivial interlude, yet it was precisely the aspect of training that Han Jing had been eagerly anticipating. His cousin had mentioned in a diary the training dungeon on Turtle Island, stating that he and other combatants had once erred gravely by neglecting this study period. Exhausted from the morning's rigorous training, most of them viewed the afternoon reading time as an opportunity to rest, thus failing to heed Master Roshi's lessons, often drifting into daydreams or dozing off. Only later did Han Jing learn from his cousin that this study period was a crucial component of their training. Neglecting it would adversely affect the evaluation of their training outcomes in the training dungeon, leading to a corresponding reduction in their combat power enhancement. Therefore, to gain greater strength within the Turtle Island training dungeon, it was imperative to engage earnestly during this study time. Regrettably, his cousin and the others realized this too late. Let us begin with language. Wukong, you shall start reading from page 12. Master Roshi initiated his teaching mode. Aware of the mistakes made by his cousin, Han Zheng resolved not to be negligent. He attentively listened and studied, believing that he had never approached learning with such diligence and fervor since his early education through to university and into the workforce. After their studies, in a brief afternoon nap, Han Zheng followed Master Roshi to a construction site, embarking on the first lesson of the afternoon's training. In the words of Master Roshi, sweating profusely while honing one's muscles can also lead to financial gain, though the currency is collected on behalf of Master Roshi. Han Zheng could not help but reflect on his usual pastime of engaging in idle chatter on forums, where he frequently mentioned the metaphorical act of moving bricks. Little did he anticipate that today would mark the moment he would rely on this very labor to enhance his combat prowess. After laboring on the construction site, he plunged into the lake for a swim, unaware that it harbored great white sharks. Han Zheng and his companions, Sun Wukong and Krillin, swam frantically, pursued by the sharks. The final exercise, said to refine reflexes, involved the trio being bound by ropes around a great tree. Master Roshi then struck the tree's hornet's nest with his staff, unleashing a swarm of hornets that darkened the sky. Han Zheng and his companions darted left and right beneath the tree, yet ultimately succumbed to numerous stings. Reflecting on his childhood memories of reading comics, Han Zheng recalled how he would laugh heartily at the scenes of Sun Wukong and Krillin training on Kame Island. Each segment of their training was not only unexpected, but also vividly entertaining. At that time, he marveled at the author's talent in transforming what should have been a monotonous training narrative into something so lively and delightful, which filled him with both astonishment and joy. However, now that Han Zheng was engaged in the Kame-style training alongside Sun Wukong and Krillin under Master Roshi's guidance, he could no longer associate such vibrant and amusing descriptors with Kame training. Beyond the unbearable hardship, he found himself devoid of energy to seek further vocabulary to articulate the agony of his training. Nevertheless, Han Zheng understood that the true journey of cultivation was only just beginning, as Master Roshi presented them with 3 heavy turtle shells, instructing them to carry them on their backs. According to the battlefield setting, the passage of time within the training instance was 6 times faster than in reality. This meant that 6 days spent in the training instance equated to merely 1 day in the external world. Thus, every 6 days, the combatants were granted an opportunity to temporarily exit the training instance and return to the real world or living quarters to attend to personal matters. After enduring a grueling 12 days, Han Zheng finally resolved to take a break. He dragged his weary body back to his home in the real world, collapsing onto the sofa. Upon checking his phone, he found that his mother had begun calling to urge him to return home. At that moment, he felt too exhausted to call back and preferred to say little, opting instead to send a message via WeChat to inform her that he would return in 10 days. After resting for a while, Han Zheng re-entered the battlefield living quarters and accessed his personal status bar. After 12 days of rigorous training, his combat power had indeed seen an increase. Chapter 17. Training completed. Farewell to the weaklings. Combat power. 9. After 12 days of training, Han Zheng's combat power had risen by 4 points, finally lifting him from the ranks of the weaklings. He sighed, lamenting the toil endured for such a modest increase in strength. Yet, he was acutely aware that achieving this progress in just 12 days was no small feat. On one hand, his diligence was commendable. On the other, he owed much to the invaluable lessons gleaned from his cousin's diary. According to the entries in the diary, during his cousin's time in the training instance, his combat prowess had not escalated nearly as swiftly as Han Zheng's currently was. He resolutely encouraged himself to persevere. With renewed determination, Han Zheng departed from the living quarters and returned to the training instance. In the ensuing days, Han Zheng devoted himself tirelessly to his training on Turtle Island, not once stepping outside its bounds. During this period, he resided within the Turtle House, where he rigorously trained under Master Roshi by day and shared meals and accommodations with Sun Wukong and others by night. While the training was undoubtedly arduous, it was not devoid of enjoyment. For instance, the company of the enchanting Lan Shi, whose angelic visage belied a devilish figure, made the experience more delightful. Furthermore, Lan Shi possessed exceptional culinary skills. Regrettably, when it came time for bed, Master Roshi and Krillin shared a room, while Sun Wukong and Lan Shi did the same, leaving Han Zheng to his solitude. Throughout his training, Han Zheng discerned numerous divergences between the training instance and the original narrative. Notably, the episode involving pushing a rock had entirely been omitted, likely filtered out by the instance itself. Additionally, as they entered the second month of training, Master Roshi increased the weight of the turtle shells they carried from 20 kilograms to 40 kilograms, and the timeline was also significantly accelerated. Han Jing surmised that these adjustments were made by the training instance to facilitate a more efficient enhancement of the combatant's abilities. The 70 days of rigorous training on Turtle Island swiftly approached their conclusion. On the final day, after completing his training, a flash of blue light enveloped him, and Han Jing was transported back to his private living quarters. His combatant ID was 2199, his lineage was Earthling, and his combat power had risen to 33. Gazing at the displayed combat power, a profound sense of satisfaction welled within Han Jing. His efforts had not been in vain. A combat power of 33 was already a remarkable strength within the Dragon Ball universe, surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Although he still lagged behind Sun Wukong and Krillin, who had participated in the martial arts tournament for the first time, he was undoubtedly among the elite among ordinary humans. Throwing a few quick punches into the air and listening to the sound of his fists slicing through the atmosphere, Han Jing nodded in approval, feeling a sense of contentment. It had been over 10 days since he first entered the training instance, and suddenly a thought struck him. He hastily opened the drawer beneath the coffee table, revealing a stack of 20 red Mao Zedong bills, the economic assistance distributed every 10 days. After securing the money, Han Jing contemplated a trip back home. During his time away, he had not received any notification regarding the initiation of the second round of instances. According to the established protocol, such notifications will be dispatched 48 hours prior to the opening of the instance. Upon returning home, Han Jing unexpectedly received a notification about a dungeon, granting him some time to prepare. After tidying up his belongings and taking his cousin's diary, he boarded the train heading home. Han Jing's residence is situated in a small county in northeast China, close to the Russian border, where both his parents have stable government jobs. Their home is an aging building, long rumored to be slated for demolition, though those rumors have yet to materialize. Han Jing hurriedly ascended 7 flights of stairs and knocked on the door of his family abode. "Mom, I'm back." "Oh my, when did you arrive? Why didn't you call when you got off the train? I could have sent your father to pick you up," his mother, Zhou Min, exclaimed as she slipped on her slippers and eagerly took his backpack. "You're too indulgent. You're grown now. Do you really think you could get lost?" His father, Han Tongwei, emerged from the bedroom. "Stop dawdling. After such a long journey, quickly change your clothes. I'll wash them later. Go wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon." Han Jing quietly retreated to his bedroom. In the warmth of family, he felt a comforting solace, a stark contrast to the life and death struggles he had faced in the dungeon. At the dinner table, Zhou Min served him food while inquiring, "Did you find any news about your brother while you were there? You have no idea how much your uncle has aged since your brother went missing. He occasionally visits us, and he always sighs deeply." "Indeed," Han Tongwei added, setting down his bowl. "It's a big city. How could he simply vanish without a trace? Could he have gotten himself into some trouble?" His abrupt decision to break off his engagement was rather suspicious. Han Jing was at a loss for words and quietly resumed eating. After dinner, he rummaged beneath his bed and unearthed his cherished complete set of Dragon Ball comics, which he had painstakingly collected during his childhood by saving every penny. Dusting them off, he retrieved a pen and began to read intently from the first volume, engrossed in the details and jotting down extensive notes. As he progressed through the series, he poured forth the same fervor he had once exhibited while studying. However, just then, the power unexpectedly went out, plunging the home into darkness. Unable to stay still or find rest, Han Jing bid his parents farewell and stepped outside. Due to the proximity of school, he wandered a considerable distance before discovering a CF, where he casually selected a gaming machine to indulge in a long-awaited session of League of Legends. As he immersed himself in the game, his thoughts drifted back to the battlefields of Dragon Ball, recalling the fierce skirmishes within the dungeon and his uncertainty about future challenges. In an instant, the sense of relaxation he had felt upon returning home dissipated, replaced by a wave of tension and unease. His mind wandered, and his hands began to falter repeatedly, inciting the furious wrath of his teammates, who unleashed a torrent of scorn upon him. Han Feng, equally insensate, engaged in a verbal sparring match, but alas, his retorts fell short, and after several exchanges, he found himself bested. His already suppressed emotions plummeted to an even more dismal state, and with indignation, Han Jing retreated from the machine and exited the premises. Reaching a street corner, feeling dejected, he resolved to purchase a pack of cigarettes from the shop across the street. At that moment, an unexpected event transpired. A black car sped towards him from a distance, failing to decrease its speed as it barreled through the crosswalk. Han Jing swiftly stepped aside, the vehicle whizzing past him. The gust it created even lifting the hem of his clothing. Anger surged within him, yet he witnessed the car abruptly halt, blocking the road. The window rolled down rapidly, releasing a wave of alcohol-laden air, and a man, his face flushed from forehead to neck, leaned out, pointing an accusatory finger at Han Jing, bellowing, "You're asking for trouble." The intoxicated man, with his face flushed and eyes wide, shouted at Han Jing with a vociferous tirade. Han Jing, incensed beyond measure, found himself momentarily taken aback. He was merely traversing the crosswalk, adhering to the rules. It was the inebriated driver who nearly struck him. It was he who was being berated. The situation felt profoundly askew. At that moment, another voice emerged from the vehicle, equally slurred. "Stop wasting time, just hit him." The driver exited the car, expectorating a thick wad of phlegm onto the ground, and approached Han Jing while shouting, "Get down here." Instantly, the car's doors swung open, and 5 young men disembarked, quickly encircling Han Jing with the driver at the forefront. Each of the 5 used flushed faces, reeking of alcohol, indicating they had recently indulged in a drinking spree. As the night grew quiet, the road lay nearly deserted, with only a smattering of pedestrians passing by. Upon witnessing the commotion, were swiftly sent away by one of the young men. The stout fellow nearest to Han Jing jabbed a finger into his chest several times, exclaiming, "Are you blind? Can't you see the car?" Inexplicably, Han Jing felt a sudden urge to laugh. He pointed at the crosswalk beneath his feet, but before he could utter a word, a hand shot out, forcefully shoving his arm aside. "What are you pointing at, you asking for a beating?" It was the driver, who now stood before Han Jing, leveraging his height for intimidation, wearing a provocatively smug expression. The stench of alcohol emanating from him was unbearable, prompting Han Jing to take a step back, delivering a cold smirk. "Driving under the influence, I see. So what if I am?" retorted another young man with long hair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, stepping forward. "What I said to you? You planning to call the police? Come on, here's your chance. I have a phone right here. Go ahead, dare to report it." As he spoke, the young man with a cigarette extracted a phone, its model indistinguishable, and aggressively swiped it before Han Jing. Without uttering a word, Han Jing seized the phone from him and smashed it onto the ground with a forceful strike. The young man was initially taken aback, but soon rage consumed him as he swung his fist toward Han Jing. At that moment, the combatant's self-defense system was activated. In the context of the battlefield, the combatant was unable to wield the powers gained from the Dragon Ball arena while in the real world. However, should the combatant find themselves in a situation posing a threat to their health or freedom, the battlefield's self-defense system would engage. Once activated, the combatant could harness the powers acquired from the battlefield. After the threat was resolved, the system would assess whether the danger persisted. If deemed neutralized, the self-defense system would deactivate after 1 minute. Now, with the self-defense system engaged, a fighting force of 33 surged into Han Jing's being. He raised his hand and firmly grasped the incoming fist, simultaneously delivering a resounding slap to the young man's face. The half-burnt cigarette in the young man's mouth was forcefully pushed deep inside. Concurrently, Han Jing gripped his jaw and slammed him downwards. The immense force caused the young man to tumble sideways and crash onto the ground, landing precisely where his phone had shattered 2 seconds prior. The driver, cursing vehemently, reached for Han Jing's collar. However, before his hand could grasp the fabric, the sole of Han Jing's shoe had already met his cheek. The size 42 Jordan left a deep, even bloodied impression on the driver's face, eliciting a scream as he was sent flying. The crew cut man, initially intending to join the fray, hesitated upon witnessing his companions felled. Overcome by fear, he attempted to retreat, but Han Jing offered no respite. He swiftly seized the man's arm and delivered a powerful kick to his ample abdomen. The crew cut man collapsed to his knees, retching violently, expelling a foul, steaming mass. Han Jing pressed his foot down upon the man's head, forcing him face first into the refuse. The remaining 2 were struck with terror. One attempted to flee towards the vehicle to retrieve a weapon. Han Jing dashed forward, grasping the man's face and thrusting him against the car door, which caved inward upon impact. The man crumpled to the ground, groaning in agony. The last individual, now trembling in fear, abandoned thoughts of his companions and vehicle, turning to flee. At that moment, Han Jing was engulfed by a raging inferno within his chest, yearning for release. He charged forward, seizing the fleeing man's hair from behind. Ignoring the latter's pleas, Han Jing forcefully yanked him backward. The man was sent sprawling backward, a large patch of hair torn from his scalp, exposing a swath of pale skin. Han Jing casually flicked his wrist, causing the hair to scatter in the night breeze. In less than a minute, all 5 assailants lay on the ground, struggling and groaning, unable to rise. Throughout the encounter, Han Zheng had restrained his strength. Had he unleashed his full power, these 5 would have surely met their end. The least injured among them clutched his head, propping himself against a vehicle. His eyes fixed on Han Zheng with a look of sheer terror. The effects of alcohol had long dissipated, and they now comprehended the perilous nature of the adversary they had provoked. Han Zheng took a few deep breaths, feeling the tension in his chest gradually ease. Glancing at the 5 on the ground, groaning in pain, he smirked disdainfully, wiped his shoes, and turned to leave the street. Days later, reports emerged of notorious youths being brutally assaulted while driving under the influence, spreading through the community. However, Han Zheng himself paid little heed to the incident. In the following days, he remained at home, engrossed in studying Dragon Ball comics and his cousin's diary. He meticulously noted various details and derived numerous insights based on the diary's contents. Simultaneously, he pored over extensive materials, examining the entire timeline of Dragon Ball and its world map, recalling the diligent efforts he had put into memorizing them during his elementary school years. A few days later, Han Tongwei and Zhou Min proposed taking advantage of their vacation to visit Han Zheng's grandmother and uncle, suggesting a stay of half a month for family reunion and a brief holiday. Han Zheng, contemplating the impending quest, hesitated to accept their invitation and concocted an excuse. A classmate of mine has recently embarked on entrepreneurial venture and wishes for my involvement. I find it quite intriguing. This is the initial stage, and I truly cannot leave. Please extend my apologies to grandmother and uncle. Enough of this, my boy. You're no longer a child. Having aspirations is commendable. We won't take you with us this time, Han Tongwei and Zhou Min decided, leaving him at home after several reminders. However, the night following their departure, Han Zheng was abruptly awakened from his slumber. Combatant number 2199. The second round of the quest will officially commence in 48 hours. Please prepare yourself. Countdown. 47 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Chapter 19. The second round of the quest begins. In the darkness, Han Zheng sat up abruptly, fully awake. It had finally arrived. The new round of the quest was just 2 days away. He felt his heartbeat quicken. Though he understood this day would inevitably come and had been preparing for it, the mere sound of the notification sent waves of anxiety coursing through him. Gazing out at the tranquil, dark night, Han Zheng pondered for a moment before extracting all of his money and placing it beneath the computer desk in his parents' bedroom. Subsequently, he took out his mobile phone, accessed WeChat, and began composing a message to his mother, Zhou Min. In the message, he claimed that he needed to travel abroad for a period of time to embark on a joint venture with friends, and that the duration of his absence was uncertain. He urged his parents not to worry. However, just as he was about to send the message, he hesitated, fixating on the words for a brief moment. Then, with a decisive press of the delete key, he erased all the text, exited WeChat, and tossed his phone aside. There was no need for such sentimental words. He was certain he would return alive. 2 days swiftly passed, and Han Zheng conducted a final check on the doors and windows before sitting quietly on his bed, awaiting the moment. During these 2 days, he had notified relatives in the county as well as his distant parents, after which he rendered his phone card inactive. Time ticked away, second by second. Finally, the preparation time for the mission arrived. Han Zheng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as the scene before him blurred, then dissolved into darkness. Scanning complete for subject 2199, restoring optimal physical condition. The familiar electronic voice echoed once more, and Han Zheng's senses returned. He found himself in that same abyss of darkness. Subject 2199, combatant status, combat power, 33 bloodline, earthling blood held, 1 drop of Saiyan blood combat power limit, 1000 training speed, equipment, 46 skill techniques, incomplete transformation technique special abilities, none completed mission cycles. 1 The mechanical voice methodically reported his personal status. Given that his equipment slots were limited to 6, Han Zheng had previously left the unusable Nimbus fragments in the storage area of his private quarters, bringing only 4 items into the mission: a submachine gun, a Senza bean, General White's pistol, and Midgeru Heibei's blade. Once the status report concluded, the pivotal mission information finally resonated. Mission nature: solo free-for-all timeline start. May 4th, 750 AC. 3 days prior to the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament mission duration. 10 days location: Marsluda and surrounding villages, with restricted movement range. Total combatants, 40. Average combat power, 176. Survival mission: locate and eliminate at least 1 combatant. Failure to complete the mission will result in erasure. Based on the contextual background of this mission, combatants will be assigned character backgrounds. Please pay close attention. Countdown, 3029. Miss Ruta? Han Jing recalled that it was a stronghold established by the Red Ribbon Army in the snowy northern lands, guarded by General White and tasked with searching for the Dragon Balls. Surrounding Misruta were several villages inhabited by numerous villagers who had been coerced by the Red Ribbon Army into labor to seek the Dragon Balls. The timeline commenced 3 days prior to the 21st Martial Arts Tournament, indicating that this instance of the quest occurred 2 days earlier than a previous instance in West City. However, the meaning behind the character background settings remained unclear to Han Jing. As he pondered, the countdown reached its conclusion. Suddenly, the surrounding darkness dissipated, and he found himself confronted by a blinding expanse of white. Han Jing realized he was amidst a frigid landscape, with snow blanketing the ground and biting winds swirling around him. Clad in a thick cotton coat and boots, with a heavy hat atop his head and a shovel in hand, he resembled a laborer. Around him were numerous men dressed similarly, each wielding shovels and pickaxes, laboring earnestly. Among them stood several burly figures adorned in military caps, brandishing weapons, their arms tied with red ribbons. And emblazoned on their chests were 2 characters, the emblem of the Red Ribbon Army. In an instant, comprehension washed over Han Jing. According to the original storyline, during this period, the Red Ribbon Army, hindered by insufficient radar precision, had resorted to kidnapping the village chief and compelling all the men of the village to dig through the snow in search of the Dragon Balls. The men surrounding him must have been coerced villagers, and he himself was likely one of them. The previously mentioned character background settings were indeed intended to create this scenario, and Han Jing couldn't help but nod in understanding. Though the number of participants in this quest was a mere 40, far fewer than a previous instance. The chosen location was a secluded village. Unlike the densely populated metropolis of West City, the sudden appearance of 40 strangers in this remote village would undoubtedly be conspicuous and easily discernible. Thus, the quest deliberately crafted character backgrounds, assigning each fighter the identity of a villager, seamlessly integrating the 40 individuals into the fabric of this small community. Consequently, like himself, the other fighters blended in among the villagers. As Han Jing wielded his shovel to clear the snow, he meticulously scanned his surroundings for any suspicious individuals. Not far ahead, an older villager with a beard was being mercilessly beaten by a red-ribbon soldier for his lack of productivity. Further ahead, a somewhat plump villager appeared utterly inept at his task, struggling clumsily with the pickaxe in his hands. On the left, another slightly plump villager stood helplessly in place, his shovel abandoned on the ground. Observing his bewildered expression, Han felt inclined to believe that he was likely a novice combatant. Behind this villager stood a taller one, although engaged in work, fixated his gaze on the dazed plump villager, completely oblivious to Han's scrutiny nearby. To the right, a short-haired villager bent over, gripping a pickaxe, casting furtive glances behind a soldier adorned with a red sash, seemingly contemplating some action. Suddenly, a voice boomed from behind, berating, "You little slacker, why are you idly gazing around?" A sharp kick struck Han's waist. Instinctively, he desired to retaliate, but in that critical moment, he abruptly realized the futility and quickly adjusted himself, falling heavily into the snow, landing in a disheveled heap. Slacking off and glancing around, "Are you trying to escape?" The speaker was indeed a soldier of the red sash, who approached Han with an evil grin, raising his rifle and unleashing a flurry of blows upon him. Han inwardly cursed his misfortune. He had endeavored to minimize his movements while surveying the surroundings, not wishing to draw attention. Yet he had still been detected by this soldier and subjected to a merciless beating. Fortunately, his physical resilience had long surpassed that of an ordinary person, and the blows felt no more severe than a mere tickle. However, the soldier's shouting was alarmingly loud, drawing the attention of several villagers nearby. Many turned to gaze at Han, scrutinizing him intently. This was disastrous. Chapter 20: The Agitated Villagers. Han's heart sank as he surveyed the scene before him. The soldier's raucous outburst had evidently captivated the attention of numerous onlookers. This was not a favorable development. Among the surrounding villagers surely lurked several combatants. Now that he had become the center of attention, coupled with the soldier's derogatory remarks, a misstep could easily lead to his identity being suspected. It seemed the soldier relished this newfound attention, growing increasingly arrogant as he noticed the many eyes upon him. "Listen up. Work diligently. No one should entertain thoughts of escape, or they shall face dire consequences." With that, he lifted his foot and delivered a kick to Han's chin. Though this kick inflicted no real harm upon Han, he understood the necessity of a response. Swiftly, he bit into his own cheek, letting forth a mouthful of blood, and after a few struggles, managed to rise from the snow with considerable effort. You red sash soldiers are oppressive beyond measure. One day you shall pay. Han Zheng's lips were stained with blood as he tremulously raised his hand, pointing at the Red Ribbon Army with a mixture of anger and trepidation. Throughout his life, Han Zheng's only experience in performance was a skit during his early school days, where he delivered 2 lines. Haha, while mocking the protagonist alongside the antagonist, and ouch, as he was beaten by the protagonist. At that moment, Han Zheng seemed to extract every ounce of his performative spirit, resembling a reckless villager, humiliated yet daring to express his fury while being gripped by fear. What will you do, sooner or later? The Red Ribbon Army growled menacingly. What? Do you dare to defy us? Oh, forgive us, forgive us. We meant no offense. Please do not misunderstand. We shall certainly work harder. Interjected a short man with a mustache who suddenly approached, wearing a constant smile. My younger brother is still quite young and naive. Please be understanding. We will strive to improve. This man was, in fact, Han Zheng's elder brother. The moment the short mustache man appeared, Han Zheng's mind received a prompt confirming that he was indeed his brother, part of the narrative's character background. His brother then pulled Han Zheng along to offer further apologies, which eventually appeased the Red Ribbon Army, allowing everyone to resume their tasks. The work continued until nightfall, after which the weary villagers returned home. During this time, apart from a few villagers who were brutally beaten by the Red Ribbon Army for their lack of diligence, no other incidents occurred. Han Zheng took this opportunity to continue observing his surroundings, searching for clues, though he was now more cautious in his movements. After work concluded, he returned home with his brother to their modest dwelling. Through casual conversation, Han Zheng gleaned more about his own identity and background. He learned that both he and his brother had lost their parents at a young age and had been caring for each other ever since. With no families of their own, just the two of them, Han Zheng also inquired about the Red Ribbon Army, but his brother had little more information to offer. Aside from the fact that the army was both malevolent and powerful, and had come here in search of the Dragon Balls, he could not provide any further insights. After dinner, Han Zheng sat alone in a corner, deep in thought. There were a total of 40 fighters, with an average combat power of 176. This time, the average combat power had nearly doubled. Han Zheng's current combat power stood at 33, significantly above the average. However, within the confines of the instance, no one could confidently claim to be the strongest, thus caution remained paramount in his actions. He closed his eyes, meticulously recalling the faces he had encountered throughout the day's labor. Among the villagers, the most suspicious was undoubtedly the slightly plump man with a bewildered expression, as if he were utterly oblivious to the circumstances. Although other villagers had also exhibited some dubious traits, none appeared as pronounced as his. When the gathering dispersed and everyone returned home, Han Zheng took particular note of the plump villager's whereabouts. His residence was not far from Han Zheng's own, and during a casual conversation with his brother, Han Zheng learned that the man had no one else in his household apart from his parents. This individual raised significant suspicions that could not be overlooked. That night, Han Zheng resolved to employ his transformation technique to stealthily infiltrate the plump youth's home, awaiting the opportune moment to act. However, just as he was about to proceed, a sudden knock interrupted him. Upon opening the door, Han Zheng was met by a short-haired villager. He recalled this villager, who had been seen lurking behind a member of the Red Ribbon Army during the day, seemingly intent on launching an attack, yet ultimately refrained from taking action. What could he possibly want? Without further ado, follow me, and you will soon understand. The short-haired villager said, not waiting for Han Zheng's agreement before pulling him outside. They navigated through the village, ultimately arriving at a house at the end of the settlement. Inside, Han Zheng observed a gathering of around 20 male villagers, all of whom had been compelled to labor earlier that day. At the center of the room stood a bearded elder, passionately addressing the assembly. Upon noticing Han Zheng and a short-haired villager's entrance, he nodded in acknowledgement before resuming his fervent speech. Han Zheng recognized him as the elder who had been punished for his lack of diligence in work. The elder was animatedly proclaiming to the assembled villagers, ever since the Red Ribbon Army arrived in search of some Dragon Balls, our village has seen no peace. The village chief has been captured, and the men have been coerced into labor. I say, rather than endure this in silence, we should rise in defiance. Our village possesses numerous able-bodied youths. While they are unawares during the day, we can unite to overthrow those who guard us and seize their weapons, subsequently devising a plan to rescue our chief. Was this incitement to rebellion? Han Zheng had contemplated various scenarios before his arrival, even anticipating potential ambushes laid out for him in this very room. He had prepared himself to draw the blade of Miyajiro Byu at the slightest hint of danger. To his astonishment, the scene before him unfolded quite differently. The villagers had been persistently coerced into labor by the Red Ribbon Army, yet no rebellion had erupted. Having entered this realm for less than a day, Han Zheng found himself bewildered by such an unexpected turn of events. Could this be part of some scheme by certain combatants? However, the notorious reputation of the Red Ribbon Army loomed large. Should they fail, the entire village could face annihilation. Perhaps it would be wiser to focus on locating the elusive Dragon Balls, for once found, the army would surely depart. Yet, among the crowd, dissenting voices arose, questioning the wisdom of such a radical approach. But what if we continue to search in vain? The elder villager retorted angrily. Are we to continue searching indefinitely? The men of our village have all been taken for labor. How can we sustain ourselves? How will we provide for everyone? His words resonated with many, prompting nods of agreement from the crowd. However, a particularly robust villager voiced his dissent. The Red Ribbon Brigade is equipped with advanced weaponry, and for years they have committed atrocities without anyone daring to oppose them. Even if we gather the villagers for a surprise attack, our chances of success are slim. Furthermore, even if we manage to subdue the Red Ribbons outside the tower, they still possess substantial forces within. It is rumored that many skilled fighters remain there. Victory is unlikely, especially with the village chief in their custody. They will surely execute him if we act recklessly. What nonsense are you spouting? Interrupted a short-haired villager who had brought Han Zheng in. We initially believed you to be a brave man, which is why we summoned you to discuss important matters. But it seems you are merely a coward. Han Zheng silently observed the unfolding events with a sense of confusion. The room contained approximately 20 people, and he surmised that some among them were combatants. But who exactly were they? Were they the ones voicing opinions and engaging in heated debates? Or were they the silent observers? In the dim light, he sensed a whiff of conspiracy in the air. After several rounds of contention, the elder villager's perspective gradually garnered the support of the majority. He stood elevated, raising his arm to incite those around him to echo his sentiments. A significant number of the crowd, inspired by his fervor, also raised their arms in solidarity. At that moment, Han Zheng suddenly noticed that the somewhat plump villager he had deemed suspicious had entered the room at some point. He was now seated in a corner, gently waving his arm and quietly expressing his support. Chapter 21. The enigmatic knight Han Zheng stood within the crowd, occasionally stealing glances at the plump villager in the corner. At this moment, the villager appeared markedly different from during the day. While working earlier, he seemed bewildered and somewhat flustered by his surroundings. Now, however, he appeared much more composed, with no discernible signs of distress. Seated in the corner, he occasionally joined in with the passionate crowd, appearing indistinguishable from the other ordinary villagers. Had he adapted to the situation and embraced his role after a day as passage? Or was he, in fact, an ordinary villager? Perhaps his earlier anxious demeanor was merely a manifestation of fear towards the Red Ribbon Brigade, causing him to behave erratically? Han Feng pondered, still regarding him as the primary suspect. Meanwhile, the elder villager, witnessing the enthusiastic response to his call, expressed his satisfaction. He proposed gathering the strong and bold men of the village to launch a surprise attack on the Red Ribbon Army while they were dining at noon tomorrow, seizing their weapons and then advancing on Misruta to rescue the village chief. Although some skepticism lingered, the majority of the villagers were now stirred with fervent emotions, eagerly expressing their willingness to partake. Han Zheng, wishing to avoid drawing attention to himself, blended in with the crowd and also indicated his participation. The villagers agreed upon a time and a signal, designating a short-haired villager to coordinate their efforts the following day. At that moment, the door was suddenly flung open, and a man rushed in. His expression was grave as he approached the elder of the village and whispered a few words to him. Those nearby who overheard the conversation began to exchange glances, their faces showing various shades of concern. Han Zheng, following closely behind, grasped the situation after hearing a few snippets of the dialogue. It turned out that a male villager had mysteriously vanished from his home, leaving no trace behind. Some began to speculate whether the Red Ribbon Army was involved, while others worried that this might indicate that the army had become aware of their plans for rebellion and was preparing to act against them. Noticing the rising panic among the villagers, the elder quickly sought to calm them, reassuring them that the missing villager was unaware of their plans. Thus, there was no cause for alarm regarding any potential leaks. As for the connection to the Red Ribbon Army, it remained uncertain. However, if they were indeed responsible, it was imperative that they resist sooner rather than later, for delaying could place them all in grave danger. Gradually, the villagers settled down, and the elder reiterated the significance of their resistance, reminding them of the time once more. Subsequently, they dispersed, returning home to rest and prepare for the struggle ahead. As the villagers made their way home, Han Jing lingered at the rear, keeping a watchful eye on the slightly plump villager. The journey unfolded without incident, and after bidding farewell to several villagers, the young man proceeded alone to his house. Seizing this opportunity, Han Jing, whose home was not far from the plump villagers, feigned a return home. However, he soon found a moment when no one was around, swiftly transforming into a small white mouse, using the cover of the snow to stealthily approach the plump villager's abode. Yet, just as Han Jing arrived at the wall of the plump villager's house and prepared to infiltrate, an unexpected event occurred. A piercing scream erupted from within, followed by a thud, as if someone had collapsed to the ground, and then silence enveloped the scene. Startled, Han Jing wondered if someone had been ambushed. He quickly scurried to the window, peering inside to ascertain the situation. Inside the room, the plump villager lay sprawled on the floor, his head grotesquely twisted to one side, clearly having had his neck broken. However, to Han Jing's bewilderment, there was no one else in the room aside from the lifeless body. Not a single soul could be seen, not even an insect. When the anguished cries erupted, Han Jing was outside, and he immediately leapt through the window. Yet even then, he failed to discern the identity of the assailant. The doors and windows remained undisturbed. Where could the murderer have vanished? How could one possibly disappear in such a fleeting moment? Could it be that they employed a transformation technique? Did the perpetrator, after committing the heinous act, instantly morph into a piece of furniture or some other object to conceal themselves? Han Jing was convinced that, after his rigorous training, his perceptive abilities had significantly improved. If the killer had transformed into a small animal or insect to escape the house post-murder, he would have surely noticed. Furthermore, the notion of transforming into an object to hide made little sense. There had been no one outside prior, making it the perfect opportunity to flee the scene, leaving no reason to linger inside. The more Han Jing pondered, the more incredulous he became. At that moment, other villagers, alerted by the cries, began to arrive in succession. The first to enter the house were the parents of the chubby villager, who, upon discovering their son's lifeless body, collapsed in despair. Seizing the opportunity, Han Jing transformed back into his human form and melded into the gathering crowd. The residence of the chubby villager was quite spacious, yet the furnishings were sparse. Han Jing surveyed the room, but gleaned nothing of significance. The bereaved parents wept profusely, while the surrounding villagers offered what comfort they could. Most believed that the Red Satin Brigade was responsible, yet fear silenced them, leaving only words of solace to be spoken. After a brief period of consolation, the villagers, unable to devise any further action, began to disperse. That night, Han Jing lay in bed, his mind racing with thoughts, unable to find rest. What was the source of this incitement to rebellion? Logically, combatants should not act so brazenly, yet nothing is absolute. Could it be that some combatants were secretly stirring up trouble, influencing other villagers in an attempt to sow chaos? Moreover, how had the murderer of the chubby villager managed to vanish so suddenly? Following the incident, the deceased's parents remained in their home, seemingly oblivious to any further developments. Han Jing instinctively felt that the truth could not be so simple as merely employing transformation techniques. Was it possible that a remarkably swift combatant had executed the murder and fled in an instant, their speed so astonishing that it escaped notice? Or could the killer possess the ability to teleport? This notion sent a chill down Han Jing's spine, yet upon reflection, it seemed too fantastical to be credible. After all, this was merely a dungeon with an average combat power of 176. How could such an extraordinary expert exist? Han Jing furrowed his brow in contemplation. The following morning, a resounding banging reverberated at the door of Han Jing's home. Han Jing initially believed that it was the short-haired villager responsible for communication who had arrived. But upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find the elder villager, the organizer of the resistance, standing outside. The elder villager appeared tense, as if something dire had transpired. Have you heard the news? Not only have I heard, but I visited their home last night. It was particularly tragic. Their neck was completely twisted. Neck? Huh, that's not what I meant, the elder villager quickly clarified. It was then that Han Jing understood. The short-haired villager responsible for coordinating the resistance had been discovered missing that morning. Many had searched for him, and even his family could not locate him. It was as though he had vanished in a thin air, leaving no trace behind. Another case of a person missing without a body. Han Jing could not help but lick his tight lips. In less than 24 hours since entering the scenario, 2 villagers had already disappeared. One had been killed, and the circumstances surrounding these events were shrouded in mystery. So, Shall we proceed with the plan today? Han Fenging quiet courteously. We will act, the elder villager replied decisively. We will adhere to last night's plan. At lunchtime, once I give the signal, we will strike immediately without hesitation. Chapter 22. Someone is causing trouble. At lunchtime, they awaited the signal to act. Han Zheng found himself inexplicably amused, feeling a peculiar sense of humor akin to a hidden blade waiting for the moment to strike. He inquired about further details and learned that the elder villager had contacted additional male villagers, rallying over 30 individuals to prepare for the resistance. 30 villagers against the Red Ribbon Army. Han Zheng shook his head inwardly. With such scant numbers, they might seize a fleeting opportunity outside the tower. But within the confines of Marsruda, numerous skilled fighters from the army would ultimately lead them to failure. Yet, Han Zheng had no desire to correct him. When the villagers initiated their uprising, chaos would undoubtedly ensue, and it was likely that some impatient combatants would reveal themselves. Throughout the afternoon, Han Zheng, like all the male villagers, continued to excavate and search for Dragon Balls under the supervision of the Red Ribbon Army. He remained vigilant, always attentive to his surroundings, on the lookout for suspicious clues. However, the crowd today seemed unusually quiet, each person diligently working without causing any disturbances. Consequently, even the supervising Red Ribbon soldiers appeared to have relaxed, engaging in idle chatter and laughter among themselves. The afternoon passed swiftly, and the agreed-upon lunchtime finally arrived. A group of villagers gathered to share a meal, among whom were several members of the resistance organization, occasionally exchanging knowing glances. At that moment, Han Zheng suddenly noticed an unexpected visitor among the supervising Red Ribbon soldiers. This individual seemed to have just arrived from Marsruda, mingling and laughing with the surrounding soldiers. The individual sported an impressive topknot and was clad in a striking purple ensemble, adorned with a white sash, and carried a warrior's sword upon their back. To Han Zheng's astonishment, this was none other than the renowned village ninja, a comical character from the original manga, who had been subjected to various humiliations by Sun Wukong. Han Zheng was taken aback by the early encounter with this familiar figure. As he pondered this, a sudden realization struck him. He hastily lifted his bowl to feign eating while discreetly observing the surrounding villagers. The village ninja was a well-known character, and any combatants present would undoubtedly recognize him. Hence, his appearance would surely alert some fighters. As Han Zheng scanned the area, he noticed that most of the villagers remained indifferent to the arrival of the village ninja. Yet one individual betrayed a hint of recognition. This was the elderly villager who had been instigating the resistance. Upon spotting the village ninja, the elderly villager initially froze, then quickly lowered his head, continuing to eat with a demeanor that suggested an attempt at concealment. Could he be a combatant? Han Zheng was taken aback. He had considered many possibilities, but never once did he suspect the elderly villager of being a fighter. Why would a combatant act so brazenly, so conspicuously? Did he seek attention, or was he simply reckless? As Han Zheng grappled with confusion, the elderly villager suddenly sprang into action. True to their previous agreement, he signaled to the surrounding villagers and then approached a leading figure of the Red Sash soldiers. After exchanging a few words, the Red Sash soldier erupted in fury, striking the elderly villager to the ground. This act served as the signal for the villagers. A band of young, eager villagers surged forth, launching themselves at the unsuspecting Red Sash soldiers, who were still in the midst of their meal. The Red Sash soldiers had overstepped their bounds. It was time for the villagers to rise and reclaim their homes. The elderly villager, lying on the ground, raised his arm and shouted fervently, urging more villagers to join the rebellion. In an instant, many were inspired and joined the fray. Amidst the tumult, Han Zheng blended into the crowd, neither charging ahead nor lagging behind, adhering to a demeanor of modesty, striving to remain inconspicuous. The Red Sash soldiers, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, found themselves overwhelmed, many unable to even grasp their weapons before being toppled by the villagers. The tide of battle turned swiftly in favor of the villagers, who seized the initiative and gained a significant advantage. Others, previously timid and reluctant to resist, now found courage in the favorable turn of events and joined the ranks. The Red Sash soldiers had been far too complacent, never anticipating that these villagers would dare to rise up. The villagers swiftly gained an overwhelming advantage, and the Red Ribbon Army was rapidly defeated, their weapons seized by the villagers. Han Zheng, amidst the chaos, remained vigilant, closely observing the movements of the elder villager. The elder displayed remarkable bravery in battle, yet his strength was evidently that of an ordinary man. Nevertheless, Han Zheng sensed something unusual. The elder had somehow acquired a handgun and was relentlessly firing at the Red Ribbon Army. Throughout the ordeal, Han Jing discreetly monitored him, while most would overlook the details. He meticulously counted the number of bullets fired, which evidently surpassed the standard capacity of the firearm. This suggested that the elder must have possessed some enhanced equipment. Han Jing prepared to access his inventory, ready to act when the opportunity arose. By this time, most of the Red Ribbon Army had been annihilated, and the remaining soldiers had surrendered. The Kazaki ninja, initially fighting alongside them, now recognized the tide had turned and hastily fled towards Marsluda, disregarding the others. Observing this, the elder abandoned the rest and rushed after him, with 2 other villagers also in pursuit, prompting Han Jing to hastily follow suit. The quartet pursued the Kazaki ninja for quite a distance, eventually entering the forest, far from the main forces. Realizing he was being relentlessly pursued, the Kazaki ninja desperately hurled several shurikens, but his aim was somewhat lacking, failing to strike the villagers. However, Han Jing, trailing behind, boldly intercepted the incoming shurikens, resulting in a cry of pain as he collapsed into the thick snow. In the aftermath, he transformed into a snow-white fox and silently continued the chase. Yet, before he could advance further, an unforeseen incident occurred. The elder suddenly turned his gun on the other 2 villagers, and with the gunfire, they both fell to the ground, struck down. Immediately, the elder shouted towards the Kazaki ninja, "It's done. They are all dead. It's just me now, so stop running." Upon hearing this, even the Kazaki ninja was taken aback, halting in confusion. Han Jing, lurking in the shadows, also felt a surge of suspicion. "What do you mean by that?" The Kazaki ninja inquired, perplexed. The elder's tone grew increasingly agitated. "I did as you instructed, inciting the villagers to rebel. Now you must fulfill your promise." "What promise?" The Kazaki ninja was utterly bewildered. The elder, now frantic, raised his gun and shouted, "It was you who urged me to do this. Don't play the fool now. You came to me yesterday, kidnapped my daughter, and coerced me to act as you dictated, threatening to kill my entire family if I refused. You even provided me with this handgun, insisting I incite the villagers to rise against the Red Ribbon Army. What have you done with my daughter?" Goku claims that I did not visit your village yesterday. I spent the entire day at Masruda accompanying General White, never once encountering you. It is impossible for you to assert otherwise. Hand over my daughter at once, or I shall confront you with all my might. The elder villager raised his handgun, his emotions aflame and his body trembling, as if each utterance bore the weight of truth. Concealed in the shadows, Han Jing found himself taken aback. From this exchange, it appeared that the elder villager was acting under someone else's direction, and shockingly, that individual was none other than the Kurizaki ninja. This defied logic. The only plausible explanation lay in the art of transformation. A combatant had likely assumed the guise of a Kurizaki ninja yesterday, subsequently abducting the elder villager's daughter and inciting him to instigate rebellion. It was thus that the elder villager possessed that handgun and exhibited an unnatural demeanor upon encountering the Kurizaki ninja, raising suspicions. The combatant had likely anticipated the arrival of the Kurizaki ninja outside the tower today, deliberately adopting his form. If one were adept in transformation techniques, they could effortlessly morph into a bird or some other creature, infiltrating Masruda to gather intelligence. Who could orchestrate such a scheme? It seemed that the plan involved first gathering intelligence on Masruda, then masquerading as the Kurizaki ninja to abduct the young girl, and finally, waiting for the elder villager to return home to threaten and manipulate him. To execute this, ample time during daylight would be necessary. Yesterday, the villagers were compelled to labor, and if someone had stealthily slipped away for such an extended period, the Red Satin Brigade would surely have noticed, yet no such incidents occurred. It must have been a woman. Indeed, it had to be a woman. The men of the village were taken away to work during the day, leaving the women behind. Among them was a female combatant who orchestrated these numerous arrangements. The more Han Jing contemplated, the more agitated he became, sensing himself ensnared in a trap. Someone was scheming in the shadows. At that moment, a gaunt villager suddenly emerged from behind, one of the 2 who had been shot dead by the elder villager. Previously, he had fallen to the ground with a gunshot wound, yet now he appeared completely unscathed. The gaunt villager wore a malevolent expression, swiftly approaching the elder villager to deliver a punch that pierced his abdomen. Following this, he kicked the elder villager's lifeless body and shook the blood from his fist, muttering, "I actually misjudged him. He was merely an ordinary villager." Han Jing realized that he was not the only one ensnared in this trap. Chapter 23. Such arrogance. Who are you? Witnessing the sudden slaying of the elder villager, the Kurizaki ninja grew increasingly wary, drawing his katana and eyeing the gaunt villager with suspicion. The gaunt villager regarded the Kurizaki ninja with disdain, poised to speak, when suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged from behind him. The emaciated villager reacted swiftly, promptly throwing himself forward and collapsing into the snow. In the next instant, a crimson staff surged toward him with alarming speed. After narrowly evading the strike, the staff retained its momentum, extending directly toward the Kurizaki ninja. The ninja hastily raised his sword for a block, yet as the weapon and staff collided, his katana shattered with a resounding crack. The staff then struck him squarely in the face, causing the Kurizaki ninja to utter a cry and succumb to unconsciousness on the ground. The emaciated villager was taken aback by this turn of events. Han Feng, observing intently, recognized that the crimson staff was none other than the Ruibang. At that moment, the opposite end of the staff was gripped by a pair of delicate, fair hands. Han Jing glanced over to see a white figure standing in the snow not far away. Judging by her silhouette, she was undoubtedly a woman. She sported shoulder-length hair, wore a mask that concealed her face except for her bright, clear eyes, and donned an outfit of white that almost blended seamlessly with the snow beneath her feet. The Rui Bang in her grasp rapidly shortened, and then she leapt forward with great agility, charging toward the emaciated villager. The villager quickly retreated while hastily drawing a large machete from his equipment, preparing to confront the advancing woman. When they clashed, it became evident that the woman possessed superior combat prowess, swiftly gaining the upper hand. Han Jing, concealed in the shadows, realized he could no longer remain passive. Initially, he intended to observe, hoping the woman and the emaciated villager would mutually exhaust each other, allowing him to seize the advantage later. However, seeing the emaciated youth utterly outmatched, subdued within mere exchanges, he feared for the villager's life if he delayed any longer. With the transformation soon to expire, Han Jing disregarded the risks. Reverting to his human form and drawing the blade of Miyazawa Heibei, rushing toward the woman from behind, he aimed to execute a pincer attack, hoping to eliminate the more formidable opponent. The woman, seemingly prepared, suddenly produced a handful of white powder and swiftly tossed it toward Han Jing as he charged. Unable to discern the powder's potency, he quickly sidestepped while vigorously swinging his long blade to shield himself. However, the powder posed no immediate threat, as it dispersed upon the wind, vanishing into nothingness. It was then that Han Jing noticed a bomb had been discreetly planted in the snow before him by the short-haired woman. Alarmed, he leapt backward with great force, distancing himself while puzzled by her audacity to employ explosives at such a close range, seemingly unconcerned about collateral damage. Yet the bomb lay still, devoid of any signs of detonation. Infuriatingly, Han Jing suddenly realized the truth. It was yet another ruse. In this fleeting moment, it was ample opportunity for the short-haired woman. Seizing the chance while Han Jing leaped back, she swiftly broke through the defenses of the gaunt villager and thrust her Rui staff forward. The staff elongated with remarkable speed and force, piercing through the villager's hefty blade and driving directly into his throat. The gaunt villager gasped, unable to utter a sound, his head tilting as he succumbed to death. After successfully eliminating the slender youth, the short-haired woman immediately withdrew her staff and advanced towards Han Jing. Han Jing met her with his blade, and their figures danced amidst the snow-laden forest, stirring flurries of snow. The Rui staff and the blade of Miyajir Bei clashed in an evenly matched duel. Han Jing felt an undercurrent of anxiety, despite numerous exchanges with the short-haired woman. Neither could gain the upper hand, their combat prowess seemingly equal. Meanwhile, outside the forest, the villagers likely had subdued all the Red Ribbon soldiers. Yet, without their elder leader, the situation might soon spiral out of control. As the two continued their relentless struggle, a stalemate ensued. If the villagers outside were to notice the commotion and send reinforcements, it would spell disaster. Unable to decisively defeat her, Han Jing pondered a swift retreat to devise a new strategy. At that moment, the short-haired woman suddenly perceived an opening. Her Rui staff surged forward. Han Jing swiftly evaded the attack, only to see her leap back and ascend to the top of a grand tree. Halting, she stood above, commanding the view, and called out. Han Jing ceased his assault, yet remained vigilant, sword poised and ready. A fine blade, the Miyajir Bei, is it? The short-haired woman inquired, her voice surprisingly sweet and melodic, contrasting sharply with her demeanor. Is that the reason for your inquiry? Han Jing replied coldly, his expression unyielding. Very well, let us set aside the trivialities. Our combat capabilities are evenly matched, and prolonged engagement will yield no victor. Should other combatants hear the ruckus and arrive to reap the rewards, it would be detrimental. Shall we agree to cease hostilities and part ways to strategize for the future? This proposition resonated with Han Zheng's thoughts, and he nodded in agreement. At that moment, faint cheers from the villagers outside resonated through the air. Han Zheng glanced in their direction, unable to suppress his admiration. You truly are formidable, devising such a plan and creating this grand spectacle. Ah, thank you for the compliment. The short-haired woman replied from her perch atop the tree, offering a playful bow. In the midst of today's chaos, I have already eliminated 3 combatants. Not only have I fulfilled my mission, but I have also acquired considerable spoils. Hence, I shall spare you for today. Perhaps fate shall allow us to clash again in the future. Indeed, you possess quite the audacity, Han Zheng chuckled in response. Without further ado, as the farewell drew near, the short-haired woman suddenly spoke in a peculiar tone, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. You certainly have a big mouth. Just moments ago, during our skirmish, your foul breath nearly suffocated me. With that parting remark, she transformed into a white bird, soaring swiftly into the wind, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Han Zheng gazed up at the sky and suddenly raised his hand to his mouth, exhaling heavily. He then inhaled deeply for a few seconds, shaking his head in dismay. Although he chose to refrain from further confrontation with the short-haired woman for the sake of caution, the fact remained that she had seen his appearance, leaving him in a position of vulnerability in the long run. Feeling somewhat despondent, Han Zheng walked toward the edge of the forest. After all the back and forth, he had gained nothing. The mission remained unaccomplished, and he had nearly fallen into someone else's trap. His spirits were undeniably low. At that moment, from a nearby snowbank, the comatose ninja from the village finally stirred awake. His eyes fluttered open, swaying slightly as if still not fully conscious. Han Zheng, growing increasingly frustrated at the sight, approached him and struck him with a swift blow. Combatant number 2199 has eliminated the crucial supporting character, the village ninja, yielding 1 drop of blood of the earthling and 4 skill techniques. Ridiculous invisibility technique, basic water treading technique, hopeless tatami reception technique, and a technique one can never cast alone. Would you like to collect these items? Do not collect. Chapter 24. A new bloodline unveiled as Han Zheng rejoined the villagers. They were celebrating their recent victory and discussing their next course of action. With the elder villager missing in action, the community had dispatched several individuals to search, but alas, they returned only with a corpse. The death of their leader plunged the villagers into sorrow, yet did not extinguish their fervor for resistance. Quickly, they transformed their grief into strength, engaging in more vigorous discussions on how to achieve further victories. Han Zheng, mingling among the crowd, assisted in carrying the wounded and learned that 6 villagers had perished, 11 had been injured, and 1 remained missing. He recalled the short-haired woman mentioning that she had killed 3 combatants earlier that day, presumably among those casualties. Was her orchestrated uprising merely a chaotic endeavor to fulfill her survival task, eliminating a few combatants? Perhaps the truth was far more intricate. Moreover, the one missing person piqued Han Zheng's thoughts, reminding him of the 2 disappearances from last night to this morning. He suspected that these incidents were the work of a single individual, likely one of the combatants. Yet, he couldn't quite grasp why they were classified as missing. Were they alive and untraceable, or dead with no remains to be found? Had the combatant hidden the bodies away in capsules after the killings? The actions undertaken seem to lack any significant purpose. Could it be an attempt to conceal something? Han Zheng found himself somewhat perplexed. Coupled with the murder of the slightly plump villager last night, he felt that the events of the past couple of days had become quite a headache. After much deliberation, the villagers collectively decided to return to their hamlet, armed and accompanied by the captives, using the village as a fortified stronghold to confront Marsaluda. As they made their way back, trudging through the snow, Han Zheng walked along the periphery of the group. Having cultivated a habit of constantly observing the movements of those around him while striving to remain inconspicuous, simultaneously, his mind raced to recall the details of the various incidents that had transpired over the last few days, yearning to uncover any clues. The captured soldiers of the Red Satin Brigade were tied together in a line, dejectedly following the villagers back home. Han Zheng cast a quick glance over the line of captives, appraising them before turning his attention to other matters. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a spark of insight illuminated his mind as he seized upon a minuscule detail. He hurriedly directed his gaze downward at the feet of the captives. Several of them marched in unison, and one captive consistently stepped into the footprints of the one ahead. In the snow, these repeatedly trodden impressions appeared deep, pronounced, and irregular. Han Jing suddenly recalled having encountered such deep and irregular footprints outside the home of the slightly plump villager the previous night. He urgently retraced his memory, ultimately confirming that he indeed had seen similar tracks in the snow when leaving the villager's residence. At that moment, he had not paid much heed to this discovery, but now it struck him that he had overthought the situation, leading to his oversight. These footprints were clearly made by two individuals, one following closely behind the other. In an instant, Han Jing grasped the full implication. The combatant who had ambushed and killed the slightly plump villager last night could neither teleport nor possess an astonishing speed that rendered him invisible. The reason he had leapt from the window without spotting anyone was now clear. That combatant was akin to a specter. In the original comic, Sun Wukong and his companions had once ventured into the palace of the fortune teller, where one of her subordinates was a transparent being. As the term suggests, such a being is invisible, rendering it undetectable by sight. That combatant must have activated the bloodline of the transparent being. After slaying the slightly plump villager, he remained hidden in the house, invisible to all. When the neighbors arrived to offer condolences, they eventually returned home, allowing him to stealthily escape by stepping into the footprints of others. The transparent being employed a method of killing by snapping necks, leaving no bloodshed, thereby avoiding any traces that could expose him. Han Jing let out a long breath, as this matter had been a persistent knot in his heart. But now it had been unraveled, bringing him considerable relief. However, the thought of an unseen potential adversary sent a chill down his spine. It seemed imperative to heighten his vigilance even further. The victorious villagers returned to their hamlet, where the women and children, upon hearing of their struggle, were filled with terror and engaged in fervent discussions. Seizing the opportunity while tending to the wounded, Han Jing discreetly scoured the village but found no trace of the short-haired woman. He gently shook his head, since he could not resolve this issue immediately. It was best to set it aside for now. The most pressing task was to swiftly complete the survival mission. Already on the second day, and with only 40 fighters in this instance, he needed to act quickly. Throughout this time, Han Jing had merely remained in the observation phase, attempting to identify the hidden combatants through careful scrutiny, yet the results were less than satisfactory. He resolved to alter his strategy, opting for a more proactive approach. That night, Han Jing utilized his shape-shifting abilities to assume the guise of his elder brother and stealthily slipped out. He deliberately circled the village a couple of times before quietly infiltrating the home of a pair of injured villagers, where he dispatched the two sleeping individuals. He made a point to appear clumsy during the act, prolonging the process and creating minor disturbances, as if he were an inexperienced novice, leaving obvious traces of his presence. Notification: Combatant number 2199 has killed a common NPC villager, dropping 1 drop of human blood. Would you like to collect it? Notificación: Combatant no. 2199 has killed a common NPC villager, dropping 1 drop of human blood. Would you like to collect it? 2 alerts sounded, and Han Jing raised an eyebrow before turning to leave. It appeared that fortune was not on his side. He mentally berated himself and retraced his steps back home. Upon entering the house, his genuine brother remained in deep slumber while Han Jing lay on the bed and reverted to his true form. Throughout the night, Han Jing did not sleep, anxiously waiting. Yet, the night was unusually quiet, and the events he had hoped for never materialized, gradually leading to feelings of discouragement and disappointment. However, in the final moments of darkness before dawn, as Han Jing was nearly succumbing to slumber, he suddenly sensed a disturbance. The window of the house was quietly open from the outside, and a small stone was tossed inside. Han Jing held his breath, daring not to make sound, while his brother remained oblivious, merely turning over and continuing to snore. After a moment, the window was slowly widened, and a shadow silently slipped in. Han Jing's attention remained fixed on that side. The moment the shadow darted in, based on its speed and agility, Han Jing deduced that this individual's combat prowess was likely inferior to his own. The shadow stealthily approached his brother's bedside and then extended its right hand. The ensuing scene left Han Jing astounded. The shadow's hand brushed against his brother's skin, and in an instant, his brother transformed into a carrot. This was the ability of the leader of the Rabbit Corps. Realizing the implication, Han Jing quickly understood that by mere contact, one could be transformed into a carrot. This power belonged to the leader of the Rabbit Corps. In a previous comic storyline, this very ability had been used to turn an unsuspecting Bulma into a carrot. It was astonishing that someone had activated such a lineage. Han Jing suddenly grasped why villagers had been disappearing without a trace. They had been transformed into carrots. The rabbit fighter seized the carrot and snapped it in two with great force. However, the rabbit fighter suddenly froze, as though the notification he received was unexpected. Regaining his composure, he leaped towards the window, intent on escaping. Yet Han Jing was unwilling to grant him that opportunity. He had cast his line, hoping to catch a worthy adversary, but had never anticipated reeling in such a significant catch. Killing a fighter occasionally yielded blood or equipment skills, albeit with a lower drop rate compared to eliminating key dungeon characters. Han Jing had read in his cousin's diary that his cousin had discussed this with his teammates, coming to a consensus that all dungeon characters, whether it be Sun Wukong or an ordinary passerby, had a 100 drop rate upon death. The distinction lay in the loot. Sun Wukong would drop Saiyan blood and other equipment skills, while a mere passerby would yield Earthling blood. The drop rate for fighters, however, was around 30. As the rabbit fighter was about to leap out the window, Han Jing thrust his blade forward. The rabbit fighter attempted to evade mid-air, but was nonetheless struck in the shoulder, crashing to the ground. He scrambled to his feet, realizing escape was futile, and began to flail his arms at Han Jing. Aware that he must not allow himself to be touched, Han Jing wielded the Miyazaki's blade, parrying and countering relentlessly. Fortunately, the initial strike had already wounded the fighter, impairing his mobility, and given that his combat strength was inferior to Han Jing's, after several exchanges, the rabbit fighter found himself unable to withstand further assault. With a swift motion, Han Jing exploited an opening and slashed at the fighter's right leg, inflicting a deep wound that left flesh and blood exposed. The rabbit fighter fell to his knees, and, as Han Jing's blade descended once more, he instinctively raised his hands in defense. In a flash, 4 of his fingers were severed cleanly. The rabbit warrior's face was etched with sheer terror. With his remaining hand, he hastily retrieved a carrot, trembling as he pleaded, "Wait, I have a warrior here whom I haven't slain. You can take him out for your survival mission. Spare me, for I am one of the stormtroopers." However, Han Jing paid no heed to his words. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his blade, severing the hand that clutched the carrot, and then plunged the weapon into the rabbit warrior's chest. Warrior number 2199 has successfully completed the survival mission of this instance, earning 650 reward points. There are 8 days, 4 hours, and 36 minutes remaining until the conclusion of this instance. Upon its completion, warrior number 2199 will be able to exit safely. Please await patiently. Guardiorno 2199 has slain warrior number 8188, dropping 1 drop of blood of the Earth Rabbit Army leader. Would you like to collect it? Collect. Guardiorno 2199 has met the criteria to unlock the Earth Rabbit Army leader lineage. Would you like to unlock it now? Earth Rabbit Army leader lineage. Required item: blood of the Earth Rabbit Army leader. Required quantity: 11. Unlock. Suddenly, Han Jing realized that perhaps his luck was not as dire as it seemed. Chapter 25. The Carrot Transformation Technique. He activated the lineage, experiencing that familiar tingle of electricity coursing through his body. Warrior number 2199 has unlocked Earth Rabbit Army leader lineage. However, Han Jing did not immediately check his status. Instead, he swiftly picked up the carrot from the ground and instantaneously transformed into a mouse. Scurrying through the gap in the door and out of the room, the earlier commotion from the fight had undoubtedly attracted attention. He needed to withdraw temporarily to avoid becoming a target. Transforming into a small white mouse, he darted into the snow, traversing through the accumulation for a short distance before halting a short way from the house, observing stealthily. Sure enough, moments later, a stealthy figure approached, gripping a handgun. The person cautiously pressed against the wall of the house, peering inside with great care. At that moment, the room was devoid of any figures. The armed warrior glanced around, but found nothing of interest, prompting him to turn and retreat. Just then, from behind him, an unknown figure clad in black sprang forth with remarkable speed. The armed warrior had no time to react before being seized by the throat. Desperate to retaliate, the warrior raised his gun, but the assailant's speed surpassed his own. Just as the gun was lifted, the black-clad figure swiftly snapped his neck. Subsequently, the dark figure discarded the corpse and leaped high into the air, soaring upward, his black attire blending seamlessly into the inky night. Concealed within the snow, Han Jing observed the unfolding scene with a hint of astonishment. Just moments prior, he had intended to launch a covert attack, seizing the initiative. Yet he was taken aback as the figure cloaked in black soared into the air after completing his task. Judging from the speed and strength of this enigmatic individual, his combat prowess appeared to be marginally inferior to Han Jing's own. However, the fact that he could fly, albeit awkwardly and slowly, was astonishing. Could this person truly wield the art of aerial maneuvering? Han Jing found it hard to believe. The commotion finally roused the slumbering neighbors, many of whom donned their garments to investigate the disturbance. Upon discovering the lifeless body of the armed assailant sprawled on the ground, the onlookers were left in utter disbelief. Meanwhile, Han Jing swiftly distanced himself from the village, retreating to the outskirts of the forest. Given the constraints placed upon the activity zone for this mission, this forest marked the very edge of the combatants' operational territory. Leaning against a sturdy tree, Han Jing remained vigilant of his surroundings while extracting a carrot, which he forcefully snapped in two. Combatant number 2199 has eliminated combatant number 9865 without any items dropped. It was unrealistic to expect such good fortune to persist. He mused with a wry smile. He proceeded to assess his personal status. Combatant No. 2199 personal status. Combat power. 33 bloodline. Earthling Rabbit Army Leader combat power limit. 1000 training speed. Upon transforming his bloodline, both his combat power and training speed remained unchanged, which seemed reasonable. After all, the Rabbit Army leader was hardly a fighter, and awakening his bloodline would naturally not enhance these attributes. However, there was a notable alteration in the special abilities section. Special ability. Turn to carrot technique. Suppressing a chuckle at the absurdity of the ability's title, he continued to examine its detailed description. Ability name. Turn to carrot technique ability holder. Rabbit Army leader effect. The ability holder can instantaneously transform a target into a carrot upon contact with their skin. The effect can be reversed by the holder clapping their hands twice. Ability limitation. The ability is rendered ineffective if the target's combat power exceeds that of the holder by 35. Additional notes. For the sake of humane consideration, the ability holder is granted the autonomy to control the activation and deactivation of this power, thus preventing indiscriminate attacks. The holder may confidently remove their gloves without the fear of inadvertently turning someone into a carrot with a casual handshake. Han Jing was taken aback by the presence of such limitations. Reflecting on the restrictions, he realized that his special ability would be ineffective against those whose combat power surpassed his own by 35. With his current combat power standing at 33, it meant he would be unable to transform anyone with a combat power exceeding 44 into a carrot. However, it is reasonable to consider that in the Dragon Ball manga, those endowed with extraordinary abilities are indeed unable to inflict harm upon formidable masters who far surpass them. For instance, Kaiatsu's psychic powers proved ineffective against Nappa. Even the time-stopping capabilities of Guldo relegated him to the role of an underperformer within the Ginyu Force, and after Majin Buu transformed Vegeta into candy, that very confectionery continued to dominate him. Presently, the dungeon merely imposes stricter and clearer limitations on these special abilities. Reflecting on this, Han Jing felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, aside from assessing his own status, Han Jing received a notification. Combatant number 2199 has unlocked a non-human lineage. Those possessing a non-human lineage will have two distinct appearances: their original form and that of a non-human character, switchable at will. Intrigued, Han Jing noted that the leader of the Rabbit Army is a rabbit person. According to this premise, he could transform into a rabbit-human appearance without any temporal constraints. With a mere thought, he opted to switch forms, and immediately, his physical appearance underwent a transformation. White fur sprouted from his hands. His head morphed into that of a rabbit, and fluffy long ears emerged atop his head, completely transforming him into a rabbit person. As Han Jing touched his furry ears, he found the experience rather amusing, pondering whether, in the future, he could unlock a Saiyan lineage and perhaps assume a Saiyan form complete with a tail. Alongside contemplating Frieza and Cell, as dawn broke, the villagers gathered once more. Under the guidance of their new leader, they stood resolutely at the village entrance, armed and ready. The recent spate of murders and disappearances had heightened their fear and anger. Most villagers believed that the bizarre occurrences and the subsequent loss of lives were undoubtedly linked to the nefarious Red Ribbon Army. It was time to confront this evil force head-on. The village leader surmised that the Red Ribbon Army would surely launch an attack on their village today, rallying the villagers to muster the courage they displayed the previous day when they defeated the overseer of the Red Ribbon Army, urging them to resist to the end. "We prevailed yesterday, and we shall prevail today," he declared, his fists clenched, receiving a chorus of agreement from the villagers. Yet, the unfortunate villagers remained oblivious to the elite forces of General White stationed within Misrutha, as well as the formidable prowess of figures like Android number 18, rendering them incapable of opposing the Red Ribbon Army. Simultaneously, General White had become aware of the villagers' audacity to resist him. Infuriated, He commanded his troops to initiate an assault on the village at dawn. To impart an even more severe lesson to the villagers, he dispatched the powerful robot android No. 18 from his ranks. As the sun began to rise, the impending battle loomed. At that moment, Han Jing, adorned with long ears and transformed into a rabbit person, was making his way toward Misrutha. Chapter 26. The Demise of General White. Han Jing traversed the snowy expanse, making his way towards Misrutha. At this moment, he embodied not only the form of a rabbit, but was also clad in the uniform of the Crimson Ribbon Legion. Following the villagers' resistance the previous day, both sides had suffered casualties. The fallen villagers were carried back to their homes, while the bodies of the Crimson Ribbon Legion lay abandoned on the ground. After a night had passed, those corpses remained undisturbed. Han Jing had acquired his military attire from one of those cadavers. As he walked along the periphery of the forest, Han Jing soon beheld the towering Misrutha, resolutely standing amidst the blizzard. Casting his gaze towards the top of the tower, he then leaped to the crown of a nearby grand tree, raising his hand to survey the direction of the village. A battalion dispatched from Misrutha was advancing towards the village, led by an exceptionally towering figure, none other than Colonel Arno. The villagers were destined to lose this battle. Their strength was inherently inferior to that of the Crimson Ribbon Legion, and moreover, many of the villagers must still have unfulfilled survival tasks. Undoubtedly eager to seize the chaos of battle to claim more lives and fulfill their missions, it was likely that, at the onset of combat, internal discord would ensue among the villagers. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why the villagers were so easily united in their resistance. Certainly, there were numerous combatants intent on sowing chaos, playing a pivotal role in this endeavor. Han Jing smirked, descending from the treetop and proceeding directly towards the base of Misrutha. With the main forces engaged in the eradication of the villagers, it was the perfect opportunity to seize a moment at the tower. Before the grand entrance of Misrutha, a bare-headed guard stood sentinel, rifle in hand. "What do you want?" The bare-headed guard, noticing a rabbit person approaching the tower, quickly raised his submachine gun, bracing for confrontation. "Hey, don't shoot. I'm from the front lines, returning to report to General White." Han Jing waved his hand, continuing forward while deliberately showcasing his crimson uniform. "Don't be ridiculous," the bare-headed guard retorted, clearly not so easily deceived. "I've never seen you before, and there's no one like you in General White's ranks." Alas, it seemed that relying on his military garb to bluff his way through was futile. Han Jing lamented internally. Suddenly, he executed a swift maneuver, darting directly in front of the bare-headed guard. "You!" The guard gasped in shock, but before he could react, Han Jing struck him across the face. The guard instantly transformed into a carrot, which Han Jing effortlessly seized in his grasp. This ability proved quite effective, functioning smoothly. Observing the carrot in his hand, he crushed it with a firm grip. Combatant number 2199 has eliminated a standard auxiliary character of the Crimson Ribbon Legion, yielding 1 drop of Earthling blood. Han Jing discarded the remnants of the shattered carrot and leaped into the second level of Misrutha, forcefully kicking open the grand door. As the majority of the forces advanced to assault the village, the tower stood eerily vacant at this moment. On the second floor, there were merely 2 guards, a blonde Caucasian and a Knoll. "Who are you?" the Knoll exclaimed in alarm, swiftly unsheathing his weapon. Without uttering a word, Han Jing charged forward, delivering a powerful punch that snapped the Knoll's neck. In an instant, he leaped towards the startled blonde, forcefully grasping his chin and smashing it against the wall. Both fell lifelessly, and slowly, the notifications of their demise echoed in the air. As they were minor characters, they yielded no valuable loot, and Han Jing paid them no mind, hastening his ascent through the tower. The guards stationed on the 3rd and 4th floors, Arno Wei and the village ninja, were conspicuously absent, allowing Han Jing to traverse these levels unimpeded. Yet, he remained vigilant, acutely aware that he was not the only one attempting to exploit the tower's diminished defenses. The short-haired woman orchestrating the villagers' rebellion was likely pursuing a similar objective. With combat prowess comparable to his own and an elusive nature, she warranted heightened caution. Despite these thoughts, Han Jing encountered no suspicious activity nor any unforeseen events as he ascended the tower. Thus, he found himself smoothly arriving at the cage that held Android 8, positioned between the 4th and 5th floors. Android 8 was the first of the androids to appear in the entire Dragon Ball saga. At this moment, he was nowhere near as formidable as his successors would become in years to come, yet he possessed a strength that exceeded that of ordinary beings. Han Jing understood that his own battle power of 33 would likely pale in comparison to the android's capabilities. However, he felt no trepidation. Although Android 8 was powerful, he was also averse to combat, possessing a kind-hearted and innocent nature that made him relatively easy to control. Furthermore, the fifth floor of the tower was a labyrinthine structure, and Han Jing recognized that he would require Android 8's guidance to navigate it. Han Jing's ultimate objective was to confront General White, the highest commander of Masruda. Located on the sixth floor, he had discovered a record in his cousin's diary detailing the loot that could be obtained from defeating General White. As an important quest character, General White was not particularly strong and was frequently targeted by combatants. Typically, upon his defeat, he would drop a single drop of Earthling blood, along with the enhanced handgun of General White, a weapon renowned for its impressive power and favored by novice fighters. However, if the fighter already possesses the General White's pistol in their equipment inventory and subsequently defeats General White, there exists a certain probability that instead of obtaining the enhanced pistol, they may receive a different piece of equipment. This particular item is something that Han Jing currently desires immensely. Inside the cage, the synthetic being No. 8 gazes curiously at Han Jing through the iron bars. With a swift motion, Han Jing cleaves the iron lock of the cage and offers a warm smile to synthetic being No. 8. I am here to rescue the village elder who has been captured by the Red Ribbon Army. Do you know where he is? So you are here to save that elder, replies synthetic being number 8, who, despite his imposing and fearsome appearance, possesses an innocent demeanor in his gaze and tone. The elder is imprisoned on the 6th floor with General White. I can lead you there. That is splendid. Thank you so much. Let us not waste any time. Han Jing exclaims, filled with joy as the plan unfolds smoothly. At that moment, the loudspeaker within the tower suddenly blares with General White's furious voice. Who are you? And what are your intentions in opposing the Red Ribbon Army? It appears that General White has finally detected the unusual activity within the tower through the surveillance monitors. You have captured our village elder. Release him immediately, or we shall retaliate. Anseng boldly fabricates araiches stans. Quickly, synthetic being number 8, eliminate him. The speaker blares with urgency and anger from General White. General White, cease your malevolent deeds and release the elder, Han Jing implores. You traitor. A failed creation that deserves to be destroyed and remade. General White's fury escalates as he hurls insults. Han Jing, unwilling to squander any more time, swiftly pulls synthetic being number 8. Do not engage with him any longer. Leave me swiftly. The two disregard General White's tirades and proceed directly to the 5th floor of the tower. Within the 5th floor, indeed, lies a convoluted labyrinth that leaves Han Jing feeling dizzy. Fortunately, with synthetic being number 8 leading the way, he avoids the headache of navigating this maze alone. After a series of twists and turns, synthetic being number 8 soon arrives at the exit, pointing toward a small door and whispering, "This is the command room on the 6th floor. The village elder is held here." Han Jing forcefully cleaves the small door open and rushes inside. The command room on the 6th floor is relatively compact, surrounded by various operational machines and surveillance screens. General White stands beside one of the control panels, hands in his pockets, wearing a sinister smile. You do possess some skill, but Han Jing pays no heed to his ramblings. With a powerful leap, he propels himself forward, covering a considerable distance to land directly before General White. He remembers every detail from the comic, aware that this command room conceals traps. Without granting General White a moment's respite, he draws his blade and strikes. Caught off guard, General White fails to anticipate the attack and has no time to activate the trap mechanism. As he sees the blade descending upon him, he hastily sidesteps, rolling and scrambling to avoid the blow. With a swift motion, Han Jing utilized the edge of his blade as leverage, propelling himself forward and delivering a fierce kick to General White's face. The general immediately bled from his mouth and nose, hastily attempting to draw his weapon. However, Han Jing was unwilling to grant him the opportunity, advancing to deliver another powerful kick to his chest. Taking advantage of the general's momentary incapacitation, Han Jing thrust his blade directly into White's throat. The general fell lifeless to the ground, while Han Jing eagerly awaited the notification of his kill. Combatant No. 2199 has eliminated the significant NPC General White. Dropped 1 drop of blood of the Earthlings and the equipment item, Capsule Robot Arno. Will you collect it? Collect. Han Jing's heart soared with elation. Everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. The Capsule Robot Arno was exactly what he desired. Chapter 27, Lieutenant Arno. Yes. Han Jing silently cheered, all progress aligning perfectly with his plans. His primary objective during this foray into the tower was the acquisition of this Arno. His cousin's diary had mentioned that although Arno appeared as a humanoid character, unlike the human-modified, sentient androids, it was fundamentally just a machine. Within the confines of the scenario, its attributes were designated as equipment item, and its owner was none other than General White. With the possession of General White's pistol, slaying General White again could potentially yield the capsule robot Arno. The android, designated as number 8, approached General White with a look of bewilderment, seemingly unprepared to accept the demise of its former master. Han Jing cast a fleeting glance, too preoccupied to engage, and hastily examined the item status. Equipment item, capsule robot Arno. Attributes, energy-consuming combat robot. Damage, equivalent to combat power of 55. Functionality, Arno boasts a tall, muscular frame, immense strength, and a fully metallic exterior, equipped with small missiles. Its fists, enhanced with thrusters, can launch attacks. Even with damage to its head, other parts of the body can continue to function normally. However, its battery storage is limited, resulting in poor endurance. While it may operate without concern in regular circumstances, once it enters combat mode, its energy drains rapidly, sustaining battle for only 5 minutes. After depletion, it must be retracted into its capsule for a 2-hour recharge before it can be utilized again. Additional notes: strong and durable, yet not enduring. Han Jing was drenched in sweat. Indeed, it was 5 minutes of combat followed by 2 hours of charging. Nonetheless, this aligned perfectly with the original narrative. Moreover, this Arno was remarkably formidable, with a combat power rating set at 55, whereas he himself possessed only 33 points. With Arno by his side, it was as if he had acquired a powerful summoned beast, not only directly enhancing his combat prowess, but also providing him with a more versatile array of tactical options in the future. Han Feng contemplated deeply, simultaneously tossing a capsule into the air, which burst open instantaneously. The imposing and serious figure of Arno Wei materialized before Han Jing's eyes. With his robust physique, austere visage, and striking sunglasses, he bore a striking resemblance to a formidable Terminator. The synthetic being, designated as Model 8, was momentarily startled by the sudden appearance of the robot, and his expression turned to astonishment upon recognizing Arno Wei. Han Jing, noticing the reaction, quickly fabricated an excuse, claiming that this was a new model of Arno Wei discovered in General White's pocket, leaving Model 8 in disbelief. Once he had calmed the synthetic being, Han Jing proceeded to conduct a series of experiments with Arno Wei. He soon realized that he did not need to issue commands verbally or through gestures. Merely a thought would suffice, and Arno would act according to his mental directives. This revelation ensured absolute efficiency in combat coordination, prompting Han Jing to silently marvel at his discovery. He then recalled that the command center housed a trap mechanism leading to the lair of the formidable creature, Bulong. This creature belonged to the Red Satin Brigade and possessed considerable strength and unique attributes, including the ability to discharge electric currents and deflect attacks. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong's Kamehameha had been repelled by Bulong's pliable physique. However, despite its ferocity, the creature harbored a weakness, a fear of cold, which rendered it rigid in frigid conditions. Sun Wukong had exploited this vulnerability to secure victory over Bulong. Quickly locating the activation button for the mechanism beside General White's previous position, Han Jing pressed it. Instantly, 2 concealed panels descended, revealing a vast space beneath. Peering down, he was taken aback. The 5th level below was in disarray, as though it had recently endured a fierce battle. Moreover, the creature Bulong, who should have been hiding there, was nowhere to be seen. Had someone gotten there before him? A chill gripped Han Jing's heart, and his alertness surged. He scanned the surroundings but found nothing amiss, then glanced again at the dilapidated 5th level, his brow furrowed in concern. Who could have reached the 5th level before him and slain Bulong? Could it be that short-haired woman in white? At that moment, Model 8 spoke up. Are you searching for the captured elder? You should not be there. However, there is a prison cell here, and he may be confined inside. Han Jing paused, momentarily distracted by his immediate concerns and nearly overlooking this crucial detail. After all, he had concocted a tale of rescuing the village chief, and he needed to maintain the ruse. He nodded in agreement and examined the prison cell. Beside its door was a switch, confirming it as the place where the village chief had been imprisoned in the original story. He retracted the capsule containing Arnold and returned it to his equipment bar. Approaching the door, he pressed the switch, and it opened with a click. This cell was soundproof, rendering its occupant oblivious to any external sounds. At that moment, the bespectacled, balding village chief sat inside, sighing heavily. Upon hearing the door creak open, he turned swiftly his eyes widening in surprise at the sight of Han Jing and the android number 8 before him. "Village Chief, we are here to rescue you." Although the performance required a certain theatricality, Han Jing was preoccupied with his own thoughts, his tone lacking any emotional resonance. "What? You actually defeated the Red Ribbon Army?" The village chief's expression was one of incredulity. As he stepped out of the cell and beheld the corpse of General White, he could hardly contain his astonishment. "Actually, it was all him," replied android number 8, scratching his head bashfully. "I didn't do much." "Oh, I see. Truly remarkable." Han Jing had no desire for idle chatter. He moved to the mechanism he had just activated, peering downwards in an attempt to uncover any clues. Suddenly, chaos erupted within the room. Han Jing heard a resounding explosion from behind him, accompanied by a violent gust that propelled him backward, crashing him against the wall. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he instinctively swung his blade to shield himself while swiftly regaining his footing. The command room floor was now marred by a large crater, several machines sent flying, while the village chief stood unharmed in a corner, seemingly prepared for the assault. He casually tossed aside a device resembling a remote control. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the room, and a large object plummeted to the ground before Han Jing, revealing itself to be the shattered, charred head of Android No. 8. Glancing at the remote control that the village chief had discarded, realization dawned upon Han Jing. The android had been rigged with explosives, and this man must be an imposter, wielding the remote capable of detonating the bomb within android number 8. How this remote came into his possession remained a mystery. Han Jing deduced that this person was undoubtedly a combatant who had infiltrated Misruda using some form of shape-shifting to masquerade as the village chief. What could his objective be? Perhaps to ambush other fighters like himself who sought to eliminate Misruda. Or perhaps he merely hoped the narrative of the mission would unfold as originally scripted, waiting for Sun Wukong to arrive and rescue the village chief, allowing him to strike at an opportune moment. Regardless of his intentions, they were no longer of consequence. What mattered was the imperative to eliminate him immediately. Han Jing raised his blade, keenly aware of the lingering pain in his back, which hindered his movements. The village chief, however, wore a slight smirk before suddenly lunging toward Han Jing. In an instant, the chief's stature and appearance transformed, revealing a tall male figure. The tall combatant swiftly closed in on Han Jing, launching a powerful punch aimed at his chest. Despite the pain in his back, Han Jing raised his hand to block. The force of the blow was immense. Upon contact, he sensed that this opponent's combat prowess far surpassed his own. Nevertheless, he seized the opportunity, absorbing the punch firmly and grasping the tall fighter's fist, promptly activating his unique ability, the turnip transformation technique. To his dismay, it proved ineffective, as the adversary exhibited a combat strength that exceeded 35, rendering Han Jing's ability futile. Alarmed, Han Jing realized that this individual's combat power was astonishingly over 44, nullifying his special skill. As he processed this shocking revelation, the tall fighter unleashed a second punch. Aware that he could no longer withstand this assault, Han Jing hastily swung his blade to counter. The opponent seemed wary of the weapon, retracting his fist slightly. Seizing this moment, Han Jing leaped into the air, delivering a fierce kick aimed at the adversary's chin. However, the tall fighter was quicker, deftly sidestepping to the right to evade the strike, and retaliated with a punch that landed heavily against Han Jing's abdomen. Although he managed to brace himself by bending his arms and knees, the blow sent him crashing backward into the wall. With his combat strength inferior to that of his opponent and the lingering pain in his back, he found himself thoroughly overwhelmed. The blade of Midjir Hebei, quite a fine weapon. Once I eliminate you, it shall be mine, the tall fighter remarked, his eyes gleaming with greed as they fixated on the sword in Han Jing's hand, accompanied by that intolerable smile. However, if you are willing to relinquish all the items in your inventory to my satisfaction, I might consider sparing your life. What do you say? Han Jing snorted dismissively at such a baseless and unskilled ruse, swiftly retrieving a capsule from his inventory. Foolishness, the tall fighter bellowed angrily, hastening his approach once more. Han Jing tossed the capsule into the air, focusing his intent to activate it. In an instant, Arnold reappeared. Chapter 28, The Counterattack. Like the formidable Terminator 800, Arnold materialized within the room. Meanwhile, the tall fighter had already advanced to Han Jing's side, reaching for his neck. Yet in the following moment, a fist, larger than his own head and ablaze, hurtled towards him, sending the tall combatant flying with a single strike. As described in the functionality, both of Arnold's fists were equipped with propulsion devices, enabling them to launch at any moment. The tall combatant was propelled 3 to 4 meters away by a single blow. He swiftly extended his right hand to brace against the ground, halting his momentum, then pivoted on his arm, spinning rapidly to dissipate the force. Charging towards Han Jing once more. It seemed he realized that confronting Arno head-on was unwise. Securing the main target, Han Jing, was the priority. Observing the situation, Han Jing hastily retreated while issuing commands, prompting Arno to swiftly advance and shield him. He increasingly appreciated Arno's effectiveness. Their coordination was seamless, precise, and perfectly timed. As the tall combatant launched a punch, Arno firmly blocked it, then with a sweeping motion struck downwards towards the top of the tall combatant's head with considerable force. The tall fighter promptly sidestepped, yet Han Jing had already anticipated this move, seizing the moment to swing his blade towards the fighter's face. In a critical instant, the tall combatant displayed remarkable skill, twisting his body with all his strength to evade once more. However, his speed fell short, and Han Jing's blade grazed past his right eye, eliciting a scream as blood poured forth. That strike had blinded him in his right eye. Now, who shall relinquish their equipment to avoid death? Han Feng taunted, swiftly denying his opponent a chance to respond as he lifted his blade to thrust into the tall combatant's chest. Meanwhile, Arno charged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at the crown of his head. They attacked from both sides. Cornered against the wall, the tall combatant had nowhere to retreat. He first evaded Han Jing's blade, then raised his arm to shield his head, absorbing Arno's heavy punch. The force was so immense that it caused his entire body to sink, cracking the ground beneath him. Seizing the opportunity, Han Jing plunged his knife into the tall combatant's abdomen, blood gushing along the blade. The tall fighter exerted himself to kick Han Jing away, but immediately, Arno lifted his foot, forcefully stamping down on the fighter's shoulder. A chilling sound of bone breaking echoed, as the tall combatant let out another agonized scream, seemingly having his shoulder shattered by the blow. The tall combatant shrieked in despair, using his remaining functional hand to grasp at the air, retrieving a bomb from his equipment. However, his injuries had rendered his movement sluggish, and Han Jing had already discerned his intent. As the bomb appeared in the tall combatant's grasp, Han Jing swiftly brought down his knife. The hand holding the bomb was severed, blood spraying forth as it fell to the ground. The tall fighter emitted one final, anguished cry before his face was driven into the wall by Arno's punch. Combatant number 2199 eliminated combatant number 7632, with no items dropped. Listening to the prompt sound, Han Jing let out a long sigh of relief, having finally subdued this formidable opponent. As soon as the battle concluded, he swiftly stowed away Arno Wei in his equipment inventory. At this point, Arno had become a crucial trump card, and he needed to utilize it judiciously, conserving energy whenever possible. Subsequently, he approached the tall figure with the severed arm and extracted the bomb. Although the drop rate for combatants' deaths was merely 30, resulting in no other items. This bomb was undeniably a genuine piece of equipment. Equipment item, Super Bomb Tao Bai Bai. Attributes, one-time use Super Bomb. Destructive power, extremely high. Description, even a master as formidable as Tao Bai Bai, the world's greatest assassin, was rendered severely incapacitated by this bomb. Its power is evident. A one-time item, use it wisely and cherish it. It was, astonishingly, the very bomb that had nearly obliterated Tao Bai Bai. Han Feng inhaled sharply. Tao Bai Bai was renowned as the world's top assassin, his martial prowess unmatched. He could outclass even the pre-ascension Sun Wukong. Ultimately, Tao Bai Bai was left gravely injured by his own device, transformed into a half-cyborg. Thankfully, Han Jing had reacted swiftly. Had the tall combatant detonated the bomb, he would have met a similar fate. Panting, Han Jing patted his chest and placed the bomb in his equipment inventory. At that moment, his inventory was at 66, completely filled. As he surveyed the dilapidated command room, preparing to leave, he suddenly noticed a glimmer emanating from the wreckage of Android 8. A realization struck him, and he hurried over to unearth the object from the debris. Indeed, it was a damaged Dragon Ball. The explosion had rendered it no longer a complete sphere, with a noticeable dent and some cracks. Yet, despite its condition, this two-star Dragon Ball still sparkled enticingly. In the original narrative, this two-star Dragon Ball had been secretly kept by Android 8, who feared that the Red Ribbon Army would annihilate the villagers if they obtained it. This was Han Jing's first encounter with a Dragon Ball in the dungeon, albeit in such a shattered form. After a moment of reflection, he tucked it into his pocket. While this Dragon Ball was merely an ordinary item, not classified as an equipment item, it still held significance in this dungeon and should not be carelessly discarded. After securing the Dragon Ball, Han Zheng examined his injuries. Though he still felt considerable pain, it was not severe. He possessed only one healing bean, which he must use sparingly. At that moment, he keenly noticed that the two remaining operational surveillance screens in the command room had begun to display some unusual activity. The surveillance footage from the two four-tier towers reveals a scene meticulously arranged to evoke a woodland landscape, complete with verdant grass, trees, rustic cabins, and serene lakes. In this moment captured on screen, the grass on the fourth tier suddenly collapses in rows, as if trampled by an unseen presence. Following this, another image displays the branches of several large trees swaying unnaturally, suggesting they have been inadvertently brushed against. Yet within the frame, no human figures are visible, only the grass and trees. Han Zheng quickly realizes that someone indeed occupies the fourth tier and is advancing to the next level. The absence of a visible silhouette indicates that this individual is, in fact, a specter. Chapter 29. The Demise of the Spectre. The Spectre is currently within Marsruda. It appears that numerous individuals are attempting to exploit the chaos within Marsruda. The guards and soldiers on the second tier have already fallen to Han Zheng, suggesting that the Spectre encountered no resistance on its path. Had it glimpsed the corpses of the soldiers, it would surely comprehend that other combatants had arrived before it. Han Zheng scrutinizes the surveillance footage, ponders briefly, and then swiftly employs a transformation spell to assume the guise of General White. Between the fourth and fifth tiers of Marsruda, the cage that once held the artificial being number 8 now stands empty. The entire level, devoid of life, exudes an eerie silence, with not a single figure in sight. However, if one were to press an ear to the ground and listen intently, faint footsteps could be discerned, quietly traversing this level. The Spectre, now wandering back and forth, had intended to seize the opportunity presented by the Red Satin Brigade assault on the village to hunt within the unguarded confines of Marsruda. Whether it was the relatively weaker General White or the conspicuously vulnerable monster, Briong, both were potential targets for its predation. Yet, upon arriving at the entrance of Marsruda, the Spectre sensed something amiss. The guards had vanished, and the henchmen on the second tier lay lifeless, their bodies cold. It dawned on the Spectre that someone had already dispatched the forces of Marsruda. This revelation disheartened it, but it resolved to rely on its unique abilities as a Spectre to test its fortune. The initial tiers of the tower were deserted, and it made a beeline for the summit. However, to reach the pinnacle, it first needed to navigate the labyrinth of the fifth tier. Upon reaching the area between the fourth and fifth tiers, it discovered that the guiding figure, artificial being number 8, was no longer confined to its cage. As the Spectre tiptoed around in search of number 8, disappointment loomed large, yet just as it was about to abandon its quest, it caught sight of a staircase where the injured General White, cradling a Dragon Ball, was leisurely making his descent. General White descended the staircase, cradling a Dragon Ball in one hand and clutching a walkie-talkie in the other, his voice resounding with urgency. "Where is everyone? Where are the guards on the second floor? Have they all perished?" He cursed vehemently, pressing on his wounds while repeatedly calling out to his subordinates through the device. Receiving no response, he furiously approached the empty cage, cursing the treacherous android, vowing that he would ultimately bring about its destruction. In his rage, he struck the iron door of the cage with force. Perhaps he struck too hard. His fingers loosened, and the Dragon Ball slipped from his grasp, rolling into the confines of the cage. Gritting his teeth in anger, he stepped into the cage to retrieve it. At that moment, the Invisible Man, who had been silently lurking nearby, could no longer contain himself. Despite his doubts about General White, he felt compelled to take a risk. With the general so close, eliminating him might yield the coveted handgun. And when Sun Wukong arrived in 2 days, he would be better positioned to contend for the Saiyan blood. This opportunity was too precious to squander. To hesitate out of fear would surely lead to regret. Moreover, the Invisible Man was confident in his unique abilities, believing he could retreat if the situation turned dire. Seizing the moment as General White bent down, he surged forward with sudden speed. Inside the cage, Han Zheng, who had transformed into General White, was exceedingly cautious, acutely attuned to every shift in the environment. In an instant, he sensed a powerful gust of wind approaching from behind. Realizing that his plan was unfolding, Han Zheng bent low and swiftly drew the blade of Magizer, countering with a decisive slash. Simultaneously, the capsule robot Arnold activated. The Invisible Man, having just lunged, was confronted by the glint of the blade rushing toward him. The speed and strength exhibited by this individual were far beyond his expectations, revealing that he was not the true General White. Alarmed, the Invisible Man quickly ducked and spun around, intending to retreat immediately. However, a tall, imposing figure appeared, firmly blocking the cage's entrance. The Invisible Man realized he was trapped within the narrow confinement. A smirk of triumph curled at the corners of Han Zheng's mouth as he wielded the blade menacingly within the cage. The Invisible Man could only barely evade while attempting to counterattack, but in the cramped space, his movements were restricted, and even the slightest sound from his actions became amplified, making him more susceptible to detection. Meanwhile, the towering Arnold advanced, further constricting the space. With nowhere to flee, the Invisible Man was struck twice, blood gushing from his wounds, staining his form, and rendering his advantage utterly null. Please do not kill me. I am a wealthy man in reality. Just leave me an address or a bank account number. As long as I leave here alive, I will reward you handsomely. In such dire circumstances, promises made by a person are utterly worthless. Moreover, in this merciless battlefield, regardless of how much wealth one possesses, it is futile to hope for a life in exchange for it. Han Zheng remained unmoved and plunged his blade forward. Combatant number 2199 eliminated combatant 8852, resulting in the drop of a celestial being. Would you like to collect it? Collect. To his astonishment, a celestial being had indeed dropped, an unexpected delight. Such divine sustenance was nothing short of a boon. At that moment, the transparent figure of death gradually regained its original form, a short-haired man appearing to be in his 30s. Han Zheng shook his head and placed the celestial being into his equipment slot. Although his equipment inventory was already at 66 out of a possible 70 slots, identical items could be stacked in a single slot. Thus, the current status of the Celestial Being slot was now Celestial Being 2. In keeping with a frugal attitude towards conserving resources, Han Zheng stowed away his companion, Arno. Glancing at his equipment inventory, he couldn't help but marvel at the rich rewards from this tower expedition. After cleaning the blood from his body, he leaped down to the grassy ground on the 4th floor, preparing to exit Marsruda. Suddenly, a cacophony of anguished cries echoed from within the lower levels of the tower. Were there other combatants still inside? Han Zheng immediately steeled himself, transforming into a minuscule insect, and stealthily descended the stairs. He glided past the empty 3rd floor and reached the 2nd floor, where he was met with the sight of a male corpse-clad in black, sprawled on the ground. By physique and appearance, Han Zheng instantly recognized him. This man was the same black-clad combatant who had stealthily attacked and assassinated an armed fighter by his home before soaring away. The black-clad warrior lay there, his neck pierced by a distinct wound, bleeding profusely. The shape of the injury suggested it had been inflicted by a blunt object. Could it be the Rui Bang? Han Zheng suddenly recalled the short-haired woman in white wielding the Rui Bang, and he became acutely alert, scanning his surroundings. However, the room revealed no other figures. The black-clad combatant had evidently just met his demise, yet the assailant was nowhere to be seen. Han Zheng circled the room in search of any useful clues, but found nothing. Had she truly departed so swiftly? Han Zheng pondered, perplexed. Chapter 30. Farewell, Sun Wukong. Han Zheng, in his insect form, scoured the tower for a considerable time, but encountered no one else. At this moment in Marsruda, apart from him, there remained only lifeless bodies. Having returned to human form without any gains, Han Zheng gazed contemplatively at the desolate Marsruda. On that fateful day, when the villagers began to resist, he had mistakenly identified the elder villager, the instigator of the rebellion, as a suspect instead of the short-haired woman he had initially focused on. Since then, this incident had weighed heavily on his mind, leaving an indelible impression. Today in Marsruda, he surmised that the short-haired woman would surely take advantage of the emptiness within the tower to make her move. However, despite having engaged in several battles since entering the tower, he had yet to catch a glimpse of her. Was her incitement of the villagers not aimed at Marsruda? Or had the monster, Buyong, vanished too? Who had slain the cloaked warrior before him? Or had she already visited and departed swiftly? After pondering for a while, Han Zheng felt beset by uncertainties. Nevertheless, it was evident that he could not linger in Marsruda any longer. Surveying his surroundings, he believed he had left no stone unturned. He exited the building and leaped from the 2nd floor of the tower, braving the wind and snow as he returned to the village. That day marked the most catastrophic disaster the nearby village had endured since its inception. The villagers' organized resistance faced a merciless and brutal onslaught. The moment the villager army clashed with the Red Ribbon Legion, they were utterly routed. As Han Zheng had anticipated, during the confrontation between the villagers and the Red Ribbon Legion, significant internal turmoil erupted within the villagers themselves. Many combatants, still with unfinished tasks, became entangled in the chaos. seeking out those they deemed suspicious, leading to a series of assassinations and counter-assassinations. Consequently, the villagers quickly fell into disarray, suffering devastating losses at the hands of the Red Ribbon Legion. The sole achievement of the villagers in this tumultuous battle was the destruction of Arno Wei, who was reduced to a heap of scrap metal when someone seized the opportunity after his power was depleted. By the time Han Jing stealthily re-entered the village, the villagers had formally surrendered to the Red Ribbon Legion, pledging to cease all resistance and comply entirely with their commands, including the search for Dragon Balls. The leaders of the rebellion were executed on the spot by the Red Ribbon Legion, and several key members endured brutal mistreatment. The remaining villagers relinquished their weapons and released prior captives. After their victory, the Red Ribbon Legion left a contingent behind to oversee the villagers, while the remainder returned to Misruta to report their triumph. However, on their way back, the Red Ribbon Legion unexpectedly fell into an ambush. It was unclear who had procured a substantial cache of explosives, but a significant number of the Red Ribbon soldiers perished in the ensuing blasts. Those fortunate enough to escape the explosions did not ultimately survive. Their bodies were later discovered not far from the site of the explosions, showing signs of fatal injuries inflicted by blunt instruments. Upon the news of the Red Ribbon Army being ambushed and annihilated reaching the village, the villagers rose once more in rebellion, decisively defeating the small remnant of the Red Ribbon Army left to guard. They ultimately achieved victory. However, the identity of those who ambushed the Red Ribbon Army remains a mystery. On May 7, 750 AD, Han Jing entered the fourth day of the dungeon. Ladies and gentlemen, we now commence the second match. In this bout, contestant Chung Long faces off against contestant Yamcha. Let us welcome the competitors to the stage. On the television, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament is broadcasting the second match of the quarterfinals, with the host donning sunglasses, energetically enhancing the atmosphere. Han Jing reclined in a chair within his room, his feet propped up on a nearby table, leisurely sipping tea while watching the broadcast. This marks his second occasion watching the live telecast of the 21st Martial Arts Tournament from the Dragon Ball Battlefield dungeon. The scene unfolds with the Turtle Hermit disguised as Chung Long preparing for the match against Yamcha. Since the complete annihilation of the local Red Ribbon Army the previous day, the village has enjoyed a rare period of tranquility and peace. The villagers are no longer oppressed by the Red Ribbon Army, allowing them to resume their normal lives. Meanwhile, the combatants who have been lurking among the villagers have suddenly gone silent during this time. After all, there are only 40 combatants in this dungeon, and following the chaos of the past few days, particularly the indiscriminate assassinations from yesterday's melee, it is likely that the number of remaining combatants is now exceedingly few. Most of the survivors have accomplished their survival tasks and have retreated into hiding, no longer daring to reveal themselves. However, Han Jing is confident that, should the storyline progress as expected, Sun Wukong will arrive tomorrow in search of the Dragon Balls. At that time, the few remaining combatants will likely emerge, seeking opportunities to seize the Saiyan blood. Yet, this brief moment of tranquility is quite welcome. Han Jing can enjoy the leisure of this dungeon, watching matches and sipping tea. As night falls, he can finally rest assured and enjoy a good night's sleep, merely needing to have his combat partner, Arnold, with a power level of 55, stand guard by his side. After all, in a non-combat state, his energy consumption is quite minimal. Now is the time to relax, awaiting the arrival of Sun Wukong. The only concern lingering in his mind is the fate of the Red Ribbon Army, who perished in the ambush. From their corpses, it is evident they met their end through blunt force trauma. Han Jing cannot help but recall the short-haired woman, wondering when and where she might unexpectedly reappear. On May 8, 750 AD, Sun Wukong, having just secured the runner-up position in the 21st Martial Arts Tournament, commenced his quest for the Dragon Balls. During his search, he encountered the Red Ribbon Army's Heelbai unit and defeated them. Subsequently, he boarded the aircraft of the Hilbar faction, soaring towards the direction of Misruta. In the frigid depths of winter, Han Jing concealed himself within the forest, casting occasional glances skyward. According to the original narrative, Sun Wukong should have been piloting an aircraft, soaring through the skies, only for the robotic pilot to succumb to the biting cold, resulting in a catastrophic crash. However, Han Jing, apprehensive of potential deviations in the storyline, had preemptively hidden the Dragon Ball in a secure location, allowing him to lure Sun Wukong should he arrive in an unforeseen manner. It turned out that Han Jing had overthought the situation. Before long, the aircraft carrying Sun Wukong appeared above the mountainous woods. Shortly thereafter, the plane crashed directly into the slope with a thunderous roar. Everything unfolded precisely as scripted. Transforming into a bird, Han Jing swiftly flew towards the scene. In the sky, He soon spotted Sun Wukong, lying frozen in the snow. It was all proceeding smoothly. Now, all he needed to do was seize Sun Wukong by the tail and, employing the General White's pistol, eliminate him to effortlessly obtain a drop of Saiyan blood. Just then, a figure suddenly emerged from the snow nearby, leaping forth. Chapter 31. Saiyan blood. The figure was imposing, breaking through the snow layer and swiftly heading towards the frozen Sun Wukong. Han Jing soared above, clearly observing that. Besides this robust combatant, a gray-clad warrior was lurking behind a nearby rock. Thus far, everything was unfolding as anticipated. Arno Wei, enter combat mode, engage. As the burly combatant reached for Sun Wukong's tail, a massive mechanical fist hurtled through the air from a short distance away. The muscular fighter hastily raised his arm to block, but the mechanical fist struck him with such force that he was knocked back several steps. This mechanical fist had been launched by Arno Wei, whom Han Jing had previously concealed within the forest while he himself directed from the sky. In the snow, Sun Wukong, nearly unconscious from the cold, seemed to sense an impending threat in this critical moment. He struggled a few times, attempting to rise from the snow. The gray-clad warrior, who had been poised to act behind the rock, appeared unable to restrain himself any longer. He swiftly produced a capsule, activating it to reveal a small mech. The gray-clad warrior piloted the mech, charging rapidly towards the struggling Sun Wukong. Bang! A mechanical fist shot forth, striking the mech and causing it to stagger. Immediately after, the towering Arno Wei dashed out, retracting his two mechanical fists back into his wrists. Could it truly be Arno Wei? The imposing warrior instantly recognized Arno, a hint of trepidation evident in his words. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings, seemingly in search of Arno's master. Meanwhile, Han Jing had perched himself atop a towering tree, its branches laden with a thick blanket of snow. Transformed into a white bird, he merged almost seamlessly with the wintry landscape, rendering him nearly undetectable. The gray-clad combatant piloting the mech experienced a jarring blow, causing the machine's operations to falter momentarily before resuming after a full second. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Arno opened his mouth wide, launching a small missile with remarkable speed. The missile struck the mech head-on with a thunderous explosion, sending a plume of smoke into the air. Combatant 2199 eliminated Combatant 9963, yet no spoils were left behind. After scanning the area and failing to locate Arno's master, the formidable warrior quickly assessed the imminent threat posed by Arno, glancing at the motionless figure of Sun Wukong in the snow. In that brief moment, he made a decisive choice to flee. The warrior exhibited remarkable resolve, recognizing his lack of odds and promptly opting for retreat. At that moment, Han Jing prioritized subduing Sun Wukong, leaving him no time to pursue further. The sturdy warrior, not slow by any means, leapt several times to distance himself. Just as he believed he had evaded danger, a sudden bullet struck him squarely in the temple. Expressionless, he collapsed to the ground, seemingly oblivious to the circumstances. There were others lurking in the shadows, ready to strike. A chill ran down Han Jing's spine. He had anticipated that the combatants approaching Sun Wukong were not limited to these two. Indeed, others lay in ambush. His mind raced as he issued commands, and Arno strode purposefully towards Sun Wukong. Despite his struggles in the snow, Sun Wukong was ultimately unable to withstand the biting cold. True to the narrative's course, he succumbed to unconsciousness in the snow, rendered helpless. Just as victory seemed imminent, Han Jing experienced a sudden upheaval. Having transformed into a white bird and hidden amidst the snow-laden branches, he had gone unnoticed. Yet, at that moment, he felt a tremor beside him. Unexpectedly, an individual materialized from thin air atop the tree. This unforeseen development caught Han Jing entirely off guard. Throughout the unfolding events, he had not only monitored the battle, but had also maintained vigilance over his surroundings. How had someone approached so close without his awareness? His mind swirled with questions. But now was not the time for contemplation. The suddenly appearing combatant brandished a handgun, aimed squarely at Han Jing's head. The weapon, resembling the formidable General White's pistol, was undoubtedly lethal. In the blink of an eye, the trigger was pulled with remarkable swiftness. In that instant, where there was scarcely time for thought, Han Jing instinctively made the most judicious choice. He did not opt to flee immediately, nor did he attempt to revert to his transformed state to evade and counterattack. For time was no longer on his side. The adversary's bullet had already left the chamber. In that fleeting moment, Han Jing activated his transformation technique once more, and in the next heartbeat, he morphed from a white bird into a diminutive insect. The bullet, which was meant to strike him in the head, whizzed past his insect wings, allowing Han Zheng to narrowly escape disaster. Having evaded the shot, Han Zheng promptly returned to his human form and swiftly drew the mid-gear H-Bay blade, leveraging the acceleration of his descent to deliver a decisive strike. The ambushing combatant, clearly unprepared for Han Zheng's unforeseen evasion, found himself swiftly disarmed as the blade severed his right hand holding the firearm. Yet, before he could utter a cry of agony, a second strike came hurtling towards him. Seizing the branch, Han Zheng plunged a blade into the adversary's throat. Combatant number 2199 eliminated combatant number 5674, causing the drop of a shrinking watch. Would you like to collect it? Collect. Han Zheng, neglecting to inspect the newly acquired item status, hastily leapt from the tree and dashed toward Sun Wukong. At that moment, Arno held Sun Wukong's body with one hand while firmly grasping his tail with the other. Sun Wukong, who had already been frozen and rendered unconscious, was now utterly at their mercy. Just then, from a snow mound in the distance, another combatant emerged, wielding a submachine gun and unleashing a barrage of bullets toward Han Zheng. He swiftly dodged and took refuge behind Arno, using his cover to evade the relentless hail of gunfire. Simultaneously, he brandished the mid-gear H-Bay blade and struck down toward Sun Wukong with great force. Combatant number 2199 eliminated the significant side character Sun Wukong Kakarot, resulting in the drop of Saiyan blood and a fragment of Super Saiyan blood synthesis. Would you like to collect? Collect. After swiftly gathering the items, Han Zheng turned to peer through the gap in Arno's form at the combatant who had just opened fire on him, preparing to launch a counterattack. However, at that moment, the combatant's expression changed dramatically. He suddenly lurched forward and then collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Is there an ambush? Han Zheng quickly concealed himself behind Arno's body, taking advantage of the fact that Arno could maintain his combat state for a while longer. Under the protection of Arno, he scanned ahead rapidly. The fallen combatant had evidently been struck down from behind, the wound obscured and unclear as to how it had proven fatal. Han Zheng remained vigilant, observing his surroundings, when he unexpectedly spotted a corpse lying near a large stone not far away. Upon gazing further, he noticed another body hanging from a treetop in the distance. These individuals are warriors poised to ambush Sun Wukong. Han Zheng's heart was filled with astonishment as he recalled the muscular fighter who had been slain during his escape. Glancing down at the corpse beneath his feet, and then at the two distant figures, his thoughts grew increasingly somber, tightening his grip on the blade in his hand. He cautiously advanced with Arnold, ever vigilant, to examine the body of the large stone. This corpse belonged to a long-haired woman, her fatal wound located at her chest, a gaping hole seemingly created by a bludgeoning weapon. The sight of this familiar injury instantly reminded Han Zheng of the short-haired woman. Chapter 32. The Fragments of Super Saiyan Blood. The wind and snow seemed to grow more frigid. Han Zheng trudged through the snow, constantly scanning his surroundings. These bodies were evidently the warriors who had originally lain in wait to ambush Sun Wukong, yet they had all been systematically dispatched by another, deeper ambush. Who could that person be? Were they still lurking nearby? After a thorough search, Han Zheng found no sign of life. At this moment, he had already instructed Arnold to disengage from combat mode to conserve the last remnants of energy, utilizing his durable physique to shield him at all times. The biting wind howled around him as he surveyed the strewn corpses, sending a shiver down his spine. It was clear that lingering here was unwise. He needed to depart swiftly. Resolute, Han Zheng reached into his pocket and retrieved an object resembling a wristwatch. This was equipment that had fallen from the warrior who had ambushed him from the tree, known as the Shrink Watch. Since his equipment inventory was full, upon choosing to pick it up, the watch materialized directly in his hand, in the chaos of the battle. He had no time to sort through it, and had merely shoved it into his pocket. Though it was also an equipment item, it could not be taken out of the instance without being placed in his inventory. Han Zheng opened his equipment panel, removed the submachine gun capsule, and replaced it with the Shrink Watch. It was time to part with such a mundane weapon. Simultaneously, he recalled something and hurried back to the tree where he had nearly lost his life. The severed hand still lay there, clutching the General White's pistol. Han Zheng picked up the handgun and added it to his inventory as enhanced General White's pistol too. The submachine gun of the warrior who had fired at him lay abandoned in the snow, but like Han Zheng's own, it was merely an ordinary piece of equipment. And with limited inventory space, he deemed it not worth retrieving. Subsequently, under Arnold's close protection, Han Zheng swiftly evacuated the battlefield, opting not to return to the village, but instead plunging directly into the snow-laden forest. Within the forest, all was silent. At this point, Han Zheng had donned a white cotton coat, making his way slowly through the pristine white woods. He wandered through this segment of the forest for quite some time, finding no signs of suspicious activity. Ever since the conclusion of the previous battle for the Monkey King, this woodland had become eerily tranquil, as if he were the sole inhabitant. Glancing at the time, he noted that Arno had already been charging in the capsule for nearly 2 hours. Activate. Arno materialized instantaneously. After instructing Arno to assume a non-combat stance beside him, Han Jing seated himself beneath a tree, allowing his previously taut nerves to gradually unwind. As he rested, he began to examine his inventory and health bar. Equipment, shrinking watch. Type, supportive item. Function, by wearing the watch and pressing the switch, the user can instantly shrink. Pressing the switch again restores them to their original size. Description, developed by the scientific genius Bulma, the shrinking watch is an indispensable tool for espionage, infiltration, theft, and assassination. In a shrunken state, other equipment and items cannot be utilized, and personal attack power will also be diminished. Han Jing was quite pleased with Bulma's shrinking watch. Its functionality bore resemblance to that of Ant-Man's combat suit. With agile application, it could prove immensely beneficial for combat or reconnaissance, although his shape-shifting abilities could achieve similar effects. They were constrained by time, whereas the shrinking watch imposed no such limitations. The combatant who had ambushed him from the treetops had likely approached him stealthily using this very watch. Continuing to inspect his health bar, blood type, Saiyan blood 24. Super Saiyan blood synthesis fragment 1. The quantity of Saiyan blood was sufficient to unlock half of his lineage. Gazing at the health bar, Han Jing felt that the day when he would become a Saiyan was not far off. Setting that aside for the moment, he was eager to discover what this Super Saiyan blood synthesis fragment entailed, as the mere mention of Super Saiyan thrilled him immensely. Blood attribute, Super Saiyan blood synthesis fragment. Quantity held, 1. Description, by defeating a Saiyan with the potential to become a Super Saiyan, but who has not yet achieved that status. There is a chance to obtain a Super Saiyan blood synthesis fragment. Accumulating a sufficient number of fragments allows for the synthesis of Super Saiyan blood. Data analysis. To synthesize 1 drop of Super Saiyan Generation I blood, 6 fragments are required, with a 100 success rate. To synthesize 1 drop of Super Saiyan Generation I Advanced blood, 12 fragments are required, with a 90 success rate. To synthesize 1 drop of Super Saiyan Generation I Full Power blood, 20 fragments are required, with an 80 success rate. To synthesize 1 drop of Super Saiyan Generation 2 blood, 35 fragments are required, with a 65 success rate. To synthesize 1 drop of Super Saiyan Generation 3 blood, 70 fragments are required, with a 50 success rate. He felt a surge of excitement. In the biting cold, Han Jing was drenched in sweat. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated whether the creator of the Bloodline system in the Dragon Ball battlefield had previously dabbled in the development of web or mobile games. It became evident that the synthesis fragments were intended for the creation of blood of the Super Saiyan. To attain the status of a Super Saiyan, one must gather a certain quantity of blood of the Super Saiyan. As he perused the detailed data explanations, Han Jing felt increasingly overwhelmed. According to the elucidations, to eventually become a Super Saiyan, one must collect Super Saiyan blood, categorized into different tiers based on the levels of Super Saiyans. The higher the tier of Super Saiyan blood desired, the greater the number of synthesis fragments required. Of course, there existed a more straightforward approach, directly slaying characters capable of transforming into Super Saiyans, which would yield Super Saiyan blood. It was stated that possessing both the ability and the courage was essential. Nevertheless, he decided that contemplating such matters was premature. After a moment of rational reflection, he recognized that the notion of becoming a Super Saiyan was still far beyond his reach. For someone who could not even crawl, the prospect of survival on the battlefield until that time remained uncertain. Silently, he closed his personal status and rose to continue his journey deeper into the forest. For the sake of caution, he opted not to return to the village just yet, but instead sought a remote and concealed spot within the woods. One that would shield him from the wind and snow, to serve as his resting place for the night. Under the vigilant protection of Arnoi, Han Jing gradually drifted into slumber. Within his dreams, he discovered himself transformed into a Saiyan, then into a Super Saiyan. As he reveled in his elation, a staff pierced through his chest, stained with blood. Struggling to turn around, he beheld a figure cloaked in white, their face obscured, revealing only a pair of clear eyes. Chapter 33, Conclusion of the second round of the instance. Han Jing wiped his forehead, moisture glistening on his hand, unsure if it was sweat or melted snow. That dream was rather terrifying. He chuckled to himself, recalling Arnoi, who had kept watch throughout the night, and summoned him back into his equipment inventory. At this point, dawn was breaking. He stretched languidly and transformed once more into a bird, soaring toward the village. Within the village, the residents had risen and commenced their daily tasks. The skirmish over Sun Wukong that had transpired outside the village the previous day had indeed left a significant impact. Many villagers were filled with trepidation. Fearing the return of the Red Ribbon Army, Han Zheng stealthily slipped into the village, returning to his home. He meticulously examined every corner of the house, finding no anomalies. It was just as he had left it. Once assured that no one had intruded, he retrieved his shrink watch and fastened it to his wrist, gently pressing the button. In a manner reminiscent of the film Ant-Man, Han Zheng instantaneously diminished in size, resembling a tiny insect. Over the course of the next half-day, he adeptly employed both his transformation technique and shrinking watch, meticulously investigating every household in the village, with particular attention to the women. Although the mechanics of the shrinking watch imposed restrictions on the use of other equipment, it did not hinder the application of skills. Throughout this endeavor, he increasingly appreciated the synergy between the transformation technique and the shrinking watch, as it facilitated a discreet yet effective reconnaissance. However, despite his thorough examination of all the village's women, from those preparing meals to those enjoying their meals, from those changing clothes to those bathing, he was unable to locate the short-haired woman who had caused him such unease. After surveying the village, he infiltrated the deserted Miss Ruta for further exploration, yet he found nothing of significance. Was it possible that he had overthought the situation, and she had perished long ago? Yet, who had slain the combatants yesterday? Or perhaps that individual was indeed her, now cleverly concealed and difficult to track down? After pondering this, he leaned towards the belief that the short-haired woman was responsible for the demise of the combatants, and she was likely hiding in some obscure corner. Since he could not seem to find her regardless, Han Zheng resolved to cease his search. After all, he would face whatever challenges arose, though the short-haired woman remained elusive. Her combat prowess was on par with his own. Their previous skirmish had ended without a clear victor. Now, with the formidable ally Arnold by his side, there was little need for excessive concern. As the sixth day of the scenario unfolded, Han Zheng estimated that the 40 combatants were likely dwindling in number. For the following day and a half, he experienced a relatively easy existence. With many villagers having perished, numerous houses stood vacant, allowing him to select a handful as makeshift resting points. By day, he remained vigilant, attentively observing his surroundings, while at night, he entrusted his safety to Arnold, which provided a sense of security. Yet, as dusk fell on the 7th day of the scenario, the small village, which had only recently found tranquility, faced yet another incursion by the Red Ribbon Army. The news of General White's complete annihilation had finally reached headquarters. Simultaneously, following Sun Wukong's demise, his Dragon Balls remained in this vicinity. Commander Red of the Red Ribbon Army issued a death command, insisting on the acquisition of the 2 Dragon Balls located here. General Blue, stationed in the south, was hastily summoned to lead his troops northward in search of the Dragon Balls. Moreover, in light of the obliteration of General White's forces, Commander Red lavishly hired the world's foremost assassin, Tao Pai Pai, to accompany General Blue's contingent northward. Anyone daring to oppose the Red Ribbon Army would meet with ruthless extermination. General Blue and Tao Pai Pai established their presence in Misruta, and the villagers once again fell under the yoke of the Red Ribbon Army. As Han Zheng quietly concealed himself within the thicket upon the arrival of General Blue and the formidable Tao Pai Pai, he pondered the gravity of the situation. While General Blue alone would have been manageable, the presence of such a terrifying expert as Tao Pai Pai posed a significant threat. Tao Pai Pai had effortlessly defeated the previous incarnation of Sun Wukong, nearly bringing him to his demise. Recognizing the immense combat prowess of his adversary, Han Zheng deemed it unwise to provoke a confrontation. In contrast to Sun Wukong, Tao Pai Pai lacked any glaring vulnerabilities, such as a tail, and his disposition was not one of naivety. Rather, he was cunning and ruthless. Moreover, being accompanied by the Red Ribbon Army made it exceedingly difficult for Han Zheng to find an opportunity to strike. Even with his own combat abilities, bolstered by the power of the Tao by explosive bomb, he feared he would scarcely last a few rounds against such an opponent. Though he possessed a means to inflict significant damage, he doubted he would have the chance to employ it and deemed it prudent to reserve it for a later occasion. Crucially, compared to Sun Wukong, Tao Pai Pai's value was far less significant, presenting a poor risk-to-reward ratio. As for the Dragon Balls, he resolved to let them pursue their quest. The one brought by Sun Wukong had remained untouched, while the one he had concealed was no longer of concern. Han Zheng decided to bide his time, avoiding any unnecessary conflict, and allowing the remaining days of the instance to pass. Thus, he remained hidden within the forest, occasionally utilizing his transformation techniques to sneak back to the village for sustenance, patiently awaiting the passage of time. In the span of 3 days, the Red Ribbon Army, having located one Dragon Ball, continued their search for another in the vicinity. Beneath the shade of a tree in the jungle, Han Jing concealed Arno away and calculated the time. It seemed to be the moment to conclude the instance. At last, the notification announcing the end of the instance resonated, as a radiant blue light enveloped him swiftly. The mission for combatant number 2199 had been accomplished, allowing for a safe exit from the instance. Combatant number 2199 accrued a total of 650 points during this endeavor, which were promptly awarded. Furthermore, he successfully completed the second round of the instance, gaining an additional slot in his equipment inventory. As the blue light dissipated, Han Jing found himself transported once again to the familiar white room, reminiscent of the conclusion of the first round. To his astonishment, he discovered that within this chamber, there were only 3 individuals, including himself. In a party of 40, a mere 3 had survived to the end, yielding a survival rate of less than 10%. Before him stood a young man, nervously tugging at his collar with his head bowed, exuding an air of anxiety that suggested he was a newcomer who had just survived his inaugural instance. Vegeta Hanfeng, a woman with shoulder-length hair, stood, partially obscured from view, her features hidden behind the veil of her locks. The short-haired woman indeed survived until the end. Those fighters must have fallen victim to her. Han Jing felt a surge of compassion and suddenly desired to approach the short-haired woman to behold her visage. At that moment, a radiant blue light surged around her feet, swiftly enveloping her, seemingly preparing to transport her away. Simultaneously, the short-haired woman unexpectedly turned her gaze toward him. Yet, as the blue light ascended, it obscured her face, and Han Jing once again could only see her eyes. Upon returning to the private living quarters, Han Jing gently tapped his head, resolving not to dwell on the short-haired woman any longer. He opened a drawer and retrieved a stack of renminbi. Concurrently, he received a battlefield notification. After completing the second round of the dungeon, his financial aid had increased, with a daily allowance of 300 yuan commencing from that day. Just like that, his monthly salary rose from 600 to 900 yuan. Having just completed the dungeon, Han Jing felt relaxed and joyful. Recalling a meme from a certain forum, he couldn't help but jest. If he continued to grind through these dungeons, it wouldn't be long before he reached an annual salary equivalent to that of a pedestrian street. With money in hand, he departed from the battlefield living quarters, returning to the realm of reality. In the present world, at his parents' home, Han Jing surveyed his surroundings. His parents had yet to return, and the house had remained unchanged for the past 10 days. Except for the heat. Why is it so hot? Is this still the Northeast? He hurriedly opened all the windows, astonished that after spending 10 days in the dungeon, the temperature had risen to such an extent. He opened his phone, paid for his phone bill on WeChat, and called his parents, who were still away. On the call, they informed him they would return home in a few days. After hanging up, Han Jing prepared to head out to buy some cold drinks and soda when his phone rang again. "Hello, old classmate. You finally answered. I tried calling you twice before, but your phone was out of service. I was thinking if you didn't answer this time, I might have to pay your bill myself." Han Jing recognized the voice of his former classmate, Wu Tianlin, from high school. They had maintained a decent relationship back then, but after graduation, they had lost touch. What prompted this call today? After exchanging a few casual remarks, Han Jing inquired about the purpose of the call. "Nothing much, really. It's just that we haven't seen each other since graduation, and I was contemplating organizing a reunion for our classmates. It'll be sometime next month, and you must make time to attend." Chapter 34, Limited Spots, First Come, First Served. A class reunion? Han Jing furrowed his brow. He had little interest in large-scale gatherings with former classmates. If it is merely a gathering of former classmates who shared a good camaraderie during their student years, occasionally reuniting to rekindle their connections, it can indeed be quite pleasant. However, such large-scale gatherings, regardless of past relationships or current interactions, often take on a different flavor. They are glorified under the pretense of reminiscing about the glorious days of youth, yet when the time for the reunion arrives, few engage in genuine discussions about their school days. Instead, the conversation quickly shifts to inquiries such as, "Where are you working? And how are you faring?" The responses typically fall into one of two categories: those who are thriving boastfully, either in a flamboyant or subtle manner, while those who are not as successful tend to stammer and divert the topic, avoiding direct answers. In either scenario, Han Jing feels a sense of awkwardness. Wu Tianlin mentioned that the gathering would take place next month, leaving ample time until then. and Han Jing could not be certain whether he would be engaged in another round of his tasks by that time. He casually deflected a few questions, citing a busy work schedule and uncertainty about his availability, promising to attend if time permitted. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Han Jing ended the call. He decided to set aside thoughts of the reunion for the moment and would deal with it when the time came. His parents would not return home for several days. So he quickly bought some cold drinks, enjoyed a meal, and then returned to the battlefield of Dragon Ball. Upon his return, Han Jing went directly to the public living area and entered the trading hall. He approached the trading platform, where the trading interface appeared instantaneously. He swiftly flipped through several pages to check the current market trends. Subsequently, he retrieved a General White's pistol from his inventory, placed it on the trading board, and began to establish a sale notice. Currently, Han Jing possessed 2 General White's pistols, and he decided to sell one to accumulate points for purchasing the training dungeon. The particular General White's pistol he intended to sell was the one he acquired in the first round of the dungeon, which still contained 2 bullets. The other pistol, obtained from a combatant who had nearly ambushed him in the recent dungeon, had 3 bullets remaining. Due to the chaotic market prices, Han Jing estimated a fair value and set the price at 250 points to initiate the sale. The trading interface flashed brightly, and the General White's pistol vanished instantly, while the display quickly updated to reflect the newly created sale notice. Once someone purchased the pistol, Han Jing would receive a notification from the trading hall, allowing him to collect his points after taxes. In the recent second round of the dungeon, Han Jing earned 650 points for completing the survival task. However, without the newcomer bonus, he received 50 points less than in the first round. At this juncture, maximizing his point earnings to acquire the training dungeon was of utmost priority, and he could gradually sell off any equipment that was not currently needed. After all, in the world of Dragon Ball, early-stage weaponry still held some utility, but as one advanced, sheer combat prowess became paramount. Han Jing felt a twinge of regret over the discarded submachine gun, which he could not bring out of the dungeon due to his equipment inventory being full. Although it was merely a common weapon, selling it could have yielded an additional 2 or 3 days of training. Thus far, he had completed 2 rounds of dungeons, both of which were of the solo battle type. From his cousin's diary, Han Jing learned that typically, in a newcomer's first 3 dungeon rounds, at least one would be a team battle type. This indicated that his forthcoming round would inevitably be a team battle dungeon. The descriptions in the diary revealed a stark contrast between team battles and solo kills. In team battles, combatants no longer fought alone, but instead formed teams of 5, engaging in fierce clashes with opposing teams. If one had already joined a particular squad, teammates would be prioritized for allocation in the team battle dungeon. However, as a solitary individual, Han Jing would be randomly assigned to a group. Occasionally, his cousin noted insights on teamwork during battles in the diary. Yet, for someone like Han Jing, who had not experienced such encounters firsthand, absorbing this knowledge proved to be quite challenging. Nevertheless, one certainty emerged. Combat prowess would dictate one's standing within the team. In team battle dungeons, those lacking in strength would not only face disdain from teammates, but could sometimes be relegated to the role of cannon fodder or bait. The weak had no options, thus, self-improvement was imperative. Han Jing once again expended all his 650 points to purchase 65 days of training in the Kame House training dungeon. He returned to the small island of the dungeon to undergo training alongside Son Wukong and Krillin under Master Roshi's guidance. Compared to his initial foray into the training dungeon, Han Jing's current practice was marked by a newfound proficiency. Drawing from the experiences shared in his cousin's diary, coupled with his own reflections from prior training, he had significantly enhanced his efficiency. In daily training activities, if both Son Wukong and Krillin excelled, Han Jing would receive additional combat power upon conclusion of the training session. Currently, surpassing Krillin in performance was not particularly challenging for Han Jing, but outshining Son Wukong proved to be a more arduous task. He exerted every ounce of effort in training, occasionally managing to surpass Son Wukong in certain activities, perhaps due to the constraints of genetic predisposition. However, during the daily reading segment, Han Jing consistently ranked first. After enduring 12 grueling days in the training dungeon, Han Jing decided to pause his training and exited the dungeon. As the dungeon could not receive messages, the moment Han Jing exited, he was notified that the General White's pistol he had sold had been successfully traded, and he was urged to collect his points at the trading hall. Han Jing did not rush to the trading hall. Instead, he returned to the real world, meticulously checked his home, and sent a message to his mother on WeChat. Afterwards, he teleported back to the public living area, making a beeline for the trading hall. Inside the trading hall, Han Jing followed the prompt and collected the points he earned from the sale. After deducting a tax of 10, he was left with a total of 225 points. It felt rather exploitative, he thought, as he silently grumbled about the tax regulations before preparing to return to the cultivation dungeon. On this particular day, the trading hall was sparsely populated, with only a handful of combatants rummaging through the trading stalls and a few information tricksters idly wandering around the hall. Just as Han Jing was about to leave after collecting his points, a voice suddenly called out beside him. The team from the Level 3 living area is recruiting newcomers. Limited slots available. First come, first served. Newbies from Level 1. Your chance has arrived. Chapter 35. Who are you really? A team recruiting newcomers? From the Level 3 living area? Limited slots available on a first come, first served basis? Han Jing let out a discreet chuckle, choosing to ignore the commotion. In reality, teams capable of operating in the Level 3 area had no need to recruit fresh blood from the Level 1 zone. Such individuals, akin to those information tricksters, cleverly devised various schemes to swindle unsuspecting newcomers out of their points. He recalled an entry in his journal where his cousin had nearly fallen victim to such deceit during his own naive days, almost losing a significant amount of points. Most of these tricksters claimed to hail from elite living areas, boasting grand teams or battalions, exploiting the ignorance and fear of newcomers who had recently completed a round or two, as well as their urgent desire for self-improvement and survival assurance, enticing them step by step into traps. Despite the low turnout in the trading hall, a few fledgling combatants were indeed present. Their demeanor was rather reserved, marked by a palpable sense of trepidation. Upon hearing the recruitment announcement, several of them visibly showed interest, hesitantly glancing towards the man who had called out. This man, robust in stature with a neatly trimmed beard and a somewhat imposing visage, exuded an air of seasoned experience. At that moment, a seemingly new combatant dashed over to the authoritative figure, his face brimming with hope. Is it true? I've only completed one round of the dungeon. Can I join the team? Will the seniors look after me once I'm in? The welfare and treatment of newcomers in our team are renowned throughout the entire Level 3 district. Rest assured, I shall send you an invitation to join the team, which will also include a notification for the payment of a 200-point joining fee. Once you pay, you may join us directly. All right, I have received the invitation and made the payment. I am now part of the team. So our team is called the Tiger Wolf Squad. Such a formidable name. Indeed, after joining during the dungeon draws, team members will be prioritized and assigned together. Be sure to learn from the seasoned members so as not to tarnish the reputation of our Tiger Wolf Squad. Seeing how easily this person paid the 200 points to join the squad, and evidently, they would not only receive preferential treatment, but also enjoy newcomer benefits. The other several new recruits in the hall could no longer contain their eagerness and hurried over, clamoring to join. On the other hand, Han Jing was barely able to suppress his laughter. The scammers truly exerted considerable effort. They even hired professionals for their ruse. Han Jing intended to leave, but suddenly, several newcomers surged towards him with such force that he stumbled. The imposing man who had been standing nearby now viewed Han Jing as another newcomer vying to join, firmly grasping his shoulder while loudly addressing the crowd. Everyone, remain calm. There are still spots available. Han Jing, unwilling to engage in such nonsense, broke free from the imposing man's grip, attempting to navigate through the crowd. At that moment, he received a notification as well, an invitation from the Tiger Wolf Squad. Moreover, as previously mentioned, the invitation included a joining fee of 200 points. At first glance, 200 points may seem trivial, easily manageable for newcomers who have completed a round of dungeons. However, this scam was only beginning. After paying the joining fee, the scammers would then demand an inter-district fee under the pretext of the squad being stationed in a high-end living area. Should newcomers hesitate to continue paying, they would be expelled from the team. Even those who had already paid the joining fee might harbor doubts, yet having already spent their points, some would hesitate to believe they had been deceived, holding on to a glimmer of hope that they would not be cheated and would continue to comply with further payments. Following the inter-district fee, there would be additional charges such as training fees, mentoring fees, squad donations, and various other names. This cycle would persist until the unsuspecting newcomers' pockets were completely emptied or until they finally realized the deception after making yet another payment. Without hesitation, Han Jing declined the invitation and turned to leave. However, at that moment, a small newcomer suddenly grabbed him, looking bewildered, and asked, "Hey, are you not joining? Have you noticed something amiss? Do you think what they said is true?" Han Jing was taken aback. Was this small newcomer truly naive? Without delving into whether one can see through this deception, One must question the expectation that someone would impart knowledge as a teacher or parent would, merely by directly confronting them with such inquiries. Both parties are combatants on the battlefield. In the future, within the realms of competition, they may become adversaries, each unfamiliar with the other and not part of the same team. It is rather naive to hope that others would provide guidance on such matters. If one is uncertain, it is best not to inquire. Han Jing, reluctant to elaborate further, coldly uttered a phrase, wishing to depart. However, the diminutive figure clung to him, exclaiming, "Have you truly disowned the issue? Do you know their true identities? Is it indeed a scam?" Han Jing was immediately incensed. He had no desire to meddle. Yet he found himself entangled with such a person, who persistently drew him into trouble. Meanwhile, the newcomers exchanged whispers, their gazes now laced with suspicion. "What is the matter with you two?" The imposing man strode over, his countenance clouded with anger, and forcefully shoved the smaller individual, causing him to stumble. In the midst of the battlefield, Han Jing believed that as a newcomer without a team, he ought to maintain a low profile, avoiding unnecessary bravado. "I have another team commitment and shall not join. As for this individual, I am unacquainted with him." Before Han Jing could finish his sentence, he was shoved harshly in the chest by the imposing man. Although combat was prohibited in the living area, such physical contact was still permissible. "What chaos are you two causing here? Who sent you to spout such nonsense? Offending our Tiger Wolf team will lead to dire consequences. You better leave, or I'll have your mother come to collect your remains." As he spoke, the imposing man forcefully pushed Han Jing once more. This barrage of provocations ignited Han Jing's fury. The opponent's crude insults, replete with slurs against women, fueled his anger. He seized the man's approaching hand, retorting, "Cease your foul language. You know precisely what you are. Do not presume upon my patience. How dare you provoke our Tiger Wolf team? We are stationed in the level 3 zone. You clearly do not comprehend the gravity of your situation. If you do not provide some form of explanation today, then in the future, a team name in white dares to claim to be a station team in the level 3 zone? Who truly does not understand the meaning of death?" Han Feng interjected sharply. The imposing man's arrogance waned significantly, stammering, "What are you babbling about? Still pretending?" The name on the invitation was clearly in white, signifying a newly formed, low-tier team. It is likely that the captain has just obtained the qualification to form a team, and yet you dare to intimidate others? Moreover, your team name is distinctly Tiger Wolf Battle Team, not Tiger Wolf Team. The genuine Tiger Wolf Team is the one stationed in the level 3 zone. You audaciously attempt to imitate their name and deceive others. Should the true Tiger Wolf Team discover this, whose mother will come to collect your remains? How do you, from the level 1 zone, know so much? The imposing man's voice trembled at that moment. Han Jing would never reveal that his cousin had once interacted with the Tiger Wolf Team. He let out a disdainful grunt and forcefully shoved the imposing man aside, further deepening the air of mystery surrounding him. "Are you perhaps from an elite district team or a troop cadre? Who exactly are you? None of your concern," Han Jing coldly retorted, turning to leave. However, just as he took a step, a sudden thought struck him. He spun around and glared fiercely at the imposing man. "Did you just imply that I should leave something behind? A justification, perhaps? And no, I wouldn't dare. No need to leave anything," the imposing man stammered. His earlier authority completely evaporated, replaced by a nervous smile. "I have no need to leave anything, but what about you?" Han Jing raised his chin, his voice laced with a hint of threat. "If you dare to invoke the name of the Tiger Wolf Team for such antics, should I inform them about this incident? Unraveling the truth behind your so-called Tiger Wolf Team, it wouldn't be difficult at all." The imposing man was taken aback, his demeanor instantly deflated, though he still managed to force a smile. Understood. Combatant number 0039. I propose a transaction with you." He accepted the deal and soon received a gift of 600 points from the other party. Although these swindlers likely profited far more than this, Han Jing was not inclined to press too hard. After all, he was merely posturing, and acquiring these points was already a pleasant surprise. 600 points were sufficient to purchase a 60-day training dungeon. He had only earned 650 points from his second-round dungeon. He nodded slightly, feigning satisfaction, and then turned to exit the trading hall, instantly transporting himself back to his private living area. Chapter 36. A friend afflicted with a terminal illness. The sale of the handgun netted him 225 points, while the extortion from the swindlers brought in 600 points, totaling 825 points. Gazing at his amassed points, Han Jing was overwhelmed with joy. The points accrued today exceeded those earned from a single dungeon run. He had initially contemplated selling more equipment to acquire additional points for training. Now, with these points in hand, He estimated they would suffice for his training until the next round of dungeons commenced. Han Jing did not rush to purchase the training dungeon. He decided to hold onto the points for the moment, waiting until he completed the 65 days of training he had previously bought. 2 days later, upon his parents' return, Han Jing paused his training once again to return to the real world. With their arrival, he resolved to move out, as constantly traversing between the battlefield and the real world was increasingly inconvenient at home. Coincidentally, Han Jing's uncle and aunt had recently resolved to not rest until they found their missing son, Han Lei. The elderly couple packed their belongings and headed to the city, intending to search for their son long-term. Upon learning this, Han Jing proposed moving in with his uncle. The reason lies in his current venture of starting a business, necessitating the procurement of a substantial inventory. With a large family and limited space at home, he decided to borrow the vacant house from his uncle, which also allowed him to assist in overseeing the property and ensuring that the plants tended by his aunt received adequate watering. Han Jing's entrepreneurial endeavors were met with support from his aunt and uncle, while cautioning him about the risks associated with opening a store and the need for prudent inventory management, refrained from probing further. Thus, Han Jing settled into his uncle's empty house, diligently honing his skills within the training realm, occasionally resurfacing to visit his parents before retreating once more into the training realm. The 65 days of rigorous training soon concluded, and Han Jing returned to reality, collapsing onto his bed. After a day of rest, he planned to resume his training in the realm the following day. Throughout this period, Han Jing was resolute in his ambition to surpass Sun Wukong in his training endeavors, persistently striving to catch up. Although he could only occasionally outpace Sun Wukong and was often subdued, his efforts significantly enhanced his efficiency within the training realm. His combat power value reached 63, a remarkable increase of 30 points, surpassing the gains from his previous 70 days of training, leaving him feeling gratified. As of now, he had not received any notification regarding the next training session and had 825 points remaining. He resolved to take a day of rest for adjustment before continuing to purchase training realm sessions the following morning. Han Jing stepped out to deposit his recent salary of 3,000 yuan and purchase daily necessities. Upon returning home, he took a shower, lay on his bed, and began browsing his phone. He first replied to his mother via WeChat, promising to join her for dinner later. During this period, Han Jing had not engaged in WeChat or forums for quite some time. His social life had dwindled, leaving little room for online interactions. Since Wu Qianlin's call for a class reunion next month, the previously quiet alumni group had become increasingly lively. Many classmates began inquiring about each other's recent circumstances, jobs, and family status. A few female classmates, who had married early and were now mothers, shared parenting tips among the group. In the past, Han Jing might have chimed in, but now, after numerous life-altering experiences, his perspective had shifted significantly. Observing his former classmates discussing mundane matters, he felt an ever-growing distance from the ordinary society. Just as he contemplated exiting WeChat out of boredom, a series of messages in the class group suddenly captured his attention. Have you heard about Sun Yuqian? Sun Taiji? What happened? Is he the one who excelled at basketball back in school? What is going on? Sun Yuqian? Is there trouble? A jolt of alarm coursed through Han Jing's heart. During the peak of their friendship, Sun Yuqian and Han Jing shared an exceptionally close bond. Sun Yuqian, whose name coincidentally mirrored that of the protagonist Yang Yuqian from the popular childhood television series Taiji Master, earned the affectionate nickname Sun Taiji. Not only were Han Jing and Sun Yuqian friends during their university years, but they also maintained regular contact thereafter, fostering a profound emotional connection. However, as they ventured into the professional realm, their communication dwindled, particularly in recent times when Han Jing noticed a somber tone in Sun Yuqian's voice during their last phone call, which was brief and laden with unspoken concerns. Furthermore, Han Jing learned that Sun Yuqian had become embroiled in the tumultuous Dragon Ball battlefield, leading to an extended period of silence between them. Could it be that his dear friend was facing adversity? Han Jing quickly turned to their class group for updates. Moments later, a fellow classmate disclosed the shocking news. Sun Yuqian has been diagnosed with cancer. Were you not aware? What? This cannot be true, came the incredulous response, laced with disbelief. Surely, this must be a cruel jest? This is no joke. It has been true for quite some time, the classmate replied. Han Jing was taken aback, reflecting on Sun Yuqian's despondent demeanor during their previous conversation, and everything suddenly fell into place. He hastily retrieved Sun Yuqian's number and dialed. After a few moments of anticipation, the call connected, revealing a frail voice on the other end. Hello, Han Feng. It has been quite a while since we last spoke. You must be calling about the class reunion, right? I have some matters to attend to, and, regrettably, I may not be able to make it. Hearing his friend's voice, Han Jing found himself at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. I have heard about your situation. Their conversation extended for quite some time. Initially, Sun Yuqian was evasive, but as the dialogue progressed, he gradually opened up to Han Jing. Han Jing learned that Sun Yuqian had been aware of his cancer diagnosis for quite a while. His decision to reduce contact with friends stemmed from this very reason. At that moment, he bore an immense burden, not solely from the affliction and the specter of mortality, but also from familial pressures. Upon discovering his son's terminal illness, Sun Yuqian's father had not surrendered hope. Instead, he tirelessly sought various treatments, determined to prolong his son's life as much as possible. This journey had drained the family's resources, transforming what was once a comfortable household into one facing adversity. While Sun Yuqian felt deeply touched by his parents' unwavering love and care, he also grappled with the accompanying weight of their sacrifices. Sun Yuqian was not an only child. He had an older brother who initially expressed considerable concern for him. However, as their father invested nearly all their family wealth into Sun Yuqian's treatment, and confronted with the reality of an incurable illness, the brother began to voice his growing discontent. Previously, the Sun family had accumulated sufficient funds to purchase a home for brother Sun in a prominent city, intending to support his marriage. However, calamity struck unexpectedly, and all the money was diverted to cover the medical expenses for Sun Yuqian, leading to the abrupt cancellation of brother Sun's wedding plans. Had the money spent been able to restore Sun Yuqian's life, brother Sun would have readily acquiesced. Yet, knowing it was a terminal illness, they drained their savings. As time passed, brother Sun could no longer contain his dissatisfaction. The Sun family found themselves in a perplexing dilemma. Even the smallest creatures cling to life, yet they were compelled to consider the various concerns of their family. On the phone, Sun Yuqian expressed his thoughts with a heavy sigh, uncertain of his own direction. After hanging up, Han Jing remained a daze for a moment. He had not anticipated that while he was embroiled in the perilous Dragon Ball battlefield, his dear friend Sun Yuqian was simultaneously facing a life-or-death decision. Life is fragile, and the line between existence and oblivion is perilously thin. He yearned to save his longtime friend, but with his own future uncertain, how could he possibly rescue another? Reflecting on the myriad of extraordinary abilities within the Dragon Ball battlefield, which could even influence the real world, he pondered whether he could devise a means to rescue Sun Yuqian, given that fighters could sometimes bring the battlefield's power back to reality. He contemplated for a long while, yet no clarity emerged. After this ordeal, he suddenly lost all desire for rest. The precariousness of life and death demanded that he exert himself continuously. He sent a message to his mother via WeChat, indicating he would not be joining the family for dinner due to other commitments. Then, he returned to the Dragon Ball battlefield once more, resuming his pursuit of the cultivation instance. Chapter 37. That man from the battlefield? He was still 30 steps away. 20 steps. 10 steps. 3 steps. He surpassed it. Clenching his teeth, Han Jing hoisted the milk crate, inching his way to the summit. The peak loomed just ahead, and he had finally outpaced Sun Wukong. With determination, Han Jing pressed on, charging directly to the top. Throughout this lengthy training period, this was the first time he had outdistanced Sun Wukong while delivering milk up the mountains. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he turned to glance back at the tardy Sun Wukong, a profound sense of accomplishment swelling within him, though he could only occasionally gain a slight edge over his rival. It was a hard-won triumph, especially considering he was a Saiyan. As he basked in his fleeting glory, a notification from the battlefield suddenly echoed in his ears. Han Jing's heart skipped a beat. Within the cultivation instance, all battlefield alerts were typically inaccessible until one exited the instance. Only one type of notification was an exception. Combatant number 2199. The third round of the instance will officially commence in 48 hours. Please prepare accordingly. Indeed, as he calculated the time, he realized that the new round was nearly upon them. Since completing his training 65 days ago, Han Jing has begun to purchase the training dungeon in 10-day increments. Mindful of the approaching third round of dungeons, as of today, he has been in the dungeon for another 20 days, with today marking the final day of his second 10-day purchase. It seems that his training must conclude today. Given that the flow of time here is 6 times faster than in the outside world, he has ample time. Han Jing adjusted his mindset and continued his training with Master Turtle and the others for the day. Upon exiting the training dungeon, Han Jing checked his status. After 20 days of rigorous training, his combat power had increased by 9 points, bringing it to a total of 72. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction regarding his training results thus far, especially considering that his combat power had more than doubled since entering the second round of dungeons. According to his cousin's diary, amongst the fighters at this stage, his current level is undoubtedly exceptional. After a refreshing shower, Han Jing called his parents to inform them that he would be busy with his career and away for a while. Hence he wouldn't be in touch for some time. His father, Han Tongwei, expressed unwavering belief in him and, to show encouragement, planned to treat the family to dinner the following afternoon. Han Jing reluctantly agreed. The next day, with only one day remaining until the third round of dungeons opened, they discussed the menu at a newly opened restaurant. "Let us order. The food here is quite good. Your mother and I came once before," his father remarked, handing over the menu. However, Han Jing was preoccupied with thoughts of the upcoming dungeon and lacked enthusiasm for ordering. He merely glanced at the menu before pushing it back, deferring to his parents' preferences. If his cousin's diary is accurate, the next dungeon should be a team battle. Although he has completed 2 rounds of dungeons and gained some experience, he is yet to truly engage in a team battle dungeon. What kind of allies will he be randomly assigned to? How formidable will they be? What abilities will they possess? All of them are strangers. Will they be able to cooperate seamlessly? Is there a possibility of hidden agendas among teammates? What are the stark differences between team battle dungeons and solo dungeons? These questions swirled in Han Jing's mind, causing him to frown, oblivious to the arrival of their dishes. "Stop daydreaming. The fish here is quite delicious. Give it a try," his mother, Zhou Min, gently nudged him, pulling him from his reverie. The local area is adjacent to a river, abundant in wild river fish, and many restaurants feature fish as their signature dish. Han Jing took a bite and found the flavor to be indeed delightful. Casting aside the myriad trivialities, he focused on devouring the delectable dish before him. As he indulged, Han Jing casually glanced out the window, only to be startled by an uncanny occurrence. Outside, in a somewhat concealed corner across the street, a man with curly hair stood, seemingly in a state of agitation as he scanned his surroundings. Abruptly, the man vanished without a trace. Han Jing was taken aback, nearly choking on the morsels of fish still lodged in his mouth. He was certain he had not misperceived. The man had indeed disappeared in an instant. The corner's obscurity, coupled with the sparse pedestrian traffic, meant no one else witnessed this bizarre event. Yet, Han Jing's vantage point allowed him a clear view. Even if others had seen it, they might dismiss it as an illusion. But Han Jing was resolute in his belief that this was neither a trick of the eye nor a hallucination. The man had undeniably existed and had just as undeniably vanished. A thought flickered in Han Jing's mind. Could he be a combatant? This notion swiftly took hold of his consciousness. Combatants possess the ability to traverse between the real world and the battlefield. Thus, their transitions could easily be perceived as sudden disappearances. At that moment, in the same corner, the curly-haired man reappeared as if conjured from thin air. It had to be so. His sudden disappearance and subsequent reappearance undoubtedly indicated his capacity to navigate the battlefield. Once the man manifested, he quickly surveyed his surroundings before hastily exiting the corner and signaling for a taxi. Han Jing, disregarding his parents' reactions, promptly stood and rushed towards the exit. However, by the time he burst through the restaurant's doors, the curly-haired man had already boarded a taxi, which sped away into the distance. As the taxi vanished from sight, Han Jing etched the man's features into his memory, astonished to have encountered a concealed combatant in such a manner in this realm. Regrettably, time was of the essence. With a dungeon raid scheduled for the following day, he yearned for the opportunity to investigate further. Returning to the table, Han Jing concocted a convenient excuse to placate his parents, yet his mind was increasingly beset with thoughts. The food before him suddenly seemed less appetizing. Later that night, alone in his room, he methodically reflected on the myriad events of recent times amid the encroaching darkness. The exact timing of the class reunion had been finalized, and, coincidentally, if he could successfully return from the upcoming dungeon, he would still make it in time. Earlier in the afternoon, he had contemplated calling Sun Yuqian, but after a moment's reflection, he decided against it. His own situation was precarious, and he lacked the means to assist him. He resolved to wait until after the dungeon raid to discuss matters further. What truly occupied his thoughts was the curly-haired man he encountered during the day, a sudden combatant emerging in the present world, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. Should he reach out to him, follow him, eliminate him, or simply ignore him as if they had never crossed paths? After much contemplation with no clear direction, Han Jing resolved to cast aside these chaotic musings and focus on preparing for the impending instance. A day later, the instance commenced. A radiant light enveloped Han Jing, transporting him to an abyssal space. Following the announcement of personal status, he finally received the information regarding the instance that had captured his attention, Nature of this instance. Team battle type. Chapter 38. The third round of the instance commences. Combatant ID. 2199. Combatant status. Combat power. 72. Combatant lineage. Earthling, leader of the Rabbit Army. Blood held. 24 fragments of Saiyan blood. 1 fragment of Super Saiyan blood. Combat power limit. 1000. Training speed. Equipment equipped. 67. Skills. Incomplete transformation technique. Special ability. The ability to transform into a radish upon contact. Number of instance rounds executed. 2. Equipment inventory. General White's pistol. 2 Sins of Beans. Miyazawa's blade. Capsule Robot Arnold. Tao Pai Pai's super bomb. Shrinking watch. The nature of this instance. Team battle type. Timeline begins on May 2nd, 750 A.C., precisely 5 days before the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Task duration. 10 days. Location. Surroundings of the Martial Arts Temple, with restricted activity areas. Number of participating combatants. 10, divided into 2 teams of 5. With an average combat power of 54. Survival tasks for the instance. 1. Annihilate the opposing team. 2. Alternatively, at the conclusion of the instance, ensure that your team has at least 2 more members than the opposing team. Accomplishing either of these objectives will fulfill the task. Failure to do so will result in the obliteration of all team members. As the countdown to the team battle instance approached 3029, it was evident that at least one of the previous rounds had been a team battle as well, with 5 members per team divided into 2 teams. Han Zheng's mind raced as he swiftly analyzed the current information while listening to the countdown. The format of the team battle instance had indeed been referenced in his diary, mirroring the present circumstances. The activity area was confined to the vicinity of the Martial Arts Temple, the very venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament. With the timeline set for 5 days before the tournament's commencement, the instance duration extended for 10 days. It appeared that in this instance, he would have the opportunity for close encounters with the martial arts tournament. Renowned masters such as Master Rashi, Sun Wukong, and Krillin would all make their appearances here. According to the stipulations of the survival mission, to triumph in this dungeon, one must either completely annihilate the opposing team or maintain a numerical advantage of at least 2 members. However, what if neither condition is met? If neither the total elimination of the adversary nor the requisite numerical superiority is achieved, then both teams would fall into the category of unfinished survival tasks, facing obliteration. The team battle dungeon holds a certain probability of culminating in a scenario devoid of survivors, a rather stringent condition Han Zheng couldn't help but lament. As the countdown reached its conclusion, darkness dissipated. Han Zheng found himself ensconced in a cramped, dimly lit room, which bore a hint of dampness and emitted an unpleasant odor. Within this shadowy chamber, he discerned the presence of 4 others, presumably his teammates. Indeed, scarcely had this thought crossed his mind when a notification from the dungeon abruptly sounded. The teams have assembled. Please locate your opposing squad, and the battle commences. To his dismay, it appeared they were designated as the weaker team, a disheartening revelation. A tall, crew-cut young man rose, cursing vociferously, his demeanor brimming with arrogance and apparent dissatisfaction regarding the team allocations. Han Zheng possessed some understanding of this division issue. Due to the dungeon's team assignment mechanism, achieving absolute precision was unfeasible, resulting in varying aggregate combat power between the 2 squads. Naturally, the disparity would not be vast. Both teams would generally operate within a similar tier of strength. Thus, one team would possess a slightly higher aggregate combat power, while the other would be comparatively weaker. Stop standing around like fools. Let us make the most of our time. We are the disadvantaged side, the tall youth continued to bellow, having seemingly appointed himself the de facto leader of the group. Now, let us go around and report our combat power, lineage, abilities, equipment, and how many rounds of this dungeon we've completed. Han Zheng refrained from responding immediately, choosing instead to observe his fellow teammates. One rather slender man cowered in a corner, his demeanor betraying notable anxiety. Nearby, another young man with long bangs exhibited a similar timidity and unease. It was evident that these 2 lacked confidence and were not particularly formidable, Han Zheng concluded. He shook his head slightly and turned his gaze toward the last teammate in the far corner, only to be taken aback. There, leaning against the wall, stood a girl seemingly not yet 20, with shoulder-length hair and a sweet visage. Her clear, bright eyes bore an uncanny familiarity. Is it her? Han Zheng instantly recalled a prior round in the dungeon, the elusive girl in white with short hair. She single-handedly orchestrated the villagers' rebellion, creating a void in Mars Ruta. She also stealthily eliminated those combatants who were poised to ambush Sun Wukong. the annihilation of the Red Satin Brigade and the mysterious creature, Buyong, that vanished in Marsruda, as well as the slain dark-clad warriors, may well have been her doing. Unexpectedly, in this round of the dungeon, she reappeared, and we found ourselves as team members. However, Han Jing was still uncertain, for when they had previously met, both had concealed their faces, and apart from their hairstyles and eyes, he had not fully glimpsed her visage. Nevertheless, he harbored a persistent feeling that the girl in the corner was indeed her. "Are you deaf or foolish?" The tall youth, receiving no response, was suddenly filled with anger. "Haven't you ever participated in a team battle? Don't you understand how to report your data?" He then pointed at Han Jing, exclaiming loudly, "Hurry up, you go first. What is your name and your data?" In team battles, cooperation is of utmost importance, and while Han Jing was irked by his demeanor, he could not dispute his actions. "I am Zheng Han." Han Jing, of course, had no intention of revealing his true name. After casually rearranging his name, he continued, "Combat Power 72, lineage is Rabbit Army Leader, proficient in the art of transformation, and I possess a considerable amount of equipment. I have completed 2 rounds of dungeons." The nervous duo gasped in astonishment, and the tall youth's expression shifted, his arrogance quickly dissipating. 2 rounds of dungeons completed, a combat power of 72. Impressive. "Which team are you with?" "I'm not part of any team," Han Jing replied flatly. The tall youth raised an eyebrow, a flicker of disdain crossing his gaze. Yet he refrained from further commentary. He turned back to the nervous duo and shouted, "What about you two? What are your names? Report your data." The lean man, caught off guard by the inquiry, hastily responded, I am Zhao Xing with a combat power of 26. I am from Earth and currently have no skills. My equipment include a rocket launcher, a car, a standard combat robot, and a submachine gun. I have also completed 2 rounds of dungeons. Yamdi Shunshin." The other youth with bangs quickly chimed in, "My combat power is 25. My lineage is Batman. I possess a magic bean and a mech and can perform the Wolfang Fist. I too have completed 2 rounds of dungeons." 26 and 25? Han Jing felt a chill run through him. As fellow combatants who had completed 2 rounds of dungeons, how could the disparity in their combat power be so vast? It appeared that these two had either excessively invested points in purchasing equipment or skills, or they had not been diligent enough in the cultivation dungeon, resulting in slow growth in combat power. It seemed likely that they were the weakest members of the team. In team battles, having such 2 teammates could be quite a burden, especially since the criteria for victory were based on the number of survivors. As Han Jing mulled over this, the tall youth wore a look of discontent, his gaze toward Zhao Xing and Li Chunxing rife with contempt. Subsequently, the tall youth ceased to pay attention to the 2 individuals and turned to inquire of the short-haired girl, "What about you?" The girl, brushing her hair aside, stepped out from the corner and approached the group. "My name is Chun Chun, combat power 64, of the lineage of the monster Kirin. I possess the perfect transformation technique, the Sky Cross Punch, and as for my equipment." At this juncture, Chun Chun cast a fleeting glance at Han Jing before continuing, "It's not much. I've completed 3 rounds of the dungeon." It appeared that Chun Chun still needed to undertake another round. Han Jing mused that if she was indeed the short-haired girl clad in white, her combat power would match his in 1 round, while today she stood at 64. Although she had made considerable progress during this time, she ultimately still lagged behind him. The tall youth nodded and, with a hint of arrogance, introduced himself. "I am Wang Song, a member of the mighty brigade under the Storm Legion, with a combat power of 82. My lineage is that of Earthlings, and I am skilled in the 4-demon fist and volleyball fist. My experience exceeds yours, having executed 4 rounds of the dungeon." Like Han Jing and Chen Chun, he refrained from elaborating on his equipment. Han Jing noted that Wang Song claimed affiliation with the mighty brigade, which reminded him of a combatant he had slain in a previous round, who had also proclaimed to be of the Storm Legion before meeting his demise. At this moment, Zhao Xing and Li Chunxing stood together, their faces reflecting an intensified anxiety. They were acutely aware that their combat power was significantly lower than that of the team, rendering them potential burdens. This dungeon run, they feared, might spell disaster. Wang Song cast a disdainful glance at the 2, calculating 252, 664, 7282 totals to 269, with an average combat power of 54 per dungeon, equating to 540 for 10 individuals. This means the enemy's total combat power should be 271, putting us ahead by a mere 2 points. Indeed, Han Jing concurred. The total combat power is roughly similar. However, the disparity in our team's strength poses a considerable risk. Wang Song nodded in agreement before glaring intensely at Zhao Xing and Li Chunxing once more. The two, feeling the weight of his gaze, instinctively shrank back. In that moment, silence enveloped the room as all five individuals lowered their heads, pondering their preliminary strategy. Han Jing glanced at Qin Shun, who stood before him, and after a moment of hesitation, leaned closer to whisper, "Haven't we met somewhere before?" The instant the words left his lips, he sensed their inappropriateness, feeling they clashed with the current atmosphere. Qin Shun, initially taken aback, then broke into a radiant smile. She regarded Han Jing for a few moments before, feigning mystery, remarked, "You brushed your teeth today, did you not?" Chapter 39. Or did you think otherwise? Brush teeth. Han Jing's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, it was her. If previously Han Jing harbored doubts, at this moment, he was unequivocally certain of the situation before him. Qin Shun was indeed the short-haired woman he had encountered in the first round of the dungeon. It was utterly unexpected that a formidable adversary, with whom he had once battled for his life, had now become a comrade in arms. Such are the whims of the dungeon. What are you two whispering about? Wang Song interjected, visibly displeased, interrupting Han Jing's train of thought. In the face of great peril, are you two still intent on playing house in the dungeon? Although Han Jing was brimming with questions stemming from the first round of the dungeon, the time was not ripe for such discussions. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Qin Shun before stepping back. Qin Shun slightly lowered her head, her lips curling into a frown. Wang Song paced the room, looking at everyone present. What are your thoughts? Speak up. It appeared that Wang Song had fully embraced his role as captain, given his extensive experience and superior combat prowess. His assumption of leadership was indeed reasonable. Zhao Xing and Li Chunsheng exchanged glances, keeping their heads down in silence. Just as Han Jing was about to voice his thoughts, Qin Shun suddenly interjected, "In our team, including myself, there are 3 members capable of flight. In a group battle dungeon with an average combat power of 54, this situation is likely rare, so I believe this constitutes an advantage for our side that we should capitalize on." The 3 members who could fly included Qin Shun, Han Jing, and Li Chunsheng, who possessed the Batman bloodline. The Batman was a martial artist under the command of the comic character Astrologer and could transform into a bat. From your tone, it seems you possess considerable knowledge about the group battle dungeon's dynamics. Have you joined a battle team? Wang Song's tone was peculiar as he scrutinized Qin Shun. Qin Shun shrugged and did not respond further. At this juncture, Han Jing added, "Qin Shun is correct. In the early stages of group battle dungeons, air superiority plays a crucial role." Wang Song's expression grew increasingly peculiar, muttering under his breath, "Having just executed 2 or 3 rounds of dungeons, how does this newcomer know so much?" Thus, I propose that during the initial days, we should make full use of our flying members' advantage, conduct extensive aerial reconnaissance, and utilize the team dialogue channel to communicate at all times. Even if we fail to find clues, we should strive to familiarize ourselves with the terrain in the shortest time possible. Qin Shun resumed. The team dialogue channel was a special communication channel exclusive to group battle dungeons, allowing teammates to converse privately, irrespective of distance. However, Li Chunqing's situation was somewhat unique. Han Jing continued, "Flying around as a bat in broad daylight within the city is rather conspicuous. It will be prudent to wait until nightfall to act, as bats have a distinct advantage in the dark." Li Chunqing possessed relatively low combat capabilities. If any unusual circumstances were detected during reconnaissance, it was prudent not to act impulsively, but to immediately inform us, exercising caution to avoid unnecessary losses, Qin Shun remarked promptly. Han Jing added, "Although this is not a solo mission, and we are not recklessly taking lives, the adversary will inevitably seek a place to rest and deliberate their plans. I believe they are unlikely to choose conspicuous locations such as hotels and are more inclined to operate from residential areas." He paused briefly before continuing, "In fact, once we have thoroughly familiarized ourselves with the terrain, we could devise a small trap, create a diversion, and see if we can lure them in, all while utilizing our aerial advantage to maintain constant surveillance. Should unexpected developments arise, we should be able to navigate the situation adeptly." Qin Shun and Han Jing engaged in a seamless exchange, momentarily leaving others aside. The tense duo remained silent, while Wang Song's expression grew somewhat uneasy. As he assumed the role of the leader, it was only fitting that he embodied the essence of one. He cleared his throat forcefully and stated, "Your points are well taken. I would like to emphasize that not only does the enemy require a base of operations, but we also need one, along with provisions for sustenance. Since you're willing to undertake aerial reconnaissance, I will take charge of guiding the remaining 2 to secure a base. Their combat abilities are inadequate, so during non-critical missions, it is best for them to stay close to the strongest member of our team. This will ensure constant communication via the team channel, allowing us to collaboratively analyze any issues that arise. Han Jing nodded in agreement. After establishing a preliminary strategy, the team divided into two groups. Han Jing and Chun Shun were tasked with aerial reconnaissance, seeking out anomalies and familiarizing themselves with the intricate details of the surrounding terrain. Meanwhile, Wang Song led Zhao Xing and Li Chunsheng in securing a base and gathering provisions, while also remaining vigilant for any ground-level irregularities and keeping an eye on news updates. In the sky, Han Jing calculated the time. His transformation into a bird would soon reach its 5-minute limit. He glanced down and spotted a concealed rooftop. Upon landing, Han Jing instantly reverted to his original form, shrinking to an insect-like size thanks to the effects of the shrinking watch he wore. He concealed himself, counting seconds while recalling the events of the past 5 minutes, searching for any anomalies and committing various utilizable terrain details to memory. At that moment, everything in the city appeared normal. No disturbances were occurring. Han Jing understood that on the first day, everyone would be particularly cautious, making it challenging to uncover any vulnerabilities of the enemy. As the cooldown period concluded, he checked the time, realizing it was time to meet Chun Shun as previously arranged. Once again, he transformed into a bird and departed the area. Although discussions could occur via the team channel, face-to-face communication about details and ideas often proved to be more effective. In accordance with their agreement, Han Jing arrived at the designated location, where a flock of birds had temporarily settled. Recognizing Chun Shun, who had transformed among the birds due to a prearranged signal, he swiftly descended beside her. At that moment, the two appeared merely as an ordinary pair of birds within the flock, concealing any signs of unusual activity. Han Jing cast a skeptical glance around the bird congregation. Sensing his unease, Chun Shun leaned closer and whispered, "Rest assured, I've checked. They are all genuine birds." Subsequently, the two engaged in a rapid exchange of intelligence, delineating the next area of focus and sharing their perspectives before preparing to part ways. Han Jing, still burdened with lingering questions regarding the initial instance, could not help but inquire. In the first instance, it was you who orchestrated the demise of Buyong, the Red Satin Brigade, and those fallen fighters in the snowy expanse, wasn't it? Indeed, Chun Shin replied candidly. I eliminated Buyong using ice and snow, then discovered a substantial cache of explosives on the second level of Mars Ruta, which I utilized to obliterate the remaining soldiers. As for those fighters, I genuinely killed them. By the way, I also dispatched a black-clad combatant in Mars Ruta, and the monster Kirin bloodline I possess was obtained after vanquishing him. Han Jing immediately comprehended why the black-clad combatant had exhibited such peculiar flight when he took off that day. It turned out that the individual was not adept at aerial techniques, but instead bore the Kirin lineage. Monsters of the Kirin bloodline are naturally endowed with wings, enabling flight. Thus, combatants with this heritage can soar in their natural forms, creating the illusion of mastering aerial maneuvers. Regarding her annihilation of the Red Satin Brigade soldiers, he found it understandable. It was likely a strategy to delay any news of General White's demise from reaching the headquarters too soon, thereby preventing a disruption in the unfolding narrative that could hinder Sun Wukong's timely arrival near Mars Ruta. Since you eliminated Buyong, why did you not proceed to the 6th level to confront General White? Surely you do not find his possessions unworthy? Not at all. I certainly wish to, but there's a formidable foe with a combat power of 46 on the 6th level, and I did not dare to engage. Understanding the reason for her absence during the encirclement of Sun Wukong, he questioned, is that why you refrained from competing for the blood of Sun Wukong, and instead focused on silently assassinating the surrounding combatants preparing for ambush? You indeed assisted me significantly, for which I must express my gratitude. Did you think I did not desire to see Sun Wukong's blood? However, at that time, your advantage with Arno Wei was too great. I deemed it futile to contend with you and redirected my focus towards the combatants. It was not imperative to eliminate the instance's characters to gather resources. While all the combatants' attention was concentrated on Sun Wukong and you, I managed to eliminate many and reaped considerable rewards. Chun Shun paused momentarily before adding, in fact, I had contemplated finding an opportunity to ambush you, but you were exceedingly cautious. Even in the restroom, Arno Wei was watching you. I genuinely could not find a chance. Realizing that even his restroom was under observation, Han Jing was momentarily speechless. So that was the case. Of course, what did you expect? Chun Shun took to the skies, casting aside her final words. Do you truly believe I am observing you, deliberately aiding you? Chapter 40. The fishing plan in a certain building within the city. Wang Song commanded Zhao Xing and Li Chunsheng to each take a telescope and conceal themselves in the room, ever vigilant of the outside circumstances. In the living room, Han Jing and Chun Shun sat upon the sofa, a table before them strewn with several maps and a plethora of photographs. The maps illustrated the layout of the nearby urban area, while the photographs were aerial shots of the city captured by Han Jing. During prior reconnaissance, Han Jing, in order to gather information more effectively, had employed his transformation skills to pilfer a miniature camera from a local shop. He picked up the thick stack of photographs and laid them out meticulously on the floor. Meanwhile, Chun Shun held the map, tracing various terrain details and points of caution as she articulated them to her teammates. Wang Song, listening intently, nodded in agreement and occasionally interjected with questions. Subsequently, he retrieved a wad of cash from his pocket and distributed it among his teammates. Time is short, and we still need to secure this house. So I haven't managed to procure much money. Let us use it sparingly for now. Han Jing accepted the money, cautiously inquiring. There wasn't too much commotion while acquiring the funds and this house, was there? We wouldn't want to make the city news. Wang Song scoffed, visibly displeased. I have executed 4 rounds of missions. My experience far surpasses yours. Surely, I understand these trivial matters better than you do? Han Jing was already accustomed to Wang Song's temperament, and merely nodded, choosing not to respond further. Glancing at the map and then at Zhao Xing and Li Chunsheng, who were tasked with monitoring the outside, Wang Song contemplated for a moment before stating, "We have already grasped many details about the terrain. Fen Heng, you previously suggested we could initiate a fishing tactic to lure the team. I believe this is an excellent proposal. Let us discuss and devise a plan." Han Jing nodded in agreement, and Chun Shun concurred. The core trio of the team gathered around the table, engaging in a discussion over the maps and photographs. The fishing tactic involves creating disturbances to attract attention. Chun Shun, gazing at the map, was the first to speak. She extended a finger, gently tapping the map as she continued. During my reconnaissance, I paid particular attention to whether 5 individuals traveled together. I suspect the opposing team might harbor similar thoughts. We could either hire or coerce 5 ordinary people to serve as bait, testing whether we could successfully fish them out. Han Jing and Wang Song both nodded in agreement. Han Jing pondered for a moment before continuing. Finding 5 individuals is straightforward, but the challenge lies in convincing the team that they are combatants. We must have them undertake certain actions, ensuring they reveal some subtle clues without appearing overly contrived. We need to invest effort into the details. Indeed, I have an idea. Wang Song suddenly smiled with satisfaction. Zheng Han, weren't you just worried about whether I would attract attention while securing a house and money? We can actually use this to our advantage. Han Jing immediately understood, nodding in agreement. This is indeed feasible. The opposing team is also in search of a foothold and means of sustenance. Thus, they will surely realize that we are engaged in similar pursuits. If we reveal some clues in the process of seeking a base and financial resources, there's a possibility they might take the bait, provided we execute it meticulously. While this plan is indeed practical, Chun Shun interjected suddenly, it is insufficient on its own. Consider this. If you were in their position and discovered certain discrepancies, perhaps weaknesses left by your rivals during their quest for shelter and funds, would you act immediately? Likely not. You would exercise caution, continuing to observe discreetly, assessing the next moves of the suspects to determine if they are truly adversaries. Han Jing nodded in agreement, and Chun Shun continued with a light chuckle. Thus, merely doing this is inadequate. We must also take additional steps to further entice the opposing team. This way, the bait becomes more enticing. Yet ordinary individuals in the scenario might struggle to fulfill this role. Wang Song scoffed. Therefore, the bait cannot consist solely of ordinary people. At least one member from our team must be among them. A blend of authenticity and deception is essential for successful trickery. Han Feng slightly nodded, pursing his lips in silence. Chun Shun, resting his chin on his hand, raised an eyebrow and murmured, "There is merit in that." Seeing this, Wang Song refrained from further comment and turned his gaze towards Zhao Xing, who had shown signs of unease during their discussion of fishing tactics. Felt a palpable shift in the atmosphere as Wang Song looked at him, causing him to appear increasingly unnatural. Wang Song's gaze sharpened, making Zhao Xing feel as though he were under scrutiny. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Zhao Xing's eyes suddenly brightened. Actually, I have an even better proposal that we could adopt. Disregarding the peculiar looks from the others, he rapidly continued. According to the timeline, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament is in 5 days. By then, characters like Sun Wukong and Master Roshi will be present, and the opposing team will undoubtedly covet these significant NPCs. We could first disguise ourselves as less important competitors like that woman from the top 8, infiltrating the tournament. Then, the others can lie in wait among the audience. When the opposing team strikes at Sun Wukong and the others, we can launch a pincer attack, eliminating them entirely. His excitement grew as he elaborated. Moreover, once Sun Wukong and Master Roshi are engaged in battle, they will surely assist us in attacking the opposing team. Once we have defeated them, we can then ambush these crucial NPCs. It's a twofold strategy. Observing Zhao Xing's fervent suggestion, Chun Shen blinked and remarked, utilizing the martial arts tournament for an ambush is indeed feasible, but, however, Wang Song abruptly interrupted Chun Shen, followed by a cold laugh. The martial art competition is to be held in 5 days. Do you expect everyone to hide and do nothing during this time? With only 10 days to spare, we cannot afford such wastefulness. In the team battle instance, victory is not determined by a single clash. We must strategize throughout these 10 days and cannot place all our hopes on a singular moment. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Xing's expression dimmed, and he sat silently to the side. During this period, Han Zheng and the others diligently worked on formulating various strategic details, striving for a flawless plan. As night fell, the plan was nearly complete, awaiting the acquisition of 4 ordinary individuals to serve as bait for its official execution the following day. Concurrently, Chun Shen took time to reassure Zhao Xing, clarifying the stakes involved. In the team battle instance, each member must contribute. Otherwise, the team cannot secure victory or survive. Even if Zhao Xing needed to blend in as bait to lure the opposing team, the others would not neglect his safety. His well-being remained a priority for his teammates, as survival numbers ultimately determined the outcome of the team battle instance. After some persuasion, Zhao Xing recognized the importance of the situation. He grasped his teammates' hands and emphasized the necessity of preserving their lives before agreeing to take on a role of bait and risk luring the enemy. That night, Han Zheng, who was tasked with guarding during the first half of the night, returned to his room after his shift. Exhausted, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep sleep. After an indeterminate amount of time, he suddenly sensed someone touching him. He jolted awake, his weapon, the blade of Myajir B, instantly in hand. However, he quickly realized that it was his teammate, Chun Shen, who had roused him. The sky had yet to brighten, and Chun Shen looked at him with a solemn expression. Zhao Xing has run away. Chapter 41. Now is the time to act. Han Zheng furrowed his brow, instantly shaken from his drowsiness. What happened? I'm not entirely sure either. I was just awakened, and my mind is likely still foggy, he replied. What about Wang Song and Li Chunsheng? They went out to search for him. Han Zheng sat up abruptly, his gaze sharpening. That was reckless. Wang Song was supposed to be with Li Chunsheng during the latter half of the night. Whether it was negligence or something else, they let him slip right under their noses. After waking me, they went out looking for him. Qin Shun paused momentarily before continuing. Zhao Xing's act during the day was quite convincing. He was nearly in tears, repeatedly begging us to protect him. In hindsight, it seems he was preparing to escape, deliberately feigning vulnerability to deceive us. Isn't that a death wish? Han Zheng shook his head, striving to calm himself. Leaving the team only leads to a dead end. If we don't conquer the instance, how can we survive to escape? In truth, Han Zheng could somewhat comprehend Zhao Xing's mindset. If he were to place himself in Zhao's position, tasked with the perilous role of bait, it would be only natural for anyone to feel a surge of anger and resistance. However, such a perspective cannot be taken lightly. This is a team, and survival hinges upon vanquishing the opposing team. Each member must contribute accordingly in this endeavor. Those who are deemed the weakest in combat must compensate by offering greater contributions in other areas. Otherwise, should the mission fail, each individual would pay with their life. Conversely, if they succeed, all would receive the same rewards, notwithstanding the vast disparities in their contributions. This is inherently unjust. A lack of combat prowess does not excuse one from contributing less. Rather, it necessitates a greater effort in other aspects to bridge the gap with their more capable teammates, such as undertaking tasks that carry greater risks. Of course, from a human emotional standpoint, such reasoning may not be readily accepted. Just then, Chun Shun gently tugged at Han Zheng's sleeve, urging him not to be overly concerned. In truth, the issue is not as grave as it seems. She then revealed a device in response to Han Zheng's puzzled gaze. Earlier, when Li Chunsheng was here, I refrained from mentioning it. But now that he and Wang Song have stepped out, I must tell you, I'd already placed trackers on both Li Chunsheng and Zhao Xing. These two pose significant risks, and I have taken precautions. Han Zheng, refraining from judgment, accepted the tracking device, deepening his understanding of Chun Shun. The tracker displayed a flickering red dot to the northwest, its signal appearing rather weak. This tracker is somewhat crude and lacks precision. It can only indicate a general direction. and you'll need to exert further effort to pinpoint their exact location, Chen explained. Han Feng nodded. Very well, I will seek out Zhao Xing. You must locate Wang Song and Li Chunsheng as swiftly as possible and bring them to that location, ensuring utmost secrecy. The team channel cannot be used for now, to avoid alarming Zhao Xing. With that, Han Jing activated his transformation ability and soared out of the room, followed closely by Chen Shun. To the northwest, clad in black, Han Jing concealed himself within the shadows of the night. He glanced at the tracking device, noting that his position aligned with the red dot. Zhao Xing should be nearby. However, he could not yet ascertain his precise location. The surroundings were eerily silent, and in the stillness of the night, Han Jing was at a loss for where to begin his search. Suddenly, the thunderous sound of gunfire erupted from a nearby villa. Zhao Xing truly has a penchant for self-destruction, daring to fire a weapon. Han Jing cursed inwardly, hastening his pace toward the villa. He bent his body and swiftly approached the wall of the villa, peering through the window, whereupon the scene within left him utterly astonished. Drawing forth the blade of Maya Gyrobe, he shattered the window with a single stroke and leaped inside. Who is it? The person within the villa was none other than Zhao Xing, whose surprise at Han Jing's sudden intrusion was palpable. Oh, how did you find me so quickly? Huh? Can't you let me enjoy these last few days in peace? Han Jing, with a stern expression, quickly sent a message through the team channel, announcing he had located Zhao Xing and urging them to converge at his location immediately. He then scrutinized Zhao Xing, glancing around the lavishly decorated villa, which boasted ample space. In a corner, several men lay huddled together, the floor stained with blood, their fates uncertain. At that moment, Zhao Xing stood in the center of the room. Bare except for a pair of shorts, his clothing discarded carelessly to the side. A line of several slender, beautiful girls knelt at his feet, their tattered garments barely concealing their forms. Their faces bore traces of tears, and their expressions were filled with terror. What are you planning to do? Han Jing pressed again in the team channel, then coldly inquired. Can't you see? Zhao Xing suddenly appeared nonchalant, wearing an expression of indifference. As he raised his gun and spread his arms wide. Before I die, I want to enjoy a few days of freedom. Before you die, have you resigned yourself to this fate? Enough with the chatter. You want me to be the bait, and I know that spells doom for me. Rather than struggle to live in despair, I prefer to indulge for a moment and then face death with composure. Face death with composure? Don't make me laugh. Based on your current behavior, I can assure you that when the moment of death comes, you won't be as calm as you imagine. Say whatever you want. Zhao Xing suddenly raised his gun and pulled the trigger at Han Jing, yet nothing happened. Did you see that? We are teammates in a team battle instance. We cannot harm one another. You cannot hurt me. So what else can you do? Not being able to hurt you doesn't mean I can't take you away. Oh, Zhao Xing shrieked twice, then quickly aimed his gun overhead and fired several shots into the ceiling. Debris rained down, causing the kneeling girls to scream in fright. I advise you to leave while you still can, for your own sake. Otherwise, I'll attract my teammates, and you won't be able to escape. At that moment, Han Jing had learned through the team channel that Chen Shun and Wang Song had arrived nearby and could enter at any moment. Zhao Xing, in a state of heightened emotion, had even forgotten to check the team channel for messages. However, upon hearing Zhao Xing's words, a sudden spark of realization struck Han Jing, prompting him to send a message in the team channel. Do not enter yet. Lie in wait nearby, and maintain your distance until I give the command. What do you mean? Shouldn't we subdue him quickly? Are we to continue allowing him to run amok? Wang Song inquired promptly. Time is of the essence. So let us forego explanations. Follow my commands without question. Maintain your distance, remain concealed, do not act, and wait for my signal. He then turned to Zhao Xing and continued. Why must you be so pessimistic? Although the tactics have placed you in a position fraught with peril, we will undoubtedly do our utmost to safeguard your life. This is not merely about protecting you. It is about ensuring the safety of us all. Moreover, do not take offense at my words, but this is the only contribution you can make to the team. You possess neither the ability to fight for the team nor the courage to bear risks. Do you expect to reap the rewards without effort? That seems rather unjust, does it not? By cooperating with the Team S strategy, you still have a chance of survival. To abandon yourself in despair would only lead you to a path of certain death. You speak the truth, Zhao Xing replied, lifting his head with a sorrowful smile. However, I can no longer endure. I cannot hold on any longer. His voice suddenly turned fierce. Let us say I complied with the strategy, and that the strategy succeeded in protecting me. I have miraculously survived this round of the instance, but what about the next? How long do you think someone like me can survive on the battlefield? His voice grew increasingly agitated, In my first round of the instance, I exhausted my wits and with a stroke of luck, barely managed to survive. My second round was also a team battle instance, where they asked me to act as bait. You echoed their words, and I followed suit, almost to my demise, so very nearly. Of course, I ultimately survived by sheer luck. But can I continue to rely on luck? His voice suddenly rose. Look at you. You have also faced merely 2 rounds of the instance. Yet you possess a combat power of 72. And I? A mere 26. Huh. I have never been one to endure hardship or face adversity. I simply cannot persevere through the trials of the cultivation instances. I have often told myself to grit my teeth and push through, but I cannot hold on any longer. Zhao Xing nearly screamed. So, someone like me, how long do you believe I can survive on this battlefield? Each day, I pray to the heavens, hoping this is all just a dream. Yet, the prompt for the new round of the instance arrives, and I am once again compelled to enter, once again to act as bait. I can no longer bear this struggle. Perhaps it would be better to embrace death. As Zhao Xing's cries grew more fervent, he paced back and forth, gesticulating wildly. Among the girls kneeling nearby, one seized the opportunity and suddenly sprang up, attempting to flee. However, Zhao Xing, with his meager combat power of 26, was no ordinary man. He lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch that knocked the girl to the ground, then swiftly placed his foot upon her beautiful face. I cannot escape this inevitable fate, and neither shall you, Zhao Xing declared, raising his gun to aim at the girl's temple, swiftly pulling the trigger. At that moment, a spear suddenly shot in through the window with incredible speed, piercing Zhao Xing's chest directly. Zhao Xing widened his eyes, staring at the blood gushing from his chest. He truly felt the swift departure of his life. Suddenly, he turned around, his gaze complex, and with all his strength, he cried out to Han Jing, "Save me." However, Han Jing was too preoccupied to attend to him at that moment. To his left, the floor was abruptly torn open, and a blonde Caucasian sprang forth. To his right, the wall was shattered, revealing a gaping hole through which shadows could be discerned. This was the moment Han Jing had been meticulously anticipating. He swiftly activated the capsule robot Arno Wei that he had been concealing in his palm. Simultaneously, he sent a rapid message through the team channel. Act now. Chapter 42, The First Kill. Han Jing had been awaiting this moment. Initially, his thoughts revolved around how to swiftly bring Zhao Xing back to the team. But after Zhao Xing recklessly fired his weapon, that notion was swiftly extinguished. In that instant, a bold idea suddenly struck him. With Zhao Xing's deafening gunfire, it was certain that their team, if not foolish or deaf, would discover the commotion. Moreover, they would undoubtedly rush to investigate. The chaos instigated by Zhao Xing was irretrievable. Rather than become passive victims once discovered, it would be wiser to take a risk and use Zhao Xing and himself as bait for an ambush. Thus, Han Jing immediately instructed Wang Song, Chun Chun, and others outside not to charge recklessly, but to maintain their distance and lie in wait. Initially perplexed, Wang Song and the others soon grasped Han Jing's intent. Fortunately, after a thorough reconnaissance earlier in the day, they were intimately familiar with the terrain. Wang Song, Chun Chun, and Li Chunxing quickly selected an optimal distance and concealed themselves. Simultaneously, Han Jing considered that the team members, upon stealthily approaching, might not immediately attack. Out of caution, they could very well observe first, assessing the reality of the situation. To this end, Han Jing resolved to continue negotiating with Zhao Xing, provoking him to vent his grievances. By manipulating their 9 parts genuine and 1 part feigned dialogue, he sought to persuade the hidden members of the team that internal discord was brewing on their side, creating an opportunity for them. Han Jing was even willing to include himself as part of this ruse to enhance the deception, aiming to lure the enemy fighters into action. This was the moment he had been preparing for. As the capsule robot Arno Wei activated, it materialized instantaneously to Han Jing's right. Simultaneously, from behind the gaping hole in the wall, a small rocket propelled itself rapidly into view. Arno Wei seized the incoming projectile and hurled it swiftly back towards the outside. Meanwhile, on the left, the blonde Caucasian emerged from beneath the floor, and Han Jing reached out to grasp him, prepared to employ the touch-to-transform technique. The blonde Caucasian refrained from engaging directly. Instead, he swiftly retreated while raising both hands, fingers splayed at his temples. This gesture signified the sun fist technique. Han Jing reacted instantaneously, leaping high into the air as his mind swiftly relayed commands to Arnold. Arnold promptly turned and lowered his head in readiness. At that moment, Han Jing landed before Arnold, deftly snatching the sunglasses from Arnold's face and donning them upon his own nose. Simultaneously, The Sun Fist unleashed a radiant burst of light, flooding the entire room. Han Jing had fortuitously equipped himself with the perfect countermeasure against the Sun Fist, the sunglasses from the Dragon Ball world. Outside the villa, the sounds of conflict erupted, indicating that Wang Song, Chun Chun, and others had also engaged and begun attacking the visible combatants. Inside the room, Zhao Xing lay motionless on the ground, having been pierced by a long gun, while the combatant numbered 8996 had been slain, resulting in an unfavorable tally for Team 54. The alerts soon followed. Without hesitation, Han Jing, adorned with the sunglasses, charged towards the blonde man. The blonde man continued to retreat, hurling a grenade as he did so. Observing closely, Han Jing wielded the blade of Myajir B, slicing the grenade cleanly in half. Concurrently, he directed Arnold to flank the blonde man's escape route. At that moment, a long-haired female combatant suddenly burst through the gaping hole in the wall. As she entered the villa, the air within the room became thick with a nauseating stench, as though the atmosphere itself had been tainted by poison. Han Jing inhaled a few breaths of the putrid air, immediately feeling dizzy and disoriented, his vision clouded. Seizing the opportunity, the blonde man delivered a heavy punch to Han Jing's chest, sending him staggering back several steps. Although he felt a twinge of pain, it was not severe. From this blow, he surmised that the blonde man's combat prowess was still inferior to his own. Meanwhile, the foul-smelling woman lunged at him, launching a kick toward his head. Fortunately, the robotic Arnold was unaffected by the noxious odor and promptly positioned himself beside Han Jing, using his body to shield him from the fierce kick. The impact caused even the formidable Arnold to take a step back. Not only did this long-haired woman exude a repugnant odor that could affect a wide area, but her combat abilities were also formidable. Han Jing quickly deduced her lineage. She was a barbarian. Known as the Bacterial Stinker, she had been a top 8 contender in the 21st Martial Arts Tournament, having been eliminated in the first round by Krillin. The barbarian's overwhelming stench served as a weapon to disrupt her opponents, proving to be extraordinarily effective. Simultaneously, the barbarian unleashed a vicious technique known as the thick phlegm attack, with the expelled phlegm possessing formidable corrosive properties, serving as a potent weapon. The long-haired woman, though possessing an attractive appearance, surprisingly harbored such a repulsive lineage. After her initial strike missed, she swiftly retreated a step, craning her neck to hurl 2 globules of thick phlegm at Han Jing. Holding his breath, Han Jing deftly dashed forward, evading the 2 assaults of the thick phlegm attack. At that moment, the blonde Caucasian seized the opportunity to advance, drawing a sword from his inventory and lunging at Han Jing with a swift slash. With his breath still held, Han Jing commanded Arno to fend off the long-haired woman while he raised his blade to meet the oncoming sword. The clash of blade against blade rang out with a clear sound. Han Jing's Majir Benbai's blade remained steadfast, while the blonde sword quivered slightly, yet sustained no damage, indicating it was no ordinary weapon. As Han Jing's clarity of mind returned, he swiftly lifted his leg and delivered a kick to the blonde's chest. The blonde let out a pained cry, blood spilling from his mouth as he staggered backward. Seizing the moment, Han Jing struck at the blonde's wrist, causing blood to spatter as the sword clattered to the ground. The blonde emitted another cry of anguish, yet with no escape. He bore the pain and swung his fist at Han Jing. Capitalizing on this opportunity, Han Jing reached out and grasped the opponent's fist. In an instant, the blonde transformed into a carrot, now firmly in Han Jing's grip. Concurrently, Han Jing hastily retrieved the fallen sword, tossing it into his inventory without time to inspect its attributes, merely catching a glimpse of its name, Sword of Young Sun Gohan. Meanwhile, the long-haired woman, engaged in combat with Arno, felt a surge of dread upon witnessing her comrade swiftly defeated. She executed a powerful kick to push Arno back, then turned and fled the villa. Han Jing, alongside Arno, quickly pursued her, clutching the carrot tightly and squeezing with force. Combatant no 2199 eliminated combatant no 7098. With no items dropped, combatant number 1098 was defeated, resulting in a score of 44-2. Chapter 43. The second kill. Outside the villa, chaos reigned. Surrounding houses lay in ruins, and numerous residents had been caught in the fray, resulting in countless casualties, with bodies strewn across the streets. On the roof of a dilapidated building, a brown-haired Caucasian pointed skyward, unleashing beams of light like a laser gun, demonstrating the unique skill of the Crane School. The D-ing wave. Not far above his head, Chun Chun soared through the air, deftly evading the incoming waves while simultaneously launching blobs of viscous substance at the brown-haired adversary below. This adhesive material was none other than the monster Gilan's unique ability, Magic Chewing Gum. Magic Chewing Gum could rapidly advance toward an opponent, entangling them completely. Once ensnared, escape would be nearly impossible. However, the brown-haired individual was quick-witted and agile, his arms flailing as he swiftly unleashed several beams of light, shattering the blobs of magic chewing gum with the projectiles emitted from his fingers. Meanwhile, beside a pile of rubble, a battered mech lay sprawled on the ground, its cockpit in tatters, revealing the unconscious form of Li Chunsheng, blood streaming from his body. In front of this damaged mech, Wang Song valiantly faced off against two combatants. At this moment, Wang Song had unleashed 4 demon fists, sprouting an additional pair of arms, engaging in fierce combat with his two opponents. With a combat power of 82, Wang Song was not only holding his ground, but also gaining the upper hand. At that instant, a long-haired female combatant and Han Jing burst forth from the villa, joining the fray on the street. The remaining 8 combatants in this instance found themselves gathered in one place. The long-haired woman, exuding an overwhelming stench, plunged into the chaotic melee. In that fleeting moment, both Wang Song and Chun Shun were affected by the foul odor, their once precise and aggressive assaults becoming distorted, revealing significant vulnerabilities. Wang Song, who had initially dominated the encounter, struck with lightning speed, hoping to swiftly eliminate the weaker combatant. Yet, the noxious influence disrupted his momentum, allowing his previously suppressed foes to break free. Chun Shun, covering his nose, narrowly dodged several opportunistic strikes from this, striving to ascend higher and evade the onslaught. Han Jing steadied his breath, holding it in as he quickly drew the General White pistol, firing twice at the long-haired woman ahead. Seemingly sensing the danger, she twisted her body to evade the first bullet, but the second found its mark, piercing her side and creating a gaping wound that sent her soaring into the air. However, the long-haired woman appeared to have anticipated this, positioning herself mid-air as she swiftly raised a hand to her mouth, seemingly ingesting something. In the blink of an eye, her gunshot wound healed rapidly, restoring her to perfect health. It was indeed a mystical being. She must have been perpetually vigilant, keeping one in hand to ensure her swift recovery in the face of dire injury. The long-haired woman, now healed, swiftly drew a handgun, harnessing the momentum of her descent. She pivoted sharply, aiming at Han Jing and unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Arnold Wei, ever vigilant, positioned himself in front of Han Jing, absorbing several bullets that struck his metallic form. Though the impact left some indentations, the damage was minimal. "It is unwise to continue fighting. Retreat," shouted one of the combatants engaged with Wang Song, the most formidable among them, as he executed a series of rapid maneuvers that forced Wang Song back several steps. In a swift motion, he hurled a grenade directly into Li Chunxing's mech cockpit. Alarmed, Wang Song hastened forward, dodging and delivering a powerful kick that sent the grenade flying, shattering a portion of the mech's exterior in the process. Seizing the moment, the bald fighter and his diminutive companion quickly retrieved a capsule that transformed into a small flying vehicle. They leaped aboard, and the bald fighter shouted to his ally, "Do not linger. We must flee." No sooner had he spoken than the vehicle's rear ignited, propelling it skyward. Simultaneously, the long-haired woman leapt high, grasping the edge of the flying vehicle and clinging to its exterior as it sped towards the southern part of the city. Observing the escape, Han Jing promptly issued commands. Arnold Wei raised his massive fists, igniting them with flames, and launched them towards the fleeing vehicle. However, just as they reached midway, 2 beams of energy suddenly intercepted them, knocking the steel fists from the air. The brown-haired Caucasian fighter swiftly fired additional energy beams, forcing both Chun Shun in the sky and Han Jing on the ground to retreat a few steps. He then sprinted forward, leaping high in an attempt to grasp the exterior of the vehicle and escape alongside it. At that moment, a red staff, known as the Rui stick, extended rapidly, thrusting toward him. As the brown-haired fighter soared through the air, his outstretched hand was poised to grasp the vehicle's edge. Yet, the Rui stick struck his arm with tremendous force just as he reached out. With a cry of agony, he was severely injured, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. The bald fighter piloting the vehicle deftly maneuvered it to the side, narrowly evading the continued assault of the extending Rui stick. Meanwhile, the long-haired woman, taking advantage of the distraction, leapt and landed on the vehicle. The brown-haired fighter lay heavily on the ground, as Han Jing and Arnold Wei closed in from either side, encircling him, while Wang Song rushed over to block his escape route. Realizing that the brown-haired fighter was beyond rescue, the bald pilot let out an enraged roar and forcefully pushed the control stick, sending the vehicle surging southward in a blaze of flames. They abandoned their brown-haired white teammate in place. The brown-haired white man struggled to rise, but Arnold swiftly lunged forward, raising his foot and stomping down heavily. The brown-haired white man raised his hand to defend himself, only to be attacked from the other side by Han Zheng. Arnold, with a combat power of 55, and Han Zheng, with a combat power of 72, flanked him from both sides, instantly cornering the already injured brown-haired white man into a perilous situation. Observing the advancing Wang Song and the teammates who had already fled, the brown-haired white man became flustered, firing off a few erratic shots from his weapon, rolling and scrambling to escape. However, he had already lost all chances. From the sky, Chun Chen's magic staff extended once more, fiercely jabbing into his back. The brown-haired white man collapsed heavily to the ground, and before he could rise again, Arnold stomped him down once more. He immediately spat blood, struggling to extend his finger in a desperate attempt to counterattack. But Han Zheng surged in from the other side, plunging a blade into his throat. Combatant number 2199 eliminated combatant number 2369, dropping a fragment of the skill, Piercing Wave. Would you like to pick it up? Yes. Pick it up. Combatant number 2369 has been eliminated. Current score, Team 34. Chapter 44. A significant advantage. 34. Let's press our advantage and claim another head. The situation will stabilize. Wang Song exclaimed excitedly. Chun Chun and I will pursue from the sky. You follow on the ground. And keep an eye on Li Chunxing. Don't let him die. Han Zheng stored the Miyazaki's blade in his equipment slot and recalled the low-power Arnold into its capsule. As his equipment slot was now full, he slipped Arnold's capsule directly into his pocket. He then transformed into a bird, taking flight to follow Chun Chun in the sky, trailing the long plume of exhaust from the distant flying vehicles towards the southern part of the city. Wang Song quickly dashed to the wrecked mech, pulling the unconscious Li Chunxing from the cockpit. Wake up! You can't die like this, Wang Song exclaimed, delivering several slaps to Li Chunxing. The unconscious Li Chunxing finally groaned, slowly opening his eyes. He then strained to raise his hand, retrieving a magical bean from his equipment slot, trembling as he brought it to his mouth. What on earth is happening? As soon as the magical bean was swallowed, the dullness in Li Chunxing's eyes instantly brightened. All his wounds healed, and he sprang up, surveying his surroundings with a look of bewilderment. Enough chatter. Stick close to me from now on. Don't stray, Wang Song shouted again, pulling Li Chunxing into a nearby residential car. The engine roared to life as the vehicle took off, pursuing Han Zheng and Chun Chun in the sky. Above, Han Zheng and Chun Chun followed the fiery trail of the flying vehicle, tracking their quarry. The flying vehicle ahead appeared to be decelerating, and soon the two individuals caught sight of its body. With the opposing speed diminishing, caution was warranted to avoid a potential counterattack. Han Zheng, filled with suspicion, voiced a warning. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, the vehicle unexpectedly came to a halt, suspended in midair. Wait, do not approach, Han Feng hastily commanded, simultaneously urging Chun Chun to stop. The Rui staff elongated, and Chun Chun ceased his advance, gripping the staff tightly as it swiftly extended, colliding directly with the hovering vehicle. With a thunderous explosion, the moment the staff made contact, the vehicle erupted into flames, illuminating the dark night sky. A wave of force rapidly spread outward. Chun Chun ascended swiftly to evade the blast, while Han Zheng transformed back to his original form, descending rapidly to the ground. The blade of Majir Bei and General White's pistol manifested simultaneously in his hands, one wielding the gun and the other the knife, as he vigilantly surveyed the surroundings. At that moment, Wang Song and Li Chunxing had also driven to the scene. Observing the chaos, Wang Song urgently inquired, "What is happening? Where are the team members?" "Uncertain," Han Zheng replied. "They set a simple trap and then vanished." He continued to scan the area. Chun Chun, still airborne, persistently searched, while Li Chunxing transformed into a bat, circling the vicinity under the cover of darkness, yet could not find any trace of their fleeing adversaries. They certainly ran off rather swiftly, Wang Song seethed, striking down with a fist which dented the car's hood. At this juncture, most residents had emerged onto the streets, startled by the explosion, and distant sirens began to wail. "If we cannot locate them, let us retreat and devise a more strategic plan. Wandering aimlessly like headless flies is not a solution," Han Zheng proposed. In light of the circumstances, the other team members reluctantly agreed. The group swiftly drove away from the area before the police arrived. On the return journey, Wang Song deliberately took a longer route, weaving through several turns. Meanwhile, Han Jing and Chun Chun employed their transformation techniques and shrinking devices to intermittently scout the rear, ensuring that no one or nothing was tailing them. Thus, the four returned to their residence without encountering any unforeseen incidents. Once home, Chun Chin remained in the washroom, cleansing the blood from his body. Wang Song, on the other hand, pulled Li Chunxing aside, reprimanding him for his numerous blunders during the previous skirmish, chastising him for nearly jeopardizing the team. Han Jing, seated on the sofa with a towel in hand, wiped his face while examining the spoils from the earlier encounter, a sword belonging to the youthful Son Gohan. Attributes: superior cold weapon. Lethality: exceptional. In his youth, Sun Wukong bestowed upon Son Gohan a weapon that served him well during 6 months of solitary survival in the wilderness, where he skillfully wielded the sword to slay dragons and carve meat, finding great joy in his endeavors. This very sword was a gift received while training under Krillin, prior to Vegeta's invasion of Earth. The attributes assigned to this sword within the game were quite commendable. However, Han Jing had already acquired a blade known as the Blade of Midyear B, which, as a weapon of the same category, surpassed the former in power. Hence, retaining this sword would serve no purpose, and he resolved to sell it once the quest concluded. Skill Fragment. Doudou Wave Martial Technique Fragment. Attributes: key-based ranged attack skill fragment. Collection status: 12. Description: 1 fragment of the Dodo Wave martial technique. Collect 2 fragments to synthesize the Dodo Wave technique for learning. Please continue your efforts. Much like the previous fragment of the Nimbus Cloud, this too was a fragment. However, this was a skill fragment, and collecting 2 would allow for the synthesis of the Dodo Wave. Han Jing felt a sense of satisfaction with this acquisition, as he lacked any skills aside from the incomplete transformation technique. The Dodo Wave not only served as an offensive skill, but also enabled ranged attacks, which was precisely what he urgently needed at this time. Unfortunately, his equipment slots were now overloaded, and upon glancing at General White's pistol, which had but 1 bullet remaining, he sensed that the firearm was likely to be retired after this round of the quest. At that moment, the door to the washroom swung open, revealing Chun Chun, who emerged with damp hair. Observing her fresh appearance, Han Jing felt an unfamiliar charm emanating from her, stirring within him an indescribable sensation. However, this feeling dissipated swiftly as Wang Song, having finished berating Li Chunsheng, ambled over and plopped down on the sofa beside Han Jing. Let us discuss the events of this evening, Wang Song proclaimed boisterously. What a tumultuous night it has been. First, Zhao Xing made a grave mistake, and then we seized the opportunity to lay an ambush, currently leading by 1 kill. The highs and lows have indeed been exhilarating. Chun Chin pulled up a small chair and sat beside the sofa, tilting her head as she continued to dry her hair. Moreover, after the earlier battle, we have gained a reasonable understanding of their respective combat abilities. Naturally, they have also gleaned quite a bit about us. Yes, we have seen each other's appearances, and from this moment onward, we possess an understanding of one another, akin to laying our cards on the table, Han Jing responded. Indeed, both of you make valid points. After today's skirmish, I have discerned that while their fighters do not exhibit the same vast disparities in strength as we do, their top fighters are evidently inferior to us. Now, with our current lead of 1, I can see that Wang Song is quite exhilarated, he added. Our advantages are substantial. Chapter 45. The Team's Life and Death Decision. Is it true that the elite fighters are inferior to us? Isn't Wang Song subtly praising himself? Han Jing couldn't help but scoff at this thought, yet he found merit in Wang Song's perspective. However, upon hearing this, Chun Chen's expression shifted dramatically, prompting her to interject. No. You mustn't speak carelessly. Do not frivolously challenge one's character. Wang Song, Han Jing, and Li Chunxing were momentarily taken aback. Surprisingly, they didn't expect Chun Chun to be so superstitious. Han Jing couldn't resist making a remark. What do you understand? Chun Chun flipped her hair vigorously, splattering droplets of water onto Han Jing's face. What nonsense is this? Let us get back to the point, Wang Song said, his displeasure evident as he rapped the table twice. Now, the team consisted of 3 remaining members, a bald man, a short individual, and a woman with long hair. Han Jing ceased his distractions and continued. The long-haired woman, my comrade Arno, has fought her directly. Arno's combat prowess is rated at 55, and he was slightly outmatched by her. Thus, I estimate her strength to be within the range of 55 to 60. Wang Song nodded in agreement, adding, I have faced both the bald man and the short one simultaneously. I estimate the bald man's strength to be around 70. While the short one's attacks barely grazed me, making it difficult to assess, I would approximate his capability to be around 30 to 40. After speaking, Wang Song seemed to recall something, snorting in disdain if it weren't for Li Chunxing's incompetence. I could have easily dispatched the short one first and then dealt with the bald man. However, they ganged up on me. Given sufficient time, I would have been confident of victory had it not been for the sudden appearance of that woman, whose foul stench disrupted my focus. Li Chunxing shrank his neck, refraining from responding. Han Jing pondered for a moment before adding, "The white man who can create holes, both Chunxing and I have fought against him. I estimate his combat power to be comparable to Chunxing's, around 65. The blonde man I eliminated in the villa wasn't he particularly strong either, roughly around 40. Assuming the woman's strength is 55 and the short one's is 40, Han Jing quickly scribbled a few numbers on paper. 70, 65, 55, 40, totaling 270. The team's overall combat power is 271, which aligns perfectly. Indeed, this is accurate. In today's battle, 2 members of the team perished. They could not possibly be concealing their true strength. Wang Song appeared invigorated, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Now we face a bald man with a strength of 70, a woman with 55, and a short individual with 40. We truly possess a significant advantage. Chunxing quickly interrupted him. Han Feng fructed softly, refraining from further teasing Chun's beliefs. Yet he genuinely concurred with Wang Song's assertions. Currently, although their team has suffered a loss of 1 member, the presence of the formidable artifact, Arnui, effectively bolsters their combat power by an additional 55 points, creating an impeccable synergy with Han Jing. Presently, the team comprises Wang Song at 82, Han Jing at 72, Chunxing at 64, and Li Chunxing at 25, complemented by Arnia as 55, resulting in a marked advantage in combat prowess. Furthermore, the team's highest combatant, the bald man, possesses barely over 70 points, merely matching Han Jing, and is distinctly inferior to Wang Song. In the realm of Dragon Ball, such a disparity in strength allows Wang Song to exert absolute dominance, potentially leading to his demise. The top-tier fighters exhibit a noticeable gap, and the remaining members of the team maintain an advantageous alignment, especially considering the opposition is currently down by 1 member, rendering the situation exceptionally favorable. However, one might ponder whether the opponents may choose to conceal themselves, making them elusive to our search. Li Chunxing interjecta, albeit infrequently. Han Jing chuckled softly, asserting that it was unlikely. The instinct for survival is inherently strong, and hiding would prevent everyone from fulfilling the dungeon task, leading to inevitable demise. They would surely seek a way out to grasp even a sliver of hope, especially since they have not yet reached a desperate impasse as suggested. Wang Song, unimpressed with the lack of insight in Li Chunxing's inquiry, remarked, "I believe the opposing team will undoubtedly contemplate strategies for the martial arts tournament. Conversely, they might presume we are doing the same. If we fail to trace their whereabouts in the coming days, the martial arts tournament could serve as the next battleground." After a moment of contemplation, Wang Song continued, "We must prepare for the impending encounter, ensuring our strategy is foolproof. We need a plan to counter that woman who can emit a foul stench, which hampers our performance." This, however, did not pose a significant challenge. Han Jing recalled his previous combat experiences. "I've tried it before. As long as we hold our breath, her noxious influence will not affect us. Moreover, her combat strength is not particularly high, so if we can hold our breath, it should not be difficult to subdue her in a short span of time." Wang Song nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if we can avoid her stench, holding my breath is not an issue. I have learned swimming in the past." Yet, before the two could elaborate further, Chunxing, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter. "You too, can you refrain from being so amusing? Just hold your breath. Why don't we go out and each buy gas mask? That would solve everything without further debate." Frankly, such abilities can catch others off guard and provide an advantage. Once they catch on to our tactics, however, they become utterly ineffective. Han Jing and Wang Song were left speechless. In a secluded area of the southern city, within a small standalone villa, the bald man cautiously lifted the curtain and peered outside, then turned to face the interior, releasing a sigh. Inside, a long-haired woman leaning against the wall could not suppress her irritation. "Why do you sigh again? It was you who insisted that upon hearing the gunfire, it was an opportunity for the entire team to charge forth. The result? We lost 2 comrades. Now, trailing by a single point, you have once again succumbed to despair." At this moment, refrain from further discord. The bald man gestured dismissively, lowering his head as his mood appeared quite dismal. When decisions were made, none of you voiced any objections. What's the point of tallying now? The long-haired woman huffed heavily, turning her head away in silence. The bald man sighed deeply. Glancing at the small figure crouched in the shadows of the corner, he approached slowly, squatting beside him and softly inquiring, "How are you? Have you given my proposal due consideration?" The small one abruptly lifted his head, his eyes brimming with intense dissatisfaction as he rasped, "Is there truly no alternative? Must I make such a substantial sacrifice? Sacrifice? To triumph in the dungeon and emerge alive? Does that not warrant relinquishing something?" The bald man's voice suddenly rose, infused with fervor. "Failing to conquer the dungeon means death. At that point, what good are your 2 drops of Saiyan blood?" The term Saiyan blood evidently struck a nerve with the diminutive warrior, his eyes widening in anguish as he exclaimed, "Do you have any notion of the struggle it took for me to acquire these 2 drops? I cannot simply hand them over without recompense. I can offer you some form of compensation, more equipment or the like," the bald man continued to persuade. "You possess 2 drops of Saiyan blood, and so do I. Given our current predicament, we are clearly at a disadvantage. Utilizing conventional methods will not yield a reversal. The only solution is for you to surrender your 2 drops of Saiyan blood to me, allowing me to awaken my Saiyan heritage." Pausing momentarily, his eyes gleamed with an unusual light as he elaborated, "Once I awaken my Saiyan lineage, my combat power will significantly increase. Additionally, the martial arts tournament in a few days coincides with the full moon. Then, transformed into a great ape, my strength will soar tenfold. Only then do we stand a chance of defeating the opposing team and escaping this dungeon alive." Listening intently, the small one lowered his head further, seemingly acknowledging the bald man's rationale. However, the thought of relinquishing the hard-earned drops of Saiyan blood proved a daunting resolution to make. "Will you agree?" interjected the long-haired woman, who now spoke up. "We are currently at a total disadvantage. The enemy boasts 4 combatants, 3 of whom surpass us in strength, and they also possess an Arno. We truly have no other means of turning the tide." The small one's head sank deeper, and under the relentless persuasion of his 2 companions, he appeared to be on the verge of capitulation. Yet, at that pivotal moment, he suddenly stood upright, fixing his gaze upon the bald man with an increasingly fierce intensity. With a resolute voice, he declared, "Then why won't you give me your Saiyan blood? Is it because my combat power is too low? Let me make myself clear. I will not surrender my Saiyan blood. Either we all perish in this dungeon, or you grant me your Saiyan blood, allowing me to become a Saiyan and lead the team to victory or death. It's your decision." Chapter 46, The Opening of the Martial Arts Tournament. "What did you just say?" The bald man could hardly believe his ears. He had thought the little one would finally concede, yet he uttered such astonishing words. "I refuse to sacrifice my Saiyan blood, even if it costs me my life," the little one declared, his chest heaving with fervor. "You mentioned that sacrifices must be made to survive this dungeon. But why is it not you making that sacrifice? How can you be so obstinate? Your combat power is only 37. Indeed, my combat power is 37. The little one suddenly bellowed. "But yours is 71. I'm just a little over half of your strength. So must I be your subordinate? What does that have to do with anything?" I retorted. "You merely wish to imply that my combat power is too low, and even if I awaken my Saiyan lineage, I might still lose to the team?" The little one scoffed. "But you just stated that according to the setting, once I awaken this advanced lineage, my combat power will increase significantly. Even if my base power is low, there's still the full moon night. Once transformed, I will boast hundreds in combat power. Don't even speak of defeating the team. I could easily obliterate this city." The little one raised his chin, gazing at the stunned bald man and the long-haired woman, a wicked smile spreading across his face. "Thus, I would rather perish together than relinquish my Saiyan blood. If you are so afraid of death and wish to survive, then why don't you hand over your 2 drops of blood?" In the southern part of the city, where the team had established their base, explosions erupted from several small villas, sending plumes of smoke and debris into the air. Alarms blared, and panicked residents fled into the streets. On top of a distant building, Han Zheng, armed with the blade of Myajir B, lay prone, peering through a telescope to scrutinize the chaos surrounding the explosions. Momins Latte. A pigeon flew from the direction of the explosions and landed beside him. After inspecting the area, the pigeon spoke in Chun Chen's voice. They should have already left. Han Zheng lowered the telescope, nodding silently. It seemed he had arrived too late. The team had already evacuated. He swiftly sent a message through the team channel. "Return. The team must have escaped this area. After searching all day, I finally located a lead only to find they fled. What a waste of my bombs. Wang Song cursed in the channel. Subsequently, from a house not far from the explosion, 3 silhouettes emerged from the window, swiftly making their way towards Han Jing and his companions. These figures were none other than Wang Song, Li Chunsheng, who had been lying in wait, along with Han Jing's trusted ally, Arno Wei. Han Jing and Qin Qin also descended from the rooftop. The team quickly gathered in a relatively concealed area of the street. It seemed that this group was indeed adopting a turtle's approach, retracting their heads into their shells. As soon as they regrouped, Wang Song could not help but scold the team. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable, and their cautious demeanor was entirely justified. Han Jing pinched his chin, his eyelids drooping as he fell into contemplation. Following the fierce battle of the previous night, daylight revealed some clues after Han Jing and his teammates diligently searched in the direction of their escape. Pursuing these leads, they discovered this villa district, suspecting it might serve as the temporary hideout of the opposing team. However, after a probing attack, they realized they had been misled. The enemy had already vacated the premises. Gazing at the tumultuous street, filled only with disheveled residents, Han Jing pondered what he would do if he were a member of the opposing team at that moment. He surmised that he would not simply abandon the hideout. At the very least, he would set some traps to inflict damage upon the enemy when they approached. If he were to take a bolder risk, he might even create the illusion that the fighters were still inside the house, while the real combatants lay in ambush outside, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Even if a complete turnaround was not achievable, he would aim to eliminate the weakest adversary to level the playing field. Yet, the opposing team had done nothing, abandoning their hideout without any contingency plan. Was it out of fear? Had they become too apprehensive to act recklessly? Han Jing believed the enemy would indeed grow more cautious, but retreating in fear seemed improbable. Or perhaps they had devised another plan? Han Jing furrowed his brow. Hey, what are you thinking? What's the next move? Wang Song could not resist giving him a nudge, breaking his train of thought. Slightly irked by the interruption, Han Jing lifted his gaze to find his teammates looking at him expectantly. It appeared that since the previous night's battle, he had gradually begun to be regarded as the core of the team. Last night, seizing the opportunity presented by Zhao Xing's defection, Han Jing had orchestrated a temporary plan that successfully struck the opposing team. In that skirmish, Han Jing single-handedly took down 2 adversaries, earning him the title of primary contributor. Moreover, what astonished his teammates was not only Han Jing's formidable combat prowess, but also his possession of Arno Wei, boasting a combat strength of 55. From a certain perspective, Han Jing's true combat potential was not inferior to that of the strongest member of the opposing team, Wang Song. Once haughty and rude, Wang Song exhibited a remarkable shift in demeanor following last night's battle. However, at present, he finds himself merely troubled, devoid of any concrete thoughts or plans. He can only console his teammates, as they must continue their relentless search in the absence of further clues. In the ensuing days, the team seemed to vanish in a thin air, leaving no trace of their presence. Han Fen, Tian Tian, and others meticulously crafted illusions and traps in an attempt to lure the team out, yet all their efforts culminated in failure. Li Chunsheng began to harbor doubts, pondering whether their opponents were deliberately evading confrontation, employing a strategy of mutual destruction. Nevertheless, Han Jing deemed this notion too far-fetched. He sensed that the team might be clandestinely orchestrating a plot that remained undetected by him. With the opening day of the martial arts tournament approaching, Han Jing and his companions resolved to adopt a suggestion previously put forth by Zhao Xing, to dispatch one individual to masquerade as a contestant infiltrating the event, while the remaining members would lie in ambush among the spectators, vigilantly monitoring their surroundings. Should any unusual activity arise, they would engage in coordinated combat from both inside and outside. The ideal scenario would see members of the opposing team present at the tournament, providing an opportunity for a decisive showdown. However, if the team continued to remain hidden, they would resort to a large-scale assault during the tournament, targeting figures such as the Turtle Sage, Sun Wukong, and Krillin, who would all become their prey. If no other distractions arose, Han Jing and his companions would not even require elaborate tactics for their hunt. By allowing events to unfold as per the original narrative, they would wait for Sun Wukong and Cheng Long to exhaust themselves in the final match, and then strike when the time was ripe, securing all the champions on the arena. After the tournament's hunting phase, should the opposing team still remain elusive, Han Jing and his companions would have no choice but to launch a widespread attack, effectively razing the city, confident that they would eventually emerge. By that time, the tournament would have concluded, leaving no formidable opponents in the city to thwart their plans. May 7th, 750 AJ. Despite recent incidents of destruction in the city housing the martial arts temple, the commencement of the tournament remained unaffected. Today marked the grand opening of the world's premier martial arts competition. Before the martial arts temple, throngs of spectators gathered. A multitude of robust contenders lined up at the registration desk, eager to enlist for the competition. In a secluded corner at the southern end of the temple, Han Jing, Chun Shun, and Li Chunsheng concealed themselves, seemingly awaiting something. Before long, a shadow darted into view. It was Wang Song. At that moment, he bore upon his back an unconscious woman, motionless and unresponsive. Wang Song unceremoniously set her down, prompting Han Jing to approach for a closer inspection. The woman, strikingly beautiful with a captivating figure and cascading purple curls, was none other than Lan Fong, one of the top 8 contenders in this martial arts tournament. Lan Fong is the sole female contestant among the top 8 of this tournament. In the initial round against Namu, she had employed a strategy of disrobing in an attempt to defeat him, but ultimately, she was unsuccessful. Although Zhao Xing's approach may seem unscrupulous, the idea he proposed was indeed commendable. Wang Song gazed at Han Jing and Chun Shun, inquiring, "You two possess transformation abilities. Who shall take on the guise of this beauty?" Han Jing pursed his lips, knowing full well that it could not be himself, as his incomplete transformation was limited to a mere 5 minutes. The task must fall upon Chun Shun, who wielded the perfect transformation. Chun Shun arched an eyebrow, scrutinizing Lan Fong for a moment before casting her transformation spell, assuming her likeness. Han Jing examined her with a few glances, confirming that there were no issues. The plan could commence. Of course, there would be no complications. They would see each other at the tournament later. The transformed Chun Shun wiggled her fingers and promptly made her way towards the entrance of the martial arts temple. Chapter 47, The Night of the Full Moon. As Chun Shun proceeded to register and entered the martial arts temple venue, Han Jing and the other two in the corner sprang into action. Considering they had previously encountered their opponents and were well acquainted with each other's appearances, they had prepared wigs and fake mustaches, which they quickly donned to disguise themselves. Lacking perfect transformation, they had no choice but to resort to such means. After a brief transformation, they assessed one another, ensuring there were no significant issues. Given that the preliminary rounds of the martial arts tournament would be held indoors, closed to the public, Han Jing decided to utilize his incomplete transformation in conjunction with a shrinking watch to infiltrate the venue and gauge the situation. Meanwhile, Wang Song and Li Chunxing remained outside, blending into the crowd of spectators, awaiting the commencement of the top 8 matches while keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Han Jing transformed into a small bird, flapping his wings as he entered the martial arts hall. Inside, several fighting rings were arranged side by side, each surrounded by numerous martial artists. The majority of these competitors were tall and robust, with many possessing beastly features, exuding an intimidating presence. Han Jing perched on a windowsill at the top of the hall, scanning the arena until he quickly spotted Chun Shun, who had transformed into Lan Fong. At that moment, Chun Shun was engaged in a match against a burly opponent in one of the rings. Adhering to their prior plan, she deliberately restrained her strength, striving to project an ability that mirrored Lan Fong's true prowess, thus avoiding any discernible flaws that could disrupt the narrative. On the other side, Han Jing finally laid eyes on Sun Wukong, Klin, and the others. In the ring, Sun Wukong had just defeated a giant opponent with a mere finger, while Klin prepared to duel with a senior brother he had encountered at the dueling temple. In the other rings, Han Jing also caught sight of Chenglong, Yamu, the barbarian Namu, and the monstrous Jilang. The unfolding of the plot proceeds in an orderly fashion, devoid of any chaos. Minutes pass swiftly, and as the transformation spell reaches its limit, Han Jing reverts to his diminutive form. Throughout this interval, he remains vigilant within the venue, perceiving no signs of irregularity, uncertain whether the opposing team has infiltrated unnoticed or if they are merely concealed too effectively. Everything appears to be normal inside, but what of the outside? Han Jing inquires through the team channel. Moments later, Wang Song responds. The outside remains tranquil, with no anomalies detected. Do not relax your guard. Maintain constant communication should any discoveries arise. Observing the seemingly ordinary martial arts hall, Han Jing senses that matters may not be as straightforward as they appear. The preliminary rounds conclude only in the afternoon, progressing in line with the original narrative. Chenglong, Sun Wukong, Klin, Namuk, and the imposter Lan Fong, alongside Chun Shun, navigate through a series of challenging matches, eliminating numerous competitors to secure their places among the final 8. However, During the draw for the top 8, an unexpected irregularity arises. The draw results deviate from the original storyline. It transforms into Yamcha, Chunglong, Namuk, Klin, Lanfang, Sun Wukong, Jilin. Aside from the pairing of Sun Wukong and Jilin, the other 3 matchups diverge entirely from the established plot. As soon as the draw concludes, Chunchen relays this significant alteration to the teammates via the channel. Such a substantial change? There must be an issue. Could members of the opposing team have infiltrated? Wang Song speculates. Is it possible that the individual responsible for the draw is compromised? Li Shunxing adds. It's unclear. The draw just concluded, and I had minimal contact with the staff overseeing it, making it difficult to ascertain, Chunchen replies. A sense of urgency envelopes Han Jing as he contemplates the implications of the flawed draw. Indeed, as he feared, the martial arts event could not possibly unfold without complications. The teammates' suspicions regarding the draw officials seem entirely justified, prompting him to issue a warning in the channel. Keep a close watch on the host wearing sunglasses and the monk holding the draw box. At least one of them is likely involved in the discrepancies. Should we eliminate these 2 now? Wang Song queries. Han Jing promptly dismisses the suggestion. Do not act impulsively. We are currently no match for Master Roshi. Reckless actions could provoke him to retaliate, which would be disastrous. Let's observe for now. Subsequently, Han Feng, who had been discreetly concealed in his diminutive form at the hall's elevated heights, transforms into a small insect and stealthily advances toward the host. With the draw results in question, the host bears the greatest suspicion, and Han Jing resolves to observe closely. The top 8 matches soon commence, taking place in an outdoor arena, officially open to the public. A throng of spectators crowds the edges of the enclosure, exuberantly cheering with excitement. Wang Song and Li Chunsheng navigate through the masses, positioning themselves at the forefront, mere walls away from the arena. They distance themselves from one another, each assuming a strategic position, perpetually poised for action. Han Jing transformed into a diminutive figure, concealing himself behind the interior wall of the arena, hidden behind the colossal teeth of a stone beast. Thus far, the host's behavior had been unremarkable, without any cause for concern, as the venue was teeming with skilled fighters, compelling Han Jing to exercise caution. Consequently, the much-anticipated quarterfinals of the world's premier martial arts tournament officially commenced. In the first match, the barbarian confronted Yamcha, exploiting his formidable odor to thoroughly disrupt Yamcha's movements. Furthermore, the barbarian's inherent strength, augmented by his foul stench, swiftly led to Yamcha's defeat, leaving him gravely injured and unconscious. As soon as the match concluded, Oolong and Por hurriedly transported the injured Yamcha to the hospital. This barbarian is suspicious. Chun-Shun. Keep a close watch on him from behind the arena. Should there be any unusual movement, you must act first, Han Jing cautioned through the channel. His suspicions piqued by the match's outcome. The second match proved even more thrilling, as Master Roshi faced off against Nam, a true clash of titans. However, the martial arts deity, Master Roshi, ultimately proved to be beyond Nam's capabilities, leading to Nam's defeat after a fierce battle. In the third match, adhering to the plan, Chun-Shin engaged in a brief exchange with Krillin before deliberately delivering a punch that incapacitated him, resulting in his loss. In the fourth match, Sun Wukong triumphed over Jiren, following the narrative's trajectory. In the ensuing semifinals, no unexpected events transpired. Master Roshi vanquished the barbarian, while Sun Wukong triumphed over his comrade Krillin, setting the stage for their final confrontation. Despite the various discrepancies throughout the matches, the ultimate outcome remained faithfully aligned with the original narrative. Concealed behind the stone sculpture, Han Jing felt an increasing tension, continuously reminding his teammates through the channel to remain vigilant, as the crucial moment was imminent. As the finals commenced, the progression of the battle unfolded as Han Jing had anticipated. True to the original storyline, Sun Wukong and Master Roshi exchanged blows, transitioning from cautious probing to full-fledged assaults, employing various martial techniques such as drunken fist and frenzied punch. Finally, midway through the contest, Master Roshi unleashed his ultimate move, the good baby sleep punch. Faced with this technique, Sun Wukong succumbed, collapsing into a deep slumber. At that instant, the moment Han Jing had been waiting for materialized. In a matter of seconds, the host abruptly sprang into action, seizing Sun Wukong's tail while brandishing a handgun. Simultaneously, the barbarian emerged from behind the contestant area, charging towards Sun Wukong. With a command from Han Jing over the channel, he swiftly reverted to his original form, drawing forth the blade of Mijiro Beni. In accordance with the previously established plan discussed in the channel, Wang Song and Li Chunxing charged forth from behind the walls, lunging towards the host. Meanwhile, Chun Chun, who had been fixated on the barbarian from the competitor's bench, seized this moment to act. As the barbarian surged forward, she struck from behind, unleashing a large mass of magical chewing gum. Instantly, the magical chewing gum ensnared the barbarian, rendering him unable to escape, revealing his true identity as the long-haired woman who had activated the barbarian bloodline. Beneath the arena, the host also revealed his true form, being the bald combatant from the team, who was swiftly subdued by the dual assault of Wang Song and Li Chunxing. Who are you? The turtle sage, situated at the edge of the arena, was greatly incensed by this sudden turn of events, his veins bulging as if he were about to retaliate. At this moment, Han Jing quickly approached the turtle sage, having patiently bided his time, waiting for the right moment to counterattack, anticipating such a scenario. With a cordial smile directed towards the turtle sage, he greeted him while discreetly surveying his surroundings. After a swift glance around, Han Jing's curiosity was piqued. Only 3 members remained on their side, yet the smallest among them was conspicuously absent. Suddenly, the long-haired woman, encased in a magical chewing gum, looked up towards the sky and laughed maniacally, proclaiming, "Your doom is upon you, you wretched fools." Han Jing hastily followed her gaze upwards. Aside from the newly risen full moon, there was nothing else in the sky. Turning back to inquire of the long-haired woman, he was abruptly interrupted as a colossal shadow erupted from the ground, enveloping everyone within the arena. Chapter 48. The Invincible Great Ape. A thunderous roar shattered the silence, reverberating throughout the martial arts temple venue. This was followed by the anguished cries of the audience, desperately calling for help. Behind the walls on the opposite side, what was once a lively and bustling crowd now faced the sudden appearance of a gigantic ape. This colossal creature, resembling a titan, with fiery red eyes and fur-covered arms, bellowed and leapt towards the arena. The sheer force of its leap sent debris flying, injuring countless spectators. Full Moon Great Ape Saiyan? How could this be? The unexpected transformation caught Han Jing completely off guard. He quickly glanced towards a corner of the arena, where the good baby sleep punch Sun Wukong lay peacefully asleep. If Sun Wukong was still on the stage, then who was this great ape? The sudden upheaval was entirely beyond Han Jing's expectations. However, there was no time for further contemplation as the great ape roared and descended upon them, its massive foot poised to stomp down on Han Jing and the others. What manner of monstrosity is this, so formidable as to astonish even the venerable turtle sage? At this moment, the colossal foot, accompanied by a gust of wind, descended rapidly. Han Jing, in a desperate maneuver, leapt backward with all his might, narrowly evading the perilous stomp. The startled turtle sage hastily sidestepped, almost succumbing to the crushing blow as well. Yet, the slumbering Sun Wukong, lying on the arena, remained unheeded by all amidst the chaos. The foot landed squarely upon him, and without hesitation, the great ape lifted its foot again, delivering 2 fierce punches to Sun Wukong's form. In an instant, Han Jing comprehended the situation. This great ape, having transformed, retained its rationality. Its first target was clearly Sun Wukong, who, under the full moon, possessed the ability to transform. This great ape must be a combatant. His cousin, Han Lei, had once awakened the Saiyan bloodline, a fact he had documented in his journal. Although, in the original narrative, both Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan would enter a frenzy upon transforming into apes, the battlefield had altered the Saiyan bloodline's parameters, allowing all combatants who unlocked it to maintain their composure post-transformation, much like Vegeta. Could it be that this great ape was the diminutive combatant? Han Jing was momentarily taken aback by this notion. How could there possibly be a Saiyan among them? Moreover, during the skirmish a few nights prior, the small fighter had exhibited power that was evidently the weakest in the team, possessing a battle power of barely 40. How could he be a Saiyan? What had transpired in these last few days? Had this individual suddenly activated his Saiyan lineage? A multitude of speculations and doubts flooded Han Jing's mind. However, the urgency of the current situation left no room for contemplation. On the arena, after dispatching Sun Wukong, the great ape swiftly extended its long arms, sweeping horizontally from both sides. Its left arm reached directly toward the long-haired woman ensnared by the magic gum, as Chun Chun prepared to extend his Rui stick to eliminate her. In that instant, the great ape swatted the elongated stick, sending both it and Chun Chun hurtling backward. Consequently, with a casual gesture, the great ape shattered the magic gum, encasing the long-haired woman. Simultaneously, its right arm swung toward Wang Song and his companions. Wang Song and Li Chunsheng, who were poised to dispatch the bald combatant, were suddenly confronted by the enormous hand approaching them. Without a second thought for the bald man, they rolled away to evade the impending strike. Both the bald man and the long-haired woman were thus saved. The bald man gazed at the great ape with an expression of disbelief, while the long-haired woman radiated excitement, her eyes gleaming with fervor, urging, quickly, eliminate them. At this juncture, Han Jing recognized the need to alter his original strategy. He urgently called out to the somewhat bewildered turtle sage beside him, Cheng Long. Hasten to use the turtle destruction wave to obliterate the moon. Once the full moon vanishes, this monster will also cease to exist. At this moment, he began to comprehend why the long-haired woman masquerading as a savage had inflicted such grievous harm upon Yamcha. During this critical juncture, only Yamcha and Pu'er were aware of the weakness inherent in the Scion's tale. In the original narrative, it was Yamcha who prompted the turtle hermit to realize that the moon must be destroyed to eliminate the great ape. What? The turtle hermit was momentarily taken aback, yet he swiftly regained his composure. Although Han Jing was a stranger to him at that moment, in this dire situation, he felt compelled to consider his suggestion. The turtle hermit quickly discarded his garments and drew in a deep breath. In that instant, a colossal, furry fist came crashing down, sending the still-gathering energy turtle hermit flying a considerable distance. The great ape was acutely aware of the circumstances. Recognizing that only the turtle hermit possessed the capability to obliterate the moon, and thus launched an attack against him. With its tail coiled around its waist, the great ape disregarded Han Jing and the others, charging directly at the turtle hermit. Having just endured a punishing blow, the turtle hermit gritted his teeth and rose to his feet, only to be met with another fist from the great ape. There was no escape. He raised his arms to absorb the impact, and under the tremendous force, his feet shattered the arena's stone floor, sinking into it. Seizing the opportunity, the great ape opened its mouth and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts aimed squarely at the beleaguered turtle hermit. With a cry of anguish, the turtle hermit was propelled once more, collapsing onto the ground, motionless and unresponsive. Retreat immediately, as the great ape assaulted the turtle hermit. Han Jing swiftly communicated through the channel. The great ape could only transform under the full moon. Their best course was to momentarily escape its wrath and devise a strategy during daylight. The remaining teammates understood the urgency and sprang into action. Wang Song leapt into the crowd, while Li Chunsheng hastily transformed into a bat. Han Jing and Chun Chen simultaneously morphed into birds, flapping their wings to flee. However, the team would not grant them an opportunity to escape. Forget about the turtle hermit. Quickly eliminate our opponents. We cannot let them get away, the bald man shouted, aiming his handgun at Wang Song's escape route through the crowd and firing several shots, forcing Wang Song to halt in his tracks. Immediately, the bald man and the long-haired woman charged at him, launching a coordinated assault. Concurrently, the great ape, having heard its allies' calls, abandoned the unconscious turtle hermit and turned around, raising its massive hands to swat at Han Jing and the other two in flight. This scene resembled a robust adult man swatting at 3 mosquitoes that had just gorged themselves on blood and were preparing to take flight. Han Jing and Chun Chen dodged left and right in the air, narrowly evading the great ape's onslaught through their keen instincts. However, Li Chunsheng, transformed into a bat, lacked their agility. He had barely taken flight when a shadow enveloped him, and a gigantic hand came crashing down. Li Chunsheng was struck violently and fell, transforming back into human form mid-air, blood spilling from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground. Before he could muster the strength to rise, the colossal ape lifted its foot and stomped down. Combatant number 8756 was slain, resulting in a tied score of 3-3 for the team. Chapter 49, The Radiant Moment of the Blade. Li Chunsheng perished, and the previously leading score was equalized, placing Han Jing and his companions in a precarious situation. Transforming into a bird, Han Jing flapped his wings desperately. However, a fierce gust of wind threatened his stability. A massive hand reached out, fingers splayed, grasping for him. In an instant, Han Jing found himself with no escape route. As the giant ape prepared to seize him, he hastily transformed again, shrinking into a diminutive insect and darting through the gaps between the giant fingers. Nearby, Chun Chen was caught in the wind generated by the ape's hand, losing her balance and beginning to fall, while the ape swung its other hand down upon her. The team could not afford to lose another member. Gritting his teeth, Han Jing instantly reverted to his original form, kicking Chun Chen away and raising the Maidrobi's blade before him, bracing for the impending impact of the enormous hand. The hand struck the blade with force, causing the ape to howl in pain and retract its hand. Yet, the residual momentum still sent Han Jing hurtling through the air, feeling as if his bones were about to shatter from the agony. Had the ape strike been fully realized, he feared he would meet the same fate as Li Chunshen. Catapulted through the air, Han Jing crashed into the fleeing crowd, landing near Wang Song. At that moment, Wang Song was outnumbered, battling both the bald man and the long-haired woman, and was clearly at a disadvantage. As Han Jing descended, the bald man and the long-haired woman suddenly halted their assault, leaping backward several paces to distance themselves from Wang Song and Han Jing. "Take them down," the long-haired woman shouted. Hearing this, the giant ape quickly lowered its head and opened its gaping maw towards the position of Han Jing and Wang Song, preparing to unleash a ki blast. Han Jing hastily drew out the General White's pistol, aimed at the ape's eyes, and fired the last bullet. At this distance, accuracy was uncertain. After firing, he tossed the gun aside and rolled away, fleeing as far as possible. The shot lacked precision, missing the ape's eyes but striking its nose instead. Although the weapon's power was insufficient to harm such a formidable Saiyan beast, it still inflicted a modicum of pain, slightly hindering the release of the ki blast. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Han Jing and Wang Song escaped from the brink of doom. A blast of energy erupted where they had just stood, creating a gaping chasm and a violent shockwave that propelled them a considerable distance away. The enraged giant ape, having received a bullet in its earlier attack, was now filled with fury. It opened its mouth, preparing to unleash another energy blast. At that moment, from behind the battered arena, a figure suddenly leaped high into the air. With remarkable speed, the figure landed behind the giant ape and delivered a powerful kick to the back of its head. "You monstrous creature, you have slain Wukong." The figure was none other than Krillin. Unfortunately, Krillin was too weak to contend with the giant ape. The beast swiftly turned and, with a mighty swing of its arm, sent Krillin flying into a pile of rubble, where he could not emerge again. After dispatching Krillin, the giant ape turned its attention to Chun Chun, who had reverted to her human form and was airborne. With unprecedented speed, it aimed a devastating strike at her. Realizing she could not evade the blow, Chun Chun quickly retrieved a magical bean from her inventory and managed to consume it just as the hand struck her. The impact felt as if her body would shatter, yet in the final moment before losing consciousness, she swallowed the bean. Miraculously, her wounds healed instantly as she fell to the ground. However, the lives of the others remained perilously at stake. The bald man and the long-haired woman had retreated to a safe distance, watching with smug satisfaction as Han Jing and his companion struggled. The giant ape turned, its crimson eyes filled with murderous intent, fixated on Han Jing and the others on the ground. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from the side. Everyone turned to see the once unconscious Master Roshi rising to his feet. Gathering energy throughout his frail body, the elderly figure appeared transformed, his muscles bulging far beyond even those of Schwarzenegger. With his palms together, he focused intently on the full moon above, continuing to shout, "Turtle!" Master Roshi was standing again, intent on obliterating the moon. Han Jing and his companions glimpsed a glimmer of hope. The giant ape, along with the bald man and long-haired woman, recognized the impending threat and charged toward Master Roshi simultaneously. "Stop them!" Han Jing bellowed, hastily retrieving a capsule and activating the Arnold transformation. Wang Song and Chun Chun joined forces, positioning themselves before the bald man and the long-haired woman. Meanwhile, the giant ape prepared to unleash another energy blast. Intent on eliminating Master Roshi from a distance, Han Jing seized the opportunity, produced the peach-white bomb, swiftly disengaged the safety, and hurled it towards the great ape's head. The bomb soared high, exploding near the ape's cranium. Its power, though insufficient to inflict serious harm, managed to jolt the creature's head slightly, thereby disrupting its impending assault. Master Roshi, with both palms extended, conjured a massive sphere of energy, the Kamehameha, which he propelled with great speed towards the full moon. Despite his grievous injuries, the master summoned his last reserves of strength for this final Kamehameha, ultimately exhausting himself and collapsing to the ground. The energy wave he unleashed hurtled swiftly towards the moon. The great ape emitted the most thunderous roar since his emergence, inhaling deeply before exhaling a formidable blast of energy, pursuing the retreating Kamehameha with fervor. The ape understood the significance of the full moon to his existence. Thus, he channeled every ounce of strength into this powerful strike. The energy blast rapidly pursued the Kamehameha, forcefully diverting its trajectory. The two energy waves merged and soared away from Earth, disappearing into the vast, dark cosmos. In a desperate bid to protect the moon, the great ape exerted all his might, concentrating his full attention and mental fortitude on this singular attack. This effort drained a substantial portion of his energy, leaving him trembling and somewhat rigid after the release. Nevertheless, he succeeded in intercepting Master Roshi's final Kamehameha, thereby safeguarding the moon. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, Wang Song and Chun Chun, witnessing the interception, felt as though they had suffered a devastating blow, their spirits crushed. The bald man and the long-haired woman, however, glimmered with renewed excitement. Yet, unbeknownst to all, as the great ape expended his utmost strength to intercept the Kamehameha, Han Jing had quietly transformed and slipped behind the ape. At that moment, the entirety of the ape's rear was exposed to Han Jing's gaze. Although the ape's tail was coiled around its waist, the base was nearly within reach. Han Jing swiftly reverted to his human form, brandishing the blade of Mijirobo, and swung it with all his might. This divine weapon, which had once severed Vegeta's tail and saved Earth, aimed once more at the Saiyan ape's posterior. In this climactic moment, Han Jing concentrated all his power into this strike. Determined to succeed, failure would mean irrevocable doom. The blade of a Yajiru Byu gleamed with a chilling light as it swiftly severed the tail of the colossal ape. With a howl, the great ape, which had just unleashed a ki blast and had not yet closed its mouth, suddenly emitted a cry of anguish. The tail that had coiled around its waist fell away in an instant. Subsequently, the ape began to undergo a visible transformation at an astonishing pace. Its thick, dark fur rapidly retracted into its pores, its body diminished, and its visage gradually adopted a more human form. Han Jing's desperate strike had ultimately succeeded. He had cleanly severed the ape's tail, and without lingering, he pivoted and darted away to the side. The still transforming ape retaliated with a punch to the ground. Had Han Jing been slower, that blow would have undoubtedly struck him. The ape howled once more, but found no opportunity for counterattack as its body continued to shrink, soon revealing its original, diminutive human form. The once mighty giant ape, now reduced to its smaller self, lay amidst the shattered arena. "Well done," Chun Chun exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement at the sight. The morale of her and Wang Song soared as they donned gas masks and, in unison with Arno, surrounded the bald man and the long-haired woman, leaving them with no escape route. The bald man and the long-haired woman, however, were stripped of their previous confidence. Upon witnessing the diminutive warrior revert to his true form, they were engulfed in terror. "Quick, come save us!" the bald man shouted, overwhelmed by the onslaught from the duo. Yet the small warrior paid no heed to his teammates, who were now in peril. He gazed at his hairless hands and the severed tail on the ground, his eyes brimming with fury and shock. "You!" he bellowed, turning to face Han Jing, and lunged forward, reaching out to grasp him. "Don't touch him. He'll turn you into a carrot," cried the long-haired woman, who had already engaged in several exchanges. The small warrior, mid-leap towards Han Jing, suddenly realized the gravity of his situation. His teammates' earlier warning about Han Jing's peculiar ability to transform opponents into carrots echoed in his mind. Yet now, having held a distinct advantage and seemingly toyed with his adversaries, he found himself in this unforeseen predicament. With his tail severed and his transformation undone, the significant advantage he once possessed evaporated in an instant. Overcome by rage and regret, the small warrior momentarily forgot his teammates' caution, only to be jolted back to reality at this critical juncture. Upon awakening his Saiyan lineage, his combat power experienced a near doubling. However, due to his previously low battle capacity, even this significant enhancement failed to elevate him to the immunity threshold of the touch to transform technique. The diminutive figure, attempting to retreat mid-air, was denied any opportunity by Han Jing. In an instant, Han Jing retracted his blade and unleashed a rapid barrage with his arms. The small fighter, desperately trying to twist away, found himself propelled forward with great momentum and suspended in mid-air. He narrowly evaded Han Jing's right hand, only to be met with a resounding slap from the left. The touch to transform technique activated. The small fighter's eyes widened in disbelief, and before he could react, this sole Saiyan combatant in the current mission was instantaneously transformed into a carrot. It was over. The long-haired woman of the team let out a wail. She and the bald man, whose combat power was inferior to Wang Song and Chun Chun, along with a third fighter, Arnold Wei, who possessed a power of 55, had been struggling in a 2-against-3 scenario. Upon witnessing the defeat of their Saiyan ally, their hopes dwindled. Severely injured, she relinquished all resistance. Chun Chun lunged forward with his magic staff, driving it forcefully into her chest. Combatant number 2217 was slain, marking the score at 2-3 in favor of the opposing team. Simultaneously, the bald man, also battered and bruised, let out a final roar, attempting one last transformation in a bid to escape. However, his injured arms hindered him from taking flight. Wang Song swiftly approached and delivered a powerful punch, sending him crashing down. The fallen bald man reverted to his human form, bloodied and defeated, ceasing his struggles. With a bitter laugh that resonated with indignation and rage, he lamented, "If it weren't for that foolish teammate dragging behind. Had my plan succeeded and I transformed into a Saiyan," his words were abruptly cut off as Wang Song reached him, activating the four demon fist technique. Four successive blows obliterated the bald man's skull. Combatant number 0031 was slain, bringing the score to 1-3 in favor of the opposing team. On the arena, Han Zheng lifted his right leg and crushed the carrot beneath his foot. Combatant number 8891 was slain, resulting in a score of 0-3 for the team. Combatant number 2199 defeated combatant number 8891, yielding one drop of Saiyan blood and one fragment of universal shocking palm technique. Would you like to collect these items? Collect. Indeed, surviving a dire situation often leads to unforeseen fortune. After narrowly escaping death, he was remarkably rewarded with two rare items upon vanquishing the opponent. The Saiyan blood was anticipated, but the universal shocking palm technique fragment took Han Zheng by surprise. Yet, with a moment's contemplation, understanding dawned upon him. The turtle sage was grievously wounded by the diminutive giant and continued to fight valiantly, ultimately succumbing to his injuries. In the assessment of the instance, the turtle sage was deemed to have been slain by the small combatant, and the universal astonishing palm martial technique fragment was likely dropped upon his demise, subsequently picked up by the small fighter. Afterward, the small fighter was vanquished, and the martial technique fragment was once again released. Now that the formidable foe had been eliminated, Han Zheng leisurely examined its attributes. Firstly, regarding the bloodline, he currently possessed Saiyan blood, 3-4, just one step away from unlocking the Saiyan lineage. The thought filled him with exhilaration. Turning his attention to the martial technique fragment, he noted, technique skill, universal astonishing palm martial technique fragment. Attributes, melee attack type skill fragment. Collection status, 13. Description, one fragment of the universal astonishing palm martial technique. Collect 3 fragments to synthesize the universal astonishing palm martial technique for study. Strive diligently. The universal astonishing palm was a formidable technique previously wielded by the turtle sage. During the 21st martial arts tournament, faced with the unexpectedly powerful Goku, the turtle sage had subdued him with this very technique in a single blow. Had it not been for the full moon, which transformed Goku into a giant ape, the championship title would have already been claimed by the turtle sage. Han Zheng was filled with joy, like the Ding wave. The universal astonishing palm was also the most crucial offensive skill he required at present. At this moment, with space available in his equipment slots, he recalled Arnold back into his capsule and returned it to his inventory. Wang Song and Chun approached him. Chun appeared dejected, seemingly disappointed that no items dropped after defeating the long-haired woman, while Wang Song exhibited a countenance of delight, clearly having obtained something valuable. At that moment, a hesitant prompt from the instance finally sounded. In this team combat instance, all 5 combatants of Team 5 had perished, while the remaining 3 team members successfully completed the instance task, each earning 800 reward points. There were still 4 days, 9 hours, and 51 minutes until the conclusion of this instance. Upon its completion, the 3 surviving combatants would be able to safely exit, and they were advised to wait patiently. Chapter 51. Chen's Invitation. Finally, the notification of task completion arrived. Han Zheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. This was the most relaxed he had felt upon hearing the task completion prompt in several rounds of instances. After all, the previous 2 rounds had been solo missions, where even after surviving the tasks, one had to remain cautious of potential threats from combatants who might still be on their missions. Now, in this team battle instance, with the enemy completely annihilated and only allies remaining, who could not attack one another, and with no further threats in the vicinity, he could finally look forward to a few days of restful sleep. However, it was not yet time to rest. "Hey, what did you obtain after slaying that gorilla?" Chun approached Han Zheng, his gaze somewhat unfriendly. Han Zheng leaned on his blade, smiling in silence. Observing this, Chun shook his head repeatedly. "Given your disposition, I bet you secured a drop of Saiyan blood. How unfortunate I am. Our team was annihilated, yet I gained nothing. This round was a tremendous loss." Han Jing couldn't help but retort internally that a lack of rewards did not equate to a loss. What was there to lament when the dungeon was not yet finished? Wang Song chuckled heartily. After triumphing in the team battle, he seemed invigorated, his earlier arrogance returning. The hunt is far from over. This city harbors many dungeon characters worthy of our pursuit. He was indeed correct. Although the Turtle School had suffered total defeat at the hands of the Great Ape during this martial arts tournament, there remained numerous significant dungeon characters nearby. Aside from their own, characters like Miji Lang, who had chosen to depart following their initial failure, likely hadn't strayed too far by now. Not to mention, the group that had previously ventured to the hospital with Yamucha. Moreover, at this moment, those dungeon characters could not possibly rival Han Jing and his companions in combat prowess. Han Jing glanced at the other two. After this fierce battle, the trio had developed a considerable rapport. They nodded to one another and set off. Departing from the martial arts temple, following this hunt, all three had gained something. It was now late at night as Han Jing and his companions returned to their lodging, weary after a day of relentless battles. Especially Han Jing, who had received a harsh blow from the Great Ape. Despite the creature's restraint, he had still been struck severely. Though injured, he was reluctant to use his healing beans for such wounds. After the martial arts tournament's conflict, they had made their way to the hospital, where Han Jing lingered a bit longer to summon a doctor for treatment and bandaging. At present, Han Jing had several layers of bandages wrapped around his shoulder, waist, and abdomen. He sat in the living room alongside Chun Chun and Wang Song, each examining their respective gains. After leaving the martial arts temple, they waged further battles throughout the city. Wang Song acquired a drop of Monster Jiren S blood, successfully unlocking the Monster Jiren bloodline. Chun Chun obtained the Wolf Fong Wind Fist and immediately began to learn it. As for Han Jing, his luck with treasure seemed to have been exhausted earlier. He did not receive the perfect transformation technique he yearned for, which left him feeling quite disappointed. Nevertheless, he did attain the Sky Cross Fist. And this time it was not merely a fragment of martial skill, but a complete technique. Skill, Sky Cross Fist. Attribute, unarmed attack skill. Minimum combat power required for learning, 35. Explanation. This is a technique known as the Heavenly Cross Fist. Once executed by the formidable contestant Namu during the 21st Martial Arts Tournament, where he delivered a substantial blow to Sun Wukong using this very move. Shall be learned immediately? Affirmative. The cultivation of the Heavenly Cross Fist commences. Duration of training, 2 hours and 20 minutes. Remaining time, 2 hours, 19 minutes, and 59 seconds. The skill possesses the remarkable advantage that, although Han Jing's equipment slots are fully occupied, the newly acquired Heavenly Cross Fist has supplanted the position of Midru Heibei S-Blade. Consequently, the option to learn the skill is now available, and a slot for storing weapons has reappeared. Upon returning the blade to his equipment panel, Han Jing finds his inventory in a state of complete fullness, comprising Xiando 2, Midru Heibei S-Blade, Capsule Robot Arno, Shrinking Watch, Young Sun Gohan S Sword, Martial Arts Fragment, and Martial Arts Fragment. Han Jing clicked his tongue, recalling that both the General White S pistol and the Tao Bye-Bye Bomb had been used during the tournament, yet his inventory remained full. As he meticulously examined his equipment, lost in contemplation, Wang Song, seated nearby, suddenly spoke up. At this moment, Wang Song seemed to have considerably tempered his usual brusqueness. Lowering his voice, he appeared poised to deliver a formal address. Following our collaborative efforts in this dungeon raid, I find myself greatly impressed by both of your capabilities and courage. Furthermore, I have come to understand that neither of you has yet joined a team. As the saying goes, a good bird chooses a fine tree to nest in. On behalf of our captain, I extend a heartfelt invitation for both of you to join our mighty team. Upon mentioning his team, Wang Song's countenance brightened with pride, and he continued, "Our mighty team is affiliated with the illustrious Storm Legion. Our captain is not only a formidable fighter, but also exhibits commendable treatment of his subordinates. His generosity is beyond comparison. Moreover, he holds a pivotal position within the Legion, earning the utmost respect even from the commander of the Storm Legion. Thus, I reiterate, a good bird chooses a fine tree." All right, I understand. A good bird chooses a fine tree, interrupted Chun Chun from the other side, clearly lacking the patience to hear him out. However, I have no immediate intention of joining a team, so I must decline. Interrupted mid-sentence, Wang Song's expression soured, and he ceased to acknowledge Chun Chun, shifting his gaze towards Han Jing, awaiting a response. It appeared that he was attempting to recruit members. Han Feng, while somewhat intrigued by the notion of joining a team, was mindful of Wang Song's assertion that their mighty team was under the aegis of the Storm Legion. Han Jing recalled the time he encountered a combatant in a dungeon who had claimed to be a member of the Storm Legion, a fighter who had desperately threatened him with the name of the Legion while on the brink of death. Although his cousin had once joined a squad, his diary rarely mentioned anything related to this military unit. Consequently, Han Jing was uncertain about the precise relationship between the squad and the Legion. Exercising caution, he politely declined the invitation, echoing Chun Chen's sentiment of not wishing to join the squad at present. Wang Song, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the repeated refusals of his invitation, crossed his legs with a huff and gazed out the window. The temporary team, which had recently celebrated a significant victory, now found itself in an awkward predicament. After a prolonged, uncomfortable silence, Chun Chun broke the tension. Speaking of which, although I have participated in several rounds of dungeons, including a team battle, I must admit that this experience, fraught with peril and nearly fatal, is truly my first. We have indeed shared a life-and-death experience together. After this round, I still have an invitation to a resource dungeon that I have yet to use. If you two are interested, shall we venture together once more? Wang Song, still in a sour mood, retorted curtly, I've already used my invitation to the resource dungeon, so I can't join you. You might as well ask Zheng Han. Han Jing, taken aback, asked resource dungeon. The term was not unfamiliar to him, yet he did not possess extensive knowledge about it. His cousin's diary did mention the phrase resource dungeon, albeit sparingly, noting that it also went by the name Carnival Dungeon. You don't know about the resource dungeon? Chen Chen tilted her head, intrigued by Han Jing's reaction. The resource dungeon, also known as the Carnival Dungeon, is a non-combat type of dungeon. It's quite normal for someone not to know about it. Before Han Jing could respond, Wang Song interjected, he has just completed 2 rounds of dungeons. This is only his third. Invitations to the resource dungeon are given as a reward after a combatant completes 3 rounds, so it's understandable that he wouldn't know. Moreover, Wang Song's voice rose slightly as he turned to Chun Chun. Although you have completed 3 rounds and receive an invitation, you have yet to enter the resource dungeon yourself. Where did you hear the term Carnival Dungeon? Under normal circumstances, you have neither ventured into the resource dungeon nor joined a battle squad. Given the rudimentary explanation of the invitation ticket, it seems improbable that you possess such extensive knowledge about the resource dungeon. From the outset of this dungeon, I truly cannot fathom why Wang Song, with arms crossed and a furrowed brow, remarked, you two have already participated in 2 or 3 rounds of the dungeon, yet as unaccompanied combatants. How have you acquired so much information? You hardly resemble ignorant novices. Hearing this, Han Jing and Chun exchanged glances, both lowering their heads in silence. Observing the lack of response, Wang Song turned and retreated to his room, muttering to himself about how, in his early days on the battlefield, he had been utterly clueless until he encountered their captain. Revelry Dungeon? Non combat dungeon? Upon returning to his room, Han Jing, puzzled, inquired of Chun Chun. It appears you are truly unaware. Chun Chun chuckled, grabbing a slice of orange from the table, and continued, after this round concludes, you will receive a resource dungeon invitation ticket. Such tickets are awarded to combatants after every 3 rounds and allow you to select a time to enter the resource dungeon. Once he finished the orange, Chun Chun discarded the peel and swiftly picked up a handful of cherries, elaborating, within the resource dungeon, there are no tasks. Combatants are not required to engage in life-and-death struggles for survival. If you prefer to do nothing, you can simply find a house and sleep until the dungeon concludes. Moreover, within the resource dungeon, combatants' attacks against one another are strictly regulated. While it is not entirely prohibited to attack, killing another combatant will not yield any items and will incur severe penalties from the dungeon. I shall refrain from detailing the specific repercussions. You may refer to the explanation on the invitation ticket when the time comes. Thus, within the resource dungeon, there are neither survival tasks nor the need to fear combatants battling among themselves. Then, it follows that the resource dungeon serves solely as a means for combatants to scavenge for resources. Han Jing quickly grasped the concept. With no tasks weighing them down and no necessity for conflict, combatants can focus entirely on gathering resources and capturing vital dungeon entities. However, if the activity area is restricted, the characters within the dungeon are indeed limited, and with a multitude of combatants, while they may refrain from fighting, competition for resources will ensue, driven by speed and cunning. Is it not possible for an individual or a small group to enter the resource dungeon to avoid competing for resources and maximize their gains? Han Feng promptly inquired. Elite squads and battalions can periodically obtain exclusive resource dungeon invitation tickets, which outsiders cannot access. The captain or battalion leader can lead designated individuals into the dungeon to scavenge for resources. However, lower-tier squads, or individuals like you and me, can only access the standard resource dungeons. Chunshin replied with a shrug, adopting a look of resignation. In the realm of ordinary resource dungeons, one might gather a cohort of 20 combatants to venture into a singular instance. However, these commonplace resource dungeons seldom lead one to bounteous locales. They rarely yield valuable characters, offering little in the way of profit. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "Nevertheless, it is better than nothing. A stroll through the dungeon may bring a stroke of fortune. Perhaps we might seize some rewards. What do you say? Once this round concludes and we acquire the invitation tokens, shall we embark on another resource dungeon together?" Han Jing pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. As Chunshin suggested, it was worth a gamble. One might indeed garner some gains, and besides, such dungeons posed minimal danger. Suddenly, he recalled something. What is the story behind the name Carnival Dungeon? Chun considered this briefly, shaking her head, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. You shall see for yourself when you enter. It will become clear. Han Jing nodded, recognizing her hesitance to divulge further, and chose not to press the matter. In the days that followed, Han Jing and his companions found themselves largely idle, as there was little left in the vicinity to engage their efforts, compounded by the restrictions on their activities. At times, they would gather to play cards, passing the time in leisure. However, there were occasions when Wang Song would venture out alone for extended periods, returning with an air of fatigue, often collapsing onto his bed upon arrival. Han Jing noticed that whenever Wang Song returned from these unexplained excursions, Chunshin would cast him a look of disdain. During these days, Wang Song attempted to invite Han Jing and Chunshin once more, but his overtures were met with refusal yet again. Meanwhile, Han Jing and Chunshin arranged to meet 2 days after the dungeon's conclusion at the service station in the Level 1 living area, planning their next expedition into the resource dungeon. Finally, the current dungeon came to an end. As the final second of the dungeon elapsed, a notification echoed in Han Jing's ears. Task of combatant number 2199 completed. Safe exit from the dungeon is permitted. Combatant number 2199 has accumulated 800 points in this dungeon, which have now been awarded. Combatant number 2199 has successfully completed 3 rounds of the dungeon, unlocking 1 equipment slot. Combatant no. 2199 has successfully executed 3 rounds of the dungeon, receiving 1 resource dungeon invitation token. Please refer to the token's detailed instructions for usage. Combatant no. 2199 has successfully completed 3 rounds of the dungeon, earning 2 battlefield promotion black cards. Please consult the detailed instructions for the black cards. Bathed in azure light, Han Jing, Chun, and Wang Song materialized within a pristine white chamber. Until we meet again in the dungeon, where the distinction between foe and ally blurs. Wang Song remarked before being transported away. Han Jing gazed at his reward notification, a sense of curiosity stirring within him. He turned to Chun beside him, intending to ask something, only to find that Chun was also enveloped in a blue glow. Remember, we will meet at the service station in 2 days, Chun said before quickly vanishing. In the white room, only Han Jing remained, his brow furrowed as he contemplated the reward prompt. He was already aware of what the resource dungeon invitation voucher entailed, yet the battlefield promotion black card puzzled him. Chapter 53. How will you choose? In the private living area, Han Jing regarded the 2 black cards in his hand with a serious expression. He was not unfamiliar with such dark cards. In fact, they were etched in his memory. He had once possessed a similar black card that had brought him into the Dragon Ball battlefield. He recalled discovering his cousin's journal in his house, where he found a black card tucked within its pages. The moment he touched it, he was engulfed in agony. And when he regained consciousness, he had already entered the first round of the dungeon. Memories surged in his mind, vivid as if they had occurred yesterday, leaving Han Jing with a tumult of emotions. Before examining the details, he had a faint suspicion, and upon further investigation, his conjectures were confirmed. The battlefield promotion black card served as a means to draw ordinary individuals from reality into the battlefield, transforming them into new combatants and continuously replenishing the ranks. According to the explanation, combatants within the battlefield could handle these black cards without consequence. However, should any part of an ordinary person's skin come into contact with such a card, they would be immediately absorbed by the battlefield and drawn into the dungeon. Han Jing learned that as a combatant, after completing 3 rounds of the dungeon, he would not only receive the resource dungeon invitation voucher, but also continue to be rewarded with more battlefield promotion black cards. The more rounds he completed, the greater the number of black cards he would receive. The term reward was apt, for these 2 black cards were uniquely his. By handing them to ordinary individuals and drawing them into the battlefield, he would earn the promotion rewards granted by the battlefield. Each time he utilized a black card to aid the battlefield in recruiting a newcomer, he would receive 100 points and a chance to draw on a lottery. Furthermore, the combatants were compelled to use these black cards. The two that Han Zheng acquired after his third round had to be successfully utilized before the commencement of his sixth round. Failure to do so would equate to a failed dungeon mission, resulting in the erasure of the combatant. Thus, Han Zheng had to absorb two ordinary individuals into the brutal Dragon Ball battlefield using these two black cards before his sixth round. So this is how it is. Han Feng Squifet. To his astonishment, it fell upon the combatants themselves to draw ordinary individuals into the fray, recruiting them as newcomers. He gazed at the two cards in his possession and sighed, although he felt a sense of reluctance. He understood that failure to accomplish this task would lead to his own erasure. It appeared that he must indiscriminately find two individuals to secretly recruit using the black card. Whether these individuals would survive long in the instance was of little concern, as he was under immense pressure and had no other recourse. However, upon reading the final clause of the black card's description, Han Zheng's eyes widened in surprise. New combatants absorbed by the black card, if afflicted by any ailments, would undergo a comprehensive scan and treatment upon entering the battlefield, restoring them to a healthy state. Contemplating this last stipulation, Han Zheng fell into deep thought. After a considerable time, he emerged from his intense reflection, leaning back on the sofa, and suddenly chuckled to himself. No wonder my years-long rhinitis has inexplicably improved recently. He momentarily shelved his previous thoughts and perused the description of the resource instance invitation voucher. He had already gleaned the specific details from Chun-Shin earlier, and the current explanation merely reiterated what had been previously discussed. The only new information pertained to the penalties for combatants attacking one another within a resource instance, which had not been mentioned by Chun-Shin. Upon entry, combatants were strictly forbidden from assaulting each other. Any transgressions would incur penalties scaled to the level of harm inflicted, resulting in a deduction of corresponding points. The consequences for killing another combatant were particularly severe. Moreover, if a combatant's points were insufficient, their equipment, skills, and even blood would be converted into points for further deductions. Should this still prove inadequate, their combat strength would be directly compromised based on the conversions. The penalties were indeed stringent. Han Zheng could only shake his head in disbelief as he tucked the two black cards and the invitation voucher into his pocket. Following the prompts, he learned that upon completing the third round of the instance, his economic compensation would increase, now amounting to a daily sum of 400 renminbi. A monthly income exceeding 10,000 was beyond his expectations. He had never imagined achieving the small goal he set for himself upon graduating from university in such a manner. With a wry smile, he shook his head, withdrew the allowances he had accrued during this period, and promptly returned to reality. Once back in his home, Han Zheng first made a call to his parents. Afterward, he stared at his phone, engaging in a mental struggle before ultimately dialing the number of his old classmate, Sun Yuqian. Through the call, Han Zheng learned that Sun Yuqian was currently hospitalized in a major hospital in the provincial capital. Han Zheng stated that he had urgent matters to discuss and disregarded the other party's inquiries, asserting that he would immediately travel to the provincial capital to meet him. After hanging up the phone, Han Zheng quickly checked the flight schedules and hurriedly departed for the airport, boarding a plane bound for the provincial capital. Inside a hospital in the provincial capital, it was evident from his expression that Sun Yuqian was quite perplexed by Han Zheng's unannounced visit. However, given their long-standing friendship and camaraderie as classmates, Sun Yuqian felt grateful for Han Zheng's concern. Upon seeing his longtime friend, who had been rather despondent due to illness, Sun Yuqian's mood visibly lifted. "You came here in such a hurry, and you flew over. Could it be that you've come to share 5 million with me?" In the room, only Han Zheng and Sun Yuqian were present. Sun Yuqian, clad in a hospital gown, looked at Han Zheng's grave demeanor and couldn't help but make a jest. He then teased about the upcoming class reunion. "Could it be that you're too apprehensive to attend the reunion alone and have dragged this patient along with you? Or have you already heard that Gu Icho is returning from abroad as well and plans to attend?" "Gu Icho? She is coming back?" The mention of this name momentarily startled Han Zheng, as a flurry of memories from their school days surged through his mind. However, he quickly regained his composure, furrowing his brow and clearing his throat. "I'm not here to discuss that. Please sit down." Han Zheng pressed Sun Yuqian's shoulder, urging him to lean against the wall and remain still. "What's going on? You can't be serious about the 5 million, Sun Yuqian replied, utterly baffled. Han Zheng ignored his jest, fixing his gaze on Sun Yuqian and slowly uttering, "If I were to tell you that I could cure your cancer, but the cost would plunge you into another life crisis. What would you choose? Chapter 54. A New Cultivation Instance. What did you say? Sun Yuqian's face paled as he pushed Han Jing's arm away and stood up. Did you come here to make such a joke? He moved to the window, turning his back to Han Jing. Although his expression was hidden, his voice trembled noticeably. Please, don't be agitated and don't shout. Sit down and listen to me. Han Jing approached, closed the window, drew the curtains tightly, and lowered his voice. The story needs to start from the beginning, nearly 6 months ago. Throughout the narrative, Sun Yuqian's expressions shifted at an incredible pace, and by the end, he regarded Han Jing with a look typically reserved for the mentally ill. Thus, I immediately called you and came here to find you. Ultimately, it is your choice to make. Han Jing succinctly recounted the sequence of events. Yet he could see from Sun Yuqian's expression that he had clearly begun to perceive him as a patient. However, this was rather to be expected. Observing your demeanor, it is apparent that you doubt my words. Very well. Han Jing chuckled softly, shaking his head as he retrieved a small folding knife from his pocket. Sun Yuqian, during our previous phone conversation, your thoughts were quite coherent, and that was not long ago. What do you intend to do with that knife? Sun Yuqian immediately became alert. Without further ado, Han Jing placed the folding knife firmly into Sun Yuqian's hand. Here, take this knife and plunge it into me twice. Then you shall discern the veracity of my claims. Sun Yuqian's expression grew increasingly peculiar, and he even took a couple of steps back, intentionally creating some distance. Han Feng, I have heard that you were previously unemployed and have yet to secure a new position. Yet, you must not be too anxious. Look at me. I am uncertain of how much longer I have to live, and my family is embroiled in daily disputes over the fund for my treatment. In comparison, your troubles seem trivial. Han Jing sighed, aware of the misunderstandings that could arise. He surveyed the room and suddenly inquired, there are no surveillance cameras in this room. Are there? No, there are none. Why do you ask? Sun Yuqian began to respond, but before he could finish, Han Jing abruptly teleported back to the combat living area, vanishing from the room in an instant. Once in the private living quarters, Han Jing plopped down onto the sofa, picked up a glass of juice from the table, and began counting seconds as he sipped. After 10 seconds, he returned to the real world. You, what is this? Sun Yuqian stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. He had witnessed Han Jing disappear from the room, and after a moment of bewilderment, as he turned to search around, Han Jing reappeared before him. Wiping the remnants of juice from the corner of his mouth, Han Jing pointed to the folding knife. Now you must believe, right? If you still doubt, go ahead and test it. Sun Yuqian looked at Han Jing, seemingly incredulous of his own eyes. Yet the reality before him left no room for disbelief. Swallowing hard, he picked up the knife and, with enough force to only create a small cut, dragged it across Han Jing's hand. The self-defense system activated instantly. The blade glided over his skin, leaving no trace, not even a faint mark. Sun Yuqian stared at the spectacle, utterly astonished. Encouraged by Han Jing, he thrust the knife into Han Jing several more times, yet each attempt yielded no harm whatsoever. Faced with these myriad incredibilities, he could no longer dismiss Han Jing's words as mere fabrications. Sun Yuqian sank onto the bed, his gaze revealing a whirlwind of emotions, and he remained silent for a long while. Han Jing sat quietly beside him, choosing not to interrupt. So, everything you have said previously is indeed true. Han Feng nodded in affirmation. Are you suggesting that if I enter the battlefield you mentioned, my cancer will be instantly cured? Indeed, that is correct. However, as I previously stated, entering the battlefield necessitates undertaking quests regularly. Each quest can be likened to a perilous endeavor, where survival is uncertain. Thus, while your illness may be remedied upon entering, there exists the possibility of losing your life within the quest, thereby cutting your existence short. He sighed and continued. This is a path of no return, and it may not be significantly better than the terminal illness you currently face. Therefore, the choice remains yours to make. With his head bowed and his voice heavy, Sun Yuqian replied, Please allow me some time to contemplate this. Certainly, such a decision cannot be made hastily. Coincidentally, I am scheduled to undertake a quest the day after tomorrow. After I return, you may provide me with your answer. Han Jing initially contemplated handing the black card to Sun Yuqian, allowing him to activate it once he had made his decision. However, considering that the success of the card's usage was intrinsically linked to his own well-being, he resolved to retain it for the time being. After all, should Sun Yuqian accidentally misplace it, Han Jing could find himself in a precarious situation. Therefore, he decided to keep the black card for himself, allowing Sun Yuqian the solitude to reflect on his choice, given the weight of life and death involved. You're going on a quest again? Were you not just returning from one, which is still available, albeit somewhat secluded? Upon hearing Sun Yuqian's description, Han Zheng felt a surge of delight. A quiet, hidden rental would indeed be ideal, free from disturbances. He took the key from Sun Yuqian and followed the provided directions to the residence. The room appeared to have been uninhabited for quite some time, gathering a layer of dust. However, this bloodline, Earthling Rabbit Clan Leader. Combat Power Limit, 1000. Training Speed. Quest completed. 3. Scanning complete, filtering in progress. Based on the scanning results, the following 2 training quests were selected for consideration. Tailored to the combatant's current combat power and bloodline. Turtle School Training. Purchase price, 10 points per day. Galinda Training. Purchase price, 50 points per day. The flow of time within the training instance is markedly different from that of reality, with a ratio of 61. Please proceed with the purchase. Han Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment. The Galinta Training. Chapter 55. Training on Galinta. The options for the training instance have finally expanded. Han Zheng was overjoyed. From his diary, it was evident that his cousin, after completing 3 rounds of the instance, remained entrenched in Turtle Island training and had yet to qualify for the new training instance. This also indicated that he was significantly ahead of his contemporary, Han Lei. On the afternoon of the day after tomorrow, he planned to meet Chun Chun, and after calculating the time, Han Zheng spent 400 points to purchase 8 days of Galinda training. Upon completion of the transaction, a radiant flash enveloped him, and he was instantaneously transported into the instance. Surrounded by lush greenery, Han Zheng found himself within a dense jungle. Not far ahead, a massive pillar rose from the ground, piercing the heavens, towering into the clouds. Its summit obscured from view. The surface of this grand column was adorned with intricate carvings of beastly visages, exuding a certain artistic flair. This was the Galinta Sacred Tower, its height a mystery known only to the ages. A voice resonated from behind him, prompting Han Zheng to turn swiftly. He discovered a tall, robust man clad in traditional Native American attire, standing there. It is said that if one ascends to the pinnacle of the tower using their own strength and drinks the holy water bestowed by the tower's celestial guardian, their power will greatly amplify. Our family has safeguarded this grasping the protruding edges of the pillar and began to scale it swiftly. Well-versed in the comics, Han Zheng understood that the so-called super holy water was merely a deception. The true source of strength lay through such rigorous training, one could attain genuine power. With one hand gripping a carved protrusion and the other wiping the thick layer of sweat from his brow, he glanced downward, only to see a sea of emerald, devoid of any distinguishable details. After several hours of climbing, he gasped for breath and murmured to himself, lifting his gaze once more, only to find the pillar extending infinitely into the sky, becoming ever narrower until it vanished from sight. Despite being mentally prepared, the reality of the ascent occasionally instilled within him a profound sense of despair at the seemingly endless endeavor. Shaking off such distractions, Han Zheng focused, exerting force through his arms and legs to continue his ascent. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong ascended the tower for an entire day and night before reaching the summit. Han Zheng felt that, for him, it would likely be an arduous challenge to reach the top after such a duration. Thus, he persevered in his climb, taking moments to rest whenever fatigue set in, seeking out suitable ledges to recuperate before resuming his ascent. In contrast to his first entry into the Turtle Island training, Han Jing had transformed from an ordinary combatant into a significantly improved version of himself. Throughout his rigorous training, he had discovered numerous interconnected paths to mastery. He learned to manage his stamina, resisting the temptation to exhaust himself in a bid for speed and to seize opportunities for rest to regain his strength. As he distanced himself from the ground, traversing countless layers of clouds, he finally beheld the 4 circular openings at the pinnacle of the Galan Tower as night fell on the second day. Finally, at the end, he exclaimed, unable to contain his exuberance. Gritting his teeth, he exerted himself to make a few final leaps, diving into one of the circular openings. After such an exhausting climb, he was drenched in sweat, wiping his arms vigorously as he hurried to a nearby water jug, drinking heartily. Come in, a voice resonated from above. Undoubtedly, it was the cat sage Galan. Once Han Jing quenched his thirst, he discarded the jug and ascended the staircase to the tower summit. Before him stood a short, rotund cat, leaning on a staff that was nearly taller than itself. You seek the super sacred water, do you not? It is located over there. Galan gestured with its staff toward an exquisite water vessel perched on a high pedestal. Han Jing observed the vessel, well aware that its contents were merely ordinary water. The true essence of his training lay in engaging in a duel with Galan. However, he chose not to reveal this knowledge, for he understood from his cousin's journal that he must adhere to the original plot's design, competing for the super sacred water before battling Galan. This was the essence of a complete training experience. Should he expose Galan's ruse and bypass the quest for the super sacred water to confront the sage directly, it would lead to minor, detrimental consequences during the final assessment of his combat prowess. Oh, I shall partake in it, Han Jing replied casually, making his way toward the water vessel. However, do you possess the capacity to consume this super sacred water? Galan feigned profundity, ignoring the sage's words. Han Jing reached for the vessel, but in an instant, it vanished, only to reappear suspended from Galan's staff. If you wish to drink the super sacred water, you must first seize this vessel from me, the sage declared, signaling the commencement of their training duel. Yet, Han Jing did not rush into combat. Instead, he remarked, I am currently famished and would stand no chance against you. If I were to fill my stomach, I could snatch it in a few moments. Oh, is that so? Then let us arrange a meal for you, Galan responded. As he spoke, the immortal Garen tossed a magical bean towards him. This bean, known as the Celestial Bean, not only healed wounds, but also ensured a 10-day reprieve from hunger once consumed. Han Jing received the bean, sighing deeply. It was a mere item from a dungeon. If only he could extract equipment from the dungeon, he would rather endure hunger than consume it. He swallowed the Celestial Bean in one bite, and instantly felt his hunger dissipate, his body brimming with newfound strength. With a resounding roar, he charged towards the immortal Garen, fists raised. In the ensuing days, Han Jing engaged in relentless combat with Garen, vying for the vessel containing the super holy water. Exhausted, he would take brief respites to recover his strength before plunging back into battle. Yet, throughout these days, he had not even brushed against the vessel's edge, let alone grasped it. In the original tale, Sun Wukong had acquired the super holy water in merely 3 days, completing his training. Though he anticipated falling short compared to the legendary figure, Han Jing could not fathom such a vast disparity in their abilities. He believed the dungeon was designed to facilitate better training for combatants, thus intentionally adjusting its difficulty. With each skirmish against the immortal Garen, Han Jing could distinctly sense his gradual improvement. Feeling himself grow stronger with each passing moment, he became increasingly motivated, pouring his efforts into the training sessions. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the final night of the 8-day dungeon period. Anxious about his training time drawing to a close, Han Jing let out a fierce shout and lunged at the immortal Garen. Garen deftly evaded, swiftly lifting his leg to deliver a heavy stomp on Han Jing's back. Suppressing the pain, Han Jing forcefully twisted his body, his right hand forming a blade as he struck towards Garen. In that instant, the once agile and formidable Garen appeared momentarily sluggish. Han Jing's handblade connected, causing Garen to falter in midair, his staff slipping from his grasp. Quick as lightning, Han Jing dashed forward to seize the staff, simultaneously grasping the vessel of super holy water that adorned its tip. Impressive. You managed to obtain it in just 8 days. You may now drink, Garen remarked with a smile. Suddenly, Han Jing comprehended the underlying design of this training dungeon. Garen was destined to be defeated on the final day, relinquishing the super holy water. However, this was fortuitous. After all, the super holy water was merely a gimmick, and acquiring it on the last day was acceptable, as the primary aim was to engage in combat training with Garen. Han Jing uncapped the vessel and drank the super holy water in one swift motion. Thus, the training dungeon came to a close. As the brilliance faded, Han Jing found himself transported back to his private living area. He quickly checked his data. Combat power, 90. After 8 days of rigorous training, an enhancement of 18 points in combat power was achieved. Indeed, this was far more efficient than the previous training on Tortoise Island. At this moment, Han Jing had 1025 points remaining and decided to invest them entirely in purchasing the Garena training instance. Glancing at the time, he noted that there were still a few hours until his appointment with Chun Shun. Therefore, he opted not to return to the real world and instead refreshed himself within his private living quarters. After resting, Han Jing ventured into the public living area. His first stop was the trading hall, where he put up for sale the Young Son Gohan sword, which he found unnecessary. After some deliberation, he priced it at 700 points. Although the sword possessed considerable power, it was likely too steep for the residents of the first-level living area, most of whom had yet to complete 5 rounds of instances. Departing from the trading hall, Han Jing made his way directly to the service station. This was his first visit to this location, which was slightly larger than the trading hall, and the station was bustling with activity. Han Jing scanned the area in search of Chun Chen's figure, when suddenly he heard a familiar voice behind him. Zheng Han. Chapter 56. The True Nature of the Carnival Instance. Han Jing hesitated for a moment, but quickly realized he was being called and turned around. Chun Chun, with her short hair, stood behind him, squinting with a smile. She leaned closer and whispered, so it was indeed a pseudonym. Han Jing offered an awkward smile in response, but said nothing. Chun Chun, not pressing further, accompanied him into the service station. The service station in the first-level area had limited functionalities. Features such as forming battle teams and establishing garrisons were exclusive to higher-level living areas. Here, the station only provided access to the resource instance and a function for inputting combatant identification numbers for information communication. Upon reaching the entrance of the resource instance, Han Jing and Chun Shun found a queue already formed. As Chun Shun had previously mentioned, combatants holding invitation tickets needed to wait in line for entry. Every 20 individuals would be dispatched to a separate instance. Standing together, Han Jing and Chun Shun approached the entrance with their invitation tickets. A beam of light swept over them, causing the tickets in their hands to gradually vanish. In the next moment, Han Jing found himself enveloped in darkness. Attention! Combatant number 2199. You have utilized the invitation ticket for the first round of the resource instance and are about to enter. Nature of this instance: resource collection. Timeline initiation: year 749, month 9, day 1 of the Aegean era. Duration: 3 days. Location: the village where Wulong resides, with limited activity zones. Number of combatants participating in this instance: 20. The resource instance is officially commencing. There were no scans of combatant status, no countdowns, and no average combat power statistics. The prompt for the resource copy was remarkably succinct. Upon uttering the words "open," Han Jing was instantaneously transported into the copy. Surrounding him was indeed a quaint village, with an uneven stone path beneath his feet, flanked by a series of modest, unremarkable houses. At the center of the path stood a well, while a few vehicles were parked along the sides. What on earth is this Yulong village? A voice filled with despair echoed from behind, belonging to Chun Shun. Han Jing surveyed his surroundings, noting that the other 10 or so combatants had also been deposited nearby. Evidently, since this was not a combat scenario, the copy did not disperse the fighters. At that moment, aside from Chun Chen's incessant complaints, most of the combatants, being newcomers to the resource copy, were still in a state of wonder, taking in their surroundings. Chun Chen strolled over to Han Jing's side, her mouth still running with grievances. I anticipated that this initial round of the resource copy would not lead us to a bountiful location, but I never imagined it would be this dreadful. Observing Chun Chen's disheartened expression, Han Jing empathized with her sentiments. This resource copy was indeed somewhat disappointing. Yulong Village was set on September 1st, with only 3 days remaining. Recalling the timeline of Dragon Ball, he remembered that Sun Wukong and Bulma would not arrive until September 5th. Thus, during this interval, the only valuable character in this vicinity was Yulong, who possessed the incomplete transformation technique. Han Jing chuckled wryly, acknowledging that this resource copy was indeed a mere trifle. However, even if it proved to be tasteless, he had no intention of relinquishing it to others. Seizing the moment while the other combatants were still acclimating to the resource copy, Han Jing swiftly transformed into a bird and soared towards Yulong's residence. Witnessing this, Chun took flight as well, trailing closely behind him. You truly leave no stone unturned. Already adept in transformation techniques, yet you still seek Yulong? Extracting the incomplete transformation technique to sell for points would at least yield some reward, Han Jing remarked with a teasing tone. Are you trying to steal Yulong from me? He jested. Never mind. I shall concede Yulong to you. There is nothing here that piques my interest. Truly a waste of time. Chun shook her head in response. Besides, I am not in need of a few points. Not in need of points? What audacious claim. Han Jing mused, though he refrained from further questioning. With a beat of his wings, he swiftly arrived at Yulong's abode. Yulong's house was akin to something out of a comic book, grand and imposing, reminiscent of a royal palace. Han Jing unsheathed the midgais, Bihei no Ya, forcefully cleaving the door open, and the two entered, one after the other, without hesitation. In a spacious and opulent room, several elegantly dressed young ladies were leisurely sipping juice and engaging in light exercises scattered throughout the space. The sudden intrusion of Han Jing startled them considerably. Where is Wulong? Han Feng quiet coldly. One of the young ladies, trembling with fear, promptly pointed towards a room deeper within. Without further inquiry, Han Jing brandished his knife and strode forward, but was abruptly met with a thunderous roar from within. Who dares to trespass into the abode of Wulong? As the words fell, an exceptionally towering minotaur emerged from the room, wielding a formidable spiked club and displaying a fearsome countenance. Observing Wulong's antics, Han Jing, unwilling to waste words, accelerated towards him and delivered a swift, decisive strike. Combatant number 2199 has slain an important subquest character, Wulong, dropping incomplete transformation technique. Do you wish to collect it? Collect. Fortune smiled upon him. It was the complete, incomplete transformation technique, rather than mere fragments, a fact that greatly pleased him. Did you succeed? Chun, who had been leaning against the doorframe since Han Jing's entrance, inquired at that moment. Han Jing nodded, performing a gesture of gratitude reminiscent of ancient dramas. Thank you, my lady, for your uncontentious favor. Chun rolled her eyes at him, just as they prepared to depart for the village. They noticed several combatants rushing towards them from outside the door. Evidently, these individuals were also in pursuit of Wulong, though regrettably they had arrived too late. The group, all male, rushed into the room, but upon discovering Wulong's lifeless body, expressions of disappointment washed over their faces. A few cast glances at Han Jing and Chun, their expressions tinged with resentment. However, they refrained from uttering further words and left in a huff. Yet, two combatants chose to remain. They surveyed the lavish abode and the panicked young ladies. One of the burly warriors, his face alight with malice, approached and seized two of the most delicate girls, hoisting them under his arms despite their frantic protests. He kicked open the door to an inner chamber, laughing boisterously as he entered. The other combatant, realizing he was lagging behind, was filled with regret. He hastily grabbed the remaining terrified girl, leering as he swiftly began to disrobe her, before making his way into another inner room. Their actions unfolded without regard for those around them, leaving Han Jing in a state of stunned disbelief. Observing this spectacle, Chun appeared unfazed, as if she had anticipated such behavior. She let out a cold laugh and turned to Han Jing, remarking, surely, you now comprehend why the resource dungeon is also known as the carnival dungeon. Han Jing was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the carnival instance held such a meaning. Chun gazed at the two rooms that had begun to emit a cacophony of cries, her expression growing increasingly disdainful as she continued to explain. In truth, this is merely the first round of the resource instance. The combatants are experiencing this non-combat type of instance for the first time, and their initial reactions are somewhat sluggish. However, once the initial bewilderment passes, if one person takes the lead, many will inevitably follow suit. She paused for a moment before adding, if you don't believe me, just return to the village, and you will likely find it in utter chaos. Indeed, everything unfolded as Chun had foretold. Upon returning to the village, Han Jing discovered that the once tranquil settlement had transformed dramatically. The cobblestone path was marred by the bodies of several residents, while the doors and windows of some houses lay shattered. The air was filled with the panicked cries of women emanating from numerous homes. Help! Suddenly, the door of a nearby house was forcefully flung open, and a girl burst forth, crying out. However, she was swiftly followed by a half-naked male combatant who seized her and tossed her back into the house with a single hand. The combatant then glanced at Han Jing and Chun, flashed a friendly smile, and quickly retreated back inside, slamming the door shut behind him. Indeed, it was the carnival instance. Han Jing couldn't help but reflect on how these combatants, who frequently faced life and death struggles, must bear an unimaginable amount of psychological pressure. Now, in an instance devoid of missions or survival threats, they were free to indulge in such behavior. After all, this was merely an instance. The residents lying on the ground and the girl inside the house were but characters within it, destined to respawn after 3 days. Moreover, the combatants who entered this realm had each completed at least 3 rounds of instances and possessed formidable combat power, rendering ordinary villagers utterly defenseless against their rampage. With no repercussions to fear and no aftermath to contend with, it was indeed an ideal venue for a combatant to unleash their pent-up frustrations. Han Jing even found himself speculating whether his cousin had refrained from documenting any details regarding the resource instance in his diary, because he might have engaged in similar activities within this carnival instance. The surrounding cries surged and ebbed, and Chun Chun's countenance darkened, seemingly unable to bear the sounds any longer. As she turned and walked toward the edge of the village, Han Jing hastily followed suit. The two found a secluded spot to sit, enveloped in silence. The oppressive atmosphere of their shared quietude was unbearable. As Han Jing pondered how to break the awkwardness, he suddenly noticed a commotion not far ahead. A short, curly-haired man was desperately fleeing, pursued by several others who were hot on his heels. From the swift movements displayed by these individuals, it was evident that they were not mere villagers, but seasoned combatants. The audacity of combatants pursuing one another within the confines of a resource dungeon was perplexing. Did they not fear the repercussions of the dungeon's penalties? Han Jing hastily rose to his feet, while Chin Chin wore a puzzled expression. The combatants, advancing rapidly from a distance, were quickly closing in on Han Jing. Among them, a short combatant, who had been keeping his head down in flight, suddenly raised it and found himself confronted by Han Jing and Chun Chun, who had positioned themselves in his path. Startled, the short combatant assumed that the two were allies of the pursuers, lying in wait to ambush him. In a panic, he attempted to pivot and escape in another direction. But the force of his momentum, coupled with his own flustered state, caused him to trip and fall. The pursuing combatants swiftly encircled the fallen figure. "Do not attack me. You will incur the dungeon's penalties. You must have mistaken me for someone else." The short combatant pleaded desperately, waving his hands. Meanwhile, Han Jing observed with unexpected recognition. The short figure bore an uncanny resemblance to a combatant he had seen before. He recalled a day when he had accompanied his parents to a restaurant, only to witness a curly-haired man vanish and reappear in an instant on the street. Han Jing had surmised that the man was a combatant capable of traversing between realms with ease. Though the encounter had been brief, it left an indelible impression on him, especially given his aptitude for remembering faces. Upon closer inspection, the short combatant's hairstyle and facial features indeed mirrored those of the man he had seen. However, Han Jing stroked his chin, pondering that the height of this individual starkly contrasted with his memory of that man. "Do not strike. Let us clarify matters first. Have you truly mistaken me? I bear no enmity towards the store brigade." The short figure continued to wave his hands defensively, calling out to those around him. Another mention of the Storm Brigade? Han Jing noted that the name had become increasingly prominent in his vicinity as of late. Enough with the pleasantries. To be frank, we are peripheral members recruited by the Storm Brigade, and we have photographic evidence of you pursuing this short combatant, one of the blonde-haired individuals shouted. The Storm Legion has been seeking you for quite some time, whether through uncovering your true identity and address, or by directly eliminating you within the dungeon. A generous reward awaits. They possess points and lineage, and it is quite astonishing that we, as brothers, have stumbled upon you today. The bounty from the Storm Legion? Han Jing felt a flicker of amusement. However, the fighters before him, who claimed to be peripheral members of the Storm Legion, had surrounded the short individual, yet hesitated to make the first move. It appeared that they were all wary of the punitive measures associated with resource dungeons, preferring to let someone else strike first while they remained unscathed and opportunistically reap the benefits. The short man continued to plead desperately, "You must be mistaken. I'm merely a novice who has just completed 3 rounds of dungeons. I have no understanding of squads or legions. How could I possibly offend the Storm Legion? Please, take a good look at me. You've definitely got the wrong person." Could it be that these individuals truly mistook him for someone else? Han Feng stood nearby, increasingly intrigued. "Hey, don't just stand there watching the spectacle. Go cool off elsewhere," one of the fighters barked as he noticed Han Jing observing them from a distance. Han Jing smiled lightly and threw a punch directly at the assailant's face. The opponent barely had time to react before the fist hovered just before his nose. the force of the punch ruffling his hair. Observing the astonishment on the other's face, Han Jing retracted his fist with a grin. Though he and team made contact and caused no harm, he was confident the opponent could discern the disparity between them from that single action. Indeed, the fighter's expression shifted to one of fear as he retreated into the crowd. The others, witnessing this, bore complex expressions, and the blonde one hastily addressed Han Jing. "We are peripheral members of the Storm Legion, currently undertaking a task for the Legion. Please refrain from interfering." He added hastily, "If you wish to watch, feel free." Han Jing offered no response, remaining steadfast in his position. The others also ignored him, continuing to deliberate on who would take action against the short man. Despite the severe penalties associated with killing in resource dungeons, the allure of the Storm Legion's reward seemed even more enticing. After a moment of internal conflict, the blonde finally resolved to take action himself. At that moment, a fellow fighter beside him leaned in and said, "Wait, let us not rush into this. I have a feeling we might actually have mistaken him for someone else." "Nonsense. You've seen the photos. They look exactly alike. How could we be wrong?" "True. The facial features and hairstyle are indeed quite similar, but this person has a notably longer chin. If you think carefully, the individual in the photo has a shorter chin. Besides, according to what we were told, that person is about 175 centimeters tall. Look at this one. Even with height enhancement, he wouldn't surpass 170 centimeters. There's a significant difference in height as well. Could it be that I truly recognized him wrongly? It's entirely possible that I have made a grave mistake. If you were to eliminate him now and report it to the brigade, only for them to discover later that you had killed the wrong individual, you would not only receive no reward, but also face severe punishment for the act. That would indeed be a significant loss." "You raise a valid point. I have been rather impulsive," Huang Mao said, wiping the sweat from his brow, a hint of trepidation in his voice. "Let's first take him to a secluded location and interrogate him thoroughly." After some discussion regarding the short-statured fighter, Huang Mao and his companions seized the individual and headed towards the depths of the mountains. Han Jing observed the group as they gradually receded from view, concluding that there was no longer any need to follow and witness the unfolding drama. From their prior conversation and expressions, Han Jing discerned that this band of fighters had likely confirmed their error in apprehending the wrong person, although Huang Mao still clung to a sliver of hope, insisting on conducting an interrogation. It appeared that they had indeed apprehended the wrong individual. The person truly wanted by the authorities bore a resemblance to this short fighter, yet the disparity in height was considerable. A thought suddenly struck Han Jing. The man he encountered in the present world might very well be the legitimate target of the Storm Brigade's pursuit. This notion solidified in his mind, prompting him to contemplate his next course of action. "What are you pondering?" Chun Chun finally broke the silence, unable to contain her curiosity. "I was reflecting on how domineering the Storm Brigade is, with a few peripheral members daring to capture and kill within a resource instance," Han Jing replied, not wishing to divulge his innermost thoughts entirely. He was not entirely untruthful. He had indeed formed some opinions regarding the Storm Brigade. Indeed, the Storm Brigade has risen to prominence at an astonishing pace over the past year. Recently, there have even been claims that they may soon rank among the top 10 brigades, Chun Chin remarked, her expression betraying skepticism. Of course, such statements should be taken as mere jest. While the Storm Brigade is formidable, they remain insignificant in the eyes of the top 10 brigades. Top 10 brigades? Han Jing noted his unfamiliarity with yet another term. His understanding of the intricacies of teams and brigades was limited, and now he was confronted with the concept of the top 10 brigades. Setting aside the matter of the wanted man for the moment. After all, he was currently ensconced within the resource instance and unable to take any action. He seized the opportunity to inquire further with Chun Chun about the relationships between teams, brigades, and the aforementioned top 10 brigades. Chun Chun tilted her head, scrutinizing Han Jing with a curious gaze. "So you are unaware of these matters. It seems I have somewhat overestimated your knowledge." Han Jing offered an awkward smile, signaling his eagerness to learn. "Generally speaking, novices in level 1 zones are indeed oblivious to such matters. However, I see that you are quite knowledgeable, far from resembling those novices." Chun Chin remarked with a hint of playful sarcasm. As for the teams, once a combatant ascends to level 2, they may apply to establish a team at the service station after completing 5 rounds of dungeons, assuming the role of captain. The minimum requirement for forming a team is to recruit at least 5 members within 7 days, while the maximum capacity cannot exceed 20. Once a team is established, members will be prioritized for grouping together during dungeon runs, and the team can apply for a base to regularly receive various resources and benefits. As for the Legion, It is a higher-tier organization formed by multiple teams, requiring a minimum of 7 teams and a total membership of no less than 100 individuals. The privileges enjoyed by legions are numerous, but I will refrain from detailing each one. The Storm Legion has risen remarkably in recent years, forging alliances with powerful legions such as the Legion of Light and the Saiyan Legion, thereby enhancing its overall strength. Among the myriad legions, there exist the 10 military factions. Only those with comprehensive strength ranking within the top 10 on the Dragon Ball battlefield qualify to be called a military faction. Each of the top 10 legions possesses formidable power, and their respective leaders stand at the pinnacle of the Dragon Ball battlefield hierarchy. For instance, the leader of the second-ranked Iron Hook Legion, possessing the lineage of Lightning Cell, commands not just impressive combat prowess, but also instills fear merely by virtue of their bloodline. Han Zheng nodded repeatedly, much like a chick pecking at grains, astonished to discover such intricate organizational structures on the battlefield. Chun Chun chuckled, seemingly reveling in her knowledge, and continued, "You just mentioned the Storm Legion's excessive dominance. However, the true extent of the power wielded by these legions, including the top 10, extends far beyond what meets the eye. I must inform you that even in the real world, these legions hold substantial resources and influence, including over nations." What? Han Zheng was genuinely taken aback. Yet, he quickly realized that Chun Chen's assertions were indeed plausible. The strength possessed by high-ranking combatants far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Despite the constraints of the battlefield, combatants can still utilize the self-defense system to exert influence over reality. For instance, he had once intervened to teach a lesson to a group of drunken drivers. If the self-defense system is employed judiciously, each combatant can manifest their extraordinary strength in the real world. Contemplating this, Han Jing couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Chun Chen seemed to have read his thoughts, smiling as she remarked, "Essentially, combatants of higher caliber gradually join various teams and legions, subsequently bound by group constraints that prohibit the misuse of power in the real world. Conversely, lower-level combatants, possessing limited strength, are less inclined to stir up trouble in reality. In the present world, drawing sustenance from the soil and utilizing the battlefield as a venue for strengthening one's prowess is the prevailing path of survival and advancement for most military factions." After Chun Chun expounded on this at length, she playfully extended a hand, declaring, "Even if you venture into the level 2 or level 3 zones, you might not encounter such insights. Surely, you ought to compensate me with a tuition fee for this knowledge." However, Han Jing was not in the mood for jesting. He gazed at the short-haired woman before him, increasingly perplexed by her enigmatic nature. How could a combatant who had only participated in 4 rounds of instances possess such extensive knowledge of the battlefield? Surely, she could not have a journal akin to his cousin's. The more he pondered, the more astonished he became. Who exactly was this seemingly omniscient Chun Chun? Chapter 58. The Correct Use of Dragon Balls. Why the silence? Chun Chen's eyes twinkled with an inscrutable meaning. "Are you intimidated?" And Sing Lukzea, momentarily at a loss for words. How was it that Chun Chen knew so much? She had merely completed an additional round of the instance. Previously, during the 3rd round, Wang Song had remarked that their understanding was rather excessive for newcomers. While he had gained insights from his cousin's journal, what about Chun Chen? Was she perhaps a clandestine recruit from a major military faction? It was a possibility, yet Han Jing found himself shrouded in doubt, uncertain how to voice his inquiries. Nevertheless, such uncertainties were not easily articulated. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to shift the conversation back to the topic of large military factions. "I must admit, your words have indeed astonished me. Engaging in battlefield instances is akin to walking a tightrope between life and death. Your statement implies that those elite factions do not wish to flee the battlefield. Instead, they seek to harness it to fortify themselves and subsequently consolidate their influence in the real world. This truly exceeds my expectations. Walking the tightrope between life and death." Chin shook her head. For those low-level combatants or the grassroots members of large factions, that may hold true. However, upon reaching the pinnacle of capability, the instance missions pose little threat to their existence. Pinnacle capability? Han Feng inquired, perplexed. Regardless of strength, one is susceptible to mishaps or underhanded attacks during instances. Moreover, the average combat strength required for each round is continuously escalating, implying that while combatants may grow stronger, their rivals within the instances are also becoming increasingly formidable. The difficulty of the instances is ever on the rise. Even the most skilled cannot ensure their survival. Certainly not, except for the leaders of the top 10 legions. No matter how powerful a combatant may be, one cannot guarantee survival in the next instance. Chun stifled a laugh, as if she found Han Zheng's inquiries rather foolish. As a master and a key figure within the team, even the occasional demise in a dungeon mattered little. One must remember, we are in the world of Dragon Ball. The very phrase, the world of Dragon Ball, pierced Han Zheng's thoughts like a sharp blade, and he instantaneously comprehended Chun Chen's implication. Are you suggesting that? Indeed. Chun snapped her fingers emphatically before his nose. In the world of Dragon Ball, there are, of course, Dragon Balls. Han Zheng's understanding crystallized. How could he have overlooked this crucial detail? The Dragon Balls possess the power to grant any wish. Although since the inception of the comics, the dragon has been limited in its capabilities, unable to affect those of immense combat strength or resolve increasingly dire crises, it still retains one indispensable ability: resurrection. Regardless of how formidable a master may be, death renders all equal. To be resurrected, one must make a wish upon the dragon. Thus, in this Dragon Ball battlefield, the Dragon Balls can indeed be employed to summon the dragon and revive fallen warriors. Suddenly, Han Zheng grasped the concealed purpose behind forming teams or battalions. Moreover, resurrection, his heart raced at the thought. If wishes could bring back the dead, then his cousin, Han Lei, might be beside him. Chen seemed to see through Han Zheng's thoughts and abruptly inquired, "What is this? Do you wish to use the Dragon Balls to revive someone? A certain deceased warrior?" Han Zheng gazed at her, refraining from answering, merely nodding in tacit agreement. "Is it a man or a woman?" Chen continued, stretching her neck in curiosity. "Ahem, it's a man." "Oh, I didn't see that coming." Quite the surprise. Han Zheng slightly furrowed his brow, choosing not to respond to her comment. Yet, Chun appeared to be enjoying her lecture and continued. "Currently, we are all newcomers in the Level 1 zone, undertaking limited area missions. When we eventually gain access to open area missions, at that point, warriors will not only compete for lineage and equipment, but also for Dragon Balls. However, the Dragon Balls collected within the dungeon are merely dungeon items. Even if the dragon is summoned, it cannot resurrect fallen warriors, only dungeon characters. To revive a warrior, one must acquire Dragon Balls with equipment item attributes. Collecting all 7 Dragon Balls of such attributes does not require entering a dungeon. You can summon the dragon and make a wish directly in your personal living area. But do you know how to obtain Dragon Balls with equipment item attributes? Equipment item attributes? Given the nature of this dungeon, Han Zheng quickly pieced it together. It should be the slaying of the Dragon Ball's creators, such as the Supreme Kai, Dandy, and the Grand Elder of Namek. While this assessment is accurate, it remains incomplete. Is there more? Han Zheng pondered momentarily before surmising another possibility: the annihilation of Shenron? Quick-witted indeed, Chun commended. Precisely, after gathering the Dragon Balls in the instance and summoning Shenron, his demise would also yield Dragon Balls. Han Feng knew that too. Then suddenly turned to Chun, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Why are you divulging so much to me? We have only traversed a single instance together, and you're under no obligation to share this." Chun adopted an enigmatic demeanor, spreading her hands in a gesture of mystery. "You will comprehend in due time. For now, I prefer to keep my reasons to myself. As you mentioned, we are merely teammates from a single run, and I'm not inclined to elaborate further." Han Zheng regarded her with a mix of intrigue and perplexity, finding her increasingly elusive. However, he had no time to dwell on such matters. Upon learning that he could collect the Dragon Balls to resurrect his cousin, his thoughts became singularly focused on this objective. Yet, despite his extensive planning, he found himself limited in action. For the time being, he could only engage in the restricted area instance, and the quest for the Dragon Balls would have to wait for another opportunity. The 3 days spent in the resource instance flew by. During this time, the atmosphere remained one of exuberant chaos, leaving the village in disarray. Han Zheng occasionally sought Chun Chen's guidance on various matters, and she consistently offered her insights. Yet, whenever inquiries arose regarding her personal circumstances, she remained reticent, guarding her secrets closely. Over these 3 days, while Han Zheng contemplated the revival of his cousin, he also found himself reflecting on the man wanted by the Storm Brigade, who resided in his hometown. He wondered when he might encounter him again. After the conclusion of the resource instance, the group of combatants was teleported back to the service station. Chun glanced at Han Zheng beside her and playfully mimicked Wang Song's earlier demeanor, deliberately lowering her voice to say, "Until we meet again in the next instance. Uncertain if friend or foe, I bid you farewell." At this moment, Han Zheng felt he had gained some understanding of her intentions, recognizing her playful jest. However, burdened by his own thoughts, he could not engage in banter. After exchanging farewells, they each returned to their private quarters. As Han Zheng reflected on the upcoming 3rd instance and the recent resource instance, He recalled Chun Chen's enigmatic remark about being uncertain of allies and adversaries. A wave of indescribable emotion washed over him. Shaking his head, he resolved not to dwell on such thoughts, for he had another pressing matter to attend to. After several days, he assumed Sun Yuqian must have reached a decision. Chapter 59. The first black card is presented. Upon returning to his residence in the present world, Han Zheng promptly dialed Sun Yuqian's number. Han Zheng initially intended to inquire whether Sun Yuqian was available, contemplating a visit to the hospital. To his surprise, upon learning that Han Zheng had returned from the alternate realm, Sun Yuqian insisted over the phone that Han Zheng wait at home for him, claiming he would come to see him immediately. After hanging up, Han Zheng was left bewildered. Wasn't Sun Yuqian still hospitalized? What could possibly be happening? Before long, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, Han Zheng found Sun Yuqian in civilian attire, carrying a small bag, his expression one of urgency. After a brief exchange, Han Zheng discovered that Sun Yuqian had made a decision 2 days prior. He wished to join the Dragon Pearl battlefield. Defying both his parents and the attending physician, he had forcibly completed his discharge paperwork and had been anxiously awaiting Han Zheng's return. So, you've made your decision? Han Zheng asked, attempting to calm the visibly agitated Sun Yuqian. Absolutely, Sun Yuqian replied with unwavering resolve. Rather than await a grim fate, I would rather seize a slim chance of survival. If I am destined to perish in the alternate realm, then so be it. I shall harbor no resentment. He paused, his voice trembling slightly. I also do not wish to burden my father any longer. Recently, he and my brother have been arguing daily. If this continues, our family will be shattered because of me. Han Zheng placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, fully understanding Sun Yuqian's predicament and empathizing with his choice. He then retrieved a black card he had meticulously kept, wrapped in 2 layers of ID card protectors. Holding the black card, Han Zheng earnestly explained the essential points that novice combatants must be aware of upon entering the alternate realm. Subsequently, he removed the black card from his protective covering and placed it beside Sun Yuqian. If you are ready, touch this card, and you will be instantly transported to the battlefield. Sun Yuqian's eyes widened as he stared at the black card for an extended moment. Then, without raising his head, he asked, once I'm absorbed, I'll immediately engage in combat within the alternate realm, correct? Not necessarily. The battlefield will expediently assign you to a suitable alternate realm, but it will take some time. During this interval, you will remain in an unconscious state, and when you awaken, it will be as if you're entering the alternate realm for the first time. Sun Yuqian nodded, paused in silence for a moment, then suddenly chuckled softly, saying, Han Zheng, when I return from the alternate realm, I will treat you to a meal with my first economic compensation. With that, Sun Yuqian grasped the black card firmly in his hand. What followed mirrored Han Zheng's initial experience upon touching the black card. The card began to ignite, and Sun Yuqian contorted in agony, collapsing to the ground. Soon, the black card shattered and dispersed, and Sun Yuqian vanished as well. Gazing at the familiar scenery, Han Zheng could not help but be reminded of the painful memories he once endured. He swallowed hard, his emotions in turmoil. At that moment, a notification from the battlefield suddenly echoed in his ears. Fighter number 2199 has successfully delivered a battlefield promotion black card, earning 100 reward points and 1 lottery draw. Fighter number 2199 is currently in the real world. To draw immediately, please return to the Dragon Ball battlefield. The rewards had indeed arrived. As the announcement concluded, Han Zheng hurriedly teleported back to his private living area. Fighter number 2199, you have 1 lottery opportunity yet to be executed. Would you like to draw immediately? No sooner had he returned to the living area than the notification chimed once more. Draw immediately. Similar to a previous lottery in a dungeon. A blue screen and a spinning wheel appeared before Han Zheng. The wheel retained its 6 segments: points, skill moves, equipment items, blood, training tickets. 1/6 for the unfortunate in life. He spun the wheel. The pointer whirled rapidly before gradually slowing down, finally settling on the equipment items segment. As the segment opened, Han Zheng, filled with excitement, beheld the item he had drawn. His eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets. The equipment item he had drawn was none other than the coveted battle power detector. What a miraculous artifact! Han Zheng exclaimed in joy and hastily retrieved the battle power detector to examine its properties. Equipment item, battle power detector. Properties, detection type item. Function, capable of probing the battle power possessed by those before it, and can also detect high-level fighters located at other positions. Supplementary note: the results yielded by this mechanized, data-driven detector are not absolutely reliable. Subjective judgment by the user is essential, as the outcome may be misled if the target has mastered breath mastery. Breath mastery? It seemed to refer to the ability to control one's own breath, thereby suppressing or even concealing one's aura, which equates to diminishing or hiding one's battle power. Though the detector may eventually be countered by breath mastery and could become a useless trinket at present, while the majority of fighters had yet to learn breath control, it was undoubtedly the most practical piece of equipment in the dungeon, without exception. The ability to probe the positions of other fighters and assess their respective battle powers. What could be more advantageous in various melee dungeons? Han Zheng's excitement grew with each thought. The lottery will had truly bestowed a remarkable gift upon him. Gazing at the single lens, a detector designed for the ear, Han Zheng was momentarily reminded of the classic saying uttered by Raditz upon his arrival on Earth. He took out the detector and placed it on his ear, eager to test it, only to be informed that the use of equipment and skills was prohibited within the living area. Reluctantly, Han Zheng returned the detector to his inventory. As he was about to enter the training instance to continue his cultivation, a notification suddenly chimed. Combatant number 2199. The young Gohan sword you listed for sale in the trading hall has been sold. Please proceed to the trading hall to collect your points. The sword had sold? What delightful fortune. Han Zheng promptly made his way to the public living area and arrived at the trading hall. After retrieving his earnings, he found that with a deduction of 10 points in taxes from the sale, he had received 630 points. Adding this to his existing 1125 points, he now possessed a total of 1755 points. Han Zheng had initially contemplated placing his newly acquired, incomplete transformation technique up for sale in the trading hall. However, he recalled Chun Chen's previous advice during their time in the resource instance. The prices in the level 1 trading hall were erratic. Consequently, selling the incomplete transformation technique there was ill-advised. After all, if priced too high, level 1 combatants could not afford it, while a lower price would render it not worth the trouble. The transformation technique, a skill in high demand, would always find a buyer. Chun Chen had suggested that it would be prudent to hold on to it until Han Zheng advanced to level 2, where he could sell it at a premium. Reflecting on this, Han Zheng realized that his current points were sufficient for purchasing the training instance. So it was wise to keep the incomplete transformation technique for the time being. With this thought, he prepared to close the trading interface and exit the trading hall. At that moment, a sudden sales notification flashed before his eyes, capturing his attention. Didi web martial à fragment, 300 points. Chapter 60, reminiscing the glorious days of yore. 300 points. Such a bargain. Han Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment. The DD wave, a key technique, particularly a fragment of the 12th form, was astonishingly priced at merely 300 points. Indeed, the level 1 trading hall was rife with chaotic pricing and disorder. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. As 2 more sales notifications appeared, gradually overshadowing the DD wave listing, Han Zheng shouted internally, "Not so fast." He swiftly purchased the DD wave martial arts fragment for 300 points. The fragment he had previously obtained was safely stored in his warehouse. Now, with a new purchase in hand, he hurried back to his private living quarters. He retrieved the fragment from his warehouse and added it to his inventory. Stacking the 2 fragments together, DD wave martial à fragment 2. The system indicated, you now possess 2 DD wave martial arts fragments, satisfying the requirements for synthesis. Would you like to synthesize now? Yes, synthesize now. The equipment bar shimmered momentarily, and the original 2 vanished in an instant, replaced by the complete. Han Zheng promptly chose to examine it. Skill. Attribute. Qi Gong type ranged attack skill. Minimum combat power required for learning. 50. Description. A technique of the Crane School. It emits a wave of qi from the fingertips to inflict damage upon adversaries. The world's foremost assassin, Tao Bai Bai, nearly defeated Sun Wukong unprepared with this very move. Would you like to learn immediately? Yes. The training for commenced. Training duration, 3 hours. Remaining time, 2 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. As he watched the remaining time diminish second by second, Han Zheng felt a slight fluctuation in his emotions. He was finally on the verge of mastering a Qigong technique. He recalled moments from his childhood spent reading comics, where formidable characters unleashed devastating energy beams resembling laser cannons with a mere flick of their hands or fingers, a sight he always found exhilarating. Occasionally, in moments of excitement, he would mimic their gestures in the solitude of his bedroom, imagining himself releasing similar waves of qi. Now, he was about to acquire an actual skill in this domain. With a nostalgic smile reflecting on his childhood, he momentarily indulged in self-deprecation and turned his thoughts elsewhere. He once again purchased a 10-day session of entering the dungeon to train anew. Upon re-entering the dungeon, Han Zheng whose combat power had notably increased, felt a marked improvement in his pace as he ascended the tower. Engaging in battles with the immortal Garen, he sensed a distinct difference from his previous encounters. However, one aspect remained unchanged. Throughout the 10-day period, Han Jing was still only able to secure the coveted bottle of super holy water at the last moment on the final day. As the 10 days of training concluded, Han Jing, weary from his exertions, returned to his private living quarters. After refreshing himself, he transported back to the real world. Glancing at his status, he noted that after this round of training, his combat power had risen by 23 points, reaching an impressive total of 113. His combat prowess had indeed surpassed the century mark. The efficiency compared to was remarkable. Truly, one gets what one pays for. 10 days had passed in the training dungeon, while only 40 hours elapsed in the real world. Observing the date and time, Han Jing's thoughts began to wander. Tomorrow marked the day of the much-anticipated gathering with his classmate Gao. Opening his phone, he checked the WeChat group for classmates, which had been abuzz with messages in recent days. As the event approached, more and more individuals were announcing their return to participate, with some even taking leave from distant places to join in. Trapped in the battlefield of the Dragon Balls, Han Jing was initially reluctant to attend such a gathering. He felt that, given his current circumstances, he could no longer relate to his former classmates, and it would be difficult to find any common ground. Watching them discuss their normal lives would only serve to deepen his own melancholy. However, when Sun Yuqian mentioned that Gu Ichou, who had been studying abroad, would also be returning for the reunion, Han Jing began to waver. Gu Ichou was beautiful, gentle, and kind-hearted, her voice soft and soothing. She enjoyed idol dramas as well as basketball, and her various traits from their school days left a profound impression on Han Jing. He recalled that due to the peculiarity of her name, many classmates would tease her. At the time, he too found it rather odd. Indeed, it was somewhat unusual for a girl. It was only later that Han Jing learned from Gu Ichou herself that her father, a fervent admirer of Mao Zedong's poetry, had named her after a line from Qinyuan Chun Changsha, recalling the glorious years of the past. The reasoning behind a father choosing such a poetic phrase for his daughter remained a mystery. Back then, both Han Jing and Sun Yuqian were members of the basketball team, while Gu Ichou often cheered them on from the sidelines. As time passed, a mutual affection blossomed between Han Jing and Gu Ichou. However, he shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel those chaotic memories. The current versions of themselves belonged to two entirely different worlds, so why return to seek unnecessary troubles? Yet, considering the possibility of perishing in the next round of the dungeon, he realized that this might be his last opportunity to see her again. After pondering for a while, he ultimately resolved to purchase a ticket and fly back home to attend the gathering. Upon returning home, Han Jing first shared a meal with his parents, casually fabricating a few details about his entrepreneurial journey, before retreating to his bedroom. Lying on his bed, he held his cousin's diary and began to study it intently. Ever since he learned that the Dragon Balls could revive fallen warriors, he had been harboring the ambition to gather them and resurrect his cousin. Although he could currently only enter limited area dungeons, a thought struck him. Even within these restricted zones, he could find ways to leverage or coerce other dungeon characters into assisting him in collecting the Dragon Balls to bring to him. At first glance, this idea seemed precarious, fraught with potential pitfalls, but Han Jing believed that with careful orchestration, there was a reasonable chance of success. After all, in limited area dungeons, this was the only avenue he could pursue. Although Chun Chun had mentioned that in the future, with an increase in the number of dungeon runs, they would transition into free activity-type dungeons, Han Jing felt an urgent need to resurrect his cousin. He could not afford to wait idly. He must devise a plan and strive to act promptly. Gazing at the final entry in the diary, he recalled that his cousin had entered a dungeon alongside his captain and teammates, and since then, he had never returned. It was certain that his cousin had perished within the dungeon, yet Han Jing was left in the dark about the fate of his cousin's team. Had the entire squad met with failure and annihilation, or did some teammates manage to survive? His cousin had mentioned in the diary that he was part of the blue team. The tone of the diary suggested that his cousin held great respect for the team leader, referring to him only as Brother Zhao, never writing his full name. Lost in thought, Han Jing suddenly felt a pang of regret for not inquiring with Chun Qian about the blue team or this Brother Zhao during his time in the resource dungeon. Given Chun Qian's extensive knowledge, she might possess some insights about the blue team. As he contemplated this, his thoughts drifted back to the previous resource dungeon experience and to Chun Qian herself. Han Jing's eyes grew increasingly distant, and he sensed a vague silhouette materializing before him. This indistinct figure clearly possessed a feminine form. yet her face bore a resemblance to Chun Chun while also evoking the essence of Guicho. Startled, Han Jing was taken aback by his own fanciful imaginings. He hastily tucked the diary under his pillow, pulled the blanket over his head, and forced himself into slumber. Chapter 61. Beneath Guicho's apartment. Ah, it has been quite a while. I heard you've been doing well down south. Oh, you've even driven here. Trying to avoid drinking, are we? Let me tell you, that won't do. You put on some weight since we last met. Should I now address you as General Liu? Why did you arrive so late? I told you on WeChat to come earlier. In the spacious private room of the restaurant, Han Jing sat in a corner, quietly observing the classmates entering one after another. As the organizer, Wu Tianlin greeted each arriving student with great enthusiasm, effortlessly engaging in conversation. In their school days, Wu Tianlin was well-liked and adept at navigating social dynamics. Classmates continued to trickle in, subsequently dispersing into small groups based on their past relationships, engaging in lively discussions. Han Jing, meanwhile, sat with several former basketball teammates, casually chatting amongst themselves. By the way, Han Jing, what have you been busy with lately? Inevitably, the conversation veered towards work and careers, and Han Jing's expression flickered with a hint of embarrassment as he attempted to deflect the question with a few casual remarks. Observing his reaction, several classmates swiftly grasped the situation, their expressions subtly shifting. Having shared a good rapport in the past, they did not wish to put Han Jing in an awkward position and refrained from pressing further. Consequently, the conversation shifted to Sun Yuqian. Sun Yuqian was undoubtedly the best player among us back in the day, possessing both remarkable physicality and skill. I recall he used to boast about his aspirations to go professional. How tragic it is that he has fallen ill at such a young age. It seems fate has dealt him a cruel hand. I heard that he has spent a considerable amount of money on treatment, leading to familial discord. Listening to the discussions around him, Han Jing fell into a contemplative silence. What would happen in Sun Yuqian's first round of the dungeon? Would it be a solo kill or a team battle? Could he endure the first round? Was it a boon or a bane for him to provide his black card and bring him into the fray? Were the two lovely ladies? Wu Tianlin's voice jolted Han Jing from his reverie. He lifted his gaze just in time to see Guicho enter alongside another girl with whom she had been quite close. She seemed to have changed somewhat, yet remained the same in many ways. As he watched Guicho greet her classmates and move inward, Han Jing's emotions stirred in response. Guicho settled on a side with more girls, not far from Han Jing. He contemplated greeting her, but found himself at a loss for words, momentarily stunned. Han Feng. It's been a long time. Guicho broke the silence first, her voice still as gentle as he remembered. Yes, it has been a while. When did you return to the country? It's been a short time. By the way, I added you on WeChat through our class group a few days ago, but you Haven T accepted my request. Oh, I've been quite busy lately, and Haven T checked WeChat much. Oh, busy with what work? Nothing in particular. Just caught up with various tasks. As they exchanged pleasantries, Han Jing's complex emotions gradually normalized. They reminisced about their school days and transitioned to discuss their respective university experiences after graduation. The dishes soon arrived, marking the official commencement of the gathering. As several drinks were consumed, the initial shyness among classmates dissipated, giving way to bold declarations. Some reminisced about the past. Others boisterously discussed the present. While a tipsy male classmate sat beside a married female classmate, incessantly recounting the depths of his past infatuation for her. Amidst the clamor, Han Jing and Guicho maintained a quieter presence on one side, occasionally engaging in light conversation. At times, Han Jing would be overtaken by a fleeting illusion, as if he had been transported back to those summer days of high school. The 2-hour dinner gathering swiftly came to an end, and Wu Tianlin began to usher everyone towards the next agenda. A few classmates, unable to indulge in alcohol due to health reasons, took on the responsibility of driving. However, at that moment, an unexpected incident occurred. Several vehicles, parked indiscriminately by unknown individuals, obstructed the classmates' cars from departing. 2 male classmates, nonchalantly returning to the restaurant to locate the owners of these vehicles, found themselves in an altercation, fueled by alcohol and faced with an arrogant demeanor from the other party. Tensions escalated quickly. Let us see who dares to touch the cars parked here. With a loud curse, a stout man with a buzz cut emerged from the restaurant, leading a group of around 20 individuals, their demeanor menacing. Ah, there are quite a few of them. No wonder those two were so brash. The buzz-cut man observed Wu Tianlin and the others with an air of arrogance. So what if the cars are parked this way? Wu Tianlin felt a flicker of anxiety. Despite having a considerable number of classmates on his side, most were newcomers from afar, unfamiliar with the locale. The aggressive group before him was numerous and intimidating, leaving Wu Tianlin to ponder that it might be prudent to de-escalate the situation. Your vehicles are indeed parked improperly, blocking the road. How can others move their cars? My two classmates may have been a bit brusque in their approach, so how about this? You move your cars, and we can all go our separate ways. Stop with the nonsense. I'm not moving my car today. Let us see what you can do about it. The buzzcut man shouted defiantly, exuding an overwhelming scent of alcohol. Wu Tianlin furrowed his brow, opting to remain silent. He discreetly signaled to a nearby classmate to call the authorities. The stout man, crossing his arms, stood there with a disdainful glare, surveying the classmates surrounding him. However, when his gaze fell upon a figure in the crowd, his expression shifted dramatically, his body recoiling as if struck. Han Zheng, amidst the gathering, suddenly seemed familiar to him. Taking a few steps forward, he recalled a particular night before the commencement of the second round of the competition when he had been among those beaten severely at the crosswalk, and the stout man was one of them. In that moment, the buzzcut man's previous bravado evaporated, replaced by sheer terror as he fixated on Han Zheng. Memories of that painful night flooding back. The individual before him had displayed an almost superhuman strength, mercilessly overpowering his group of 5. The stout man was convinced that even with over 20 individuals on his side, they would suffer the same fate as that fateful night. The transformation of the buzzcut man's expression did not go unnoticed by his peers, who followed his gaze towards Han Zheng, their faces reflecting astonishment. Under the scrutinizing gazes of his classmates, Han Zheng felt a sense of discomfort. He took a couple of steps forward, poised to utter something, when the stout, crew-cut fellow hastily interjected, I sincerely apologize. It's just that I've had a bit too much to drink. Please don't take offense. We'll move the vehicle right away. With that, he quickly turned around, calling out to his companions, and swiftly cleared the way, allowing the road to be unobstructed. I'm truly sorry for the inconvenience. He continued to apologize, evidently impacted deeply by the events of the previous night. Although the path was now clear, the classmates did not immediately disperse. Instead, they stood in place, gazing at Han Zheng in astonishment. Observing this scene, Han Zheng furrowed his brow. I sincerely apologize, everyone. I've had a bit to drink, and am feeling unwell, so I want to be able to join you this afternoon, he explained. At that moment, Gu Ichou stepped forward, saying, Han Zheng, if you have no pressing matters, could you possibly escort me home? Han Zheng, indeed reluctant to linger any longer, had initially come to catch another glimpse of Gu Ichou. Having achieved that, he had no desire to continue socializing with the classmates, especially not amidst such a commotion. He looked at Gu Ichou and nodded in agreement, feeling grateful for her ever-considerate nature. After bidding farewell to their classmates, Han Zheng and Gu Ichou hailed a taxi, heading towards her parents' residence. During the journey, Gu Ichou refrained from mentioning the earlier incident, and they reminisced about their past experiences, which brought Han Zheng a sense of ease. Gu Ichou's parents lived in a somewhat upscale neighborhood, and she mentioned that they had recently gone on business trips, leaving her home alone. Upon arriving at the entrance of her apartment building, Han Zheng gazed at Gu Ichou, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had come. He had seen her. It was time to let go. After all, she existed in the present, while he was ensnared in the battlefield of his own life. He smiled at Gu Ichou, preparing to bid her farewell, when suddenly, a man of approximately 180 centimeters in height, with curly hair, approached, holding the hand of a little girl who appeared to be only 4 or 5 years old. The man and the little girl walked directly to Han Zheng and Gu Ichou, and he opened the door to the apartment building. Before entering, the curly-haired man cast a few glances at Han Zheng and Gu Ichou, seemingly perceiving them as an ordinary couple. He then calmly led the little girl into the hallway. Everything transpired naturally and unremarkably. Gu Ichou didn't even shift her gaze towards the pair that had just entered. She waved goodbye to Han Zheng, seemingly ready to part ways. Yet at that moment, Han Zheng's heart was tumultuous, as if a tempest had swept through, stirring a raging sea within. He clearly observed the curly-haired man leading the little girl into the corridor. The very same individual he had unexpectedly spotted through the window at the restaurant, a combatant capable of traversing between the mundane world and the battlefield. This was the person for whom the Storm Brigade had placed a substantial bounty, actively seeking across the land. Chapter 62. The Activation of the Self-Defense System. The curly-haired man slowly guided the little girl into the corridor, and the unit door gradually closed behind them. A flurry of thoughts raced through Han Zheng's mind as he realized he needed to make a decision immediately. Thank you. Gu Ichou had already begun to bid farewell. In this critical moment, Han Jing resolved swiftly, "How about I escort you?" HM? Gu Ichou was momentarily taken aback, her expression soon reflecting a mixture of emotions. After uttering those words, Han Jing felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, but he had little time to dwell on it. "Well then, come in for a moment." Gu Ichou hesitated briefly, ultimately choosing to acquiesce to Han Jing's expectation. As they entered the corridor, the atmosphere became somewhat peculiar. The elevator had just arrived, its doors opening with a sound as the curly-haired man and the little girl stepped inside. "Could you please wait a moment?" Han Jing called out towards the elevator while hastening alongside Gu Ichou. The curly-haired man flashed a friendly smile and pressed the button to keep the doors open. "Thank you." Han Jing and Gu Ichou entered the elevator. The curly-haired man nodded, smiling without responding, and released his finger from a door button to press the button for the 9th floor. Gu Ichou illuminated the button for the 8th floor. 9th floor. Han Jing discreetly cast a glance and noticed that the little girl held a demeanor that seemed somewhat off. To avoid raising suspicion, he refrained from focusing too intently on the pair and instead engaged Gu Ichou in casual conversation. Before long, they reached the 8th floor. Han Jing and Gu Ichou exited the elevator, and the doors slowly closed behind them. This building housed 2 households per floor. Gu Ichou retrieved her keys to unlock the door. Out of caution, Han Jing turned to observe the elevator display as soon as the doors closed. The display shifted from 8 to 9 and remained unchanged for an extended period. "Are you not coming in for a moment?" Gu Ichou queried, noticing Han Jing's gaze fixated on the elevator door after she opened her front door. Her expression was complex as she waited before finally breaking the silence. "Oh, all right," Han Jing replied, not hesitating to step inside. The room was impeccably clean and tidy, yet his thoughts lingered on the curly-haired man on the 9th floor. Given that the building contained 2 households per floor, he was still uncertain whether the man resided in apartment 901 or 902. "Would you like a chilled cola? I remember you loved it back in school." As he pondered, a chilled bottle of Coca-Cola was handed to Han Jing. "Thank you," he said hurriedly, accepting it and twisting off the cap. "You remember this." In truth, there were many memories from that time that he now found quite nostalgic. Han Feng nodded absently, his mind still preoccupied with thoughts of the curly-haired man and the bounty issued by the Storm Brigade. On the opposite end of the sofa sat Gu Ichou, her head bowed, lost in her own thoughts. An awkward silence lingered for a moment. After a while, Gu Ichou turned to Han Jing, about to speak, but he preempted her with a question. "By the way, that man with the child, does he live in your building?" Gu Ichou paused, momentarily perplexed by the sudden inquiry. "He should be in 902. My apartment is 901, and it's been vacant for quite some time. Do you know him?" "Oh no, just asking casually. By the way, are you staying in the county for a while?" "I'm planning to visit the town tomorrow. My great-aunt lives there, and my mother specifically asked me to pay her a visit before she left. I intend to stay for a couple of days before returning here, waiting for my parents to come back from their trip." Han Feng nodded, realizing that this presented him with an opportunity to investigate the 9th floor and uncover the true nature of that curly-haired man. Since Gu Ichou would be leaving tomorrow, it was ideal. He need not worry about her being too close in case of any unforeseen complications. "All right then, I remember I have some matters to attend to, so I'll head back. Let's keep in touch," he said, feeling it unnecessary to linger and risk misunderstandings. He stood to bid her farewell. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Gu Ichou's face, but she quickly regained her composure, saying little as she accompanied him to the door. On his way home, Han Jing continued to contemplate the plans for the following day. He did not intend to confront the curly-haired man directly. Rather, he wished to gauge the situation first. If he could ascertain why the Storm Brigade had placed a bounty on him and uncover something of value, it would be most advantageous, considering that the bounty had reached even the Level 1 district and that less formidable outer members were dispatched to search for him. Han Jing speculated that the curly-haired man's combat abilities likely fell within the realm of Level 1 fighters. Moreover, should any complications arise, he could promptly teleport back to the private living area, thus avoiding any life-threatening dangers. With his resolve firm, Han Jing prepared to act the following day. On the deep night of the next day, Han Jing stealthily arrived at the residential building where Gu Ichou resided. He had been lurking within the confines of the community for an entire day, yet the curly-haired man had not emerged from the unit's door even once. Han Jing found himself growing increasingly impatient. After all, Gu Ichou would only be away for 2 days before returning. Delaying any further could complicate matters, so he resolved to stealthily infiltrate under the cover of night. In the darkness, the community was devoid of any light, enveloped in profound silence. Han Jing stealthily ascended to the 5th floor and gently pulled open the window in the hallway. He craned his neck to survey the surroundings, ensuring all was clear before nimbly stepping onto the windowsill, fully committing his body to the outside. From his elevated vantage point, he gazed down at the ground, then took a leap into the night air, plummeting momentarily. As he neared the ground, he felt a sudden surge of strength coursing through him. With a swift twist of his body, he neutralized the force of his descent and landed softly on the ground. The threat to his life had dissipated, and the self-defense system would deactivate in 1 minute. Without hesitation, Han Zheng sprang into action, using his bare hands to grip the uneven surface of the building's exterior, akin to a spider climbing its web, swiftly ascending to the 9th floor. He reached the balcony of apartment 902 and was pleasantly surprised to discover that the window was unlocked. Time was of the essence. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to slip inside the balcony. In the enveloping darkness, Han Zheng crouched low, meticulously controlling his movements to avoid making any sound. Though 1 minute is a fleeting span, his current prowess was more than sufficient to accomplish numerous tasks within that time frame, such as installing discrete surveillance cameras in the room. He reached into his pocket, preparing to retrieve some devices when suddenly, he sensed an unusual disturbance behind him. He quickly turned to find the curly-haired man emerging from the bedroom, brandishing a silenced handgun. Han Zheng was taken aback. He was confident that his current combat capabilities would allow him to remain undetected. Had the balcony been rigged with concealed traps that triggered an alarm the moment he entered? It seemed inevitable that a confrontation was at hand. Without uttering a word, the curly-haired man advanced toward Han Zheng, pulling the trigger and firing 2 shots in quick succession. Such commonplace firearms posed little threat. Han Zheng easily evaded the bullets and retaliated with a punch aimed at the approaching assailant. However, just as his fist was halfway through its arc, Han Zheng realized something was amiss and attempted to retract his strike. Alas, it was too late. The curly-haired man, undaunted, charged forward, and at that moment, as Han Zheng's formidable punch was unleashed, the curly-haired man's self-defense system was finally activated. Chapter 63, A Red Disc. As Han Zheng retracted his fist, the man with curly hair launched a fierce kick towards him. With only a few seconds remaining on the self-defense system, the time limit was automatically extended in response to the impending attack. Han Zheng raised his hand to block the incoming right leg and retaliated with a punch aimed at the man's groin. Both fighters had activated their self-defense systems, and within the confines of this building, an intense confrontation ensued. After exchanging several blows, Han Zheng quickly assessed that the curly-haired man's combat prowess was significantly inferior to his own. He intended to avoid excessive destruction and unnecessary attention. Thus, he consciously restrained his strength, directing his attacks solely at his opponent to minimize collateral damage. Simultaneously, he aimed to suppress the curly-haired man, preventing him from causing any major disturbances. Despite his overwhelming advantage in combat strength, Han Zheng found it challenging to subdue the man promptly. However, he remained confident that if the fight continued in this manner, it would simply be a matter of time before he could quietly overpower him. At that moment, a small figure unexpectedly emerged from the adjacent bedroom. A little girl, around 4 or 5 years old, stepped out cautiously, her arms extended as she navigated through the darkness. As the girl appeared, the previously subdued curly-haired man suddenly roared, transforming into a frenzied state. Abandoning all defense, he lunged at Han Zheng with reckless abandon. This abrupt shift caught Han Zheng off guard, and in the ensuing chaos, he was struck twice in the chest, causing him to stagger backward. "Get back inside and hide," he shouted urgently to the little girl, as the man's roars completely shattered Han Zheng's hopes of a quiet resolution. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Han Zheng's expression hardened. He extended his index finger and swiftly launched an energy wave. The slender energy projectile shot from his fingertip just as the curly-haired man turned back from addressing the girl. The attack struck him squarely in the chest, eliciting a pained scream and a spray of blood as he was propelled backward. The force of his fall caused a non-load-bearing wall in the room to collapse, sending debris flying and a cloud of dust into the air. Han Zheng dashed forward, delivering a series of powerful punches to the curly-haired man's chest as he struggled to rise amidst the dust. Blood gushed from the man's mouth and nose as he succumbed to the devastating blows, ultimately collapsing to the ground, devoid of any threat. Observing the chaos around him, Han Zheng felt a surge of frustration. He had initially come merely to investigate and had not anticipated a direct confrontation. Given the circumstances, the curly-haired man could no longer be spared. He had to be eliminated. Blood oozed between the gasps of the curly-haired man, who, despite his apparent frailty, summoned all his strength to plead hoarsely with Han Zheng. Please, do not harm my daughter. I will do anything to spare her. Han Jing turned to glance at the little girl, who was now huddled in a corner, clutching her legs, trembling all over yet remaining utterly silent, her demeanor peculiar. She poses no threat to you. She is blind and suffers from autism. Please let her go. The curly-haired man continued to cry out desperately. Suddenly, Han Jing comprehended why the man had repeatedly chosen to remain and confront danger rather than retreat to the safety of his private quarters. He was compelled to protect his daughter, who, being an ordinary person, could not be whisked away to safety. What you seek is in the drawer of the computer desk in the bedroom. I haven't shown it to anyone. Please take it and spare my daughter. The curly-haired man clearly considered himself a target of the notorious Storm Brigade, yet his words intrigued Han Jing. He hurried to the computer desk, opened a drawer, and beneath several sheets of blank paper, discovered a red disc. This must be what the curly-haired man referred to. The Storm Brigade was offering substantial rewards for this disc. What secrets could it possibly hold? Meanwhile, the curly-haired man, on the brink of death, turned with great effort toward his daughter. His voice filled with sorrow as he uttered his final words. Take care of yourself. Han Jing, having secured the disc, swiftly approached the man. The self-defense system was counting down, with less than 20 seconds remaining. Neighbors were waking, and several windows around the building had begun to light up. He had to eliminate the curly-haired man immediately and evacuate. The man seemed to sense Han Jing's intentions. His eyes filled with despair as he breathed out a single word. In an instant, Han Jing brought his foot down, crushing the man's skull beyond recognition. He then cast a quick glance at the blind autistic girl, who had remained silent throughout. With a heavy sigh, he turned away from her and hastened to the window on the opposite side, flinging it open and leaping down. The self-defense system now had less than 10 seconds remaining. Han Jing descended the building with a speed imperceptible to ordinary eyes, like an unseen bolt of lightning in the night. 10 seconds later, he was already far from the community. Instead of returning home immediately, he proceeded to his uncle's house, retrieved his laptop, and inserted the disk. Inside the folder, there was only one file, which revealed 3 documents upon being opened. Han Jing's palm, gripping the mouse, was drenched in perspiration as he pondered what could possibly warrant such a grand mobilization from the Storm Legion, a formidable organization. Moments after opening the first document, his eyes widened in astonishment at its shocking contents. The following afternoon, in the provincial capital, a tall, gaunt man in his 30s with disheveled hair sat by the glass window of a modest noodle shop, savoring a bowl of noodles. With a clove of garlic in his left hand and chopsticks in his right, he alternated between chewing the garlic and slurping the noodles. Just as he was midway through his meal, his phone, an antiquated Redmi from an unknown year, suddenly rang. Frowning, he glanced at the caller ID before reluctantly answering and bringing the device to his ear. Hello, it's me. After a brief exchange, the slender man turned to gaze out the window. A black car was parked directly outside, seemingly waiting for him. With the noodles still unfinished, he hung up, grumbling about the remaining half of his meal, and hastily shoved the rest of the garlic into his mouth. He exited the noodle shop swiftly, opened the door of the car, and slid into the back seat. Inside, a young man in police uniform wore an anxious expression as he awaited him. The insignia on the officer's shoulder bore a silver olive branch and 2 4-pointed stars, indicating his rank as a second-level police inspector. What do you want now? The gaunt man asked nonchalantly. Take a look for yourself, the officer replied, his voice tinged with urgency as he tossed a stack of documents into the man's lap. What is the matter? Is it that serious? The slender man casually flipped through the papers, maintaining an indifferent tone. Among the documents were several photographs depicting the interior of a dilapidated room. One wall had collapsed, revealing the body of a man with a disfigured head and numerous injuries lying amidst the debris. A homicide? What's the big deal? He remarked dismissively. What is the big deal? The officer sat up abruptly, his voice laced with anger. This occurred last night. After receiving the report, our team examined the scene, but the community surveillance captured nothing useful. Given the state of the scene and the victim's wounds here, the officer lowered his voice, whispering, It's impossible for an ordinary person to have done this. Should I not come to you for assistance? Indeed, upon closer inspection, it appears that the tall, slender man remains as nonchalant as ever. He jestingly remarked, Which little rascal is responsible for this? Clearly, they possess no sense of decorum. Why Haven Tea they tidied up after themselves. Officer Nguyen, visibly irked, retorted, This has occurred far too many times this year alone. In just the past few months, we've had incidents in the county and others besides. Enough. I shan't enumerate each one. The recurrence of such events is gravely detrimental, and it places me in a most precarious position. As the leader of your contingent here, you must assume responsibility. All right, do not be so hasty. I shall return and ponder a solution for you. We have indeed previously conveyed to you that such occurrences cannot be entirely averted. There will always be a few miscreants who flout the rules. Fortunately, those who act so recklessly do not tend to survive long in our midst. Observing the man's demeanor, Nien sighed and shook his head, lamenting, I truly regret not remaining in the county all those years ago. Perhaps it would have been best to never venture forth, thus avoiding becoming enmeshed in this tumultuous quagmire. You cannot indulge in the feast while simultaneously deriding the cook. The tall man chuckled, casually glancing at the photographs in his hand. Suddenly, he sat upright, fixating intently on one particular image. What is it? Nien inquired, puzzled. What is the story behind this photograph? The tall man demanded sharply, extracting the image. Oh, the little girl was discovered at the scene. However, she is blind, and as the identity of the deceased remains unclear, we do not yet know her connection to him. The tall man gripped the photographs tightly, scrutinizing the image of the child approximately 4 or 5 years old, then glancing at the disfigured male corpse. A peculiar light sparkled in his eyes. At last, we have found something. Chapter 64, Life or Death Revelations. Anseng experienced a harrowing nightmare. In his dream, he encountered the curly-haired man whom he had slain. The man approached him with a smile, hurling a crimson object that morphed into a ball of flames mid-air. It arced gracefully before crashing into him. Instantly, his garments ignited, prompting him to frantically tear them away and cast them aside. The flames he discarded only intensified, rapidly spreading into a fiery circle that encircled him. A wave of heat assailed him. Concurrently, the flames leapt forth, manifesting numerous figures, both male and female, their faces etched with murderous intent, surrounding him. He recognized some among them, Wang Song, along with several peripheral members from the resource copy incident, alongside other individuals, each emblazoned with the word Storm Brigade across their foreheads. Armed and united, they emitted a deafening roar, surging toward Han Zheng. He awoke with a start. Han Zheng opened his eyes, panting heavily, and gazed at the white wall before him. He raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Looking out the window, he was startled to realize it was already noon. His mind was in disarray, recalling the events of the previous night, and he reached beneath his pillow to retrieve a crimson disc, furrowing his brow even more tightly. He inserted the disc into his computer and opened the folder, once again perusing its contents. There were 3 files, one titled Storm Legion, the second Light Legion, and the third left unnamed. Anzem klika on Sturmlegion, and the file opened to reveal a multitude of text and images. Name, Yang Sudong. Affiliation, Commander of the Storm Legion's Changfeng Team. Current residence, Province, City, District. Usual dwelling, Province, City, District, Province, City, County. Parents' location, Province, City, District. Detailed information, 1 front-facing ID photo, 1 full-body daily photo. Name, Zhou Chun. Affiliation, Ruthless Team of the Storm Legion. Current residence, Province, City, District. Usual dwelling, Province, City, District, Province, Capital, Province, City, District. Parents' location, Province, City, District. Detailed information, 1 front-facing ID photo, 2 full-body daily photos. Name, Charles Kai. Affiliation, Night Team of the Storm Legion. Usual dwelling, National City. Parents' location, unknown. Detailed information, 2 passport photos, 1 full-body daily photo. Name, Wang Gaoshan. Affiliation, Mighty Team of the Storm Legion. Current residence, Provincial Capital. Usual dwelling, Provincial Capital, Province, City, District. Province, City, County, Provincial Capital. Parents' location, unknown. Detailed information, 1 front-facing ID photo, 1 full-body daily photo. In this manner, the entire file contained information and images of a staggering 180 individuals, each a combatant belonging to the Storm Legion. Among them was Wang Song, a former teammate in the dungeon, whose real name was revealed to be Wang Gaoshan. This file meticulously documented the combat prowess and lineage of these warriors, detailing the rounds of dungeons they had completed. Moreover, beyond the battlefield information, it contained a wealth of detailed records regarding the real-world identities of these 180 combatants. Their residences, citizenship statuses, and family circumstances were all thoroughly chronicled. Similarly, the folder titled Light Legion housed detailed information on 60 members of the Light Legion. When Han Zheng first encountered the contents of these 2 files the previous night, he was taken aback, gasping in astonishment. Now, once again, as he flipped through the pages, he remained utterly astonished. He finally comprehended why the Storm Legion was fervently pursuing the curly-haired man. The information contained in his hands was of paramount importance, concerning the lives and fortunes of numerous members of the Storm Legion. Should this information fall into the hands of adversaries opposing both the Storm Legion and the Legion of Light, a surprise assault could be launched against the members of these two great factions, resulting in catastrophic casualties. Furthermore, this dossier did not merely encompass the members of the two legions, but also detailed the identities of their parents and children. If the hostile forces wielded this information effectively, the members of both legions might perish without ever comprehending the cause of their demise. As for the third, unnamed file, it was a letter of farewell. From the tone, Han Jing discerned that the author was a woman. The contents of the letter provided him with a fundamental understanding of the origins of the information regarding the two legions. The woman who penned this letter, along with the curly-haired man and several other combatants, were spies dispatched to infiltrate the Storm Legion. Some were tasked with gathering intelligence, while others were responsible for relaying information, with this woman serving as the pivotal figure in the entire espionage network. The mastermind behind this cadre of spies was an individual known as Brother Chun. From the letter, it became evident that this woman held a deep admiration and affection for Brother Chun. She even expressed in her farewell note that she was aware her identity as a spy had been compromised and that death was imminent. Yet she did not regret following Brother Chun. Her sole lament was the lack of opportunity to personally deliver the painstakingly gathered intelligence on the two legions to him, hoping that he would soon realize his grand ambitions, even if it meant sacrificing countless lives. Through the words she penned, Han Jing could distinctly sense the woman's resilience and fervor. It was likely that she had been discovered while collecting intelligence, and by now, she had likely met her demise, having entrusted this information to the curly-haired man in hopes that he would pass it on to Brother Chun. Perhaps due to the Storm Legion's manhunt, or some other unforeseen circumstance, the curly-haired man had been unable to deliver this critical information, ultimately resulting in it falling into Han Jing's possession. What exactly were Brother Chun's intentions? Why did he send individuals to risk their lives gathering the real-world identities of the members of the two legions, along with details about their families? What grand scheme was he orchestrating? For the two legions, the contents of this file were intrinsically linked to the safety of 240 combatants and their ordinary family members, and they would undoubtedly pursue the truth relentlessly, sparing no effort against those who possessed this knowledge. Gazing at the burning red disk inserted into his computer, Han Jing felt as though it seared with the intensity of fire. Later that night, in the provincial capital, a certain villa, a tall, slender man continued to clutch his red Xiaomi phone, speaking softly. Gratitude fills my heart for your assistance in bringing the young girl to me. Unfortunately, I am unable to leave the provincial capital at this moment, so I must trouble you with this task. Please refrain from concerning yourself with other matters. I will manage them. I understand the difficulties of your work, yet I implore you to comprehend my situation as well. Let us be empathetic towards one another. Now, I must attend to my affairs. Upon concluding the call, the tall, thin man turned and entered a spacious bedroom. On the bed sat the daughter of the curly-haired man, a girl who is both blind and afflicted with autism, her expression vacant and silent. In the room, there was another man and woman, both wearing expressions of distress. What is the situation? The tall man inquired. It is difficult, the bespectacled woman replied, shaking her head. She is blind and likely has seen nothing, and being autistic, she has not uttered a single word since her arrival. This is untenable, the tall man said solemnly, his voice low. We have finally discovered this escaped spy, only to find that she has become a corpse. This spy possessed a wealth of information regarding our regiment's members. Most crucially, we remain unaware of how many individuals these damned spies have infiltrated, nor do we know the identities of those involved. It is utterly perplexing. All other spies have been eliminated, and now this one has also been taken down by some unknown assailant. We must ascertain whether the person who killed this spy is targeting us, and whether they possess that critical information. This young girl was the only one present at the scene. We must extract something from her. Given our ignorance about which member's information may have been compromised, should we consider a precautionary relocation of everyone? The bespectacled woman cautiously suggested. How could you pose such a foolish question? A total relocation? What will become of the regiment's hard-earned enterprises built over the years? Are we to abandon everything? It has not yet reached that critical point. The bespectacled woman shuddered at the reprimand, hastily lowering her head in silence. The tall man paced by the bedside, observing the silent girl with a furrowed brow. First, let us find a psychologist to see if they can elicit any responses from her. What if the psychologist proves ineffective? That is acceptable. You should seek out a doctor. If that fails, I have a second plan. With that, The tall man swiftly exited the room and made his way to another part of the villa. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, it is I. I find myself in a rather precarious situation." "Yes. I remember that the vice-captain of our regiment's Tiger Wolf squad possesses the bloodline of the Elder of Name, correct? Please assist me in determining whether he is currently in the realm or on the battlefield. Has he descended into the resource dungeon? In that case, once he returns from the copy, kindly ask him to come to the present world for a visit. I have a slight issue that requires his telepathic abilities." Chapter 65. The Return of Sun Yuqian. Garanta. Han Jing and the immortal Garen engaged in a swift exchange, their figures darting back and forth, colliding with remarkable speed. "Indeed, your progress surpasses my expectations," exclaimed the immortal Garen, wiping the sweat from his brow and gasping for breath. Han Jing, also wiping his perspiration and adjusting his attire, suddenly clasped his stomach and remarked, "I'm hungry. Please provide me with another celestial being." "How can you be hungry so soon? However, you have indeed been working tirelessly these past few days," Garen replied, retrieving a celestial bean and tossing it over. Han Jing caught the bean and consumed it, feeling his strength and spirit rejuvenate to their peak state. "Today marks the final day of my training within the Garen Tower." Since acquiring the Crimson Disc and understanding its contents, Han Jing felt an overwhelming pressure. Unable to devise a plan for the disc and its information, he immersed himself in the training copy, diligently enhancing his abilities without returning to the present world for an extended period. Subsequently, he purchased 5 consecutive days of training, followed by another 5, and then 4 days of Garen Tower training. After each training cycle, he rested for a while in his private living quarters, occasionally visiting the trading hall and marketplace before re-entering the training copy. Today is the 4th day of the 4th round of training he has purchased, marking its conclusion. Over the past 19 days of rigorous training, he has exerted himself daily, and his combat prowess has evidently increased. However, beginning with the 2nd round of training, he gradually noted a decline in the enhancement of his combat power through sparring with the immortal Garen. After the first 2 rounds of 10 days of training, Han Jing's combat power rose by 22 points, reaching a total of 135. Yet, after 5 days in the 3rd round, his combat power increased by merely 9 points. It appears that as his combat prowess improves, the gap between him and the immortal Garen diminishes, resulting in a reduced capacity for enhancement through their sparring sessions. Han Jing felt a tinge of disappointment. However, as the battlefield has yet to open new training copies for him, despite the diminishing efficiency and value, the speed at which he can elevate his combat power in Garen Tower remains superior to that of the Turtle School training. After patting his stomach, now satisfied by a celestial being, Han Jing focused his energy, preparing to launch another attack on the immortal Garen. At that moment, the only notification that could be heard within the training copy echoed in his ears. Combatant number 2199, the 4th round of the copy will officially commence in 48 hours. Please prepare yourself. At last, it has arrived. It appears that after today's instance, I must focus on my preparations. Han Jing gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and let out a mighty roar as he charged towards the celestial being, Jolin. Upon the conclusion of the cultivation instance, Han Jing returned to his private living quarters. The moment he emerged, he began to assess his combat prowess. A mere 149. After 4 rounds of arduous training spanning 4 days, he had only managed to augment his combat power by 5 points. The rate of increase had indeed been on a steady decline. Letting out a sigh, Han Jing opened the drawer of the coffee table to count the latest economic assistance he had received. He then took a shower and collapsed onto his bed, swiftly succumbing to a deep slumber. He slept for an extended period, and upon waking, still felt a lingering fatigue. He teleported back to the present world, returning to his uncle's house. After surveying the surroundings, he noticed no unusual activity. Subsequently, Han Jing powered on his computer to check the city news and various forums, including the city's bulletin board. The murder case in the Gu Ichou neighborhood seemed to have completely faded into obscurity, eliciting no reaction. It was as if an invisible force had suppressed it. He retrieved his WeChat and discovered that Gu Ichou had sent him several messages a few days prior. He hastily concocted an excuse to respond, and before long, she replied, leading to a brief exchange between them. Han Jing learned that Gu Ichou had since left the area and was traveling to another province, with plans to possibly go abroad soon. She was also aware of the incident that had occurred in his building, though she was unclear on the specifics. Her neighbors mentioned that the police had not conducted a thorough inquiry. Closing WeChat, Han Jing reflected on these matters, and his thoughts grew increasingly complex. Whether it was due to his intense training or some other reason, he soon found himself engulfed in fatigue once more. He returned to his bed, intending to rest for a while, but quickly fell asleep again. A sudden ring of the telephone jolted Han Jing from his dreams. Groggy, he answered the call, still caught in a haze between sleep and wakefulness. However, the voice on the other end snapped him to attention, dispelling all traces of drowsiness. I'm back, I'm alive. It was Sun Yuqian. That same day, Han Jing boarded a flight to the provincial capital to meet Sun Yuqian at his rented apartment. Sun Yuqian was visibly excited. Upon their first encounter, he embraced Han Jing vigorously. All right. You Haven T returned from your last instance with your orientation all changed, have you? Han Feng T seethed, unable to resist poking fun at Sun Yuqian's exuberance. Sun Yuqian chuckled heartily and insisted on treating Han Jing to a meal with his first economic assistants, intending to discuss their experiences in the instance. However, Han Jing felt that discussing such matters in a bustling restaurant would be inappropriate. Relenting to his strong preference, Sun Yuqian ultimately ordered a plethora of takeout for them to enjoy at home. Thanks to your previous guidance, Sun Yuqian downed his beer in one gulp, his eyes slightly reddening. Following your advice, I eliminated a regular dungeon character on the first day, unlocking the human bloodline and claiming the novice gift pack, which granted me 3 healing pills and a lottery draw, resulting in a drop of barbarian blood. Consequently, I activated the barbarian bloodline on the spot. Quite impressive, isn't it? Han Jing remarked sincerely. The first dungeon resulted in the unlocking of a bloodline with special abilities. The stench emitted by the barbarian, which I had experienced firsthand, could yield significant effects if utilized correctly in the initial stages. Indeed, it was ultimately this bloodline's unique power that enabled me to successfully eliminate a fighter and complete the survival mission. Sun Yuqian took another swig, his tone shifting slightly. To be honest, when I first attempted to kill a dungeon character, I grappled with certain personal dilemmas. Was I unable to carry it out? Yes. Although you had previously advised me not to perceive them as human, merely virtual entities from a sensory perspective, they were indistinguishable from real people. They experience fear, they weep, they plead, creating a profound psychological barrier for me. The ordinary dungeon character I had subdued kept wailing, and I nearly succumbed to the urge to relent. However, in the midst of his lamentations, he suddenly mentioned his parents and family, which triggered an epiphany within me. Sun Yuqian took another drink. I thought about myself and my family. Our once harmonious home has nearly shattered since I was diagnosed with a terminal illness. My parents weep daily, and my elder brother, who grew up alongside me, now regards me as an adversary. I felt pity for that dungeon character, but who would pity me? In that moment of clarity, I resolved my hesitations. Sun Yuqian filled his glass once more, and Han Jing reached out to clink glasses with him. Understanding that Sun Yuqian's lengthy discourse was merely a quest for psychological solace and release, the two of them drank copiously, though they consumed little food. As Sun Yuqian recounted numerous thrilling experiences from his inaugural dungeon, with 2 instances being perilously close to death, sending chills down Han Jing's spine. After discussing the dungeon, Han Jing cautioned Sun Yuqian against hastily purchasing equipment and skills in the Life Zone's trading hall, while also advising vigilance against deceitful individuals. In the early stages, it is wise to invest in cultivation dungeons, and during training, one must not shy away from hardship and must remain diligent. Only through such efforts can vitality be enhanced. Meanwhile, in another part of the provincial capital, within a spacious villa, for individuals occupied a large bedroom. A silent, withdrawn girl lay on the bed, surrounded by 3 others, a slender man, a bespectacled woman, and a serious-looking young man. Jean, thank you for your trouble, the slender man said with a smile, addressing the serious young man with courtesy. Jean nodded, observing the withdrawn girl on the bed. After pausing to assess her condition, he turned to the others and spoke. The slender, tall man exchanged a meaningful glance with the bespectacled woman beside him. Without a moment's hesitation, she drew a sharp dagger and lunged at Deputy Captain Jean. The self-defense system activated. The blade struck the back of Deputy Captain Jean's neck, yet it inflicted no harm. Instead, it emitted a sharp sound as the blade shattered. Swiftly, Deputy Captain Jean raised his right hand and placed it atop the head of the withdrawn girl. A minute later, Deputy Captain Jean furrowed his brow and withdrew his hand. Deputy Captain, what is the situation? The slender man inquired with concern. Not optimistic, Deputy Captain Jean shook his head. She is blind and has seen nothing. Moreover, the person who killed her father has not uttered a single word, thus she has never heard his voice. Is there not even a shred of useful information? Indeed, there is, but it is grim news. Before his demise, her father revealed the location of something and entrusted it to his murderer. The slender man's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling. Does this not imply that the Legion's information has indeed been leaked? Regardless of who killed the spy, they now possess that critical data? Precisely. Thus, I say it is quite bleak. In this vast sea of humanity, there is not a trace of a clue. Such an individual will be difficult to find. Deputy Captain Jun sighed heavily and sat down nearby. How could this happen? The slender man paced anxiously. How will I explain this to the Legion commander? Commander Lei, too, finds himself in a precarious position. This incident within the Legion has unfolded, and while most of the grassroots members remain unaware, the leaders of various battle teams are already informed. It is rumored that some commanders are plotting to usurp power, using this as a pretext to force Commander Lei to take responsibility and resign. Such an event is something the commander would not wish to witness. How could all the blame fall upon him? The slender man seemed fiercely loyal to the commander of the Storm Legion, continuously defending him. However, most commanders do not share this view. After all, that beautiful spy was nurtured by Commander Lei himself. Had he not been entranced by her beauty and entrusted her with significant responsibilities, she would not have been able to steal vast amounts of intelligence, leading to the current predicament. Regardless of the circumstances, all of us in the Thunderstorm battle team vow to steadfastly support the commander, the slender man declared passionately. Then his tone shifted as he inquired, to my understanding, the Stronghold battle team is also utterly loyal to the commander. What about your Tiger and Wolf battle team? Our Tiger and Wolf battle team naturally supports Commander Lei as well. However, the other team leaders, particularly those led by the Long Wind battle team, have expressed considerable dissatisfaction with Commander Lei's actions in recent years. The tall, slender man sighed, reflecting on the series of unfortunate events that had unfolded this year. The previous incident involving the blue team had significantly tarnished Commander Lei's reputation, and now, yet another information leak had occurred. Alas! By the way, has the investigation into the blue team's incident been resolved? Never mind, it is best not to dwell on the past. I must hasten to report the situation to the commander. I can already anticipate another reprimand. As he watched the tall man exit the room, Deputy Captain Jun squinted slightly, a fleeting shadow of gloom crossing his expression. Empty bottles lay scattered nearby, while Han Jing and Sun Yuqian each rested, their faces slightly flushed. Han Feng, when is your next instance scheduled? Sun Yuqian suddenly inquired. Han Feng burped softly, Tumurov. Chapter 66, Team Ranking Instances. In a rented room, Han Jing sat alone on the bed, glancing at the time as his fourth instance was about to commence. A few hours earlier, Sun Yuqian had already been teleported to the battlefield, embarking on his first entry into the cultivation instance. The previous day, at the dining table, Han Jing had shared numerous insights regarding the key points to consider during cultivation. Coupled with Sun Yuqian's innate resilience and willingness to endure hardship, the results of his cultivation should prove commendable. He recalled that during their basketball training, Sun Yuqian consistently had the longest training sessions and displayed remarkable tenacity. Resolving to clear his mind, Han Jing chose not to dwell on Sun Yuqian's entry into the cultivation instance or the various incidents of the past few days. Upon entering the instance, all trivial matters must be set aside to focus solely on the survival tasks ahead. Soon, the fourth instance commenced. A blue light enveloped Han Jing, transporting him into a realm of darkness. Status of combatant number 2199. Combat power 149 bloodline. Earthling commander of the Rabbit Army blood held 34 units of Scion blood. 1 fragment of Super Saiyan blood synthesis combat power limit. 1000 cultivation speed. Equipped items 58 skills. Incomplete transformation technique Sky Cross Fist. Whole wave special ability. Transforming into a radish upon contact instances completed. 3 equipment. Spirit Beans X2. Mijirobe's Blade. Capsule Robot Arnold. Shrink Watch. Combat Power Detector. The fragment of the world-shattering palm martial arts technique obtained from the previous instance was safely stored in Han Jing's warehouse. Nature of this instance. Team ranking. Starting timeline on May 14th, 750 AD. The third day following Sun Wukong's defeat of the Red Ribbon Army and the gathering of the Dragon Balls to resurrect Beulah. The mission duration is set for 10 days, taking place in the vicinity of Baba's palace to the site of Sun Wukong's second battle with the Pilaf gang, with activity zones restricted. The number of combatants participating in this instance, 100 divided into 20 teams of 5 members each, with an average combat power of 1057. The survival task of the instance, 20 teams will engage in unrestricted combat, ranking based on the number of opposing team members eliminated. At the conclusion of the instance, the top 8 teams will be deemed to have completed the survival task, while the remaining teams will be considered to have failed and will be erased. Additionally, should 2 teams have identical kill counts, Their ranking will be determined by the disparity in the total combat power of their surviving members. The team ranking instance is about to commence, with a countdown of 302,928. Team ranking? Han Zheng recalled his cousin's diary, which mentioned this type of instance. His cousin, Han Lei, had also participated in such instances, and, as described in the nature of the current instance, it is essentially a killing competition. The only way to elevate their team's chances of survival is to maximize the number of opponents they eliminate, thereby improving their ranking. Furthermore, Han Zheng noted that the activity area seemed to have significantly expanded, based on the previously reviewed map and timeline. The site of Sun Wukong's second battle with the Pilaf gang is located to the south of the Fortune Teller's Palace, with considerable distance separating the two locations. Given the broad expanse of the confined activity area, it has considerably increased from the previous village and city locales, likely due to the increase in rounds and average combat power, which has led to a gradual expansion of the instance's activity zone. However, Han Zheng was somewhat displeased with the timeline of this instance. May 14th, 750, at which point Sun Wukong and his companions had already participated in a tournament with the fortune teller and had departed. Moreover, the Dragon Balls had already been utilized by Sun Wukong and would turn to stone over the following year. Thus, within the realm of instance characters, only the fortune teller and her myriad peculiar warriors remained, with little else of value to be found. As he pondered this, the countdown reached its conclusion, darkness dissipated, and blinding light flooded his vision. Han Zheng found himself in a desolate wilderness, the sun blazing overhead, surrounded predominantly by rocky terrain, with only sparse trees and shrubs scattered about. Beside him stood 4 other men, presumably his teammates. The teams had assembled. They were to seek out the remaining 19 teams as the ranking war commenced. It appeared that his team currently ranked 6th among the total combat power of the 20 teams. With a mere thought, a display emerged before him, showcasing the current live rankings of the 20 teams. His team occupied the 6th position. As the instance had only just begun, no team had yet eliminated any opponents. Thus, the rankings were still based on combat power. The leaderboard merely displays the rankings without revealing detailed statistics. This is true not only for the present moment, but also persists even after any kills occur. Teams can only observe their standings without being privy to the specific differences between them. Coughing slightly due to the urgency of the situation, I shall take the initiative to introduce myself. A man sporting a beard and a buzz cut spoke first. I am Shi Yin, with a combat power of 132. My lineage is that of the artificial human number 8, and I possess the incomplete transformation technique, the Turtle School's Kamehameha, and the Wolf Fong Fist. I have completed 5 rounds of instances. Han Zheng raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Shi Yan's statistics were commendable. Having undertaken 5 rounds of instances indicated he was already a combatant in the level 2 living area. Shi Yan paused momentarily, gesturing towards the 2 combatants beside him, and continued, I'm also the captain of the Rock Squad, and these 2 are members of our team. The establishment of squad was surprising. Han Zheng glanced at the 2 individuals Shi Yan indicated. One shared his beard, while the other was a young man with long hair. As teammates of the Rock Squad, they likely shared a significant level of trust and synergy, which might afford them advantages in battle against non-squad teams. I am Xiao Gang, the other bearded man interjected. As my captain mentioned, the 3 of us are members of the Rock Squad. My combat power is 101, and my lineage is that of an Earthling. My skills include rock, paper, scissors, drunken fist, and the incomplete transformation technique. I have completed 4 rounds of instances. The long-haired young man from the Rock Squad eagerly added after Xiao Gang. I am Feng Chun, with a combat power of 57. My skills are the Lion's Tooth Fist and the Good Baby Sleep Punch, having completed 3 rounds of instances. As for my lineage, here, Feng Chun appeared somewhat bashful. It is the lineage of Lan Chi. Aside from the 3 members of the Rock Squad, the remaining combatant was a tall, handsome man, approximately 180 centimeters in height, who suddenly couldn't contain his curiosity. The Lan Chi lineage? Isn't that the woman who lives with Master Rashi and the others? Yes. Feng Chun scratched his head, seemingly a bit embarrassed. It is the Lan Chi lineage. This lineage is essentially the same as that of Earthlings, with the only unique ability being that after sneezing, my combat power increases by 1 point. The handsome man stifled a laugh before introducing himself. You may call me Zhou Xing, with a combat power of 115. My lineage is that of the Scions, and my skills include Flight Technique, Energy Wave, and Wolf Fong Fist. I have also completed 3 rounds of instances. Before Zhou Xing could finish his sentence, the 4, including Han Zheng, were taken aback. Zhou Xing not only possessed formidable combat power, but his 3 skills were also well complemented, a flying ability for long-range combat, an energy technique, and a close-quarters unarmed attack, creating a harmonious balance. In contrast, the one named Shao Gang, aside from the incomplete transformation technique, which was evasive and stealthy, had 3 close-range attacks, rendering them somewhat redundant. However, such redundancy is unavoidable. After all, ordinary combatants lack the luxury to freely choose their skills, often merely acquiring whatever they can find. Of course, what astonishes the most is his lineage, as he possesses the bloodline of a Saiyan. After completing 3 rounds of the dungeon, he has officially become a Saiyan. You are truly remarkable, with an impressive lineage, exceptional skills, and formidable combat power. Feng Chen couldn't help but praise, although his compliments needed refinement. It's not that exaggerated, Zhou Xing replied with a gentle smile, seemingly unwilling to conceal anything from his temporary allies. The timeline for this dungeon is not favorable. We cannot make it for the full moon night. Otherwise, once transformed, a Saiyan would be exceptionally suited for competitive team battles in such a lethal dungeon. The others nodded in agreement, expressing a tinge of regret, and then turned their attention to Han Zheng, who had yet to introduce himself. I am Zheng Han. Han Zheng continued to use this alias. My lineage is that of the Bunny Army leader, with a combat power of 149. My skills include a flawed transformation technique, the Sky Cross Punch, and the Whole Wave. And I have also completed 3 rounds of the dungeon. The trio from the rock team was taken aback, and Zhou Xing instantly wiped the smile from his face. They had initially presumed that Shi Yan was the most formidable in terms of combat power, only to discover that Han Zheng surpassed him by a notable 17 points. Considering Han Zheng's skills and unique bloodline abilities, he was undoubtedly the most lethal member of the current team. Regaining his composure first, Shi Yan approached Han Zheng and Zhou Xing with sincerity, inquiring, I wonder if either of you has joined team yet. If not, how about joining my rock team? Apologies, but I have a prior commitment with another team, Zhou Xing replied, followed by Han Zheng echoing the same reasoning. Very well, in that case, I want to press the issue, Shi Yan nodded. Let us refrain from discussing matters outside the dungeon. We must focus on this quest. The area is quite expansive, and locating individuals may prove challenging. Fortunately, our team, including myself, has 3 members capable of flight, so we must strategize effectively. Locating individuals may not be as difficult as it seems, Han Zheng interjected, retrieving a combat power detector from his equipment bar and placing it near his ear. With this, we can save ourselves considerable trouble. A detector, indeed. This will certainly simplify matters, the others exclaimed in surprise. As Han Zheng tapped the device, preparing to scan the surroundings, an alert suddenly sounded. Just a few minutes after the dungeon's commencement, the rankings had already begun to shift. Han Zheng and the others simultaneously accessed the leaderboard, noticing that a team previously positioned at the bottom had now surged to the top. Meanwhile, the team that had been in second place had plummeted to the last position. Chapter 67, The Raid Team. The team ranks first. The expressions of Han Zheng and his companions were grave. They had not anticipated that a skirmish would erupt so swiftly, resulting in a kill. Yet, mere seconds later, the leaderboard shifted once more. A team that had just plummeted to the bottom was now surging back, displacing another team and claiming the second position, just below the first. Consequently, Han Zheng's team fell from 6th to 7th. It appeared that a clash had occurred between the 2 teams, and both sides had suffered casualties. Shi Yan swiftly assessed the situation, his voice tinged with urgency. Zheng Han, we must act quickly. Han Zheng nodded and immediately scrutinized the contents of the detector, with a series of beeping sounds. A plethora of detection information blossomed before his left eye's small lens. Soon, Han Zheng raised his hand, pointing towards a direction ahead, to the northwest. 5 energy signatures are moving slowly. They are the nearest team to us. As for their combat capabilities, they ranked as follows: 121, 120, 113, 89, and 84. He caressed the detector by his ear, his voice exuding a hint of confidence. Their average combat power is below ours, and examining the strongest 3, all exceeding 100, still falls short of our capabilities. I believe they are a suitable target. Shi Yan, Zhou Xing, and the others exchanged glances, all expressing their agreement. I possess a vehicle that is swift, compact, and emits minimal noise, Feng Chen remarked as he hurriedly produced a capsule, tossing it to the ground, which swiftly transformed into a hovering car. The 5 of them quickly boarded the vehicle, although the space was cramped and somewhat uncomfortable. Conserving energy was ultimately beneficial given the impending battle. Feng Chen navigated the car, following Han Zheng's directives with haste. Throughout the journey, Han Zheng monitored the movements of the target team via the detector, remaining vigilant for any other teams that might suddenly approach the area. Fortunately, this stretch of the journey proceeded without incident, and the target team's movements remained relatively sluggish. Soon, Han Jing and his group arrive at a location not far from their objective. "Stop!" Han Jing abruptly raised his hand, signaling Feng Chun to halt the vehicle. "This is far enough. Proceeding any further could risk detection. We should disembark now and approach that direction as discreetly as possible." In situations where a temporary team of 5 includes 3 members from the same squad, it is customary for the squad leader, Shi Yin, in this case, to serve as the core, even if his combat power does not surpass that of the others. However, in this instance, the dynamics were different. Han Jing and Zhou Xing, both formidable members from outside the Rock team, possessed strengths that were not inferior to the majority of the Rock trio. Han Jing not only possesses the strongest combat prowess within the team, but also wields a practical special ability, complemented by a detector capable of playing a significant role in such instances. His contributions are currently irreplaceable, prompting Shi Yin to consciously and subtly cede his core position to Han Jing. As soon as Han Jing's words fell, the group sprang into action. Feng Chun retrieved the vehicle, while he and Xiao Gang each drew a handgun. Shi Yin raised his hand, extracting a bean of immortality and holding it firmly. Zhou Xing, on the other hand, produced a katana from his equipment, and to Han Jing's surprise, it was the same as his own, the Miyajiro Heibei's blade. It seemed that Zhou Xing possessed quite an array of fine items. Han Jing took a moment to observe, then promptly summoned the capsule robot Arnold, releasing it. The towering figure of Arnold materialized before the group, initially startling them, but they quickly realized it was Han Jing's robotic possession, their expressions shifting from shock to delight. "Do you see that high slope?" Han Jing pointed to a distant earthen rise, lowering his voice. "The target team of 5 is gathered just beyond it, approximately a few hundred meters away. They are currently stationary, so I will use my transformation technique to approach them discreetly, observe their physical characteristics, and relay their appearances and combat capabilities via the team channel. During the ambush, try to avoid confronting opponents stronger than yourselves." After speaking, he turned to Feng Chun. "Your combat power is too low, so you should remain at the back. I will aim to eliminate one of them first, and then you just need to stay close to your captain and provide auxiliary support as appropriate." The group nodded in agreement, their expressions serious. With a swift motion of his hand, Han Jing set the others into motion, advancing toward the high slope while searching for suitable cover. He instructed Arnold to accompany Shi Yin and the others, while he transformed into a snake, swiftly slithering toward the target team. Silently, he scaled the high slope. Weaving through thickets and using the foliage for concealment, he approached the 5 adversaries. The opposing team, comprised of 3 men and 2 women, was seated in a circle, seemingly engaged in discussion or perhaps even a dispute. Han Jing quickly assessed their appearances, and drawing upon his prior memory of their combat power distribution, he sent a message through the team channel. "The stout man has a combat power of 121, the short-haired woman 120, the man with a small mustache stands at 113, the round-faced male with a bowl cut at 89, and the long-haired woman with a ponytail at 84. "Understood. When shall we move?" Shi Yin. "Who has a bomb or something that could divert their attention?" "I possess a bomb, though its power is not substantial," Feng Chun replied. "That is inconsequential. We will commence the countdown now. 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, throw the bomb to draw their attention, and I will initiate the assault. You all follow immediately." After sending this message, Han Jing quietly shut down the team frequency and stealthily emerged from the thicket, slowly making his way towards the 3 men and 2 women. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, sending a shower of earth and stone into the air. The previously engaged trio of men and 2 women were instantly startled, hastily rising to their feet. "Stay calm, don't scatter. Maintain formation," shouted the short-haired woman, her voice resonating with authority. It appeared that she was the backbone of this team. Resolute, Han Jing seized the opportunity presented by the explosion to swiftly regain his human form and charged directly towards the short-haired woman. In this initial confrontation, with both parties still unfamiliar with one another, the touch and transform technique offered a significant advantage, and he was determined to exploit it to its fullest potential. His immediate goal was to eliminate the most crucial member of the opposing team. In an instant, Han Jing had closed the distance to the short-haired woman. At the same time, Zhou Xing, Shi Yin, Xiao Gang, Feng Chun, and Arno all leaped into the fray. Piercing wave. Han Jing raised his hand and unleashed a piercing wave, forcing back the small bearded man who was preparing to assist the short-haired woman. With a fierce shout, the short-haired woman swung her fist, aiming directly at Han Jing's face. just as he had hoped. He did not evade, but instead raised his left hand to grasp her incoming fist. Touch and transform technique. Han Zheng caught her fist in his grip, and before the short-haired woman could register her astonishment, she vanished in an instant. In that moment, Han Zheng found himself holding a carrot in his hand. He promptly crushed the carrot. Combatant number 2199 has eliminated combatant number 2058. No items dropped. The notification echoed in Han Zheng's ears, and simultaneously, the rankings began to shift. The team that had previously occupied 7th place surged to 2nd, while those at the bottom plummeted to the last position.